"You came with me, Mr. Brookshire?" Call asked. He knew the deputy was sorry he had come. His every motion and statement made that clear. But Brookshire was a more complex fellow. He had adapted to hardship far more easily than Call had expected him to. Once out of the heat of Laredo, he had not uttered a word of complaint, and he tried to handle his share of the chores efficiently. Call had come to admire him. It could not be easy to go from the comfortable life of the city to what they were experiencing on the Rio Concho. Yet it was the deputy, the native, who was feeling worse. "No, I ain't sorry," Brookshire said. "Katie's gone now. I'd just as soon be here." He could not think of his wife without tearing up, though he quickly wiped away the tears when they came. "This way I feel about as bad outside as I do inside," he said. "It's nice to be shut of the colonel for a while, too. I imagine he's pretty jumpy by now, wondering what became of us. I hope he ain't fired the whole office." The thought came to Brookshire that if he ever did make it back to Brooklyn, he might take the train down to Princeton College just to walk among the buildings for an afternoon. He supposed other Princeton men had gone to the West and come back, though he didn't know any. He couldn't claim to be a Princeton man anyway. He hadn't had the head for it and had to quit and take a job in an office. Still, he had a sense that he would like to see the place once more, to look at the gray buildings and the great trees. If he did go, it would be because he had managed to survive a place where no one gave a thought to civilization. Survival was all they had time for, and numbers of them failed even at that. It would be good to see Princeton again after the Rio Concho. If he was fortunate enough to find another wife and marry and have a boy, he thought he might want to send him to Princeton College. If he could marry a smart wife, perhaps he would have a boy with the head for Princeton College. Brookshire began to ruminate about his boy and what his name might be. He thought he might want to name him Woodrow, after the captain. Well, that, of course, was a matter that would have to be discussed with his new wife. The next morning, they came to the Rio Grande. Near its banks was a little village. Call had a distant memory of the place. He and Gus McCrae had once hung some horse thieves not far from it on the Texas side. The village was called Ojinaga, as he remembered. He and Gus had brought the bodies home. Other ranger captains considered that foolish, for they thought it invited ambush or revenge. But he and Gus had sometimes done it anyway, on the occasions when the village was close. The men hung were, in most cases, the only ones capable of ambush, and having the bodies made it easier on the womenfolk. Call had never expected to return to Ojinaga. He remembered the bitterness in the eyes of some of the village women, but that was a common thing along the border. He saw the bitterness whether he was returning bodies or not. Now life had brought him back to Ojinaga. As they rode to the well in the center of the little plaza, he was surprised to see old Billy Williams standing outside a small adobe house. Billy seemed to be sniffing the air. It was a scout's habit. But what was more surprising was that he held the hands of two children. One was a large boy, and the other a girl of 10 or 12 who seemed to be blind. Billy himself didn't appear to be very keen of sight either. The large boy had a look that suggested he might not be fully right in the head. Call turned his horse and rode over to the three people. He had never been a great admirer of Billy Williams, but after 3 hard nights along the cold river, it was comforting to come across an old acquaintance. "Why, hello, Billy," Call said. "That is you, isn't it?" "Woodrow, where have you been?" Billy asked. "We've been expecting you for a week." That was unwelcome news. Why would you be expecting me? Call asked.
Why, everybody knows you're after Joey, Billy Williams said. It's the talk of the whole West.
I wish the whole West would shut up then, Call said. Do you know Joey Garza?
I know him,
Billy said. He saw no point in not admitting it.
This is his brother and sister, he added. This is the house he grew up in. His mother, she's gone.
Oh, are these your children? Call asked, surprised by the news he had just been given. He had heard that Billy had a woman in Mexico.
They ain't, no, Billy said. I'm just watching them. Ain't that Deputy Plunkett from down in Laredo?
Yes, that's him, Call said.
What are you dragging him along for? He's worthless, Billy said. I wouldn't hire him to shovel out shit if I had a livery stable full of it.
I needed a man, Call replied. I was hoping he might turn out to be a fighter.
No, he's just a jailer, Billy said. I've been arrested in Laredo quite a few times, but always by Sheriff Jekyll. All Plunkett does is ladle out the beans they feed you when they feed you.
This town looks familiar to me, Call said. I think I was here before with Gus. We hung 3 horse thieves and brought them home.
Yes, to this house,
Billy said.
You hung Maria's father and a brother-in-law. It's just as well Maria's gone. She ain't forgot.
In that case, I suppose she's gone to warn her son, or have you warned him already?
Well, I told Maria you were coming,
Billy said.
She thought Joey might be in Crowtown, so she left. The weather turned cold, but she made it to Crowtown, I know that much.
Oh, did a crow tell you? Call asked.
No, Famous Shoes told me,
Billy said.
He's waiting in Presidio with your man.
Well, that's good news, Call said. Deputy Plunkett can go home now if he wants to. I'd far rather travel with B. While the men were talking, Teresa listened. Though she herself was not frightened, she could tell that the man frightened people. Billy's voice sounded different when he was talking to this man. The man's voice wasn't loud, but it was rough. Teresa felt interested. She wished the man would stay with them a little while. She liked the way the man's voice sounded, even if it was rough. From time to time, she felt the man watching her. It was her belief that the air changed when people watched her. She wanted to whisper to Raphael about the man. She wanted to lead Raphael amid the sheep, to whisper about the strange man who had just come to Ojinaga. Teresa thought the man might be a king, from the way he made the air different when he looked at her. It was very interesting to her. She was glad her mother wasn't home, because her mother always made her go in the house when strangers came. It pleased her that Billy knew the man. Perhaps he would visit them again in the next days so he could talk to Billy. If you care for his brother and sister, then I guess you must be a friend of Joey Garza's, Call said. He wanted what information he could get, but he had traveled the border a long while and knew better than to try and twist loyalties. He felt the little girl was watching him, but of course that was wrong thinking. She was blind. She couldn't watch him. But she was an unusually pretty, appealing child. There was something in her quick expression that was unusual. He knew blind children were often very smart, and he suspected that this little girl was one of the smart ones. To be blind must be a sadness for anyone, of course. There would be little hope for the girl in such a poor village, even though she was clearly going to be a beauty. Some man might marry her for her looks alone, Call supposed.
I know Joey, Billy admitted. I knew him when he was a youngster. He was likable then. I have not seen him much since he took up killing and train robbing. I doubt it's improved his disposition.
I expect not, Call said, waiting. Perhaps Billy would let slip something useful, or perhaps not.
Joey's smart, and he's lived with the Indians,
Billy said.
He outran the Apache, and they couldn't track him, neither. You won't locate Joey easy unless he decides to come at you and present a challenge.
Famous Shoes can track him if the railroad can afford his fee, Call said. I imagine the old man is still expensive. Call sat watching the sprightly girl. He wished he had a bauble to give her, a ribbon or a locket or some such trinket. Of course she wouldn't be able to see it, but she could feel it. The boy's face was puffy, and he drooled a little. He made a sound now and then like the sound a goat would make. It made Call wonder about the mother. What could she be to produce a beautiful blind girl, an idiot, and a killer? He only dimly remembered the 3 men he and Gus had hung. The border had an abundance of horse thieves then. Probably it still did. He had forgotten many of the ruffians he'd had to deal with. It seemed an odd turn of the wheel that he should come back after so many years to the very house where he and Gus had brought the 3 bodies. It was still very cold, and Brookshire was anxious to get across the river to see if there were telegrams from his colonel. Call could not linger too long, just in the hope that Billy Williams would tell him something useful. It might be that old Billy didn't really know anything useful about the young killer. He thought he might try one more question. "I've heard there's a cave," Call said. "It's said the Garza boy carries everything he steals and hides it in a cave. Has anyone you know seen it?" "Nope," Billy said. He knew he had to be careful in his statements. If Maria found out he had said something that gave Joey away to his pursuer, she would drive him out of Ojinaga, or else kill him. "I don't think there's no cave," he said, lying. "He's taken a passel of stuff," Call said. "It's got to be somewhere." Billy didn't answer. For all he knew, Joey could have 10 caves. Olin Roy had seen him carry a saddle into the mountains once, but that was as close as anyone had ever come to Joey's treasure. "Well, I expect I'd better go locate P.I., Call said. He looked again at the sprightly little girl and turned his horse. Later, Teresa took Raphael into the sheep herd and told him that an unusual man had come. Raphael had been there too, of course, but often he did not know of many things that happened in his presence until Teresa told him. She stroked her baby chicken and helped Raphael suckle one of the sheep who had just lambed and had much milk. "I think he must have been the king," Teresa told her brother. She wasn't sure what a king did, but her mother had read her 2 storybooks, and one of the books had stories about a king. "I think he must have been the king," she said again, as Raphael sucked the ewe. Chapter 5. Famous Shoes had not wanted to go into Presidio. "The hard sheriff will arrest me," he told P.I. "He thinks I stole a horse. It was a long time ago, but he will remember." "We've got to have shells," P.I. reminded him. "If we don't get shells, we'll starve and never find a captain." They'd had a hard trip across the Pecos country. The cold was bitter, and the antelope stayed just out of range, tempting P.I. to shoot time after time at animals he couldn't hit. They'd had no food at all for the last 30 miles. "You're working for the captain now," P.I. said. "You're like a deputy. Donovan won't arrest no deputy if Captain calls." But Donovan, the hard sheriff, came with the one-eared deputy, Tom Johnson, and pointed rifles at them in the hardware store. Donovan wore a long mustache and carried 2 handguns besides the rifle. The one-eared deputy had a red face from drink. His life had not been easy since Billy Williams shot off his ear. People mocked him, and Donovan, his boss, had no sympathy. As everyone on the border knew, Donovan had been born without sympathy. "We're here waiting for Captain Call," P.I. said when he saw the rifles pointed at them. "We're both deputies. We've been hired to help the captain bring in Joey Garza." "This Indian is a horse thief," Donovan said. "He's escaped me once because of a fire. He won't escape me again." "He's called Famous Shoes because he walks everywhere," P.I. told him. "He wouldn't steal a horse because he don't use horses. The only use he'd have for one would be to eat it." "Stealing horses to eat is still stealing horses," Donovan said. "Start walking toward the jail." "I have never stolen a horse in my life," P.I. said. "Why are you arresting me?" "Because you're with this horse thief," the sheriff answered. "You might be a horse thief, too." P.I. went along to the jail. He felt bad about Famous Shoes. He should have come into the town alone and bought the cartridges. He had ignored the old man's advice, which was foolish of him. Almost every time he ignored someone's advice, whether it was Lorena's or Mr. Goodnight's or the captain's or Famous Shoes, he had cause to regret it. Donovan put the 2 prisoners in separate cells. "Once I hang this old red nigger, I'll get to it quick. You can go," Donovan said. "I suspect you're a criminal, but I can't prove it." The next day, several people came to the jail and stared at Famous Shoes. Donovan had let everyone know that the man had been recaptured. He decided to keep the old man on display for a week as a form of publicity. His boast was that no criminal escaped him. Now he had recaptured the one man who had escaped him. He decided to hang him publicly as an example. Normally, he would just have taken him out and yanked him up and let him choke. Normally, an old Indian with a taste for horseflesh would not have merited a public hanging. But Famous Shoes' escape was the only escape there had been from Sheriff Donovan's jail, and he wanted it to be known up and down the border that he had avenged it. P.I.'s repeated claim that Famous Shoes worked for Captain Call merely annoyed Donovan. He left the old man without food for 2 days to show his annoyance. When P.I. tried to share his frijoles with him, Donovan moved Famous Shoes a cell away so that P.I. couldn't pass him the food. "Why are you starving him?" P.I. asked. "All he done was eat a dead horse, and that was years ago." "He evaded the law, my law," Donovan replied. "He deserves worse than starving, and he'll get worse than starving, too." Famous Shoes said nothing. Talking to the hard sheriff was a waste of breath. He began to regret having left the Madre. He knew that his time was near, but was sorry that it might be the hard sheriff who put him to death. He had hoped to die near the Rio Rojo. Even though he had not made contact with the spirit of his grandfather, the spirits of many of the Kickapoo people were there along the river. It would have been a better place to give up his spirit than the jail of the hard sheriff. Famous Shoes was old, though. He had lived past the time of his people. He knew that few men got to choose the place of their going, or of their coming, either. Only the wisest old men and women of the tribe were able to determine when or where to accept their deaths. Only the wise could do that. But even with those few wise ones, there had to be more than wisdom. For wisdom, in his view, had ever been a downward path. Luck was better than wisdom while one was alive. It was mainly the lucky who got to die in the right time or the right place, or so Famous Shoes felt. He himself had been lucky, for he had lived in the lands of the Mexicans and also the lands of the whites. Both peoples hated Indians, yet he had lived a long life. His main regret was that he had not kept his last wife. She had grown dissatisfied and left him just as he was beginning to appreciate her attentions. He missed her sorely for many years, and still missed her when he thought about her. Also, he would have liked to know how to read. It seemed that his dream of having P.I.'s wife teach him would be frustrated. The one-eared deputy, who didn't hate him as much as the hard sheriff, let him have an old piece of newspaper that had the book tracks on it. Famous Shoes tried his best, for what he thought might be the last time, to make sense of the tracks on the paper, but it was no use. He lacked instruction, and he had to give up. Every time P.I. mentioned the captain, Sheriff Donovan got a cold look in his eye, and the look in his eye was not very warm to begin with. "I doubt he'll show up, and if he does, I'm apt to lock him up too," he told P.I. "He's just an old bounty hunter. He ain't the law. He's too old to catch that Mexican boy anyway." "Well, Charlie Goodnight don't think so," P.I. said. He thought that name, at least, might impress Donovan, but the truth seemed to be that nothing impressed Donovan. "He's another one that's too old," Donovan said. "These old buffalo need to be put out to pasture. They won't be catching no more swift bandits, and if they come round me, I'll send 'em home." In fact, now that Joey Garza had become such a sought-after outlaw, Sheriff Donovan had developed a plan to catch the young robber himself. The boy's mother had been in his jail once already, although Donovan had been gone at the time, delivering a man to the penitentiary. And now she'd gone to Crowtown to warn her son, but she would have to come back sometime. And when she came back, Donovan meant to arrest her. What his deputies had done to her then would seem like child's play compared to what he meant to do to her now. Next, he would find her son and kill him. There would be no capture and no trial. There would just be a bullet, or 2 or 3. Donovan didn't suppose it would hurt his reputation to dispatch Joey Garza. In fact, it would make it. After that, every border killer from Matamoros to Juarez would know that Joe Donovan was a sheriff to be reckoned with. The people would stop talking about old-timers like Woodrow Call and Charlie Goodnight. When it came to modern lawmen, Joe Donovan would be the first name that came to mind when trouble on the border was being discussed. The next time they needed a federal marshal to clean out Crowtown or any other nest of ruffians, his name would likely be at the top of the list. Sheriff Donovan was in the midst of just such a dream of glory when Captain Call walked in with a Yankee at his heels. The one-eared deputy, Tom Johnson, saw him coming and quickly stepped in to alert the sheriff. "I think it's old Call," he said. "I've never seen the man, but I think it's him." Donovan was startled. He had not expected the old man to appear. He got up and put on his hat. After all, the man had been a great ranger once. Showing him a little respect wouldn't hurt. Call had seen too many country sheriffs to be much interested in what he heard about Sheriff Donovan. Presidio was a small town in a remote spot on the border. Few criminals of the first class would have any incentive to pass through it. The man had probably harvested his reputation by arresting local thieves or men who got drunk and shot their best friends. Local law work was mostly of that order. When told at the hardware store that Donovan had arrested P.I. and Famous Shoes, Call had been irritated, but not overly so. At least P.I. was there, and the old tracker was still with him. When he stepped into the jail, Donovan held out his hand, but Call ignored it. "Let those men out. You had no business arresting them," Call said bluntly. "They were sent to help me bring in Joey Garza, and you need not have interfered with them." Sheriff Donovan was surprised that such an old man would take such a sharp tone with him. He didn't appreciate it either. It was not the kind of talk he was used to hearing in his own jail. The Yankee looked mild, but old Call didn't. "I know who to arrest, I reckon," Donovan said. "This Indian's going to be hung in a few days. He's a known horse thief. I'm sure you've hung a good many like him yourself." "Famous Shoes has never been known to ride a horse, much less steal one," Call informed him. "Anybody who knows anything about this part of the country knows that. P.I. has been my deputy for 30 years, and he's never been a lawbreaker. He came into town with a criminal, and that's breaking the law for me," Donovan said, irritated by the old man's tone. He felt his temper rising. Who was this old fellow to walk into his jail and start giving orders? "Here," Call said, handing Donovan a telegram. "This is from the governor of Texas. I heard you were a stubborn man, so I asked Mr. Brookshire to have Colonel Terry wire the governor. I done it as soon as I heard these men were in your jail. I done it to save time. We're provisioned and we need to go. There's been another train robbery near San Angelo." Donovan took the telegram, but he felt himself growing angrier. He was too angry to read. Old Call had gone around him without even speaking to him. Donovan wadded up the telegram unread and tossed it on the floor. Tom Johnson, though well aware that his boss was temperamental, was appalled. They had never received a telegram from the governor before. They had never even dreamed of receiving one. At least he hadn't. Now, Joe Donovan had received one and wadded it up without even reading it. He hastily picked it up and attempted to smooth it out. It was from the governor, and it ordered Sheriff Donovan to release Call's men and give him every assistance. Call watched the sheriff, who had grown quite red in the face. He had secured the telegram as a matter of correct procedure. He knew that local sheriffs were apt to be touchy about their authority. Call supposed, from what he had heard, that Donovan was likely to be touchier than most. So he had asked Brookshire to wire his boss and had used the time it took exchanging telegrams to provision well. Again, he had offered to release Deputy Plunkett from his duties, and again the deputy, though half-frozen and permanently melancholy, had refused to be released. Now that they were back in Texas, Ted Plunkett felt that conditions were sure to improve. He resolved to stay with Captain Call, whatever it meant. Call had not supposed that Donovan would be obdurate enough to defy an order from the governor of Texas, but it seemed the man was just that stubborn. "Sheriff, it is from the governor," Tom Johnson said. "Don't you want to read it?" "No, I don't. And when I wad something up, I want it left wadded up," the sheriff said, highly irritated with his deputy. "God damn the governor and God damn you," the sheriff said, addressing himself to Call. "You don't come in here and ordered me to let criminals out of my own jail." "They aren't criminals, and you've overstepped," Call said. "Let them out." "I'll let your man go the day I hang the Indian, and I'll hang the Indian in my own good time," Sheriff Donovan said. Call saw a ring of jail keys hanging on a hook near the sheriff's desk. He walked over and took the ring and went to the cell where P.I. sat. He saw the sheriff draw his gun, but paid it no mind. He didn't expect the man to shoot. After all, he had his back to him, and there were 5 witnesses in the room. The third key he tried opened the cell. Then Call found the key that freed Famous Shoes. "They're dead men if they step out of them cells," Donovan said. "I don't tolerate escapes." Brookshire, watching from just inside the door, felt that the captain might have made a mistake. The sheriff didn't seem to be a relenting man. In that respect, he reminded him of Colonel Terry. The fact that the captain was just ignoring the sheriff made Brookshire nervous. If the sheriff pulled the trigger, everything would change. Donovan might shoot them all. He might even shoot his own deputy. He looked to be a man who acted only for himself, as Colonel Terry did. Brookshire wondered if the captain had miscalculated. If so, Call exhibited little concern. Then, to Brookshire's astonishment, Call flattened the sheriff with a rifle. He whacked him right in the neck with a hard swing. He hadn't been carrying a rifle, though there were several in a gun rack along the wall. Somehow, the captain, who usually moved slowly and stiffly, had walked right in front of the sheriff, ignored his cocked pistol, pulled loose a rifle, and hit the sheriff with it. The minute he struck the blow, the captain seemed to change. He didn't stop with one blow, although Donovan was knocked flat and his pistol went skittering across the floor of the jail. Call continued to hit the sheriff with the rifle. Once, when the sheriff turned to try and escape, the captain knocked him in the ear with his boot, so hard that Brookshire would not have been surprised if Donovan's head had flown off. "Stop, Captain, he's subdued," P.I. said, though he knew the captain wouldn't stop. He rarely went off into such a storm of violence, but when he did, it was almost impossible to stop him. Once in Ogallala, years before, the captain had launched himself at a sergeant who was quirting Newt. Before that storm ended, the captain had almost killed the man by pounding his head against an anvil. Gus McCrae had stopped it by roping the captain and pulling him off the bloody sergeant with his horse. There was no Gus, no rope, and no horse, but P.I. knew the captain had to be stopped somehow, or else Sheriff Donovan would be dead. Once the storm of rage took him, the captain could no more stop hitting and kicking than a blizzard could stop blowing. P.I. saw the captain lift the bloody rifle for what might be a fatal blow and flung himself at Call. There was no waiting and no choice. "Help me! You've all got to help me!" P.I. yelled. He partially deflected the rifle with his arm as the blow fell that might have killed Sheriff Donovan. The one-eared deputy, Tom Johnson, tried to grab one of the captain's arms but was immediately knocked back. P.I. concentrated on the rifle, trying to keep the captain from splitting Donovan's skull with it. He managed to hang on to one arm, but he knew it wouldn't be for long. "Somebody's got to rope him. It's the only way," P said, looking desperately at the Yankee. "Here, ride your horse up. Give me your rope." Brookshire yelled out the door to Deputy Plunkett, who, though taken by surprise, immediately spurred his horse up the few steps to the porch of the jail. He handed Brookshire his rope. "I'll get it on him, then you pull," Brookshire said. He was trembling from the shock, but he managed to make a loop in the end of the rope. He got close enough to the captain to get the loop over one of his feet as Call was trying to step free of the fallen sheriff so he could kick him again. "Pull!" Brookshire yelled. He had never seen such a killing frenzy take any man. Merely witnessing the destruction of the sheriff made Brookshire's breath come short and his heart pound uncomfortably. But he knew he had to get the rope on some part of Call, or the sheriff of Presidio would be dead. Deputy Plunkett dallied the rope round his saddle horn and backed his horse along the narrow porch until it grew tight. He soon discovered, to his amazement, that Captain Call was on the other end. He held a bloody rifle in one hand and for a moment looked as if he wanted to club Brookshire with it. But he didn't. He shook P.I. off and then shook the rope off his foot. He broke the bloody rifle over the hitch rail and threw the two parts of it into the street. Call went back inside, dragged the bloody, unconscious sheriff into the cell where Famous Shoes had been, and locked it. He took the big ring of keys outside and threw them into the cistern at the end of the porch. When he passed P.I., Brookshire, and the one-eared deputy, each drew back a little, as they might if a bear had just approached them. "When he comes round, tell him the next time he points a damn pistol at me, he'd better shoot," Call told the one-eared deputy. "I won't tolerate rude threats of that sort." "Yes, sir," Tom Johnson said. Privately, he was not sure Sheriff Donovan would come round. Men had died from much less punishment than the captain had just dished out. The sheriff's mouth was leaking blood, and not slowly either. One whole side of his face seemed to be caved in, and his long mustache was just a line of blood. Call knew that his violent fighting temper had gotten the best of him again, but he did not pretend to regret his attack on the sheriff, who had pulled a gun and threatened to shoot 2 valuable men, and in defiance of the governor's orders, too. He would have liked to do worse than he had done, but he'd gotten enough of a grip on himself to refrain from dragging the man out of a cell and finishing him. What he did do was pick up the telegram the frightened deputy had dropped. He put the telegram on the sheriff's desk. "Remind him that I was following the governor's instructions," Call said. "Read him the telegram." "Yes, sir," Tom Johnson said again. "I'll remind him. I expect he'll listen this time." "Yes, if his ears ain't burst," P.I. said. "The captain caught one of his ears a pretty good lick." "We're provisioned. Let's go," Call said. He felt that he had returned to normal, but the men were looking at him oddly. All the men but Famous Shoes, who had found a half-eaten plate of beans and was eating them. P.I. saw the captain looking at Famous Shoes in a testy way and thought he had better explain. "He wasn't allowed no food for 2 days, that's why he's into them beans," he said. Famous Shoes could not understand why the foolish white men had kept the captain from killing the hard sheriff. It was very foolish in his view. The sheriff had been about to shoot them all, and he might try it again if he lived. Famous Shoes was not sure the sheriff would live, though. The captain had dealt him some hard licks, mostly to the head. The way the captain's anger came reminded Famous Shoes of old Kicking Bird, a Comanche chief given to terrible furies. When Kicking Bird went into a rage, he was apt to injure anyone near him, including members of his own tribe. He was a great fighting man, but he fought so hard that he lost track of who it was he was fighting and merely killed everyone near him. Once he had grievously wounded his own brother while in such a rage. "We need you to help us track this Garza boy. Are you available?" Call asked. He noticed there was quite a bit of blood on the floor of the jail. The one-eared deputy would have to get out his mop once they left. "Yes," Famous Shoes said. "You don't have to pay me either. P.I.'s woman is going to teach me to read. That and something to eat will be wages enough this time." "Hired, I guess, if P.I.'s wife agrees," Call said. "Let's go." Deputy Plunkett, who had spurred his horse onto the porch of the jail with no difficulty in response to Brookshire's plea, had great difficulty getting the horse to go back down the steps. P.I. finally whacked the animal a time or two, and the horse jumped as far out into the street as it could, nearly knocking down one of the waiting pack mules when it landed. Call was composed by this time. He wanted to get started, not waste an afternoon. The men were all subdued. All except Famous Shoes, who was already half a mile ahead of them, proceeding at his customary rapid pace. Brookshire felt so weak that he could barely mount. The shock of seeing Captain Call suddenly hit the sheriff with the rifle and then continue to hit him had been almost too much for his system. He felt very tired and once more thought wistfully of how nice it would be to spend the night in a decent hotel. That was not to be, though, not for a while. They had already left Presidio behind them. The thing that troubled Brookshire most was that his memory of the incident was incomplete. He had been watching the captain carefully, hoping Call was not misjudging the sheriff's temper. Yet, somehow, his eyes had failed him. He didn't see the captain walk from the cells past the sheriff to the rack of rifles. Whatever happened had happened too fast, or else his brain had cut off for a moment, or something. One minute the captain was releasing famous shoes. The next, there was the sound of the rifle barrel hitting the sheriff. Brookshire considered it spooky. He couldn't explain it. He had no doubt about one thing, though. Colonel Terry, in his wisdom, and he did seem to have wisdom, had clearly chosen the right man for the job at hand. The Garza boy would need more than a German rifle with a telescope sight when the captain caught up with him. If the boy was smart, he would just surrender and not let himself in for the kind of punishment that had just befallen the unfortunate Sheriff Donovan. It took the one-eared deputy, Tom Johnson, and such townspeople as gathered to help over 3 hours to fish the jail keys out of the cistern. Fortunately, the hardware store had a big magnet that was used to sort nails, and with the aid of the magnet tied to 3 lariat ropes, the keys were finally brought up. Sheriff Joe Donovan was still unconscious when they opened the cell. He was conscious only fitfully for the next several days. His right jawbone was broken in 7 places and his palate damaged. He lost all his teeth on that side of his mouth and eventually had to have his other teeth pulled in order to bring his bite into balance. Also, 3 ribs were broken and 1 leg. The leg was set improperly. The local doctor was so worried about the jaw that he made a hurried job of the leg, the result being that Sheriff Donovan limped for the rest of his life. He resigned as sheriff a month after the beating. No one, including his wife, could stand to see his mashed-in face. He retired to his house and sat in the bedroom most of the day with the shades pulled, whittling sticks. He didn't whittle them into any shape, he just whittled them away. The memory of his own inaction at the fatal moment was what haunted the ex-sheriff most. He had been holding a pistol, cocked and pointed right at the old man. He could have shot him at any moment, and justified it on the grounds that Call was helping a known criminal escape. Of course, the telegram from the governor was awkward. Deputy Johnson had preserved it for the townspeople to see. But Donovan could have argued that he never saw it, and had reason to suspect its authenticity. The point was, he hadn't shot. He had let an old man whip him nearly to the point of death with one of his own guns, in his own jail, in front of 5 people. He hadn't shot. He had just stood there. It was a failure the former Sheriff Joe Donovan couldn't live with. The next time he lifted a gun to shoot, a little less than a year after the beating, but long after the pursuit of Joey Garza had ended, it was to put a .45 caliber bullet into his own brain. His wife, Martha, was in the kitchen, rolling biscuit dough. When she heard the gun go off in the bedroom, Martha was glad. Chapter 6. Doobie Plunkett had only gone by the jail to see if there was any news of Ted. After all, Sheriff Bob Jekyll was known to be lazy. He didn't care whether Doobie had any news of Ted, or whether Ted was alive or dead, for that matter. He wouldn't walk up the street to her house to bring her news, even if he had any. Doobie knew there probably wasn't any news, though. There hadn't been a word since the day Ted left. It seemed to Doobie that he had now been gone most of the time since they married. She had even begun to forget bits and pieces of her early married life, though her early married life had happened less than a year ago. It was just that the terrible loneliness she felt, now that Ted was gone, had cut her off from her own good memories. Doobie knew that when Ted finally came home, they would be the happiest couple in the world, and she would know what to do the next time some old sheriff rode into town and tried to take her husband away. Next time, Doobie was determined to fight, and she meant to win, too. Next time, she wasn't going to let her husband go. But chill day after chill day passed with no word from Ted at all, or of Ted, and Doobie had become a little desperate. Every day she went to the little post office in back of the hardware store, hoping there would be a letter. She knew Ted wasn't much for writing, since it was all he could do to make a sentence. But still, he might pass through a town that had a post office, and he might be tempted to write her at least a note so she would know he was alive. She knew Bob Jekyll didn't really want her coming around the jail, whether Ted was on duty or not, but the jail was the place news would be most likely to show up. The hunger for at least some word of her husband gnawed at Doobie so deeply that she couldn't stop showing up at the jail just to peek in and ask Sheriff Jekyll what he had heard. Captain Call was a famous man. Surely there would be some news of the captain and his party sometime. In the nights, Doobie began to be prey to even more terrible fears. What if Ted was lost? What if the whole party had starved or been killed by Indians? She knew there were still wild Indians in Mexico. What if they had killed Ted in a place where no one would ever even find his body? What if she had the baby and it grew up and neither of them ever heard another word about Ted Plunkett in the whole of their lives? Doobie tried to make herself stay away from the jail, but on days when she was particularly worried or had a particularly bad night, it was hard. Her feet just seemed to take her in the direction of the jail, the one place where there might be news. Doobie never supposed, not for one moment, that Sheriff Jekyll might take this wrong. She felt he must know that the one and only reason she pestered him was because she loved her husband so much and was desperate for news. Everyone in Laredo, Texas knew how much Doobie Plunkett loved her husband. They were the happiest young couple in the community. That was common knowledge. Doobie had seen Sheriff Jekyll looking at her that way once or twice, that way men looked at women. It was part of being a woman, she supposed. Men just would look at you that way. Susanna Slack, her best friend, told her it was merely the way of the world. Men looked at Susanna that way, too, although she was an older woman. Doobie hoped that Sheriff Jekyll and the men of Laredo in general might be a little more respectful in their manner of looking once it became obvious that she was enceinte. They should not be casting disrespectful looks at a woman who was soon to have a baby. When Doobie realized that Bob Jekyll was looking at her that way more intently than usual, and was even moving toward her, she tried to dart back out the door of the jail to safety, but she was a step too slow. Bob Jekyll caught her arm and started dragging her toward a cell with a cot in it. The jail was completely empty, too. There was not a single prisoner. Not a soul for Doobie to cry out to. "You keep coming here, now shut up," Bob Jekyll said as he dragged Doobie toward the cell. When Doobie opened her mouth to scream, Bob Jekyll punched her so hard it stunned her. He had been standing right by the door, looking at her with that look when she stepped inside the jailhouse, full of hope that there might be some news of Ted. Doobie didn't want to be punched again. She was afraid Bob Jekyll might hit her in the stomach and injure her baby. She was inside the cell, pinned to the cot, before she started fighting again. She had never hoped to see any man on earth except her husband with his pants pulled down, but Sheriff Jekyll had his pants down, and he was pulling at her drawers. Doobie tried to claw him, but when she did, he punched her so hard again that she lost consciousness for a minute. When her head cleared a little, Sheriff Jekyll was there, doing what only her husband had the right to do. Doobie gave up then. A sorrow came to her as deep as the bone, for everything was lost now. Even her baby was lost. Sheriff Bob Jekyll had destroyed her virtue and her future, too. It wouldn't even matter if Ted came back now, for he would never forgive her. Perhaps he would not even believe her when she said she only went to jail hoping for news of him. Even if he did come back, their happiness was lost. Doobie became so hopeless that the sheriff grew disgusted with her. As soon as he had pleased himself, he told her to get out of his jail and stay out. He went over to his desk and didn't look at Doobie again. He hadn't torn her dress, only her drawers had been ripped. Doobie didn't know what his punches had done to her face, but at least she could walk the few blocks home dressed respectably. One or two people even spoke to her as she hurried up the street. Doobie managed a good morning to them, though it wasn't a good morning. What it had turned out to be in the course of a few minutes was the last morning of her life. Doobie loved Ted Plunkett with all her heart and would never have done anything to bring dishonor to him. The knowledge that she mustn't let dishonor stain their marriage helped her keep a firm resolve. She wanted to die as quickly as possible before she weakened. She thought about writing Ted a note, but dismissed that notion at once. She would never be able to explain. It would be better to let Ted think she had just gone crazy from loneliness, from missing him. She wasn't going to burden her husband with the awful truth. Doobie couldn't help but cry. Now she knew how swiftly all the good things of life could be lost. Her marriage was lost, and her baby. Compared to those griefs, the loss of her own physical life seemed minor. She only wanted to hurry with dying. She didn't want someone to come and interrupt her before she could do what she had to do. She ran to her kitchen and quickly dug out the rat poison. Laredo was overrun with giant brown pack rats that lived under houses and also under the giant piles of prickly pear. Sometimes the Mexicans stuffed the rat holes and set the piles of prickly pear afire. Once the fire burned down, they dug out the rats and ate them. Doobie thought that was a horrible practice. She hated the rats and considered that one of her own duties as a housewife was to keep their little house free of them. She spread the rat poison carefully around all the places a rat might get in. Once in a while, a rat would die under the house, and she and Ted would smell it, but mainly the rats ran off to the river to die. Doobie felt very calm about what she had to do, until she started trying to eat the rat poison. She got a big spoon and tried to eat it straight down, like the oatmeal she sometimes made Ted in the mornings. But rat poison wouldn't go down like oatmeal, and it only made her gag. When it got moist, it stuck to her teeth and to the roof of her mouth and became very hard to swallow. Doobie stopped being calm and became frantic. What if she failed to die, and Ted had to come home to a wife who was no longer worthy, a wife who had carelessly let her virtue be lost to the lust of Sheriff Bob Jekyll? Ted Plunkett would never get over such a thing. Doobie knew she mustn't let him know. It would be a terrible failure if she let Ted find out the truth. She thought about hanging herself, but that was chancy, since she had never been very good at tying knots. If she tried to hang herself, somebody might find her while she was still alive. Ted had explained to her that water helped the rat poison work. When the rats ate the poison, it made them thirsty, and they ran off to the river to drink. Then the water made the poison work, and the rats died. The minute she remembered what Ted had told her, Doobie took the big can of rat poison in a cup and went out her back door. The river was only 2 streets away. She walked toward it swiftly, hoping no one would see her or speak to her. She made it to the river unobserved and began to stuff poison in her mouth and then drink water. Then it occurred to her that she could mix the poison with water. She began to scoop water into the cup and mix it with poison. After that, the whole business went more quickly. It was working, too. Doobie began to feel a pain inside, down in her belly. It was as if something with sharp claws was pulling on her guts. She cried at the thought that her baby might be feeling the clawing, too, but she kept scooping poison into the cup and filling it with water. She drank and scooped poison and drank. It was her way of doing right by Ted. The worse the clawing hurt, the more sure Doobie was that she would triumph. Ted would be sad when he found out that she was dead, but he wouldn't have to try and live down the terrible thing that had happened. He would get over her death in time, but neither of them would ever be able to put right what had happened in the jail. Doobie's hand got shaky. She began to spill the poison when she tried to scoop it into her cup. Some of it spilled into the river. It was yellow, and it flowed away with the brown water. Doobie had not been paying attention to anything but drinking the poison. But as the clawing got sharper, and it felt as if her insides were being ripped by claws and squeezed together at the same time, she happened to see a dead rat lying at the edge of the water, only a few yards away. Its mouth was open, and she could see its ugly teeth. It lay with most of its body in the water, and its brown fur was wet. Maybe the rat had died from eating some of the very poison she was drinking down. In just a few minutes, Doobie hoped she would be as dead as the rat. She might roll into the river, just as it had. She might be wet, too, when people found her. But she didn't want that. She didn't want to be found all wet and messy. She began to crawl farther from the water. The bright sun began to affect her. She wanted to hide her eyes from the sun. She began to curl up in order to hide her eyes, but when she curled up, the pain in her gut became unbearable. She tried to straighten up again, but the pain in her belly was now just as bad, no matter how she lay or sat, no matter whether she was curled or straight. For a second, Doobie wanted to give up. She wanted to run to a doctor and have him give her something to stop the pain. But she couldn't run, or even stand. She began to roll around and had soon rolled back down to the river's edge. One of her feet knocked over the can of rat poison, but not much spilled because there wasn't much poison left in the can. Doobie had eaten or drunk most of what had been in it. She didn't feel good at all anymore. She didn't feel anything but a clawing, needling pain. She tried to cry out, but the poison gummed in her mouth so that she could only make a weak sound, a sound no one passing would even hear. Doobie continued to make a weak sound, no louder than a rat's squeak, until her voice stopped, and she made no sound at all. Chapter 7. On the coldest night, the night of the great ice storm, Maria thought she and all the women might freeze. The fires she made sputtered and blew out. The two old Mexican women were almost dead anyway. Maria had to go back and find them. One of them had fallen 3 miles behind the group. Maria hunted wood and kept the fires going, but ice had covered everything, and her hands and feet got very cold. "Don't make me go no farther. I'd rather give up and die," Cherie said. Her real name wasn't Cherie, but she was so cold and had stopped using her real name so long ago that it didn't matter what it had been. Patrick, the saloon keeper, had brought her to Crowtown, only to abandon her for another woman. She had been there 5 years, and she'd had to struggle so hard that she lost her memory of other places. The women were convinced that they would all die. They didn't believe they would live to reach the railroad, and several of them had ceased to care. Gabriella and Marietta were numb, their feet so cold they couldn't feel them. Beulah kept trying to stop. Maria had to push her and prod her to keep her going. They had not even crossed the Pecos yet. Maria kept angling away from it, hoping for a warmer day before she had to try to bring the women across. She had fixed her mind on saving the women, though she didn't know any of them. Getting them safely to the railroad had become important to her. She had taken them out of the town, even though she hadn't wanted to at first. But she had accepted their need to go, and now she felt she must supply the will to keep them traveling despite the bitter cold. She herself had often had to search for will in hard times. When the men from Texas pretended to hang her, she had tried to make her will stop so she could die. She had wanted to elude them that way. Again, when they were degrading her, she would have liked for her will to stop. She would have rather not been alive anymore. And as she had lost hope with her husbands, each in turn, except for Benito, she had never lost hope with Benito. She had sometimes wished in the night that she could just stop breathing and not be there in the morning and have to get out of the bed in hopelessness to deal with the man who was making her hopeless week after week and year after year. It was in those times that Billy Williams had proven himself a true friend. He would cajole her over to the cantina, make her drink until she felt like dancing, or dance until she felt like drinking. Somehow, Billy could make her laugh. That was a rare thing, too, for a man to be able to make her laugh. With women, Maria laughed. With her children, she laughed. But rarely did she laugh with a man. She only laughed with Billy Williams. The lack of laughter in her life was a thing Maria held against men. She felt she had the temperament to be a happy woman if she was not interfered with too much. She knew that it was her fault that she let men interfere with her. Yet if she didn't, there was nothing, or at least there was not enough. She wanted a man to lay with, except if she wanted a man once, she would want him many times. She liked to take pleasure from men and liked to give it. But when she gave men that pleasure, they came to need it and then to resent her because they needed her. When that happened, the interfering began. Maria didn't know why men resented the very women who gave them the most pleasure and gave it generously. It was foolish, very foolish of men to resent the good that came from women. Still, they did. Thinking of Billy Williams and all the times he had made her laugh kept Maria's mind off the icy ground and the sheaths of ice on the mesquite limbs she broke off to keep the fire going. She made 3 fires and kept them all going herself. The women were too tired and numb to move. She put the women in a little triangle between the fires. But it was bitter cold, and even 3 fires were not enough. It was too cold, and the women were too tired and broken. Maria knew she had to do something else, or the women would give up and begin to die. She thought about the things she talked about with the women of her village when they were washing clothes together or cooking for a little fiesta. Those were times when she and the women were apt to get bawdy and talk about the embarrassments or the rewards of love. None of the women huddled between the fires looked as if they had known love recently. Men might have used them, especially the young ones, but that was different. The women might not be able to remember a time when love had been an exciting thing, but Maria decided she wanted to make them try. It was a long time until dawn, and they had nothing but 3 small, sputtering fires to get them through the night. There had to be something more. Maybe she could get the women to tell stories about their lives. Maybe the memory of times when life had been exciting would make them want to live through the freezing night. "Tell me about your first man," Maria said. She addressed the question to Beulah. "What?" Beulah said. She thought she must have heard Maria wrong. "I want to know about your first man," Maria said. Then she looked at Cherie. "I want to know about yours, too," she said. "My first man was a vaquero. He came riding into town, and when he got off his horse and walked to the cantina, his spurs jingled. From the time I heard his spurs, I knew I wanted to be his woman." "Oh, Lord," Cherie said. Maria waited. Marietta and Gabriella paid no attention. They had not even heard Maria's words. But the oldest woman in the group, a thin, old woman named Maggie, showed a spark of interest. Maggie had been one that Maria had to go back for several times. Once Maria had found her kneeling by a little bush. She was crouched behind the bush as if she expected it to keep the cold wind from biting her. Yet Maggie had recovered a little. She looked at Maria with curiosity.
"Did you get the vaquero?"
Maggie asked. "Yes, he was my first husband," Maria said. "We had good times, but then he got mean. I still remember the sound of his spurs the first time I saw him. When I think of him now, it's the spurs I remember."
"I was married to a circus man first,"
Maggie said.
"Mostly he was a juggler. He could keep 7 barbells up in the air at the same time when he was sober."
"Where did you live?" Maria asked.
"Boston for a little while,"
Maggie said.
"Then he took me to New Orleans. He was going to marry me, but he never did. Them mosquitoes in New Orleans was bad. I'd get so I wanted to drown myself rather than be bit by them mosquitoes."
"They're bad in Houston, too," Beulah said. "It's swampy down there in Houston."
Jimmy drank too much to be a juggler," Maggie said. "He'd drink all night, and then the next day he'd miss 2 or 3 of them barbells."
Maggie chuckled at the memory.
"Them barbells are heavy," she said. "I couldn't even juggle 2. If one was to crack me in the head, I wouldn't be able to walk straight for a week."
"You can't go off with men and expect them to marry you," Beulah said. "That's the mistake I kept making. Now here I am, an old maid." Several of the women looked at her when she said it. Beulah realized that her last remark must have sounded a little odd. She smiled at herself. "Well, I mean, I never married," she explained. Maggie, now that she had begun to talk, wasn't interested in listening to anyone else.
"Jimmy cracked himself in the head so many times that he got where he couldn't walk the tightrope,"
she said.
"He wasn't no tightrope walker anyway, but he wanted to be the star of the show. I told him to stay off the darn tightrope, but he didn't listen to me. I started up with a trick rider about that time. Jimmy found himself a high yellow woman, but she had a temper, and Jimmy didn't want nothing to do with women who had tempers."
"Well, didn't you have a temper?" Maria asked.
"No, I was just a girl then,"
Maggie said.
"I was all in love, and I wanted to do whatever Jimmy wanted me to. I didn't put up no fight, but that high yellow woman did."
All the women, even Marietta and Gabriella, were listening to Maggie. Maria had not expected it to be Maggie who talked. She thought Maggie was too far gone. But that proved to be a misjudgment. Maggie had some spirit left. She knew everybody was listening to her, and she liked the attention. "What was the trick rider like?" Maria asked.
"He was just a trick rider," Maggie said. "He could stand on his head on the horse with the horse running full speed, but he wasn't no good with women. I got tired of circus life and ran off with a smuggler. He was my first husband, and he took me to sea. We'd be rolling around in one of them narrow bunks, and sometimes we'd roll one way, and the ship would roll another, and we'd go sailing right out of that bunk."
She cackled at her own memory.
"That was 40 years ago that I married Eddie,"
Maggie said.
"I'm surprised I can still remember him. He got caught smuggling niggers, and they hung him." "Was it a crime to smuggle niggers?"
Cherie asked.
"Well, I thought back then you could buy them and sell them any time you wanted to." "You could, but Eddie wasn't buying them,"
Maggie said.
He was smuggling stolen niggers. I can still remember them nigger women howling down in the bottom of that ship. Eddie and the boys would lash 'em good, trying to get 'em to shut up when they was coming into port, but they would keep on howling. That was how Eddie got caught. I told him he ought to just smuggle buck niggers. The bucks didn't howl as much. But Eddie never listened to me, and he got his neck stretched as a result.
Men don't listen, Beulah agreed. I could have made Redfoot rich if he'd listened to me when we were in the saloon business in Dodge. I told him it was time to go to Deadwood. They say nearly everyone who opened a saloon in Deadwood in those days got rich. There's just more loose money where there's miners. But we come to Crowtown instead, she added. Red heard it was booming, but there sure wasn't no boom when we got there. Maggie was so eager to talk by this time that she could hardly check herself and wait for Beulah to shut up.
The circus was in St. Louis when Eddie got hung, Maggie said. I went up to Vicksburg on one boat, and then I rode on another boat that had a train on it.
A train? Cherie asked. Why would a train be on a boat? She decided the old woman was telling lies, and nothing but lies. She had thought as much back in Crowtown, too. Old Maggie did nothing but lie. Cherie didn't resent it particularly. Maybe the old crone actually believed everything she said. Anyway, listening to her brag about all the men she'd had was something to do while they were sitting and freezing.
It wasn't the whole train, it was just the locomotive, Maggie said. They were taking it upriver somewhere. I couldn't sleep because I got to worrying that the locomotive would bust loose and sink the boat. We got to St. Louis, though, and the first person I saw when I got off the boat was Jimmy. He had almost cut his nose off. It was sewed on, but it didn't look right, and it never did look right after that.
Was it a woman that cut his nose off? Maria asked. She had heard that among the Apache such things occurred.
No, it was the tightrope, Maggie said. Jimmy kept trying to walk it, but he was wobbly from hitting himself in the head too many times with them barbells. He fell off the tightrope, and it hit him right under the nose and nearly cut his nose off.
What's a circus? Marietta asked. She didn't understand the talk of barbells and jugglers. Did you ever get up to Deadwood? Beulah asked. I still have a hankering to go.
No, I worked on a riverboat, Maggie said. I went up and down the river I don't know how many times until I got tired of hearing the water slosh. Then I married another fool who got hung. And then I married Ross. I was soon wishing they'd hang Ross. He beat me so bad I couldn't turn over in my own bed. Ross had fists like bricks.
How did you get rid of him? Sally asked. Sally was about Beulah's age. She had 2 big moles just above her upper lip.
Ross stepped on a nail and got blood poisoning and died, Maggie said. It saved me. He would have broken every bone in my body if he hadn't stepped on that nail.
Maggie smiled and cackled again. She looked like a wicked old woman, but she was still alive, and she liked to talk.
I didn't go to Ross's funeral. I didn't figure I owed Ross nothing, she said. But a few days later I went to the funeral of one of my girlfriends. 3 days later the preacher that preached it came up and asked me to marry him. That's how pretty I was when I still had my looks. I never knew preachers liked women that much until the Reverend Jonah got a hold of me.
They do. One got after me, too, Beulah said. As Maggie and Beulah talked on, a tiredness began to come to Maria. She had kept the women going for 3 days, leading them, encouraging them, going back for them. She had gathered most of the frozen wood they burned, and she had made the fires. She heard Maggie talking about her preacher and Beulah about hers, but Maria began to lose the names that went with the stories. The sound of the women's voices lulled her. It was better to hear women talk, even if she was too tired to listen, than to have only the silence and the cold. Maria would have liked to be fresh, to tell some of her own stories, too. But it would have to be another time, when they all reached the railroad and were safe. Maria's eyes grew so heavy she could not watch the fire. She slumped over, and her serape slipped off her shoulders. Sally, who was closest, got up and wrapped the serape back around Maria, pulling it tight so it would not slip off again. She fed the fire a few sticks from a pile Maria had gathered. Maria had come back for Sally when Sally was freezing, and Sally didn't want her to sleep cold.
"She's tuckered out,"
Maggie said. Then she went on to tell the women about some of the peculiarities of the Reverend Jonah, the preacher who had loved her in St. Louis, long ago, when she still had her looks. Chapter 8. When Lorena got off the train in Laredo, the first thing she saw was a funeral procession, and the first person she spoke to was Tinkersley. As she stepped out of the little railroad station and stopped to watch the funeral procession, it seemed as if everyone in town was following the wagon that had the coffin in it. A tired-looking older man in a slick brown coat looked at her and stopped and looked again. "What, Lowry," he said. "Could it really be you?" Lorena supposed the mayor must have died. She had never seen such a lengthy funeral procession in a town the size of Laredo. Even in Ogallala, they would have had a hard time getting so many people to march behind a coffin. She looked again at the man who had called her by her name. He had few teeth, and bags hung halfway down his cheeks. He wore a sporty hat, but it was not new. A rat or something had chewed a piece out of the brim. "Lowry, it's me, Tinkersley," the man said. "It's you, ain't it? Tell me it's you." "I'm Lorena. I'm married now," Lorena said. Tinkersley ran whores and gambled. No doubt he was still running whores and gambling, though not so prosperously as he had been when she knew him. Tinkersley had brought her to South Texas when she was a young whore. In a San Antonio hotel room, during a fight, he had bitten her on the upper lip, leaving a faint scar that she still had. Now here he was in Laredo, watching a lengthy funeral procession. She saw a familiar light come into his eyes from looking at her. She wanted to immediately put it out. "I've come here to look for my husband. He's with Captain Call, or at least I hope he is," she said. "Who died?" "Oh, her name was Doobie Plunkett. She was well liked in the town," Tinkersley said. "I liked her myself, although we only met once. That's why I lent my whores for the singing. I run the whores in this town," he went on. "They wanted a big singing for Doobie, so I lent them 6 girls. I just kept back 2 to take care of the customers until the funeral is over." Lorena saw the whores in a group well behind the coffin hearse, with some more churchly-looking women marching just ahead of them, right behind the wagon. "I'm surprised they let whores sing at a proper funeral," Lorena said. "Was the woman a whore?" "No, she was the wife of a deputy sheriff. He's gone with old Call, too, like your husband," Tinkersley said. "Sheriff Jekyll raped Doobie, and she took poison and died. It's a pity. The man could have bought a whore and spared poor Mrs. Plunkett." The young woman must have felt hopeless, Lorena thought. She hadn't wanted her husband to find out what happened. Lorena set down her valise, leaving it on the railroad station platform, and began to walk along with the funeral. Tinkersley, after a moment's hesitation, fell in with her. Lorena didn't try to stop him. What Tinkersley did didn't matter. She supposed it was even rather nice of him to let his whores sing at the funeral. He probably charged the church a fee, or tried to, but at least he let them sing. "What kind of poison?" Lorena asked. "Well, rat poison. She drank most of it in water," Tinkersley said. "They found her by the river. She wasn't quite dead at the time. It was the doctor who noticed that her drawers were torn and that somebody had hit her a lick or two. They found a little ribbon from her dress in a cell in the jail, and that's what nailed the sheriff." Lorena regretted that the train had come in when it did. She would rather not have known about the death of Mrs. Plunkett. They had never met, of course, but Lorena had been alone in South Texas, in rooms that were no more than jails, with men who were no different from the sheriff, and who were certainly no better. She had no way out then, and only one way to survive. Many times it had seemed to her a close bargain. And even worse times, when she was taken by Blue Duck and given to the men of Ermok's band, and then threatened with burning by Mox, she had been reduced to one wish: that there was some way to be dead, and be dead quickly. Although the circumstances of Mrs. Plunkett's travail might seem lighter, Lorena knew they had not seemed at all light to the young woman who had so promptly taken her own life. Mrs. Plunkett must have felt that her happiness and her husband's happiness were forfeit anyway. She had become hopeless. Lorena knew enough about hopelessness. She did not want to be reminded of it, not even a hopelessness experienced by a young woman she had never met. What the death of Mrs. Plunkett meant was that hopelessness was always there. There was never a way or a time one could be safe from it. If P.I. died, or one of her children, she knew she would have to feel it again. "Lori, you don't know her. You ain't expected to attend the funeral," Tinkersley said. "I want to attend the funeral, but I'd rather you didn't accompany me," Lorena said. "But you didn't know the woman," Tinkersley said. He felt a sudden, deep need to stay with Lorena. Seeing her had reminded him of the regret he had nursed for years when he'd left her and lost her. He had even journeyed to the little town of Lonesome Dove, where he heard she worked, hoping to get her back. But he came too late. She had left with the cowherd and the cowboys for Montana. Now, through a miracle, she had stepped off the train in Laredo right in front of him. He didn't want to leave her. When she told him she didn't want him to accompany her to the funeral, he fell back a few steps, but he didn't let Lorena out of his sight. The cemetery was just a plain piece of ground, dusty, without a bush or a tree to lessen its plainness. Most of the grave markers were wooden, and many of them had tilted over or fallen flat altogether. One of the whores, the smallest, a slip of a girl with curly brown hair, had a beautiful soprano voice. When she sang Amazing Grace, her voice rose over all the other singers, the other 5 whores, and the few churchwomen. Her voice was clear as the air. They sang Rock of Ages, and then Will the Circle Be Unbroken. 3 hymns at a funeral was unusual, Lorena thought. Yet, despite the cutting wind, the mourners seemed reluctant to leave. When the women finished the last song, they looked around, wondering if they should sing more. It was odd, Lorena thought, that no one was hurrying away. The young whore with the beautiful voice finally spoke to one of the churchwomen, and the women began to sing, There's a Home Beyond the River. The young soprano poured her heart into the song. No doubt she had an inkling of how Mrs. Plunkett had felt. That, at least, was Lorena's view. The girl's voice was so strong and pure that it silenced the other singers. One by one, the other whores and the churchwomen fell silent, and the beautiful voice of the whore with the curly hair soared on in lonely lament for the lost life of a woman the young whore had not known and perhaps had not even met. When the song ended, the mourners turned away from the grave, and an old Mexican man with a shovel began to push in dirt around the coffin. Well, at least she had a right pretty funeral, Tinkersley said. He fell in with Lorena as she was hurrying back to the station, anxious to secure her valise. Tinkersley was seeking to make small talk, or any talk, that would persuade her to allow him to stay with her for a while. "Get away from me, Tinkersley," Lorena said. "You done nothing but hurt me when we was together. I don't want you to be walking with me. I'm here to find my husband." "But I bought you pretty dresses," Tinkersley protested. "I took you to the fanciest shop in San Antonio." "So you could sell me for a higher price," Lorena reminded him. "Get away from me. I don't like remembering none of that." "Loree, I was just hoping we could visit," Tinkersley said. "I know I done you badly. I came back to find you, but you were gone north with Gus McCrae." Lorena didn't speak to Tinkersley again. She just ignored him. He walked with her, pleading, until they were nearly back to the station, but Lorena didn't say another word. She scarcely noticed him in his slick coat, nor did she listen to his excuses or his pleas. She felt a great longing to be with her husband. Most men would make excuses all day and all night for their failings, but P never did. When P did something that hurt her feelings, he accepted his error and suffered for it until she had to take him in hand and try to coax him and tease him back into a good humor. She had to convince him each time that what he had done was only a small error, not the unforgivable act he believed it to be. Marriage was often vexing, that was all. Now, with the funeral over, she wanted to gather such information about where Captain Call might be as she could. She wanted to catch up with P and bring him home before one of the bad men in the world did something to hurt him. It was not until that night in her small, chill room in the drafty hotel that Lorena's thoughts returned to the dead woman and the funeral. She remembered the young whore who could sing soprano, and a deep sadness came with the memory. In a building not far away, the young whore with the beautiful voice was back being a whore. The church women who had spoken to her at the funeral wouldn't allow themselves to speak to her in their day-to-day lives. She was just one of Tinkersley's whores, as Lorena herself had been once. The only thing that was true in the 4 hymns the girl had sung was the music itself, Lorena thought. Neither the whore nor the dead woman over whose grave she'd sung had received any grace at all to draw upon. Nor did they have any rock to stand on, nor any circle to shelter or protect them. As to the home beyond the river, Lorena didn't know. She just wanted to find her husband and bring her children back from Nebraska. She wanted the 6 humans she was responsible for to be back again in their home, where she could watch over them. At the telegraph office in the late afternoon, she had been given one good piece of information by the elderly fellow who worked the telegraph. Several telegrams had poured in for Captain Call, instructing him to hurry to San Angelo. Joe Garza had struck there only the week before. The next morning at breakfast, she was the only woman in the small hotel dining room. Lorena happened to overhear a conversation that sent her heart leaping. 2 Texas Rangers were at a table talking, and she heard the name Call mentioned. The Rangers had looked at her hard when they walked in and saw her alone in the dining room, but Lorena had not sent her children away and traveled so far to be balked by hard looks from lawmen. She got up and went over to their table. "Excuse me, I heard you mention Captain Call," she said. "My husband is his deputy. I'd be grateful if you give me any news of the group." The men looked surprised. The larger one rattled a spoon in his coffee cup. He was uncomfortable talking to women in public places. "Don't know much, ma'am," he said finally. "Call nearly killed a sheriff in Presidio. They don't know yet whether the man will live. Call was getting his deputy out of jail and just went wild. He got his deputy and an old Indian he uses to track down bandits." "That's my husband. He oughtn't to have been in jail. He's never broken the law," Lorena said. Well, you don't have to break much law out in Joe Donovan's part of the country, the large ranger said. He'd arrest you for spitting if he didn't like your looks.
I guess Captain Call didn't like his looks,
the other ranger said. Thank you, I appreciate the news, Lorena said politely. She went back to her table in a happier frame of mind. P was alive and with the captain. She didn't like the captain, but he was able enough. He would protect P until she found him. When the two rangers left the room, they didn't look at Lorena so hard. They even stopped for a moment and tipped their hats. Chapter 9. The evening of the second day, as the party traveled east from Presidio, Call, Brookshire, the two deputies, and Famous Shoes climbed out of the Maravilla Canyon just at dusk and made a camp. The winter sun was filling the canyon behind them with red light. That old man who kills bears is coming with his dogs, Famous Shoes remarked. I saw his track on the Salt Fork of the Brazos, but then he was going north. I did not expect him to be coming this way. Well, if it's Ben Lilly, he don't ask nobody's opinion when he changes directions, P.I. said. Twice the old bear hunter had turned up at their farmhouse on the Red River on his way to kill cougars in the Palo Duro Canyon. He had killed the last bears in the Palo Duro years before, but there were many cougars, and from time to time, Ben Lilly rested from his lifelong bear hunt and killed cougars for a while instead. I'll feed him, but I won't feed his dogs, Call said. It don't take that many dogs to run lions, and I doubt there's any bears left in Texas for him to run. He's killed them all. A few minutes later, they heard the baying of 6 or 7 dogs. In the still, silent night, it was hard to tell how far away Ben Lilly and his dog pack might be. He is like me, no horse, Famous Shoes said. I doubt he can finish off the lions in the time he has left. He is an old man. Well, who's this? Brookshire asked. He had never heard of the person they were talking about, though that fact was not particularly odd. 6 months ago he had scarcely even heard of Texas and could not have named one living Texan. Now he knew several Texans in person and several more by reputation. He's a hunter. He don't do nothing else, P.I. said. I don't guess he has ever done nothing else. They say he hunted all the bears out of Louisiana and Arkansas before he come here, Deputy Plunkett said. Since leaving Presidio, the deputy had been in a lighter mood. They were on their way to San Angelo, which was not that long a distance from Laredo. If they were successful and captured the Garza boy promptly, he might be on his way home within 2 weeks. Just being north of the border made him feel a lot better about life. Once he got home, he meant to plan his life so that he never had to enter Mexico again. If necessary, he and Doobie would move north to San Antonio or even Austin to avoid the possibility that anything would require him to cross the border again. As the winter night deepened and the half-moon rose, they heard the baying of Ben Lilly's dogs coming closer. If the man traveled so much, maybe he'll know something, Brookshire suggested. He's coming from the east, and the last robbery was east, unless there's been one we don't know about. No, he won't know anything. He only pays attention to bears and lions, Call said. Humans don't interest him. If he was on the track of a bear or a cougar, and a train was being robbed right in front of him, I doubt he'd even stop to look. Many times over the years, Call had encountered the hunter, but on no occasion had he gotten any cooperation from him. Ben Lilly expected to get information, not give it. He had no use for civilizations, nor for society, nor individuals, and was even impatient with his dogs. All he liked to do was kill bears. He only hunted lions to pass the time or to earn a little money now and then from ranchers who wanted lions or wolves cleaned off their ranches. Toward midnight, the horses and mules began to snort and whinny. They pulled at their picket ropes. Call got up and went to quiet the animals, and when he had them calm, he walked east about a mile, meaning to intercept the dogs. Ben Lilly usually traveled with a pack of 8 or 10, and 8 or 10 dogs running into camp might spook the horses so badly that 1 or 2 might injure themselves. Call had only a sidearm with him. He did not expect trouble. Ben Lilly's dogs were usually shy of humans, since they rarely saw any other than the old hunter himself. Call's hands were aching. He wished he had a little whiskey, although he had never been a drinker, really. Augustus, his old partner, had been the drinker. But in the last few winters, particularly if he happened to be at home in his shack on the Goodnight Ranch, Call had taken to using a glass or 2 of whiskey in order to help him sleep. A doctor in Amarillo had assured him that a glass or 2 would be medicinal. Even with the whiskey, he frequently awoke as early as 2 a.m. and had little to do but pace around the cabin until dawn came. The next whiskey to be had was at Judge Roy Bean's saloon, 3 days away. Call had not yet decided whether to pay the judge a visit. He wasn't quite as uncooperative as Ben Lilly. Nobody was as uncooperative as Ben Lilly. But he ran him a close race. Roy Bean was cranky, and in his conversation he never strayed far from the subject of money. On the other hand, little that occurred on the border escaped his attention. A visit to Roy Bean would take them out of their way. The train had been robbed near San Angelo. But of course the Garza boy had time to be back in Mexico or perhaps back in Crowtown, depending on which way he had felt inclined to go. The next train stopped by the boy might be leaving Saltillo or Tucumcari or almost anywhere. While Call was thinking of Roy Bean and his harsh tongue, the dogs began to bay again. This time they sounded farther away than they had the last time they howled. Perhaps they were running ahead of the old hunter on the spoor of a lion, and maybe the lion had doubled back. Just as Call was settling down to enjoy his solitude, he still liked to separate himself from the camp for an hour or 2 at night. Famous Shoes came walking through the moonlight. Call felt a little irritated. He needed his solitary hours. They helped him clear his head and think through the next few days of whatever campaign he was waging. Why wouldn't the old Indian stay put? Call slept little, but Famous Shoes, who was older, slept even less. "Now those dogs are going east," Famous Shoes said. "I think they must be chasing a mule deer." "No, they would have run it down by now if it was a mule deer," Call said. "That many dogs will run a mule deer to death pretty quick." Famous Shoes ignored the correction, which he thought invalid. It could well be a large, well-fed mule deer who was not ready to die just because Ben Lilly had come along with his dogs. The mule deer might have had a long start, too. But Famous Shoes saw no point in arguing with the captain. Call did not accept argument from his men or from anyone. "They could be after those 2 wolves whose tracks I saw this morning," he replied. "The dogs might be running those wolves." Famous Shoes had just stopped speaking when they heard the sound of gunshots coming from the direction where they had last heard the dogs. There were many gunshots. In the Indian days, Call had been competent at counting gunshots, for it was a way of estimating the enemy's strength. But he was out of practice. He would have guessed that about 40 shots were fired. In a lull, they heard the yelping of one of the dogs. It had been wounded in the gunfight, probably. There were 4 or 5 more gunshots scattered, and then silence. "Somebody shot those dogs, that's what I think," Famous Shoes said. He was a little agitated. The flurry of shots had been an unwelcome surprise. It took several men to shoot that many dogs so rapidly. But what kind of men would shoot dogs in the middle of the night? "Well, listen a minute," Call said. "They could have been shooting at whatever the dogs were chasing. If that's it, they weren't Ben Lilly's dogs. Ben Lilly travels alone and shoots a rifle. What we heard were mainly pistol shots." They listened for 15 minutes. There were no more gunshots, and no dogs howled. "They probably shot the dogs. I'd like to know why," Call said. "Let's go to camp." When Call got back to camp, all 3 men were sound asleep. Probably that was because the weather had warmed up. For the first time, they weren't so freezing cold. Call expected no better of Brookshire or Deputy Plunkett, but he was irritated with P.I. It was a small lapse, but a lapse nonetheless. As long as he and P.I. had been camping together, they had consulted about night duties, who would sleep first, who would sleep second. Never before, no matter how tired he might be, had P.I. just gone to sleep without discussing these arrangements. Of course, Call had lapsed himself by leaving the camp without assigning a watch. But he had done that often through the years, and when he did it, P.I. always stayed awake until he returned. It wasn't like P.I. going to sleep in dangerous country. It'd make Call wonder if urging P.I. to leave his family and join him had really been wise. He had done it from habit. P.I. was the last of his men and one of the few people Call trusted. It had seemed natural to call on him, and it had disturbed him when P.I. refused to come. Now he found that having him along disturbed him almost as much. P.I. wasn't behaving like himself. It might be because he was no longer the ranger that Call had known and counted on for so long. He was a farmer and a husband with the habits of a farmer and a husband rather than the habits of a fighting man. Probably P.I. had been right in deciding to stay with his family. Loyalty had made him change his mind, but foolishly and too late. If he wasn't going to be able to be the competent ranger he had been, then staying home was the better choice. P.I. woke up the minute Captain Call re-entered the camp and immediately realized that he had been derelict. "Oh, darn, I dropped off," he said. "I intended to stand watch." "Well, Famous Shoes was up and so was I," Call said. "Somebody just shot Ben Lilly's dog pack, if them dogs we've been hearing really belong to Ben Lilly. If they weren't, I'd like to know who would be running in these parts with 8 or 10 dogs. P.I. felt such embarrassment at having gone to sleep that he scarcely attended to what the captain was saying. He had no intention of going to sleep when the captain left the camp. The captain always left the camp for an hour or 2 in the evening. When he returned, the 2 of them would work out watch duties for what remained of the night. P.I. usually stood the first watch. But this evening he had simply gone to sleep. The captain didn't mention it. He had even been polite enough to change the subject, but P.I. knew he would remember it. The very fact that he hadn't been reprimanded made P.I. feel at a loss. In fact, he had been feeling at a loss from the moment the captain led them out of Presidio. P.I. should have been feeling fine. With Famous Shoes' help, he had been able to connect with the captain with only a minimum of travel. The Garza boy was probably east of them now. The whole job might be over soon, and he could go right home back to Lowry and the children. But P.I. didn't feel fine. He felt awkward. Maybe he had irritated the captain too much by refusing to go with him initially. Maybe the captain, as he got older, was becoming even harder to please. At no time had he been easy to please. But whatever it was, there was a difference in the way he and the captain were, and it made P.I. all the more homesick. He felt he had been foolish, after all, to leave home. The captain had promptly recruited another deputy, and he had the Yankee, Brookshire, as well. The Yankee seemed to be fairly competent. He had made the campfires both nights and had done it well. The other deputy was no good at packing horses or mules, but was handy enough at unpacking them. There was not much for P.I. to do. Standing watch was one area where his experience would have been useful, but he'd gone right off to sleep and hadn't even heard the shots that killed Ben Lilly's dogs, if they were Ben Lilly's dogs. All this made P.I. feel gloomy. He felt that he had stopped knowing how to be useful. He often felt that way at home, too. Lowry was as good at what she did as the captain was at what he did. P.I. wasn't as good as either one of them at anything. It made him wonder why the captain had wanted him along in the first place. Call was sufficiently alarmed by the sound of so much gunfire that he woke Brookshire and Deputy Plunkett. He also put out the fire. In the brilliant darkness on the long plain, even a speck of fire as small as theirs could be spotted by an experienced eye from many miles away, as many miles at least as an experienced ear could hear a dog bark. Call could sometimes distinguish calibers of weapons if the firing was slow, but the men who shot the dogs hadn't been firing slow. The 40 shots had been fired in a minute or two. Call thought he heard 6 or 7 guns, but that was a guess. There could have been 10 or more, or there could have been only 3 or 4. Famous Shoes had not returned to camp. The man seldom waited for instructions, and he was apt to rove all night when he was on a scout. "Where's our Indian?" Brookshire asked. He had taken a liking to the old man, although he wasn't exactly businesslike. When he noticed that Brookshire had a book or two in his baggage, Famous Shoes had started pestering him to teach him to read. The old man seemed to think it was something he could start doing immediately if only he were given the right clues. Famous Shoes had even insisted that Brookshire dismount so he could show the Yankee a number of animal tracks and identify them. He seemed to think that Brookshire ought to be able to instruct him in reading just as quickly. When Brookshire attempted to explain that the two things weren't the same, Famous Shoes became irritated. Then Brookshire made the mistake of mentioning sentences. Famous Shoes immediately started asking him to explain what sentences were. Brookshire felt sure that he knew what a sentence was, but he found it damnably difficult to explain the sentence to the old Indian. He liked the old man, though. It astonished him that a man Famous Shoes' age could travel faster on foot than the rest of them traveled horseback. He stayed ahead of them all day, moving at his strange little trot. The 4 of them watched the rest of the night, but there was no more shooting. About dawn, Call thought he heard something, a kind of cry or keening, but he couldn't figure out what might be making it. "Could it be an eagle?" he asked P.I. "They say eagles scream, but I've never heard one." P.I. heard the sound only faintly. He had no idea what it was. Before it was fully light, Call had them headed toward the east. "What about Famous Shoes?" Brookshire asked. "Shouldn't we wait for him?" "He's a tracker. We don't have to wait for him," Call said. "He'll find us." Famous Shoes did find them about an hour later. He was down in a little ravine, and he had Ben Lilly with him. The old hunter was shaggy, filthy, and mad. "It was the man-burner," Famous Shoes said as he trotted up out of the ravine. "He has 7 men with him." "He burnt my best dog," Ben Lilly said. "Killed all 9 of them, and burnt one alive." "That's what we heard, I guess," Call said. "That's the sound a dog makes when it's being burned alive." "He wanted to burn me," Ben Lilly said.
I hid in a snake den. His men shot my dogs. They roped old Flop and burnt him."
"Not to eat, though," Famous Shoes said. "You can see the dog is a little ways ahead." Ben Lilly sat on a rock, unkempt and bewildered. Call offered to let him ride one of the pack horses if he wanted to come with them, but the old man didn't even answer. He sat on the rock, shaking his head and mumbling. "I think he's gone loco," Famous Shoes said quietly to Call. "He's always been loco," Call said. "Now he's old and he's lost his dogs. If I were him, I'd quit, but I ain't him." Call went over to the old hunter, who seemed stunned by the calamity that had befallen him in the night. He held an old Winchester. Apart from 2 cartridge belts, he seemed to have no equipment. Ben Lilly was reputed to be an exceptional shot, exceptional enough to have killed more than 2,000 bears and an unreckoned number of mountain lions. Call remembered him as having keen, mean eyes. This morning, his eyes seemed vague. "He burnt old Flop," Ben Lilly said. "Old Flop was my best dog." "You're lucky he didn't burn you, Mr. Lilly," Call said. "You better follow along with us for a day or 2 until we know where he is and where he's going. Next time you might not make it to the snake den." The old man shook his head. He wore a ragged cap which looked as if it had been made from a wolf skin. He kept putting it on and then taking it back off. "I'm going to Santa Fe," he said. "I got to get some new dogs." "You won't need them if Mox catches you," Call said. "You better come with us until we stop him." "I got to get some dogs," Ben Lilly repeated. "I can't run no bears or tree no lions without some dogs." "I can't take you against your will, Mr. Lilly, but you'd be wiser to come with us," Call said. "This man's not your ordinary killer. He's the man-burner." Ben Lilly paid no attention. He was looking to the southwest, toward the distant mountains. His eyes seemed blurred and tired, but Call supposed they might clear quickly enough if he had a lion, or better yet, a bear in his sights. "Them mountains are full of lions, but there ain't no bear," he said. "I'll be going on to Wyoming, I guess. There's bear up there in Wyoming." He stood up and looked around, as if surprised to see that he was among people and not dogs. "That killer killed my dogs," he repeated. "I best go to Santa Fe." His eyes turned to the northwest. He stared at the distances. "You could go with us to Roy Bean's," Call suggested. "He usually has a few dogs." "No, I don't like Bean," Ben Lilly said. "His dogs are just hounds. One mean lion could run them all off. I won't hunt with dogs that run from lions." "Be careful, then," Call said. But the old man either didn't hear him or didn't care to respond. He put his Winchester on his shoulder and climbed out of the ravine, heading north. Though he seemed stiff in his movements, he kept moving north and was soon out of sight. Brookshire couldn't get used to the way people behaved in the West. The old man had no blanket or kit of any kind. No doubt he had matches somewhere about his person, but otherwise he was setting out to walk hundreds of miles in the wintertime with nothing but a gun and 2 cartridge belts, and in country where there were at least 2 deadly killers on the loose. "He just hunts?" Brookshire asked. "Yes, all his life," Call said. "I never heard of him doing anything else." "Well, if he was born today, he'd have to do something else," Deputy Plunkett said. "There wouldn't be enough varmints to satisfy him. I've never even seen a wild bear. The circus come once, and it had a little bear, but it was tame." "You're right," Call said. Mr. Lilly's worked himself out of a job where bears are concerned, unless he heads for Alaska. Call felt some sadness as he watched Ben Lilly disappear into the sage in the distance, his rifle on his shoulder. It was unlikely that he would ever see the old man again. Call had never liked him, really. The two of them had probably not exchanged 100 words in all their various brief meetings over the years. Ben Lilly would talk of nothing except what he was hunting at the time, and Call hunted only for practical purposes and had nothing to say about it. But Ben Lilly was one of the old ones of the West. Ben Lilly and Goodnight and Roy Bean and a few others. None of them were particularly likable, although Charles Goodnight had become friendlier than Call had ever expected him to be. But all of them, and those like them who had fallen, Gus McCrae and old Kit Carson, the Bent brothers, Shanghai Pierce, and Captain Marcy, had been part of the adventure. But Gus McCrae had declared the adventure over before the Hat Creek outfit had ever crossed the Yellowstone. A few days after he said it, he had gone off adventuring and been killed. Gus had been both right and wrong. The exploring part of the adventure had ended, but not the settling part, and settling in the time of the Comanche and the Cheyenne and the Apache had plenty of adventure in it. Now the settling had happened. Ben Lilly and Goodnight and Roy Bean, and he supposed himself, for he too had become one of the old ones of the West, were just echoes of what had been. When Lilly fell, and Goodnight and Bean and himself, there wouldn't even be echoes, just memories. Call mounted up, feeling that he had begun to miss Ben Lilly, a man he had never liked. Yet a time or two in his life he had even missed enemies. Kicking Bird, the Comanche chief, was one. Missing Gus McCrae, a lifelong friend, was one thing. Missing Ben Lilly was something else again. It made Call feel that he had outlived his time, something he had never expected to do. Now he had begun to listen for echoes, an unhealthy form of distraction, when there were still men in the country who burned people and dogs. It was an unhappy thought, but soon it might be that the bad men, the Wes Hardens and the Mox Moxes, would be all that was left of the West as it had been. The bad men, in the end, were the ones who wouldn't settle. A few miles farther on, Famous Shoes showed them the burned dog. It was large, part mastiff, Call reckoned. Its 4 feet had been tied together, and its mouth wired shut. The fire hadn't been hot enough to consume the animal, but it had been thoroughly seared. Even its teeth were black. Brookshire looked at the dog, got off his horse, and threw up. Deputy Plunkett took one quick look and rode on by. He stopped 50 yards farther on, but kept his back to the group. P.I. looked and felt more than ever at a loss. He had seen far worse sights than a burned dog in his days with the Rangers, and he knew men did bad things to other men. That was an old lesson, learned and learned well in the Indian Wars. P.I. realized that he was just tired of it, tired of such sights and such memories. He had been feeling tired since he'd had to help pull Captain Call off Sheriff Donovan. P.I. didn't want to see the captain beat a person to within an inch of his life, even if the person deserved it as the sheriff had. He didn't want to see burnt dogs or burnt people or people with bad gunshot wounds in the belly or any of that. What he wanted to see was Lorena, his wife, nursing their baby at the breakfast table. He wanted to see his 3 little boys and his big girl, Clary. His big girl that all the boys were already wanting to court. He wanted to hold his wife in his arms, not bury corpses of people killed by outlaws. It was time for all that to be over. It should have already been over, at least where he was concerned. He had never had the appetite for it, and now he really didn't have the time for it either. He had different work to do. Famous Shoes studied the tracks for a while, and Call dismounted and took a look too. The tracks went east. 8 men and 2 extra horses. "They don't hurry," Famous Shoes remarked. "No, I guess they wouldn't," Call said. "If they hurried, they might miss something Mox wants to burn." He felt uncertain as to how to proceed. The killers were within 25 miles of them, probably, and there were 8 of them. If Mox would take the time to stop and burn Ben Lilly's dog, then killing was probably their main object, though no doubt they would rob, too, when the opportunity arose. Call's instinct was to go after Mox at once. It wasn't the job he had been hired to do, but Mox was between him and the job he had been hired to do. Besides, the 8 killers were a danger to anyone they encountered, wherever they were. If they had the leisure to burn a dog, they were not expecting either resistance or pursuit. Call was traveling with a largely untried troop, though. P.I. would probably fight well enough when the time came. He always had. But the others might just get in the way. Brookshire had indulged in a good deal of target practice on the trip. He was a fair shot at stationary targets, but of course he had never shot at a living target, much less one that could shoot back at him. Deputy Plunkett was also a question mark. By his own admission, he had scarcely left Laredo in his whole life. What he would do in a running fight was anybody's guess. Get himself killed, probably. "The man-burner has a big man with him," Famous Shoes said. He had found a track that was as deep as any track he had ever seen. "His horse is tired from carrying him." "That's good. Big men make easy targets," Call said. "Once we shoot the big one, we'll only have 7 to worry about. We won't be so badly outnumbered." Brookshire felt that the clock of his life had run backward to the time of the war. The sight of the burned dog did it. In the war, the sight of dead horses, some of them scorched, some with their stomachs burst open or their innards spilled, upset him more than seeing the bodies of men. He didn't know why they upset him more. They just did. In the time he had traveled with the captain, Brookshire had thought often about their quarry, Joey Garza. Joey had killed, and in fact he killed often, but he killed with a bullet. It scared him to think of Joey crouched behind a rock somewhere, looking at him through a telescope sight, ready to end his life with a bullet. Still, it was a bullet. Katie, dying of her sickness, probably suffered more than he would suffer if Joey Garza did kill him. But the man who had burned the dog, this Mox, was different. Joey was a killer. Mox must be a maniac. Brookshire had observed Captain Call over a fair stretch of time and had much confidence in his abilities. The man was a little stiff in the morning, but he kept going. He had no tendency to recklessness that Brookshire could detect. He consulted Brookshire fully when there were decisions to be made. Brookshire had confidence in the captain's ability to locate and subdue Joey Garza. He thought Call could do it, and do it handily. But Mox was a maniac, and he had 7 men with him. He wasn't interested in killing with bullets, either. What he was doing went beyond stopped trains, passengers who lost their valuables, and Colonel Terry's profits. The thought of Joey Garza left Brookshire scared, but the thought of Mox left him terrified. Call knew he had a ticklish decision to make. He could keep the men with him, try to catch up with Mox and hit him in force, such as the force was. Or he could go alone and hope to ambush Mox and the men himself. The fact that he would be 1 against 8 didn't disturb him much. Very few men could fight effectively, and of the 8 there might be only 1 who was formidable. Blue Duck had been formidable, but from what Call could remember of the Goodnight trouble, Mox had merely been mean. No one seemed to think much of his abilities as a killer. He had led Goodnight a merry chase and had eluded him, but in that instance he had a week's start. The main problem in attacking Mox and his men alone was to determine which one had the ability. That was the man to kill first. His only source of information at the moment was Famous Shoes. The old tracker had walked off to the east and was squatting on his heels, smoking. Call loped out to where he rested. It was time to decide. "He's got a giant with him, you said," Call remarked. "Who else has he got?" "3 Mexicans who spur their horses too much," Famous Shoes said. "Their horses jump when they spur them. The man-burner himself is small. He makes little tracks when he is burning something." "That's 3 Mexicans, the giant, and the man-burner," Call said. "That's 5. What about the other 3? "There's a Cherokee," Famous Shoe said. "He has the best horse, and his horse is not tired." "What makes you think he's Cherokee?" Call asked. "Because I know him," Famous Shoe said. "I tracked him once before. He stole a woman that Quanah Parker wanted to marry. His name is Jimmy Kumsa. He is very quick. I tracked him 2 years ago, and he is still riding the same horse. He takes good care of his horse. I think he is a better killer than the man-burner." "If you tracked him, why didn't Quanah get him?" Call asked. "I don't know," Famous Shoes said. "I tracked him to Taos Pueblo, but Quanah had to go somewhere on a train for many days. I think he went to see the president. When he came back, he was too busy to go get Jimmy Kumsa." "Well, that leaves 2, Call said. "I don't know where the last 2 come from," Famous Shoes admitted. "One rides a pacing horse. He is not a good rider, and his horse is not strong. The other man is small. He rides a little ways apart. Maybe the man-burner doesn't like him too much." The other men came and joined them. Brookshire looked sick. Deputy Plunkett looked scared. P.I. was calm enough, but it was clear to Call that the man's heart wasn't in what he was doing. Call decided not to leave the men. When the time came to strike Mox, he would leave them, but he wanted them to be in a more protected place before he left. If he sent them alone to Roy Beans, with Famous Shoes to guide them, they might make it and they might not. Even if they traveled by night, they would be vulnerable. Ben Lilly had been traveling by night, and he had still lost his dogs and nearly his life. "We'll go to Beans," Call said. "We'll find out what he knows. Then I may separate from you for a few days and see what I can do about these killers." They started at once, but all morning Call felt torn. He felt he should break off and go while he was so close to the killers, but he feared for the men. They were all grown men, and he should let them fend for themselves. He'd often had to leave men in dangerous situations. This time, though, he didn't feel he should leave them. He didn't want to come back and find them burnt like Ben Lilly's dog. Brookshire was relieved when the captain said he would stay with them. Looking around him, he could see nothing but an endless distance. It seemed that the west just kept opening around him into greater and ever greater distances. When he thought the horizons could get no farther away, he awoke to horizons that were yet farther. Brookshire had a compass, but he didn't use it. Captain Call was his compass. Without him, Brookshire doubted that he could find the will to keep himself going across the empty country toward the dim horizon. He would simply stop at some point. He would just stop and sit down and wait to be dead. Also, he had seen the burnt dog. If the captain left them, it wouldn't be simply a matter of keeping going, of pursuing the long horizons until they yielded up a town, a place where there might be a hotel and a train. It was no longer just the emptiness and the blowing away feeling that Brookshire had to fear. Not anymore. The man-burner was there. Probably he was within the vast rim of horizon that encircled them at that very moment. Brookshire felt deeply grateful to the captain for staying with them. He had come to feel that he might not mind dying so much if dying just meant a bullet. But Brookshire had seen Ben Lilly's dog. He did not want to die as the dog had died. He did not want to be burnt. Chapter 10.
"That Indian owes me a nickel. If he's on your payroll, fork it over,"
Roy Bean said before Call and his party had even dismounted. He was sitting in the weak winter sunlight outside his saloon, wrapped in a buffalo robe. He had a cocked pistol in one hand and a rifle across his lap. The rifle barrel stuck out from under the robe. A shotgun was propped against the wall of the saloon within easy reach.
"What sort of drink would only cost a nickel?"
Call inquired.
"He don't owe me for a drink. He owes me for some lotion,"
the judge said.
"He come up lame one time, and I let him rub some lotion on his foot and forgot to charge him for it. It was a fine lotion. It cures all ills except a weak pecker."
Call gave Roy Bean the nickel. Until he was paid his full bill, whatever it might be, there would be little chance that he would dispense much information. "I stepped on a little cactus with thorns like the snake's tooth," Famous Shoes said. "He gave me some of his lotion, and I am still walking. I will pay the nickel, although I don't have it with me right now." "Brookshire's boss will pay the nickel," Call said, not surprised that the first thing they received at the Jersey Lily Saloon was a bill of several years' standing. "Put it in your ledger, Brookshire," Call said. "I'm sure your colonel will be glad to contribute a nickel to the man who kept our tracker healthy." Brookshire had lost interest in the ledger and had not kept it current, although they had made substantial purchases in Presidio. He had, on one or two occasions, even torn pages out of it and used them to help get the campfires started. Somewhere along the Rio Concho, he had stopped feeling that he lived in a world where ledgers mattered. Colonel Terry still belonged to that world and would always belong to it. The colonel, like the old judge, would be quick to demand his nickel, even his penny. But Brookshire had passed beyond the world of ledgers into a world of space and wind, of icy nights and brilliant stars, of men who killed with bullets and men who burned dogs. In order to keep his accounts at night, Brookshire would usually have had to thaw out the ink and then thaw out his fingers sufficiently to be able to write. It was hard to see the lines on a ledger by the light of a small campfire, and it was hard to be correct in one's penmanship when one's fingers were frozen. The colonel was a stickler for good penmanship, too. He didn't like to squint or puzzle over entries when he was examining a ledger, and he had said so many times. Now, looking back into Mexico from the front of Judge Bean's saloon, the colonel's strictures no longer seemed to matter. Brookshire had other disciplines to concern himself with, such as making campfires that would last the night without wasting wood. Captain Call was as strict about campfires as the colonel was about penmanship. "Are you expecting a war party?" Call asked the judge. "You seem to be thoroughly armed."
I expect perdition, always have, the judge replied. I keep this building at my back and several guns handy in case perdition arrives in a form that's susceptible to bullets. I expect it will come in the disease form, though. I'm susceptible to diseases, and you can't shoot a goddamn disease.
If this is still a saloon, we'd like whiskey, Call said. We've had a cool ride. They had scarcely left the canyon before another norther had sung in behind them. The cold cut them badly, although they rode with their backs to the wind. The judge reluctantly took them inside the saloon. Once settled warmly into his buffalo robe, he hated to be disturbed. Most conversations, even in the coldest weather, were conducted outside, with him speaking from inside his robe. The saloon had only one table, and it was so tilted on its crooked legs that a drink placed on the uphill side would quickly slide to the downhill side and off onto the floor, unless the drinker kept a grip on his glass. Call bought whiskey for everyone. Only P.I. refrained. Lorena was very severe with him in the matter of drink. In his lonely cowboy days in Montana, he had taken to drinking for an hour or two every evening. Once married, he continued the practice for a while from nervousness. But Lorena soon put her foot down. Since the day she had put her foot down, P.I. had very few drinks, norther or no norther. He did take a beer, though. Fortunately, Judge Bean had a few. Famous Shoes requested tequila. The judge also had plenty of that substance, and drank almost a pint as if he were drinking water. Deputy Plunkett fell asleep just as the judge was refilling his whiskey glass. It promptly slid toward the edge of the table, but the judge himself caught it at the last minute.
I'll pour this back in the bottle until your man wakes up, Roy Bean said.
The judge had quick, crafty eyes. Rumor had always placed him on the wrong side of the law. Call had not been the only one surprised when Roy Bean assumed his judgeship. To be fair, though, no one seemed to quite know what laws the new judge had broken. Some thought he smuggled gold for powerful Mexicans. Others thought he stole gold from the same Mexicans. Call thought the gold rumors were probably exaggerations. For one thing, Roy Bean lived a long way from any place where gold could be used or deposited, and gold was heavy. To Call, Roy Bean had more the manner of a skillful gambler. Becoming a judge in a region where few people had much fondness for the law was in itself a gamble.
I hope you catch the Garza boy next week, Roy Bean said. This week wouldn't be too soon, either.
I'll catch him, but I doubt it will be this week, Call said. The last train he robbed was near San Angelo, and I imagine he kept traveling. We'll have to see if Famous Shoes can pick up his track.
There are very few competent marksmen in this part of the country, Roy Bean said. This boy is a competent marksman, and he's affecting my profits. The truth is, my profits are way down, he added glumly.
Oh, how's that? Call asked.
The Garza boy shoots people who might come here and drink, the judge replied. There's other problems, too. I used to be able to sit outside and concentrate on business matters without having to worry that somebody a mile away on a hill might plug me while I'm concentrating.
Well, there's no hill within a mile of you, and half a mile would be a more likely distance for a rifle shot anyway, Call said. No rifle I've ever seen will shoot accurately much farther than half a mile.
Yes, but you ain't a competent marksman yourself, and you don't know everything, Roy Bean said sharply. Charlie Goodnight has always thought he knew everything, and so did your damn partner, and so do you.
Well, I've known a few fine shots, Call replied mildly. I've never known you to worry about killers before. There are safer places to live than along this border if you're the sort to let killers disturb your naps."
"I have weathered a number of killers, but I resent Mexican boys with rifles that can shoot that far," Roy Bean said. "If you catch him for me, I'll hang him in a wink."
"That boy ain't the only reason you ought to start napping indoors with your door locked," Call said. "Have you heard of Mox?"
"Yes, Wes Hardin said he was around," Roy Bean said. "Who's he singed now?"
"Ben Lilly's best dog," Call replied.
"Nah, flop," Roy Bean said, visibly startled. "Why would the son of a bitch burn a dog?"
"Why would he burn a person?" Call asked. "Because he likes to, that's why."
"Did he get Ben?" the judge asked.
"No, but they killed every dog he had," Call said. "I'm thinking of going after him first before he causes any more harm."
"Go get him," Roy Bean said. "Leave these men here. They look like they need to thaw out. And I'll cut the whiskey to half price while they're visiting with me."
"Guarding you mean," Call thought, but he didn't say it. Mox has 7 men with him," Call remarked.
"Hardin says the Cherokee boy is the only one with any fight," Roy Bean said. "I take a slow aim and eliminate him first. That would be my advice."
"Quick Jimmy," Famous Shoes said.
"Yes, Hardin said he had a rapid way about him," Roy Bean said.
"I didn't know you were friends with John Wesley Hardin," Call said.
"I ain't. Nobody is," Roy Bean replied. "I come down here to see if I had a whore. Joey Garza's ma went to Crowtown and walked off with all the women. Hardin got restless for a whore and came to see me."
"When?" Call asked.
"Last week," Bean said. "He says Crowtown's emptied out since the women left."
"Joey Garza's mother went to Crowtown and took the women?" Call said. "Took them and went where with them? She wasn't home when we came through Ojinaga. Billy Williams was looking after her other children. She has a pretty little girl, but the child is blind."
"I ain't met the woman, but I expect she's a beauty," Roy Bean said. "Billy's been in love with her most of his life, but she won't bend. Olin Roy is partial to her, too, but she won't have Olin neither."
"I would have thought Huerta or somebody would have finished Olin by now," Call said. "Dabbling in Mexican finance is chancy work." Call remembered the little blind girl with the quick expression standing with Billy Williams. He rarely noticed children, but he not only remembered the blind girl, he could picture her vividly in his mind. He wondered about the mother. Few women would be bold enough to go to Crowtown. This woman had not only gone, she had led the women of the community away. She had produced the blind girl, the idiot boy, and Joey, and if Bean was to be believed, had captured and held the affections of Billy Williams and Olin Roy, 2 men who had not been noted for the constancy of their attachments. Olin was a smuggler who spoke good Spanish, and Billy Williams was more or less a roving drunk. Still, some women seemed to be able to get holds on the most unlikely men. P.I., for example, had never seemed to be the marrying kind. He had never sought out women that Call could remember when they were in towns. But here was P.I., married and happily so, it seemed. "I don't understand the business about the women," Call said. "She just rode into town and rode out with them?"
"Nope," Bean said. "She rode in on a spotted pony, but Joey stole it and left her afoot. She and the women walked out."
"I met her on the road when she was almost there," Famous Shoes remarked. She got very cold in the sleet storm, crossing the Pecos. I built her a fire, but she was angry with me and wouldn't let me stay. Did she know you were working for me? Call asked. Yes, and she don't want you to kill Joey, Famous Shoes said. She don't want me to track him for you. I didn't know you knew her, Call said. Her name is Maria, Famous Shoes said. She saved my life the first time the hard sheriff wanted to hang me. She was too angry when I met her this time, he repeated. I built the fire and left her. He's an ungrateful son if he stole her horse and left her afoot in a place like Crowtown, Call said. Not many women would ride into Crowtown. Or cross the darn Pecos either, P.I. said. Not when it's icy. I'd call that brave. Well, the boy is her son, Call said. Even if he stole her horse, you can't expect her to want him dead. I don't know the woman. She can like it or lump it, Roy Bean said. Her son's a thieving, murdering lawbreaker. You better go catch him and plow Mox under, too, if you have the time. This is your jurisdiction, Judge, Call reminded him. I was just hired to catch Joey Garza. What I'd like to know is where his mother took the women. Wesley said she took him to the railroad, Roy Bean said. He was upset. He said he would have shot her on sight if he'd known she was going to take away the horse. Where is Hardin while we're talking about killers? Call asked. No idea. He left, Roy Bean said. I ain't his butler. The judge had produced 1 bottle of brandy and asked an inordinate price for it, but Brookshire bought it anyway. He drank it until the edges of the little room became blurred, which didn't take long. Now, the captain was talking about yet another killer, a famous one this time. Even in Brooklyn there were people who had heard of John Wesley Hardin. Brookshire kept drinking the brandy. He drank until he could hardly see the captain, who was sitting not 2 feet from him. Deputy Plunkett was snoring. The warmth of the room had put him right to sleep. It seemed to Brookshire that they were traveling in circles. Every curve took them farther from civilization and produced another killer. The whole thing had started with the train robbery. Now it involved 3 men who, among them, had killed the equivalent of a company of soldiers. Killers were multiplying, whereas Captain Call wasn't. There was still only one of him. They say the Garza boy has a cave full of valuables down in Mexico, Roy Bean said. They say he takes everything he steals and hides it there. I expect that's a rumor, Call said. It's nice to think about, though, Bean said. If I could find myself a cave full of treasure, I could retire from the bench and move to England. And if I was in England, I could watch Miss Lily Langtry perform on the stage every night of the week. Call paid no more attention to Judge Bean. The only interesting information he possessed came from John Wesley Hardin, and it concerned Joey Garza's mother. If there was a way to find Joey, it probably involved the mother, not the cave. Sooner or later, Joey might come home. The fact that he had stolen his mother's horse might not mean much. Mothers had been known to overlook worse behavior than that. Joey might decide to bring the pony back someday. He knew he was being chased and might want his mother to hide him. Soon all the company was asleep except for P.I. Famous Shoes had drunk a 2nd pint of tequila. He curled up under the table and slept soundly. Brookshire was out, his head fallen into his arms. Deputy Plunkett was snoring soundly, his head tipped so far to one side that his hat had fallen off. P., who'd had only 1 beer, seemed a little glum, but he was not drunk. The smelly old judge had taken his buffalo robe and gone back outside. Call motioned to P.I., and the two of them went out into the cold air. "I'm going to split off," Call said. "I hate to do it, but we've got two different threats to deal with, and I don't think they'll line themselves up like dominoes and wait for us to knock them over." He'd had a feeling that the captain might be about to leave. It always made P anxious when the captain left to perform some task alone. When the captain wasn't around, things were apt to go wrong. Several horses might turn up lame at the same time, or a man might develop pleurisy, or the hunters might be unable to bring in any game. "I guess it will upset Brookshire," P.I. said. It was easy to see that Brookshire set great store by the captain's judgment. "Yes, I expect so," Call said. "But he's a grown man, and he knows how to make a fire. You'll have to watch that you don't fall asleep on guard duty," he added mildly. "The others haven't had your experience. You don't want to let anybody slip up on you." "Not with the man-burner on the loose," P.I. said. "Where do you want us to go?" "Go back to where we were, only circle down into Mexico," Call said. "You'll be safer, at least from Mox. That village just across from Presidio is where Joey Garza's mother lives. I think that's where we'll catch him." "What if he gets there before you do?" P.I. asked. "Wait," Call said. "Circle south of the village and camp on the Rio Concho about half a day away. I'll find you." "That don't sound too hard," P.I. said. But the melancholy wouldn't leave him. It only got stronger. The captain was going one way and sending him another. It was a sign of trust that the captain would leave him in charge of the men. There was nothing exceptional about splitting up a company either. That had happened many times in the old days. "This is not the end of the world," Lorena often told him when she was trying to boost his spirits after some quarrel or mistake. "It's not the end of the world, P. Just pick up and keep going." P.I. felt that Lorena didn't understand how much their fights or his mistakes saddened him. She would get busy with the children or start studying her schoolwork, and the quarrel would go out of her mind. She would become cheerful again so quickly that it would make P.I. feel a little lonely. Hurts didn't go out of his mind that quickly, particularly if he was the cause of them. They seemed to settle in his throat like gravel in a chicken's craw. Often his feelings of absence or confusion would linger so long in his breast, while Lorena and the children went on with their lives, moving around him as if he wasn't there, that P.I. had a hard time feeling he was in their lives at all. He would begin to feel he was just some stranger who happened to be staying where his family lived. Often, too, it would not be until the next day, when some child jumped in his lap or came to him with a problem, that he would recover a sense of being connected to them. As the captain went about preparing to leave, they had bought a couple of extra rifles in Presidio, and the captain took one of them and a good supply of ammunition. P.I. felt the same sadness tightening his throat that he felt at home when Lorena tried to assure him that his world wasn't coming to an end. Lorena could say that to him all she liked, but her saying it didn't take away P.I.'s feeling that the world might be coming to an end anyway. As he grew older, he felt more keenly how hard it was to know anyone. Lorena and the captain, in turn, let him stay with them and share their lives. But Lorena and the captain were complete in a way that he wasn't. And being complete, they didn't realize how partial he felt. He was not as good as they were, not as smart and not as strong. They might know him, but he felt he would never be much good at knowing them. Often, in bed at night, listening to Lorena breathe and feeling her body warming his, tears would come to his eyes from the sense that he didn't know his Lorena. He didn't, and he never would. He felt grateful, though, that she was letting him stay with her, and glad that they had the children and the farm. But it didn't mean that the world wasn't coming to an end, or that it wouldn't. P.I. didn't attempt to tell the captain how he felt, though. The captain was preparing to leave, and he didn't linger when he had someplace to go. "I'll meet you on the other side of the river," Call said. "If I don't have too much aggravation with Mox, I wouldn't think I'd be gone much more than a week."
"Don't neglect any killers," Roy Bean admonished.
He was swaddled in his buffalo robe, the cocked pistol still in his hand. "You oughtn't to leave that pistol cocked," P.I. said as they watched the captain lope away to the east. "You might have a bad dream and jerk and shoot your knee off."
"It might rain horrors out of the sky, too, but I doubt it," Roy Bean said.
Chapter 11. Joey Garza watched Captain Call's departure through a telescope he had taken off the train from San Angelo. The telescope had belonged to an old man with stringy gray hair, who protested so much when Joey took it that Joey shot him. He had not intended to kill anybody when he stopped the train. He'd only wanted to add to his treasures. If the old man had surrendered the telescope peacefully, Joey wouldn't have killed him. The old man claimed to be a teacher. He said he taught about the stars and needed the telescope in order to study the stars. He was bound for Fort Davis, where the stars were easier to see, or so he said. He offered to give Joey all his money if Joey would leave him the telescope.
"You see, I can't get another, not in these parts," the man said. "I had to send to England for this one."
Joey thought he was just a disagreeable old man, so he shot him and took the telescope and the money, too. Apart from 2 or 3 good watches, the telescope was the only thing on that particular train that Joey felt was worth stealing. He hoped that by going east, closer to the cities of the Texans, he would find better things on the trains he robbed. But if San Angelo was any example, this theory was no good. The train mainly held cowboys who were being sent to some large ranch. None of the cowboys had anything of value. Sometimes Joey took fine spurs, but the spurs these cowboys wore were of no interest. Even their saddles were poor. So he took the telescope and the little stand that it rested on, killed the old man, and left. That night he used the telescope to look at the stars. He had to admit that the old man had been telling the truth. The telescope brought the stars much closer. When Joey pointed it at the moon, the results were even better. He could see what seemed to be mountains on the moon. The surface of the moon looked a little like the country where the Apache had taken him. It was pretty bare. The best use of the telescope, though, was to look at men. He concealed his mother's spotted pony in a gully before pointing the telescope at Roy Bean's door. By adjusting it a little, he could see with great clarity. He saw the famous Captain Call come out with his tall friend and get ready to leave. He saw the captain take an extra rifle, and even saw that Judge Roy Bean kept his pistol cocked. It annoyed Joey that the captain left his men behind. There were 4 of them. 3 were still inside. If they stayed, he would have to kill them before he could hang the judge. But he didn't want to kill them while the famous bounty hunter Captain Call was close enough to hear the shots. It meant waiting, which Joey hated. He wanted to hang the judge and then follow Captain Call and shoot him. Once Call was dead, he intended to go to Ojinaga and steal his brother and sister. It bothered him that his mother gave them so much attention. He meant to steal them and give them to the man-burner if he could find him. If the man-burner wanted to burn them, that was fine with Joey. They were damaged anyway, too damaged to deserve all the attention his mother gave them. They were merely the products of her whoring. Stealing them would show her what he felt about her low behavior. If the man-burner had no interest in burning them, Joey meant to take them deep into Mexico and give them away to someone who wanted 2 slaves. He would take them so far away that his mother would never find them. And if he could find no one who wanted them for slaves, he might take them to his cave and throw them off the cliff behind it. To his relief, the men Captain Call left at the saloon didn't stay long. The tall man went back inside and got them. There were 2 more white men and Old Famous Shoes. The 2 white men looked drunk. One of them was so drunk that he had difficulty mounting. But eventually they got started. Famous Shoes led them across the river and took them north. Probably the captain had sent them to catch him when he came home. If that was the plan, it was silly. He might not go home. And even if he did, white men who were so drunk they couldn't mount their horses were not going to catch him. He could ride in and steal his brother and sister while they were in the cantina getting drunk again. They would never see him or even know he had been there. Of course, Famous Shoes might find his tracks and track him. Joey decided he had better kill Famous Shoes at some point. The old man was the last tracker in Mexico capable of tracking him to his cave. It would be best to kill him soon before some gringo hired him to find the cave. Joey knew that the cave was becoming a legend among the gringos. Soon men would begin to hunt for it. But the cave was deep in the mountains, up a canyon where horses couldn't go. With Famous Shoes dead, the treasure in his cave would be safe for years. When Captain Call and the men had been gone a few hours, Joey got out his rifle and looked through the telescope at Judge Roy Bean. The old man had gone inside and got himself a bottle of whiskey. He sat with his back to the building, holding his pistol in his lap. The whiskey bottle he set on a little rock beside his chair. There was a shotgun propped against the wall, and a rifle under the buffalo robe. The old man had brought some kind of newspaper out of the saloon and was reading it in the fading sunlight. It was a large newspaper. When the judge held it up to read, all Joey could see was his legs. Joey leveled the rifle and shot Judge Roy Bean right through the newspaper, low down, a belly shot. Roy Bean leapt up and began to fire his rifle wildly, as much at the sky as at anything in particular. Joey shot him in the shoulder, so he would not be able to shoot the rifle well, and then he shot him in the leg, causing him to crumple. The old man tried to crawl over to the shotgun propped against the wall, but as he reached for it, Joey shot him in the arm. Joey was surprised that the old man struggled so after being shot in the belly. He was plainly a tough old man, but that would only make matters worse for him. Joey got on his mother's spotted pony and rode up to the saloon. He could see the rifle and the shotgun, but he couldn't see the pistol. Joey thought the pistol was probably under the newspaper the judge had been reading when he shot him in the belly. The wind was blowing the newspaper away. Several pages were stuck on prickly pear piles between the saloon and the river. Roy Bean managed to prop up against the wall of the saloon. He had his pistol, but when he pointed it at Joey and tried to shoot, the pistol didn't fire. The old man was breathing heavily. He tried again to shoot the pistol, but again the pistol didn't fire. The trigger wouldn't pull. Joey had his own pistol out and was ready to shoot, but he didn't want to kill Roy Bean with a gun if he could avoid it. He had other plans. Roy Bean grew so irritated with his pistol that he started hitting it against the wall. The joke was on him, he knew. He had kept the pistol on cock for so long that it had rusted tight. It seemed to him that it had been on cock for 10 years or more. Foolish behavior. Now the young Mexican had him. He was belly shot, had a broken shoulder, a ruined leg, and a smashed arm. He couldn't move well enough to get inside his saloon where he had a good stabbing knife. The young Mexican rode right up to him and made a loop in a rawhide rope.
"You arrogant pup, do you plan to hang me?"
"Go away," Roy Bean said.
"I'm the one that hangs people around here. I'm the law west of the Pecos, or ain't you heard, you damn cub?"
The next moment he was choking so badly he couldn't talk. Before he even realized the boy was moving, Joey Garza had slipped off his horse, flipped the rawhide noose around his neck, and jerked it so tight it almost crushed his Adam's apple. Roy Bean felt a burning anger at Woodrow Call, who could have stayed put with his men for a day or two and given Joey Garza time to pass on by. The boy had outsmarted Captain Call, and now look. But the pain in his throat grew so severe that it cut off his anger along with his breath. Joey got back on his spotted pony, and Roy Bean found himself being pulled up toward the roof of his own saloon. The boy had flipped the rawhide rope over the chimney and was backing his horse away, pulling the judge slowly upward. When his feet left the ground, he twisted slightly, trying to get a hand under the rawhide rope. But the rawhide was unforgiving. He felt scalding bile flood his throat. Roy Bean struggled and twisted. He felt that if he could just get one breath, he might yet struggle out of the noose and live. But Joey Garza slowly backed his horse, pulling Roy Bean higher, pulling the noose tighter. The rawhide was like steel. Roy Bean twisted again. He thought he might crawl up on the roof and get free, but he only had one hand. His lungs burned badly. The air seemed like black water. Call's man had been right about the pistol. He shouldn't have kept it on cock all those years. The Mexican boy backed the horse another step, pulling him so high that his head mashed against a roof beam that protruded from his wall. Black water flooded the world where the air should have been. When the old man's kicking and twisting began to slow, Joey got down and carefully gathered up the pages of his newspaper. The wind had scattered them badly, but Joey took his time and got them all. There was a bullet hole through the paper, and the prickly pear had torn it a little, but it was all there. Joey folded it carefully and put it in his saddlebags. There was a picture in it of a lady who wore many jewels. Maybe someday he would stop a train with a lady on it who had jewels he could take to his cave. Then he went inside the saloon and looked around, hoping old Bean owned something worth stealing. The old man was still kicking and twisting. Once or twice Joey heard him thump against the wall. There was not much in the saloon, though. The only thing he found that he considered worth taking was a silver picture frame. The frame sat on a whiskey box by the old man's bed. The woman whose photograph was in the picture frame seemed to Joey to be the same woman whose photograph was in the newspaper, the one whose jewels he wanted to study. But the light in the little room was dim. He wasn't sure. He took the picture with him. There was nothing in the saloon except cases of whiskey. A knife hung on a peg inside the door, but it was an old knife. Its blade had been sharpened so many times that it was as thin as the moon when the moon was only a sliver. Joey took the knife and used it to cut open Roy Bean's clothes. The old man was dead. He hung just beside his own doorway. Joey wanted to see where his first bullet had gone in. It had struck just below the navel. The old man had been tough as a jabalina, Joey decided. Not many men would struggle that hard after being shot below the navel. Before leaving to take up the trail of Captain Call, Joey stood up in the saddle and crawled onto the low roof in order to snub the rawhide rope more securely to the chimney. He wanted to make sure that Judge Roy Bean would be hanging by his own door when the next traveler showed up at the Jersey Lily Saloon, hoping for a drink. Chapter 12. Charles Goodnight, sat until past midnight studying the fire in his kitchen fireplace. Winter was always severe on the plains, but this winter was unusually severe. It drizzled and then froze. Drizzled and then froze. By Christmas time, there had been 3 big snows, which was rare. The cowboys rode long days, trying to keep the cattle from drifting too far from his range. Goodnight himself was in the saddle 15 hours a day most days. His wife, Mary, was gone visiting a sister. Otherwise, he would have been chided for working too hard. With Mary gone, the kitchen was about as much of the house as he needed to use. There was a cook stove as well as the fireplace, but he rarely cooked himself. Now and then he singed a beefsteak and ate it with strong coffee. Muley, his ranch cook, had a kitchen in the big bunkhouse where the cowhands ate. Muley, like many ranch cooks, was intolerant of suggestion or restriction. Every once in a while, when Goodnight took a meal with his cowboys, he was in the habit of speaking his mind. But if Goodnight made a habit of eating with his ranch hands too often and putting in his 2 cents about the food, a habit that visibly annoyed Muley, the result would be that Goodnight would rise up someday and fire Muley for insubordination. It would be a severe aggravation if he had to fire him. Adequate ranch cooks were at a premium in the Panhandle. He would have to go to Amarillo, if not farther, to find a replacement. The fire in the little kitchen fireplace gutted and blew as the wind sang over the chimney. Northers had been almost constant for the past month. Day after day, the plains would be coated with a thin sheet of ice as a result of the freezing drizzle. Goodnight rarely slept more than 3 hours a night. The bulk of the night he spent in the kitchen, drinking strong coffee, figuring a little, and thinking. When Mary was home, she slept her 8 hours like a log. If she woke at all, it was usually to complain that he was burning too much kerosene in the lamp. "I can't figure in the dark," he told her often, pointing to his account books. "Nor in broad daylight, either," Mary said. "Figuring ain't your strong point, Charlie. If all you're going to do is think, then turn off that lamp and sit in the dark and think. You don't need light to think by, do you?" Often he obeyed rather than quarrel. It was dangerous to quarrel with Mary when she was sleepy. If the quarrel got too vigorous, she might wake up, in which case she would press the quarrel all through the next day. She was capable of pressing one for a week or more if she was aggravated enough. Such quarrels were a great waste of energy, and a good reason for spending as much of life as possible on horseback. Once a quarrel broke out, it was like a prairie fire. Neither reason nor patience could extinguish it. Mainly, it had to be left to burn itself out. Many times he'd thought such a quarrel burned out only to have it flare up again as a result of some chance remark and consume another 100 acres of his time. But Mary wasn't there to complain about his extravagant waste of kerosene this time. No one was there. In rummaging through his desk that afternoon, looking for a hardware bill that he had evidently mislaid, he came across an old brand book, dating from the days long before when he and his partner, Oliver Loving, had first ranched in Colorado. Perusing it now in the kitchen, with the fire guttering and the wind singing, was a chastening experience, testament to the uncertainties of the cattle business and of human existence as well. Not only was his old partner, Oliver Loving, dead, but so were a large majority of the cattlemen and trail bosses whose brands were recorded in his book. Those who weren't dead had mostly gone bust in the cattle business. They were farming now or selling hardware in the small towns scattered about what had once been the great open range. Many of them had been good and able men, competent, resourceful, and good companions on the trail. But they hadn't lasted. Some got busted up by half-broken horses. Some drowned in foolish, impatient attempts to cross unfordable rivers. Others had taken sick and quickly and quietly expired. Perhaps they worked in the rain and sleet too long. The next day they had a sniffle. The sniffle became pneumonia, and they died. The book contained over 400 brands. As he turned through its pages, Goodnight kept a little tally of those brands that were still active, used by the same cattlemen who had used them during the trail driving days. He found only 8 brands whose owners were still alive and in the cattle business. Those were the toughest of the tough, or the luckiest of the lucky. Goodnight knew himself to be among the luckiest of the lucky. He had fought Indians for over 20 years and never received a scratch. Bullets had killed men fighting at his very elbow, but no bullet had ever struck him. He had taken herds across almost 100 waterless miles and not starved. He had raced to turn stampedes in pitch darkness over broken country on unreliable horses and had not once fallen or been thrown. He had been in bar rooms and other crowded situations with outlaws who would shoot you if they didn't like the way you removed your hat. Yet he had removed his hat pretty much as he pleased and had never been shot. He knew he was fortunate, not merely because none of his own blood had ever been spilled in battle, but because he himself had spilled only a minimum, considering the circumstances under which he had to operate. He had killed 3 Comanche and 1 Kiowa, and hung 3 determined horse thieves, a modest tally by the standards that had prevailed on the frontier in his youth. A man like Woodrow Call, a lawman most of his life, had far more on his conscience when it came to taking life than he himself had. It was Call, mainly, that Goodnight had on his mind as he sat in the kitchen by the little fireplace. That night, after consuming his lightly singed beefsteak, he had taken his rifle from behind the door and cleaned it. He did the same with a .44 Colt he had carried daily until a year or 2 before, when the spread of the settlements had made such a frontier artifact unnecessary, unless one was on a trip. Goodnight knew that it had mainly been the fact that he was there, on his ranch with his wife and cowhands, that had encouraged the first trickle of settlements into the Panhandle. Thereafter, the trickle had increased. Soon the trickle grew until there were towns and villages and sufficient law that sidearms gradually ceased to be a part of everyday dress. All his cowboys still wore pistols, of course. They claimed they kept them to use on snakes, but in fact, few of them could shoot well enough with a pistol to hit a rattlesnake in under 10 shots at point-blank range. The cowboys wore the guns from wistfulness, Goodnight supposed. They wanted to feel that they were living in a West that was still wild. It was harmless nostalgia for the most part, as long as they didn't injure themselves or the livestock. He put no strictures on their use of firearms. But the Panhandle was no longer the Wild West, not by a long shot. The cowboys could play and posture all they wanted to, adjusting their holsters and practicing fast draws. The fact was, they were herdsmen, not gunfighters, and it would be colossal bad luck if their herding ever brought them into contact with a real killer of the sort that had once been common in the West. If any of his cowboys were that unlucky, they would certainly be killed. Roping and branding and riding, pitching horses was no preparation for dealing with deadly men. Goodnight had cleaned the rifle and oiled up the pistol restlessly with a troubled mind. He could not get Lorena, the young schoolteacher, out of his thoughts. She had left to find her husband, and her husband, at Goodnight's own insistent urgings, had left first to go to the assistance of Captain Call. Goodnight had a nagging feeling about the whole business. It nagged him so severely that he had scarcely slept for 3 nights. If Mary had been home, she would have been having conniptions at the thought of all the kerosene he was burning in the kitchen lamp. The fact was, there still were deadly men in the West, and there was a vast space in which they could operate. The country between the Pecos and the Gila were still mostly no man's land. Its emptiness made it a magnet for killers, and at least two of some determination were operating there right now. Mox was probably only a paltry bandit, with a few horse thieves for companions, but he was the man who had piled brush on 4 cowboys and burned them to death near Pueblo, Colorado, and he had been ready to do the same to Lorena. The Garza boy didn't seem to be as morbid or afflicted with the need to burn, but he too was a deadly killer who executed his victims at random and without remorse. Goodnight felt oppressed by his own thoughts. He had made a serious mistake when he hectored P.I. at the blacksmiths in Kittikay. He had been too blunt and had acted as if things had to be as they had been in the past. Lorena did not stay a whore. No more did her husband have to stay a Texas Ranger. Except for the meeting at the blacksmith's, these two people, both a credit to their little community, would be at home with their children, the husband farming, the wife teaching school. And what was most important, they would both be safe. Now they were far from safe. They were in the great emptiness of the Pecos country, where Mox and the Garza boy were too. Perhaps Woodrow Call would eliminate the outlaws. He had eliminated a good number, some of them formidable in his day. But he couldn't be everywhere, and he couldn't work miracles. He was one man trying to find 2 killers in a big country. Goodnight had supposed that he was past having to take up the gun. He hadn't had a serious encounter with an outlaw in 20 years. He had thought that sort of conflict behind him. Certainly, Mary thought it behind him. If she had been home, he would not have been able to clean the rifle without a debate, probably vigorous. Mary believed in professionals. Cattlemen ought to raise cattle. Bankers ought to handle money. Lawmen ought to deal with outlaws, and wives ought to run their households without interference from the men. But Mary wasn't home, and anyhow, although he had often let Mary slow him, she had never stopped him, not when he felt he had a task that he should do. "No, and God and his lightning bolts don't stop you either, Charlie," Mary had observed once when he was about to leave for Colorado in uncertain weather. The weather was uncertain again, but Goodnight had never let weather interfere with him. No one who worked on the plains could afford to bend to weather if they hoped to accomplish anything. At 4 a.m., Goodnight strapped on his pistol, put his rifle back in its saddle scabbard, and went to the lots to catch his horse. It was sleeting again. Dawn was nearly 3 hours away, but he was restless. He had decided to go, and was soon saddled and ready. There was a light on in the bunkhouse kitchen. Muley, for all his flaws, at least wasn't lazy. He was in the kitchen, arms white with flour, making biscuits for the cowboys, all of whom were still asleep except his yawning foreman, Willie Bascom, who was sitting up in his bunk trying to pull on his stiff boots. "Breakfast ain't ready. I just got up," Muley said the minute Goodnight stepped in the door. "Fry some bacon. I have to leave, and I hate to travel on an empty stomach," Goodnight said. "I hope that won't interrupt your schedule too much." "I usually fry the bacon last, but I guess you're the boss," Muley said. "I was the last time I wrote you a paycheck," Goodnight said. Goodnight poured his own coffee since Muley hadn't offered to. The bacon was soon crackling and spitting grease. Willie Bascom came over and accepted a cup of coffee. He had his boots on, but did not look happy to be up. "I didn't think we was branding till tomorrow," he said. "I guess I lost shut of a day." "No, you're branding tomorrow," Goodnight said. "I hate to desert, but it's just the branding. You can handle it yourself." "Don't see why not," Willie Bascom said. "What's taking you off in a sleet storm?" Muley asked. Another habit he shared with many ranch cooks was inquisitiveness. It was not so much that he didn't mind his own business. He just didn't recognize that there was any business that wasn't his. "I'm going on a wolf hunt," Goodnight said. He'd finished his bacon and his coffee. Cowboys were just beginning to crawl out of their bunks. "These biscuits will be ready in another few minutes," Muley said. "You might as well wait and eat a few. You can't see to shoot a wolf when it's this dark anyway." "No, I'll have to do without the biscuits," Goodnight said. Despite the weather, he was impatient to leave. He had saddled his best horse, a big roan named Lacey. The horse's coat steamed as the snow melted on it. "He had his pistol on," Muley remarked once Goodnight left. "That's the last time I'll offer him biscuits if he's always going to be in such a hurry." "It's been 5 years since I've seen him wear his pistol," Willie Bascom said. By the time the cowboys finished their breakfast, Goodnight was many miles to the south. The sleet had gotten heavier, but he didn't notice. He had too much on his mind. Chapter 13. By the time Maria reached Ojinaga, her feet were badly cut from the icy, stony ground. Since leaving the railroad, Maria had walked without shoes. The train took the 7 women east. The conductor was reluctant, but not so reluctant that he would leave 7 women to die in the cold. By then, Maria's shoes were gone. The wet snow and icy weather cracked them. She cut up the bag she had carried the jerky in and wrapped her feet in the sacking, but the sacking was thin and wore out within a few miles. From then on, Maria was barefoot. She went slowly, avoiding cactus, trying not to cut herself on rocks or ice. Her food gave out when she was 3 days from the river. Since leaving the railroad, she had not seen a single human being. The conductor had offered to take her to Fort Worth. What did one more woman matter? He told her she was a fool to try to walk to Mexico in such weather. Mox had taken 2 children from a ranch near Comstock. He could be anywhere. Any day he might appear with his men and catch her. Speculation was that he had already burned the children, a boy of 9 and a girl of 6. If he caught Maria, she could expect a hard death. The conductor grew irritated with the woman when he saw that she wasn't going to take his advice. Maria merely looked at him without expression when he offered to take her on the train. He didn't like sullen women. Who was she that she could turn down free passage to Fort Worth? "My children don't live in Fort Worth. I would just have to come back," Maria said. She wanted to be polite. After all, the man had accepted the 7 women. "You've got no shoes," the conductor pointed out. Despite rough travel, the Mexican woman was good-looking. Once she was on the warm train and had some food in her, she might become friendlier. Perhaps she could be persuaded to show her gratitude for what he was doing for her friends. "You've got no shoes," the conductor said again. He felt like dragging her onto the train. It would be a kindness in the end. It might save her life. "No, but I have feet," Maria said. She saw how he was looking at her. Men were always men. She had intended to ask for a little food, but when she saw the conductor's look, she turned and walked away from the train. Men were always men. She would have to find food elsewhere. But she found no food. Only the sight of the mountains gave her the strength to keep walking. Her children were west of the mountains. Crossing the Maravilla Canyon was very hard, though. She had to crawl up the far side. The day before Maria got home, she saw 3 cowboys in the distance. She hid in the sagebrush until they were out of sight. They belonged to the big ranch. Perhaps they would remember her. If so, it might be hard. She was too tired and too weak to be worried with cowboys. If they were too hard on her, she might forget her children, and die. She still wanted to take her children to the doctors so that Raphael's mind and Teresa's eyes might be fixed. It seemed a big thing to hope for, though. She was tired and hungry, alone, and with no money. Even if she got home, she would have no money. But it was only her hope for her children, however far-fetched that hope might seem, that kept her will strong and gave her strength to keep putting her torn, swollen feet on the hard ground. Raphael and Teresa had no one but her to think ahead for them, to consider how their lives might be if she could take them to the great doctors who knew how to cure eyes and fix minds. Finally, Maria saw the curve of the river. She crossed well below Presidio. She did not want the hard sheriff to find her, just as she was almost home. Teresa heard her mother's footsteps and went running to her, though the chickens squawked loudly at such an interruption. Raphael stumbled after his sister, carrying a young goat he had taken as a pet. While Maria was still holding her children in the road, Billy came out and told her that Captain Call had destroyed the hard sheriff, beating him with a rifle.
"That's right," Billy Williams said. "Joe Donovan's done for. He had to quit. You can walk right through the middle of Presidio, and not a soul will bother you."
"Did you see Call?" Maria asked.
"I reckon I did," Billy said. "Call and a Yankee and a deputy from Laredo came riding up the Concho and stopped right at this house."
Maria saw that her children were healthy. Teresa's hair had not been brushed well, and Raphael's shirt was not as clean as she would make it when she washed his clothes. But they were healthy. Billy had done a good job. Maria smiled at him to show that she was not without gratitude. Since leaving the railroad, she had been thinking bad thoughts about men. She had left her children with this man, and he had cared for them well, although she had never been with him in the bed. Whatever his disappointments, he had been decent, and he had cared for her children. It was a thing she would not forget. She meant to try and help Billy a little, once she was rested. He was an old man. He drank too much. He didn't keep himself clean, and he was not very well. Now, though, she felt frightened for Joey. Captain Call had found her village and even her house. "Did Famous Shoes bring him here?" she asked. The old tracker was not to be trusted. He liked money too much.
"Nope, never got this far," Billy said. "Famous Shoes and another deputy were in Joe Donovan's jail when Call showed up. Joe wouldn't let him out. He pulled a gun on Call, and that's when Call started whipping him with the rifle barrel."
"Did you tell Call anything about Joey?" Maria asked suspiciously. When it came to Joey, she trusted no one.
"No, why would I?" Billy asked. "You take me for a lawman?"
"I'm sorry," Maria said. "Let's go in the house. I need to heat some water, and I need to eat." Billy and Teresa made her soup. She took a little, but she felt feverish and did not take much. The next day, Billy killed a baby goat, not Raphael's pet, and fed her some of the tender meat. Maria's fever got worse, though. For more than a week, she tossed with it, too weak to get out of her bed. Billy and Teresa cared for her, giving her a little soup and bathing her face with cool rags. Maria's mind flew around while the fever burned or chilled her. She saw Joey hanging from the rock where Benito had died. In a dream, Benito came to her as a baby and tried to suck her breast. She dreamed about Captain Call beating the hard sheriff with a rifle, only the hard sheriff changed into Joey. It was Joey who the captain beat. When the fever broke and Maria could look clearly at the world again, Billy Williams was asleep on the dirt floor by her bed. He had a bottle of whiskey beside him, but had drunk only a little. The bottle had fallen over, and whiskey was seeping out. Billy slept with his mouth open. To Maria, he seemed older than he had seemed when she took the fever. He looked gray, as if he had no blood. It was a chilly morning. When Maria got up, she covered Billy Williams with the serape she had been using for herself. "Mother, a man came and looked at me," Teresa said. She was glad that her mother was out of bed. "What kind of man?" Maria asked. "A gringo. He is the one who is hunting Joey," Teresa said. "I could feel him looking at me." Again, Maria felt frightened. Call had destroyed the hard sheriff. He was hunting her son. What business did he have coming to her house and looking at her daughter? "Go in the house if he comes back," Maria said. "Don't let him look at you. He is a bad man. He wants to kill Joey. Don't ever let him look at you." "He said I was pretty," Teresa said. "He didn't do anything bad." "He was right. You are pretty," Maria said. She hugged her daughter. They sat in a chair by the table. Raphael came in with his pet goat and sang the goat a little song. Maria held her daughter in her arms for a long time. Someday Teresa would be a woman, but Maria didn't want that time to be soon. She held her daughter tightly. Raphael sat down by Maria's chair, holding his goat in his lap. Maria stroked his hair. Then she held Teresa tightly. Teresa liked it when her mother held her close in her warm arms. Maria wished that this could be their life forever, just herself and her children sitting in her warm kitchen together. If such a time could be the whole of life, then life could be happiness. If Teresa could remain a child in her arms, then Teresa would never know the deep sorrows of womanhood, sorrows as deep as the cold water in the village well. She sniffed her daughter's neck. Teresa still smelled like a child. She did not smell like a woman yet. Raphael had stopped changing. Unless she could find a doctor to fix his mind, Raphael would always be a boy. He would not know many of the sorrows of men. But Teresa was growing. Only her eyes were arrested. Teresa had heard Captain Call's compliment and remembered it. She would not always fit in Maria's arms, and she would not always smell like a little girl. Maria meant to hold her as long as she could. Joey might be evil, he might be lost. Raphael might always be young in his mind. But Teresa was whole. She lacked only sight. Some day she would escape from her mother's arms and walk out in her beauty into the world of sorrows. Maria didn't want it to be soon. Chapter 14. Call had a sense that someone was behind him, but if so, it was someone smart. After 2 days, the sense was so strong that Call doubled back twice. If it was the Garza boy, Call might surprise him. Even if he didn't surprise him, he could probably strike his track and determine whether the boy was alone. In the course of 4 days' travel, he doubled back 3 more times, but he didn't surprise Joey Garza, and he struck no track. Yet the sense that someone was behind him wouldn't leave him. It became a conviction, though none of his maneuvers produced the slightest evidence of a pursuer. Anyone following him would have had to be on horseback, and horses left tracks. But there were no tracks. If it was the Garza boy, then he was a formidable plainsman. In the cold night, Call rode a circle, hoping to glimpse a campfire. But there was no campfire either. It was vexing because it made him distrust his own instincts. Maybe he had slipped a notch as a tracker, or maybe he had just begun to imagine things. Never before had he followed his instincts and come up totally empty. All he could do was travel cautiously. At night he made no fires. He slept little and kept his horse saddled and the bridle reins in his hand when he lay down. During the day he kept as much space around him as possible. He tried to stay a mile or more from any cover that might shelter a killer with a fine rifle and a telescope sight. He whirled his horse, often hoping to catch a flash of reflection on a spur or a bridle bit, but he saw no reflections. He was alone, yet he knew he wasn't. Then it occurred to him that perhaps the boy wasn't on horseback. Perhaps he was a runner like Famous Shoes or some of the celebrated Apache. If so, he was bold indeed. Few men of experience would voluntarily put themselves afoot in such country in the winter-time. Few would be able to do it without fire to rest by in the freezing night. Call's own hands ached terribly in the mornings. 3 days passed without his even unsaddling his horse. He was afraid he might not be able to pull the saddle straps tight again with his sore hands. When the horse grazed, he walked with him. One night he napped on his feet, leaning against the horse for warmth. He took the trigger guards off both rifles. His knuckles were too swollen to fit through them. On the 5th day, he crossed the trail of Mox and his men. They were traveling toward Fort Stockton. The trail was fresh. The gang had just passed. In fact, to the northwest, Call did see a flash as the sun struck some piece of equipment. Call checked the loads in both rifles and took his extra Colt out of the saddlebags. It was mid-afternoon. He turned northwest on the easily followed track of the killers. He put his horse into a lope, debating with himself about the timing of his ambush. He could try to overtake them that day. His mount was fresh enough. If he could kill Mox and the Cherokee, the others might run. But he needed good light to shoot by, and he also needed to be close. He was not shooting a German rifle with a telescope sight. He was confident of his marksmanship, but only if the range and the light were favorable. If he attacked at night, as Gus had once attacked Blue Duck's camp, it would all be guesswork, and anyhow, he had never been as reckless on the attack as Gus McCrae. Within an hour, it became apparent that catching up with the gang would be no trouble. They were idling along. Call soon had to drop back and veer west of them to lessen the danger of being observed. He decided then to try to close the gap and hit them as they made camp. They didn't know he was following them and might not immediately set a guard. The outlaws were even lazier than Call judged them to be at first. It was only a little past mid-afternoon when they made camp. Call walked his horse for the last 3 miles as he approached. He was 1 against 8, and he wanted to be as meticulous as possible in what he had to do. He could not expect to thunder in and kill 8 men, or even cripple them sufficiently to remove them as a threat. Above all, he had to try to kill the fighter, Jimmy Kumsa, first. As Call cautiously moved, foot by foot, to within 200 yards of the camp, he heard a child scream. It was a rude surprise. Mox must have taken a child from some farm or ranch in his marauding. The outlaws had not even made a campfire yet. Surely they couldn't be burning the child. But the child continued to scream as Call crept closer. The child's screams rang in Call's ears, echoing other screams heard years before. On one of his first forays against hostile Indians, when he was a young ranger, the troop had surprised a little cluster of Comanche on the Washita. They recovered 2 young white captives, both girls. Just before the rangers raced down on the camp, one of the little girls screamed. An old Comanche woman was beating her with a stick. Call shot the old woman, the only female he ever killed in his years of battle. The little girls had lost their minds from the cold and the beatings. The one the old woman was beating recovered and married. The other one was never right. When Call got close enough to look over a low ridge down into the camp where the child was screaming, he saw that Mox had 2 children, a boy and a girl. They were bound together by a short length of chain. Mox was quirting the boy savagely, whipping him in the face. The little girl seemed too terrified to even whimper, but the boy screamed every time the quirt struck him. Call looked first for Jimmy Kumsa, but saw at once that he had no clean shot at him. The Cherokee was among the horses, preparing to hobble them for the night. The 3 Mexicans, the giant and a small man, were standing idle, easy targets. But the giant was standing between Call and Mox, watching him quirt the child. The 8th man Call couldn't immediately see, which worried him. Call had never seen a man beat a child so savagely. What the old Comanche woman on the Washita had done to the young girl was merely rough compared to the whipping he was witnessing. Call felt he had to act quickly. Otherwise, Mox might whip the boy's eyes out or even kill him with the quirt. There was no time to plan. He had to shoot if he wanted to save the child's eyesight and possibly his life. He could not shoot the Cherokee first or the man-burner either. He had to act if he hoped to save the little boy's vision. Call shot the giant man first, hoping he would fall clear and give him a clean shot at Mox. But the giant staggered, leaving Mox mostly hidden. Call went ahead, risked 1 shot, and hit him, but Mox did not fall. Even before he could lever a 3rd shot, he heard horses racing away and knew that Jimmy Kumsa was escaping. The Cherokee had taken 2 horses and was hanging between them. Call couldn't see him at all. He shot again at Mox and hit him in the shoulder. Then Mox too was among the horses. The 3 Mexicans and the small man were running for their rifles, which had been propped against their saddles. They were slow, perhaps drunk. Call shot all 4 of them and put them down, not for good, probably, but down. Mox couldn't ride as well as Jimmy Kumsa. Even without a broken shoulder, he could not have handled animals well enough to hang between 2 horses. But he managed to do the next best thing, which was to spook all the horses and raise a dust. Call snapped a shot at one of the horses Jimmy Kumsa was escaping with. The horse went down, but the Cherokee didn't go down with it. He switched to the other horse and struggled into the saddle. Call shot again, but by then the range was long and the bullet kicked up dust. One of the fallen Mexicans was trying to run to his horse, but his horse was carrying Mox away. Call shot the Mexican again and then threw 1 more shot at Mox. He could scarcely see him for the dust, but he thought he hit him in the leg. The big man was stirring, so Call shot him again. What nagged him was the 8th man. Where could he be? Almost as the question registered in his mind, he saw a man trying to pull up his pants a good distance beyond the camp. He had been shitting and was trying to get his pants up so he could run away when Call saw him. He was a long way from camp, but Call took a slow aim and brought him down. Mox and Jimmy Kumsa were far out of range, but still going. Maybe they would keep running, but there was also a chance they would return and make a fight of it. It would depend on how badly Mox was wounded and whether he was disposed to fight. Jimmy Kumsa had run from Quanah Parker. Probably he would run again, but that was not a certainty. Call reloaded, took both rifles, stuck one in his belt, and with a pistol in one hand and a rifle in the other, leading his horse, he had to hold the bridle reins in his teeth, came down into the camp. Of the 6 men down, only the last one, the one who had been shitting, was dead. When, a little later, Call walked out and turned him over, he found a boy in his late teens with black teeth. The other men he had to dispatch with his pistol, which he did quickly. He was not in a position to take prisoners, much less to nurse wounded outlaws who would only recover to be hung if they recovered at all. Call had no difficulty freeing the children. The short chain that held them was only fastened with wire. The little boy was still moaning. His face ran blood. Call washed the blood away with water from one of the dead men's canteens. One of the boy's eyes had swollen shut, probably from being hit with the tip of the quirt. The eye itself did not appear to be hurt, and the other eye was not damaged. The cuts on the boy's face were deep, but he was young, and he would recover. The little girl grabbed Call's leg and clung to it so tightly he had to pull her arms loose in order to lift her up. "Want Ma," she said. "Want Ma." The little boy had stopped moaning. He seemed numb. He looked at Call with his one open eye, gratefully, though. "He said he'd whip my eyes out," the boy said. "He said he'd burn Marcy." "He's gone. He won't put your eyes out, and he won't burn your sister. Can you stand up?" The boy stood up. He was shaky from the shock of the violence and probably from lack of proper food, but he could walk. The horse Call shot was on its feet again. It stood pawing the ground about 100 yards away. It was saddled. If it was not too badly injured, it might do for the children. Call was keenly conscious that he needed to move, and move at once. The ridge that had provided his cover before the fight would provide the same cover for the Garza boy, who, if he was following, would undoubtedly have heard the shooting. All Joey Garza would have to do would be to crawl up behind the ridge and shoot. He wouldn't need his telescope sight. Call and the children were within easy range. "Stay a minute. I need to catch this horse so we can go," Call told the children. He left them standing together. The little girl tried to run after him, but the boy grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Call caught the wounded horse easily and was relieved to see that his wound wasn't crippling. The wound was in the neck. It was bleeding profusely, but he could stop the bleeding, and the horse could carry the two children. Fort Stockton was not more than 40 miles away. "Mister, have you got a biscuit?" the boy asked when Call returned, leading the horse. "Me and Marcy ain't had no food. That squint eye wouldn't give us none." Call rummaged quickly in the dead man's kit and found some jerky and a few stiff tortillas. He gave them to the children. "This is all I can do for now," Call said. "We have to leave here. Can you ride a horse?" "I guess I can," the boy said with some pride. "Pa got me Brownie when I was 3, and I'm 9 now." His wounds were still running blood. The whole front of his shirt was stained with it. But that could be attended to later, when they were safe. "We have to move," Call said. "We ain't safe here. The man who quartered you might come back." "Why didn't you kill him, mister?" the boy asked. "I tried. I hit him," Call said. "I wish you'd killed him," the boy said. "He said he'd burn Marcy." Call gathered up serapes from the dead men. He wrapped the children well against the cold and put them on the wounded horse. Probably neither of the children had been warm in days. The little girl shivered so badly that Call thought he might have to tie her to the horse. But he didn't. It wouldn't do to have her tied to a horse if there was another fight. He took several blankets and what food he could find. At the last minute, he discovered a piece of antelope haunch wrapped in some sacking. That was lucky. He cut off 2 pieces and gave them to the children to gnaw as they rode. He decided to lead the wounded horse. With Mox Mox and Jimmy Kumsa somewhere ahead of him, perhaps waiting in ambush, and with Joey Garza behind him, if it was Joey Garza behind him, he needed as much control over the animals as he could get. "What's your name?" Call asked the boy before he mounted. "Bob," the boy said. "Bobby Fant." "Why, son, is Jasper your pa?" Call asked. Jasper Fant?" "That's our pa. How'd you know his name, mister?" the boy asked. His wounds had stopped bleeding and had crusted over. Call had packed some sand in the wound in the horse's neck, and it was no longer bleeding so badly. "Your pa worked for me once," Call said. "We went to Montana together. I didn't even know he had married. Last I heard of him, he was in Nebraska." "Nope, we live out by Comstock now," the boy said. "Say, are you Captain Call?" he asked, his eyes widening. He even got the swollen eye open in his amazement. "Yes, I'm Captain Call," Call replied. "Pa always talks about you," the boy said. "He said if anyone ever took us, he'd get you to find us, even if it was Indians that got us." "Well, it's your good luck that I did find you," Call said. "You hold on to your sister and don't let her fall off." "We may have to ride all night, Bob," he said. "There's a town we can get to tomorrow if we don't stop. Once we get there, you'll both be safe, and I can send you home to your ma and pa." "Want Ma," the little girl said again. "Want Ma." "You'll have her," Call said. Despite being wrapped in two serapes, the little girl was still shivering, chilled through by the long cold, Call supposed. "Don't let her fall," he said again to the boy. "Oh, I don't guess Marcy will fall off. She's got her own pony back home," the boy said. Call took the lead rope and headed immediately into the widest space he could find, well away from the ridges. He was glad that Fort Stockton was no farther than it was. It was bitter weather, and the children had gone through a brutal experience. They might sicken yet, and probably would. He wanted to get them to a place where there were warm houses and a proper doctor. They seemed to him to be remarkably plucky children. That was even more remarkable in view of the fact that their father was Jasper Fant, a man who complained constantly about his ills, real or imagined. He had been a Hat Creek cowboy and had made the drive to Montana. His main terror was of drowning, but it took only a sniffle to bring out Jasper's complaints. Night fell, and Captain Call kept riding. He stopped now and then to check on the wound in the horse's neck. The little girl had gone to sleep, propped against her brother's chest. Bobby, the boy, was wide awake. "We're going to keep going," Call told him. "Gnaw on that meat and give your sister some if she wakes up." "My hands are freezing off," the boy said. "I wish it wasn't so cold." "Keep your hands under the blanket," Call said. "I can't stop and make a fire. Mox might find us." "That squint, I wish you'd killed him," Bobby said. "Well, I didn't, but I might yet," Call said. Call rode on, trying to knot an old bandana around his neck to protect it from the cutting wind. The little gun battle had been badly handled, he knew. Bobby Fant was right to reproach him for not killing Mox. The boy's screams had caused him to rush what he ought not to have rushed. It would have been wiser to let the boy endure the whipping for another few seconds. The large man might have moved out of the way and given him a clear shot at Mox. He might even have had a clear shot at Jimmy Kumsa if he had waited a minute more to start firing. As it was, he had rushed, and the result of his rushing was that he had killed the 6 incompetents and let the 2 really dangerous men escape. It was foolish behavior. He had rescued the children, but he hadn't removed the threat. He should have kept his mind on the prime object, which was to kill Mox. Jimmy Kumsa might be deadly, but he hadn't been leading the pack, and he didn't quirt children for his amusement. Another truth, just as discouraging, was that he had not shot well. Only the boy who had been caught with his pants down had been killed cleanly with 1 shot, and that was probably luck. All the others had required 2 or more bullets. It was poor shooting, and yet he'd had all the advantages. Not a shot had been fired at him. He had been shooting from less than 50 yards distance, and he had taken the men completely by surprise. Call blamed his swollen knuckles. Also, he wasn't as sure of his eyesight as he had been. If the men had been better fighters, he would have been in trouble. If Mox and Jimmy Kumsa had taken cover instead of running, the outcome of the struggle might have been different. Call often picked over battles in his mind. There were few fixed rules. Once men started shooting at one another with deadly intent, strategies and plans were usually forgotten. Men acted and reacted according to their instincts. Experience didn't always tell. Veterans of many battles made wild, inexplicable mistakes. Even men who remained perfectly calm in battle did things that they could not make sense of later, if they survived to rehash the battle. But, right or wrong, it was done. At least he had Jasper Fant's children, and they would survive, if he could get them to a warm place soon enough. As Call rode on, the cold grew more intense. His mind returned again and again to the shooting. It troubled him that he had shot so poorly. Augustus McCrae, given similar advantages, would probably have killed all the men with a pistol. And before the night ended, the children got so cold that Call had to stop and risk a fire. He could barely gather sticks with his stiff fingers. The children's feet were so cold that Call knew he was risking frostbite if he didn't do something. Fortunately, there was enough scrubby brush that he soon had adequate wood. He made 2 fires and put the freezing children between them. The crusted blood on the boy's face was icy. He had been plucky when first rescued, but had gone into a kind of shock and couldn't speak. The little girl was so cold she was past whimpering. Call built up the fires and kept them flaming as the children slept. He himself hunkered near the flames only a few minutes at a time. It was so cold that he doubted any killer would be vigorous enough to take advantage of them. But he couldn't be sure, and he didn't want to get too warm himself. When he hunkered by the fire, fatigue began to suck at him, a deep fatigue. He was accustomed to sleeping in snatches, squatting, leaning against a horse. He even slept riding if the country was flat and the horse reliable. In the Indian fighting days, he had tried to acquire the abilities and the endurance of his foes. He wanted to be able to do anything a Comanche could do, or an Apache. Gus had scoffed at the notion. He said no white man could live as an Indian could, or travel as fast, or subsist on as little. Probably Gus had been right about that. And if he hadn't been as able as the best of the Indians when he was young, there was little hope that he could compete with one now. Joey Garza was Mexican, not Indian. But many Mexicans were part Indian, and there was a rumor that the Garza boy had lived with the mountain Apache for several years. The cold might not affect him. Once it would not have affected Call either. With things so uncertain, it wouldn't do to give way to fatigue or to nap too long by the campfire. He might wake up to discover that his throat had just been cut. In the morning, the frost was so heavy that Call had to scrape ice off the saddles. The children were so cold they couldn't eat. He decided that he had better tie them to the horse. Though there was a band of red on the eastern horizon, the sun was soon blanketed by heavy clouds, and the cold remained intense. The wounded horse was stiff. It could barely move, and not rapidly. Fortunately, when they had been riding an hour, Call saw a few plumes of smoke to the northwest, clear in the freezing air. The smoke was coming from the chimneys of Fort Stockton. A little later, he saw more smoke on the eastern horizon. This smoke moved westward, and it came from a train. Call couldn't see the train, but he knew the railroad was there, for nothing else would be moving under a plume of smoke. The wounded horse slowed to a walk, and then to a slower walk. A little before midday, the horse stopped. It could go no farther. By then, the town was no more than 5 miles away. Call left the horse. Perhaps it would walk on in under its own power once it had rested for a day. He put the children on his horse, only to have his horse come up lame a mile or two farther on. A needle-like sliver of ice had cut its hoof. But the town was not far. The little girl had recovered a little and now and then asked for her mother. Bobby Fant, his face a horror of frozen cuts, had not spoken all day. Call took his time, walking the lame horse slowly. He didn't want to have to carry the children or abandon his guns and equipment. When they were only 2 miles from the town, they came upon 2 sheepmen butchering sheep to sell in Fort Stockton.
"Darn, where'd you folks spring from?"
the older sheepman said when he saw Call leading the lame horse with 2 children on it. "From far enough away that we'd appreciate a ride to somewhere these young ones can warm themselves," Call said. "We'd more than appreciate it," he added. "We'd pay good fare if you'd take us in your wagon the rest of the way to town." "Well, mister, you don't have to pay us nothing. We was about to haul these carcasses in anyway," the younger sheepman said. They were shaggy men in great buffalo coats, and they had 3 huge dogs with them. It had been the barking of the dogs that led Call to the wagon. There were no grazing sheep visible, though, just 6 bloody carcasses piled up in the wagon. Call chose to walk behind the wagon, leading his lame horse. The young sheepman said there was a rooming house on the main street in town. "It ain't fancy, but it's got beds," he said. "Who done that to that boy's face?" Bobby Fant's face had gotten worse during the night. It was swollen, and some of the cuts still leaked blood, most of which froze on his cheeks. "A man named Mox done it," Call said. "I shot him, but I don't think I killed him." "Somebody ought to kill the son of a bitch, then," the older man said. "I've seen rough stuff out here on the Balties, but I've never seen nothing like that. Not done to a child." Call carried Bobby Fant into the little frame rooming house. The young sheepman got off the wagon for a minute and carried the girl, who was whimpering for her mother. A woman stood just inside the door, looking out at them through the pane of glass. Call could just see her. She was blonde. The young sheepherder brought the little girl in first. By the time Call eased through the door with Bobby Fant, the woman had already taken the little girl in her arms and was whispering to her. Call couldn't hear what the woman was whispering. The fact that the blonde woman had appeared so suddenly behind the pane of glass startled him a little. The woman looked familiar. He thought for a moment she might be the children's mother, Jasper Fant's wife, though he hadn't even known Jasper Fant had a wife until yesterday. And how the woman could have anticipated them and got to Fort Stockton was a mystery. When the woman saw Bobby Fant's face, she drew in her breath. "Mox done that, didn't he, Captain?" she asked, touching the boy's cuts gently with her fingers. "Did you kill him, Captain?" "Well, I hit him," Call said. "I doubt it was mortal, but it might slow him enough that I can catch him." "Bring the boy to my room," the woman said. "I just got off the train and was about to have a bath. I've got hot water waiting. I'll put them both in the bathtub. It'll warm them quicker. Then I can wash those cuts." The woman started up the stairs with the little girl. Call thanked the young sheepman and began to climb the stairs carrying Bobby Fant. The moment he stepped into the warm rooming house, he had begun to feel tired, so tired that it was a strain even to carry the child up one flight of stairs. He was wondering in his fatigue how the woman had known who he was and how she knew about Mox. It was not until the blonde woman paused at the top of the stairs and looked down at him, the little girl in her arms, that Call realized who she was. She was not the children's mother. She was P.I.'s wife. "My lord, you'll have to excuse me," he said, embarrassed. "I didn't recognize you." Call could not quite remember when he had last seen Lorena. In Nebraska, it seemed to him. She had been a young woman then. Of course, many years had passed, and she would have to be older. But the fact that she was so much older that he hadn't recognized her left him feeling at a loss. "You don't need to be embarrassed," Lorena said. "You kept Mox from burning these children, and you brought them out. That's enough." He carried the boy into her room, where, indeed, a bath was steaming. "Put him on the bed," Lorena said. "Just put him on the bed. I'll take care of these youngsters. You better go get a little rest yourself." "Yes, I'm weary," Call said. In fact, he felt so weary that he could hardly carry the child across the small room. "I'm mighty surprised to see you," he added. He felt that he ought to say more, but he didn't know quite what. "I came looking for my husband," Lorena said. "I was hoping you'd have him with you." "I don't, but I know where he is," Captain Call said. "He ain't far." The woman's face brightened when he said it. He went downstairs and got a room key, though later he was unable to remember getting a key or even going to the room. When he woke up, fully clothed on a bed many hours later, it was worry about his horse that caused him to wake. He had forgotten the horse completely once he entered the rooming house and had just left it standing in the street. He looked out the window, but could see nothing. It was pitch dark. He wondered if anyone had done anything about his horse. Chapter 15. Lorena didn't leave the children all day except to walk down the street and find a doctor who could treat Bobby's face. Fortunately, there was no damage to either eye. The boy could see fine, but some of the cuts on his cheeks were so deep that the doctor told her he would probably always bear the scars. Lorena was not sleeping much and did not expect to sleep much until she knew that Mox was dead. The sight of Bobby Fant's face was enough to keep her awake. It reminded her too vividly of the little boy who had not been lucky enough to be rescued, the boy Mox had burned in her place. That boy's death cries still echoed in her mind, and she remembered the deep, grinding fear she had felt as she waited for it to happen to her. The fear had been so nearly unbearable that it made the other things the men did to her seem a small business. She had trained herself over the years not to remember that fear. If she dwelt on it, even for an hour, it paralyzed her and made it difficult for her to do her schoolwork or be a wife or even do her motherly chores. When she looked out the door of the rooming house and saw Captain Call coming, she had been shocked at how decrepit he looked. P.I. had mentioned casually that the captain wasn't quite as spry as he had been, but the comment hadn't prepared her for how the man actually looked. Lorena had not seen Call since the morning long before, when he had left Clara Allen's house with Gus McCrae's body. The man had not been young when he rode off that morning, but neither had he been the old man who walked stiffly into the rooming house in Fort Stockton. Of course, her daughter, Clary, was 15 years old, and Call's departure from Clara's on his trip back to Texas with Gus's body had occurred 2 years before she married P. She had not seen Captain Call in nearly 20 years. She should have been prepared for him to be old. She just hadn't supposed he would look so stiff and worn out. Of course, he had traveled a long distance with 2 children in the bitter cold. He had probably been traveling since the day P.I. had refused to go with him. Younger men than Captain Call would have been tired. The day after he arrived with the children, Call was too tired even to go downstairs. He knocked timidly on Lorena's door and asked if she could request the lady who owned the rooming house to bring him some food. He also asked if Lorena would inquire about his horse. Had it been stabled and fed? Lorena got him food and was able to assure him that the local sheriff had taken charge of his mount. The lameness wasn't serious, and the horse would be ready to travel in a few days. Call seemed reassured. He considered it a serious lapse that he had forgotten to stable his own horse. "It was so warm, I guess I fainted," he said. "I don't recall going to bed. I don't usually forget to stable my horse." "You saved 2 children," Lorena pointed out again. "There's people here who aren't busy that can take care of your horse." "Well, it's my horse," Call said. "I have always looked after my own mounts." "My 7-year-old can unsaddle a horse and feed it as well as you can, Captain," Lorena said. "But my 7-year-old couldn't save 2 children from Mox. Call took the point. He didn't mention the horse again, for fear of irritating Lorena. But he didn't forget the lapse either. It took him a day and a half to feel refreshed enough to walk down to the livery stable and inspect the horse himself. He felt he ought to get moving, for none of the work he had set out to do had been accomplished. Mox wasn't dead, or if he was, no one had found him. And he was no closer to catching Joey Garza than he had been when he left Amarillo. Brookshire would be having fits about the delay, and his boss, Colonel Terry, was probably having worse fits. On the 3rd day, Jasper Fant arrived with his wife to take his stolen children home. To Call's surprise, Jasper had grown bald. He had also grown a belly. His wife was a small woman of the wiry type. Her name was May. Both parents gasped when they saw their son's face. The wiry little mother held her children and sobbed. Jasper turned a violent red. "Why, the damned killer. Why did he do it, Captain?" Jasper asked. Lorena stood with Call, watching. The little girl clung to her mother's neck so tightly that the woman couldn't speak. Jasper and May had been on a train for 2 days. They had left as soon as the telegram came, telling them that their children were alive. A few hours later, the little family got on the train to go home. May tried to thank Call, but broke into such sobs of gratitude that she couldn't get the words out. Jasper grasped his hand and held it until Call was afraid they'd missed their train, although they were standing 2 steps from it. "I hope you kill that squint, mister," Bobby Fant said as his father was helping him onto the train. "Many thanks, Captain," Jasper said. "We won't none of us ever forget what you've done. Me and May, we won't forget it. If you're ever down in Comstock, I hope you'll stop and make a meal with us." "I will," Call said, glad that the train was leaving. He couldn't get over how bald Jasper was. Earlier in the trail driving days, the man had been somewhat vain about his hair. "They're lucky," Lorena said as she and the captain were walking back to the hotel. "When Blue Duck had me, Mox wanted to burn me. Blue Duck wouldn't let him. He wanted me for bait. But Mox caught a boy somewhere, and he burned him in my place." "Why, I never knew that," Call said. "Gus never told me. I'm surprised he kept it from me." "I didn't tell Gus," Lorena said. "I didn't tell my husband either. I told Mr. Goodnight just before I left to come on this trip. He was the first person to hear about it, and you're the second." "You told Charlie Goodnight?" Call said, amazed. "Did he come around and ask?" "That's right," Lorena said. "He came around and asked, 'When can we go to my husband?'" "He's in Presidio, or he's near there," Call said. "There's no train and not much of a road. We'll have to go horseback." Call fell silent. He knew that Lorena had every right to go to her husband. Traveling the distance she had traveled already, and riding a train when 2 notorious train robbers were on the loose and every train liable to being stopped, showed unusual courage. Call was happy to relent and let Lorena take P home. The man's heart wasn't in law work anymore, if it was law work they were doing. It was better that he quit lawing for good and take care of his wife and children and his farm. "Captain, I hope you don't doubt that I can ride," Lorena said, seeing the man hesitate. "I rode all the way to Nebraska with that cow herd you and Gus drove, and I lived with Clara Allen for 3 years on her horse ranch. I can ride and I'll keep up. The cold don't discourage me. I want to go to my husband. If you're going to Presidio, I want to go with you." "Oh, it ain't the riding or the cold," Call said. "I'm told you drive a buggy every day to teach school. Charlie Goodnight told me that. He admires you. A riding to Presidio won't be much colder than driving your buggy to school in the Panhandle." "What is it then?" Lorena asked. "I can leave now. I'm packed. What is it?" As she asked the question, the sheriff of Fort Stockton, the fellow who had stabled Call's horse, saw them and practically ran toward them. "Captain, did you get the news?" he asked. "Why, no, I guess not," Call said. "What news?" "Joey Garza killed Judge Roy Bean," the skinny sheriff said. "He gut shot him and then strung him up to his own chimney, hung him. That's the news." "When?" Call asked. "Maybe a week ago, about," the sheriff said. "Nobody knows exactly because nobody was there when it happened." "I was there about then, but I left," Call said. "P.I. and Brookshire and Deputy Plunkett were there too, but they left right after I did." "A sheep herder found him," the sheriff said. "Came by to get a bottle of whiskey, and there the man hung, right by the door of his own saloon." "That boy must have been watching," Call said. "He must be clever at hiding. I looked, and I didn't see him." "The sheep herders are all scared now," the sheriff said. "They're bringing their sheep closer to the towns." "I don't know what good that will do them," Call said. "They could run their sheep right here in the main street, and he'd still kill them if he's that good at hiding." "Are you sure my husband left?" Lorena asked. The fear that had been with her for weeks rose up in her throat again. "Well, he was saddled and ready when I rode off," Call said. "Brookshire was drunk, and Deputy Plunkett and Famous Shoes were napping. But I imagine they left. Your sheep herder didn't find but one body, did he?" "Nope, just one," the sheriff said. "Just old Bean. He was a tough old rooster, but I guess he's cawed his last caw." "I want to go, Captain," Lorena said. "I don't want my husband shot somewhere out in the wastes. There might not even be a sheep herder to find him." "I sent them into Mexico so they'd be safe," Call explained. "I think the Garza boy came this way. I think he followed me, but I could never catch him at it. He's a damn clever boy to ambush Bean like that." "And that's the end of Judge Roy Bean, I guess," the sheriff said. He felt slightly at a loss. He was hoping the great ranger would want to talk it over, or perhaps ask his opinion about the best way to catch Joey Garza. He and his deputy, Jerry Brown, had figured out just how to do it. But the old ranger and the blonde woman scarcely blinked at his news. "I'm much obliged to you for looking after my horse," Call said. Then the two of them turned and walked back down the street. To the skinny sheriff, old Call seemed stiff and far too slow to catch a swift young bandit such as Joey Garza. That was a job, in the sheriff's view, for much younger men about the age of himself and his deputy, Jerry Brown. Call didn't speak as they were walking back to the rooming house. The fear was in Lorena's throat, not merely for P.I.'s life, but fear that the captain wasn't going to take her with him. "Captain, I can ride," Lorena repeated. "I can ride day and night if I have to. I did it when we trailed those cattle, and I can do it now." "Ma'am, that was not my objection," Call said. "I'd like you to come." Call meant it, too. Lorena had come a long way at some risk. She deserved to get to see her husband, and as soon as possible. The bond of a husband and a wife was one he had never had and didn't understand. But he could tell, both from Lorena's behavior and from P.I.'s, that it was a strong bond. He had come to admire Lorena for the quick way she took charge of Jasper's children. She had given them excellent care. Also, he wouldn't mind the company in this instance. Traveling alone had always suited him. It was only this winter that it had come to suit him less. He was rather sorry that he had left Mr. Brookshire behind. He had come to like Mr. Brookshire. "What is your objection, then, if you have one?" Lorena asked. "I don't know that I can protect you. That's it," Call said. "I let the Garza boy slip right by me and kill Roy Bean. Then I let Mox get away. That's 2 poor performances in a row. I just don't know that I can protect you." To his surprise, Lorena took his arm as they walked down the street. "Did you hear me?" Call asked, fearing that he had not stressed the risk quite enough. "I heard you, Captain," Lorena said. "I need to go find my husband. He's the one you ought to be protecting. Help me pick out a good horse, and let's go." Lorena's look was determined, and her step determined too. What she said startled Call, but by the time she walked him past the saloon and the hardware store, he had come to see that she was right. Lorena had been taken by Blue Duck and held 2 weeks, but she had survived and recovered. More than that, she had educated herself and was rearing a family. But P.I. had depended on him and Gus until the time when he came to depend on Lorena herself. P was able enough when he was given clear orders, but only when he was given clear orders. No doubt Lorena was well aware of that characteristic too. P.I. was not accustomed to acting alone. It was doubtful that he could have found his way to Presidio so promptly if he had been without the help of Famous Shoes. Call picked out a strong mare for Lorena and bought her an adequate saddle. An hour later, the 2 of them rode out of Fort Stockton, the strong wind at their backs. The skinny sheriff and his deputy, Jerry Brown, stood in the empty, windy street and watched them leave. The skinny sheriff was a little disappointed. The old ranger had not been friendly at all. "Now, where are they going?" Deputy Brown asked. "Well, I don't know, Jerry. They're headed south," the sheriff said. "I didn't ask them their route, and they didn't mention much." "Oh, we don't get women that pretty in this town, not often," Jerry Brown said. "I ain't seen one that pretty since I come out here, and I've been out here 6 years. I wish she'd stayed a little longer." "Why?" the sheriff asked, surprised that his deputy was being so forward. "You don't even know the woman." "No, but I might have met her in a store or somewhere," Jerry Brown said. "I might have got to say hello to her at least. I'm a bachelor," he added, though the sheriff knew that. But soon the ranger and the pretty woman were swallowed up by the great blue distance to the south, and Deputy Jerry Brown, who was a bachelor, went back into the jail and spent the windy morning playing solitaire. Part 3. Maria's Children. Chapter 1. "Don't go off and leave me here, you goddamn Cherokee rascal," Mox said. He wanted to kill Jimmy Kumsa and wanted to kill him badly, but he had no weapon and was sorely wounded to boot. In the scramble to get away from Call, his pistol had fallen out of its holster. He'd been flopped over his horse, and somehow the gun got jerked loose. Mox bled and coughed as they ran. He was shot in the lung, which he knew was bad. Every cough caused a pain like needles sticking in him. Then Jimmy Kumsa rode up beside him and took his rifle. The scabbard had Mox's blood all over it, but Jimmy took the rifle and scabbard anyway. Mox had no pistol and was too weak to stop Jimmy. Mox rode on as far as he could. He only had the one horse, but when the herd spooked, Jimmy had managed to keep 3 horses ahead of him. He had 4 mounts. He could run a long way. "Let me switch, Jim. I need a fresher horse," Mox said as his horse began to tire. But Jimmy Kumsa didn't answer or offer him a fresh horse either. Finally his mount faltered, trying to climb out of a gully. They had ridden some 20 miles. The horse stumbled back to the bottom of the gully and stood there, shaking. It was dusk. Mox could barely see Jimmy Kumsa, who was in the process of shifting his saddle to one of the extra horses, the big sorrel that had belonged to Oteros. Mox slid carefully to the ground. He coughed, and the needles stuck him. He was trying to get matches out of his saddlebags when Jimmy Kumsa came over and started to help him. Mox took a step or 2 back, then staggered and sat down. "Build a fire, Jimmy. It's chill," he said, but again Jimmy didn't answer, and he wasn't helping either. He simply transferred Mox's saddlebags with the matches in them and a little food and ammunition to another horse. "Build a fire," Mox said again. "We'll freeze if you don't build a fire." "Nope, no more fires for you, Mox," Jimmy Kumsa said. "Why not? What's wrong with you?" Mox asked. "Not near as much as is wrong with you," Jimmy Kumsa said. "I ain't shot in the lung, and I ain't dying. You're both, Mox. Building you a fire would be a waste of matches, and I ain't got the time to waste on a man that's dying anyway." "I ain't dying. I'm just shot," Mox said. "I'll live if I can get warm." "Hellfire will warm you, Mox," Jimmy Kumsa said, mounting Oteros's big horse. "You'll cook plenty warm down in hell, like all those people that you put the brush on and burned." Mox realized then that Jimmy Kumsa meant it. He was not going to help him. He was going to leave him there to die with a bleeding lung and no matches in weather that was bitter. "I should have killed you long ago, you Cherokee dog," Mox said. "I should have shot you in your goddamn sleep." "You wouldn't have got me, even in my sleep," Jimmy Kumsa said. "I could be sound asleep or drunk and still be quicker than you. That's why I'm called Quick Jimmy." "You damn snake, get off and make me a fire," Mox said. "I ain't the snake," Jimmy Kumsa said. "You're the one they call the snake you do not see. Only old Call seen you. He didn't get much of a shot, but he still killed you." "I ain't dead. I'm just shot, goddamn you," Mox said again. "Make me a damn fire, or leave me the matches if you're in such a goddamn hurry. I'll make my own fire." "I am in a hurry," Jimmy said. "I want to be a long way from here when the sun comes up, Mox. That old man might still be coming. He killed 7 of the 8 of us, unless Blacktooth got away, which I doubt." "He ain't coming. He's got those children," Mox said. "Well, I don't believe I'll take the chance," Jimmy Kumsa said. "If he does come, he'll find you frozen or else bled out. I never thought a man that old could beat you, Mox, but I guess I was wrong." Mox knew that his only chance was to rush Jimmy Kumsa, grab his gun or grab the reins of one of the other horses, grab anything that might help him survive. There must be brush in the gully that he could find and make enough of a fire to keep himself alive, even if he had to crawl. He staggered up and tried to make a run at the horses. If he could just get one fresh horse, he might make it. But the needles in his lungs were sharper than ever, and he couldn't control his legs. He ran a few steps, but fell before he got near a horse. When he finally did get to a horse, it was the one Jimmy Kumsa had just run for 20 miles. It was as useless as his own. Mox had a small knife in his belt, the one he used to cut meat. It was his only weapon. He managed to get it out. With luck, he might stick Jimmy and cut him badly enough that he would fall off his mount. But when he lunged with his knife at where he thought the Cherokee was, Jimmy Kumsa wasn't there. He had taken the reins of the extra horses and ridden out of the gully. Mox wanted to slash him to death for his treachery, but there was no one to slash. He could hear the clatter of the horses as Jimmy Kumsa loped away. But in a moment the sound grew faint, and in a few more minutes there was no sound at all except his own breathing. In the sudden stillness, the sound of his own breathing shocked him. His breath bubbled as a cow or a sheep or a buffalo bubbled with its last breath. Mox felt a bitter rage. An old man had come out of nowhere and shot him and all his men except Jimmy Kumsa, and now Jimmy had deserted him, left him to bleed to death or freeze in a gully. How dare the old fool! If he'd only had a moment to turn and fight, he could have rallied the men and caught Woodrow Call and burned him. He could have shot him or stabbed him or quirted him to death. Old Call had just been lucky to get in such a shot. It was Jimmy Kumsa's fault for messing with the horses when he should have been standing guard. None of the men, in fact, had been alert. It served them right that they were all dead. All except Jimmy, the one who had ridden off and left him to die. Mox crawled to where his horse stood, caught the stirrup in his hand, and pulled himself to his feet. His only chance was to mount and make the horse keep going. Maybe there was a house somewhere that he could get to, someplace where there were matches so he could build a fire. A fire would save him. He had built wonderful fires over the years. Fires hot enough to warm him on the coldest nights, hot enough to burn anyone he had on hand to burn. If he could just get to a place where he could make a fire, a wonderful warm fire, the bubbling in his breath might stop and he would get better and live. He pulled himself up slowly and managed with great difficulty to get himself into the saddle. But when he tried to spur his horse out of the gully, the horse refused to move. He jerked when he was spurred, but only took a step or two and then stood there quivering again. Mox wouldn't stand for it. Even his horse wouldn't obey him. He still had the small knife in his hand. In his rage, he began to stab the horse as hard as he could. He stabbed him in the neck and slashed at his shoulders. Then he stabbed him in the flank. He would make the animal go where he wanted it to go. He slashed at the horse's flank until the animal finally bolted and tried to flounder up the sides of the gully. But the sides of the gully were too steep. In the dark, the horse lost its footing and fell, rolling over Mox as it slid back to the bottom of the gully. Mox slid after it, and as he did, the horse kicked at him, catching him hard in the leg. When Mox tried to stand, he heard his leg crack. He tried to stand up, but the leg wouldn't support him. In his bitterness and rage at Call's good luck and his own defeat, Mox hadn't fully felt the cold. But with his leg cracked and his breath bubbling, he could scarcely move. Soon the savage wind began to bite. Mox began to think of cutting himself in order to feel the warmth of his own blood. But when he put the knife down for a moment and tried to ease himself into a more comfortable sitting position, the knife slid down the slope out of his reach. He eased down a little ways himself, but he couldn't find the knife. The blood seeping out of his chest began to freeze on his shirt. When he put his hand on his side, his blood was cold. He wanted a fire, but there was no fire and no way to make one. The coyotes began to yip in the cold distance. Mox listened. He thought he heard horses coming from far away. He listened as hard as he could. Maybe Quick Jimmy had been teasing him. He was known to be a teaser. Maybe Jimmy would come back and build him a good crackling fire. Even if the horseman was old Call come to get him, the man might at least build him a fire and keep him alive through the night. Mox listened hard. Once or twice he thought he heard the horses in the cold distance, but mainly it was just the coyotes yipping. The wind died. It was cloudless and very cold. Max reached again for the knife. Better to cut himself than to freeze to death. But he still couldn't find the knife, and when he reached for it, he began to slide and then roll over. He rolled to the bottom of the gully. There was not even a bush to crawl behind. The two exhausted horses had walked away. It might have been his own horse whose hoofbeats he had heard. There was no warmth anywhere. Only the yipping of the coyotes and the yellow of the shining stars. Chapter 2. Mexico was colder on the second trip than it had been on the first, Brookshire thought, and it had been sufficiently cold the first time. Every night he felt nervous about shutting his eyes for fear that he'd freeze in his sleep. They made roaring fires. He soon used the last of his ledger books, even burning the covers getting the fires started. But the fires didn't warm the ground, and the ground was where he had to lay himself down to sleep. The captain's departure had shocked Brookshire badly. That and the fact that they had been ordered back into Mexico on the vague hope that Joey Garza would show up at his mother's house. They had already been to his mother's house, and the young bandit hadn't been home. If the plan was to lie in wait for him, then they might as well have waited for him when they were there the first time. Now, Captain Call, the one man in the whole of the West that Brookshire had confidence in, wasn't even with them. Often in his life, when he had failed to restrain his taste for brandy, things had slipped off course. Now it had happened again. Things were twisting farther and ever farther off course, it seemed to him. The old Indian seemed irritated at having to make a long detour into Mexico to get back to the village. He trotted so far ahead of them during the cold days that Brookshire more than once concluded that they had been abandoned. Colonel Terry was going to think it a very odd way of proceeding. The colonel had only wanted one bandit apprehended, and quickly. He was going to be mighty aggravated that so much time had passed without results. Normally, Brookshire would have been in a sweat at the thought of the colonel's aggravation. But it was impossible to sweat when it was as cold as it was. And anyway, Colonel Terry, who usually entered Brookshire's thoughts at least once every 5 minutes, now entered them less and less often. When he did enter them, he did so less vividly. Colonel Terry had become mainly a memory from a different life. Brookshire didn't know whether he would ever return to that life or ever see the colonel again. He rode along obediently, though. He tried to keep himself in order and not let the blowing away feeling seize him too strongly. There was not much else he could do. They were in Mexico, and keeping up with famous shoes was task enough for the moment. Vegetation was sparse, and by mid-afternoon Brookshire would begin to be nervous about finding enough firewood to keep a good fire going through the night. He tried to keep the location of substantial bushes and trees firmly in mind so he could return to them and make a fire out of them if he needed to. Deputy Plunkett had been deeply upset when P.I. told him they were going back into Mexico. It was the one thing he had never intended to let happen. And yet, when the moment came to resign and go home, he rode numbly back across the Rio Grande, behind P.I. and Brookshire and Old Famous Shoes. Deputy Plunkett looked down the river when he was in the middle of it. Laredo was down there, and Doobie was down there. If he just turned left and followed the winding stream, he could not miss getting home. The river would lead him right to it, if some Mexican didn't kill him first. And that was the catch, though. To get home by way of the river meant going straight through the vicinities where he was most unpopular. Even on the Texas side of the river, there were places where he was rather unpopular. Tired as he was, Ted Plunkett didn't feel up to coping with his own unpopularity. It was better to remain a part of the captain's expedition. Once the bad outlaws were finished, caught, and hung, the captain had promised to send him home on a train. The thought of the comfort to come was enough to keep him going. P.I. had no interest in Mexico, but he didn't fear it. The captain had given him clear orders, and all he had to do was follow them. In order to follow them, all he had to do was keep up with Famous Shoes. The old man was unusually irritable, but he hadn't deserted them yet. Even if he deserted them, P.I. felt confident that he had enough ability to tell east from west. He could find his way back to the river and eventually get where he had been told to go. The third night, as they were making their campfire behind a little spur of rock, Famous Shoes came walking in from one of his swings through the country ahead. "Olin is coming," he said. "He was about to make camp when I found him. I told him we already had a camp, so he is coming here." P.I. only vaguely remembered Olin Roy. Once in a while, long before, accident had thrown him into the same vicinity as the ranger troop. He camped with them now and then. P.I. could not recall Olin's occupation, if he had one. Not every traveler did have an occupation, and a good many of those who had one wouldn't reveal it. All he remembered about the man was that he was very large. "Has he lost any weight?" he asked Famous Shoes. "The way he was back then, a horse could hardly carry him all day." "He weighs too much for his horses," Famous Shoes said. "He is easy to track, though." When Olin Roy rode into camp, he didn't look very impressive to Deputy Plunkett or to Brookshire either. "I thank you," he said formally when Brookshire offered him a cup of coffee. After that, he merely sat by the fire in his old greasy clothes, saying little. "The weather's cold, ain't it?" P.I. said, rather at a loss as to how to address the big man. "It could be colder. I've seen it colder," Olin said. He regretted letting Famous Shoes tempt him into making camp with the travelers. They were pleasant enough and generous with their coffee, but on the whole, he felt he did better camping alone. The necessity of making conversation didn't arise, since no conversation was required when he camped by himself. Making conversation with perfect strangers was to Olin an irksome task. P.I. wasn't a perfect stranger, of course, but neither was he someone Olin felt he could easily talk to. The only two people in the world he could talk to easily were Maria and Billy Williams, and even when alone with Maria, he rarely said that much. He usually just sat and listened as Maria talked, or he watched her brush her little girl's hair. At such times he wished that life was different and that he could marry Maria and be a settled man. It was not possible, of course. Maria had no interest. But if matters had been different, Olin felt he would have been a happier man. There was no one who touched him as deeply as Maria, though he had never been her husband or a member of her family and had not had the pleasure of watching her with her children as a steady thing. "Been any place special?" P.I. asked. The captain had appointed him the leader of the group, which made him more or less the host. And as host, he felt he ought to try to prompt at least a little conversation. "Well, Piedras Negras," Olin said. "I've heard that was a rough town," Deputy Plunkett said. "No, it ain't," Olin replied. "Course, Wesley Hardin's there now. Any town he unsaddles his horse in is rough. But he just came for whores. I imagine he'll move on soon." "Why, we heard he was in Crowtown," Brookshire said. "He was, but Maria took the whores and left," Olin said. "That's when Hardin left. He likes places where there's whores." After that, conversation lagged. Brookshire couldn't think of a thing to say. He was wondering if the fire would last the night. Olin thought the group was rather odd. In his years of travel, mostly in Mexico, he had grown used to having odd groups turn up, Englishmen or Germans, prospectors, gun runners, schemers of various kinds. But this group was Woodrow Call's posse, it seemed. They were the men who were after Joey Garza. They seemed like harmless fellows, and it was difficult to believe that any of them were gifted manhunters. The Yankee mostly shivered. P.I. was an old ranger who should have retired from the business long ago. The other man Olin didn't know. He had introduced himself briefly, but had mumbled his name so low that Olin didn't catch it. Even with old famous shoes to track for them, there was little likelihood they would ever get within 50 miles of Joey Garza, and if they did, it would only be worse for them. Joey had a cold nature. There was no accounting for it either. His mother was generous and warm. But wherever he got it, Joey had a cold nature. If the men did happen to stumble on him, Joey would make quick work of them. "What's the news from down the river, then?" Deputy Plunkett asked. It seemed to him that he had been gone from his home for years. He suddenly had a hunger to hear the news from Laredo. The large man had been down the river as far as Piedras Negras, and perhaps he had heard something from Laredo. A bank robbery or a lynching might have occurred since he left, or the store might have burned down, or one or two of the older, more famous ranchers might have died. "I didn't stay in Negras long enough to gossip," Olin said. "Having Hardin in town makes me uneasy. He don't look like much, but he's a wild one." "Any news from Laredo?" Deputy Plunkett said. "That's where I hail from." "Yes, they put that damn Sheriff Jekyll in his own jail," Olin said. "I hope they hang the rascal. There's no excuse for forcing a woman." "Bob Jekyll's in our jail?" Ted Plunkett said, very startled. "I'd say that's news." The first part of Olin's comment had startled him so much that he hadn't quite taken in the second part. The thought of Bob Jekyll locked in their jail was so astonishing that he hadn't yet started thinking about the nature of his crime. "I guess some little gal came in asking about her husband, and the damned scoundrel forced her," Olin said. He had seen an Apache girl forced once, during the Indian times, and the sight had sickened him. Over the years, whenever he thought of it, it sickened him. He knew that Maria had suffered something like that about the time that Joey started killing. From time to time, he considered going to Texas and taking vengeance on her attackers. The men who used the Apache girl had shot her when they were through. Maria hadn't been shot, at least. But the thought of her suffering troubled him whenever he remembered it. Maria was the only woman he had tender feelings for. She should be exempt from such abuse. And if he did encounter the cowboys who attacked her, he planned to take their lives. Suddenly, Deputy Plunkett got a bad feeling. "A woman asking about her husband," he repeated. Who but Doobie, of all the young women in Laredo, would go to Bob Jekyll to ask about her husband? "Do you recall her name?" he asked. Of course there were other young women in Laredo. Other husbands might have strayed. In fact, husbands strayed fairly often. Most of them just got drunk and fell in a ditch to sleep it off. Maybe it was another woman with a stray husband who Bob Jekyll had forced. "Why, no," Olin said. "I don't recall hearing her name. The poor thing took rat poison and died. They're trying the sheriff for murder, but I doubt he'll hang myself." "Oh, Lord," Ted Plunkett said. Something gripped him more powerful than the cold. The fear that it had been Doobie. He had been Bob Jekyll's deputy until he'd quit and gone off with Captain Call. Who but the deputy's wife would be going to the jail to inquire? "She died?" he asked in a weaker tone. To everyone's amazement, Deputy Plunkett suddenly sprang up and went stumbling over to the horses. He looked like a crazy man. "It was my wife. I fear it was her," he said, and then he mounted and went racing off in the darkness to the south. "Now that's bad luck," Brookshire said. "I believe I saw his wife as we were leaving Laredo. She was a pert young thing." "Ted oughtn't to run his horse at night, not in this rough country," P.I. said. "There's bluffs down the river that a horse could go right off." "I always despised that sheriff," Olin said. They heard the clatter of the deputy's horse receding to the south. Olin felt embarrassed. Inadvertently, he had informed a man that his wife was dead. He more and more regretted letting Famous Shoes talk him into joining the camp. Now he'd been the bearer of tragic news. If he'd just gone on and made his own camp, the poor deputy would still be in ignorance of the fact that he no longer had a wife. Boy, he wished he had made his own camp and built his own fire. He did not like to cause trouble, and yet he just did. "Why, that's the devil," Brookshire said. They could scarcely hear the deputy's horse. What did the man think he was going to do, run the horse all the way to Laredo? It was hundreds of miles to Laredo. And what could he do when he got there? The poor young woman was no doubt long since buried. Then Brookshire remembered that Katie, his own wife, was dead. Of course, her death had been normal. She had taken sick and died. There had been no abuse and no rat poison. But still his own wife was gone, and like Deputy Plunkett, he would be returning to nothing if he returned. The cold wind was blowing. It was always blowing. Brookshire began to get a worse feeling even than the blowing away feeling. It struck him that the expedition was cursed. He had lost his wife while on the trip, and now the same thing had happened to the young deputy, who should never have been hired in the first place. All Deputy Plunkett had done was ride pointlessly around Texas and Mexico, while his young wife was despairing and dying. The search for Joey Garza was being pressed at a high price, and they hadn't come anywhere near the bandit yet. Now they were in Mexico, and Captain Call was in Texas. All that was being accomplished was that the Ys were dying. He knew P.I. had a wife, too. When would the messenger appear to tell him that his wife was dead? P.I.'s wife was a schoolteacher, he recalled. What if the man-burner eluded Captain Call as Joey Garza had, and burned up P.I.'s wife along with some of the schoolchildren? Brookshire remembered all his happy years with Katie, and began to sob. Ordinarily, he didn't cry in front of people, but this time, as when he first received the news about Katie, he couldn't help it. Sobs shook his shoulders. It embarrassed P.I. and Olin, but Brookshire didn't care. He couldn't stop. He was freezing, his wife was dead, and now the deputy's wife was dead. He was in a cold place in a strange, forbidding country, hunting a bandit. How could it all have happened? He was an accountant in Brooklyn. Somehow a chain of events had got started, and now the events were less and less sensible, less and less like events that should be occurring in his life. For a week or two he had enjoyed the adventure. He had even flourished. He mastered new skills, such as building fires. But the pleasure had all ended once he got the telegram informing him of Katie's death. Now it was all cold, fatigue, and pain. Where would it lead? Brookshire remembered his first impression of Captain Call. He had felt that the man was too old for the mission he was charged with. He had looked too old that first morning in Amarillo. Brookshire had quickly gained confidence in the captain, but now it was beginning to seem that his confidence had been misplaced, and that his first impression had been accurate. The captain had pursued no clear plan. He had let himself be distracted by another killer. They had ridden through Mexico and then through Texas without coming even within 100 miles of Joey Garza, as far as he knew. It didn't add up, and Colonel Terry would be quick to point out how erratically things had been managed. But there was more at work than just cold and inconvenience and tactical mistakes. At home, behind them, the wives were dying. "How far is it back?" he asked. He felt that he was in the grip of a sickness of some kind. He was in a place where nothing was rational and civilized as it had been in Princeton College or as it was in Brooklyn. He was in a place where people killed regularly, where killing was a day-to-day part of life. Of course, there were killings in Brooklyn, but very few. In Texas and Mexico, killing seemed to be almost constant. Brookshire had the feeling that he might go crazy if he didn't get back to a place and a form of life that were more familiar. "Back where?" P.I. asked. He saw that the man was upset. Deputy Plunkert's departure had startled them all. It was terribly bad luck that Deputy Plunkert had to receive such news when he was hundreds of miles from home. The fact that it was rat poison that had killed his wife, not to mention what had happened with the sheriff, were facts that P knew must be hard to bear. If anything like that happened to Lorena, he himself would start racing off in the night, ready to shoot the first man he saw. But he was not in a position to take Mr. Brookshire back to anywhere. They had to go on to Presidio, where the captain expected them to be. That was a clear order. "I expect we'll get to Presidio in about 3 days if we don't have trouble," he said. Brookshire didn't answer. He scooted closer to the fire and sat with his hands held over the flames. He was shivering and crying. Famous Shoes didn't enter into the white men's talk. He was beginning to tire of white men, something that had happened often in his life. They pursued their business in strange ways and got upset about things he didn't grasp. He had begun to doubt that he would stay with P.I. long enough to find his wife. He would like to learn about the tracks in books, but he was old, and the white men's habits were boring. Now one of the men had run off into the night like a crazy thing. There were only 2 white men left. If he tracked Joey Garza for these 2 men, Joey would immediately kill them both. Famous Shoes thought he might tell his friend P.I. that his wife could teach him about the little tracks in the spring when he went traveling on the Rio Rojo. Famous Shoes didn't think Joey was in Mexico, and he was getting bored. He thought he might leave in a day or 2 and go back to the Madre. Eagles were more interesting than white men. It would be more interesting to go home and watch the eagles for a while. Chapter 3. Goodnight was coming across the sand through the sandhills when he saw a solitary rider coming from the south. Crowtown was 15 miles to the west. He could see a speckling of crows in the sky when he looked toward the winter sunset. Coming across this particular stretch of country awakened quite a few memories, until he noticed the rider, Goodnight, had been lost in reverie, for he was crossing his own trail, the trail he and his old partner, Oliver Loving, had laid out many years before. In fact, he was on the exact spot where they had rested the cattle on the second afternoon of their 90-mile waterless drive. A horse had died inexplicably while they were resting. He had cut into the horse in an effort to determine what had killed it, but his work was to no avail. The horse had just died. Goodnight had not expected to be crossing the trail so many years after Oliver Loving's death, and at dusk on a cold winter night to boot. But so it was. If the rider he glimpsed was headed for Crowtown, he was likely to be the sort of man it would behoove a person to avoid. On the other hand, once you started avoiding people, you were apt to lose a lot of time. Even in the remote stretches along the Pecos River, a surprising number of people were apt to turn up. Decisions as to whether or not to go around a particular traveler needed to be made almost constantly. Going around people had never been Goodnight's practice, and he decided he was too old to change. It was nearly dark and the weather bleak. He was almost upon the man before he could make out much about him. When the rider was only 30 yards away, Goodnight saw that it was John Wesley Hardin. A second later, Hardin hailed him.
"Why, Charlie, damn it, you're out late,"
Hardin said. "Out late and far from home," Goodnight admitted. He himself had never had any difficulty with Wesley Hardin, but Hardin was a nervous man who was known to kill from whim. It wouldn't do to get too jocular with him. If you didn't manage the jocularity to suit John Wesley, he might flare up and yank out a gun.
"Are you still in the cattle business?"
Hardin asked. "Yep," Goodnight said. "Still in it. Why?"
"Thought you might want to switch to the crow business,"
Hardin said in a whinny of a laugh.
"There's a lot of fine crows around here, and they're going cheap. The best crow in Crowtown wouldn't sell for more than a penny."
"In fact, I'm looking for Woodrow Call," Goodnight said. "Any news of him?"
"Yes, and I'm the only man that's got it,"
Hardin said.
"I have to charge you for it, Charlie, since I've got a monopoly, but being as it's you, it's free. Woodrow Call, done for Mox."
"Now that's news, all right," Goodnight said. "Are you sure?"
"Sure as daylight,"
Hardin said.
"I went down to Piedras Negras to whore 'cause the Garza boy's mother took the women out of Crowtown. I'm coming from Mexico, and I'm heading for Denver. I believe I can do better in Colorado than I'm doing in Texas."
"Where is Mox?" Goodnight asked. "I want to see his body."
"I'm surprised you doubt my word, Charlie,"
Hardin said with a touch of irritation. "I don't doubt it, John," Goodnight said. "But I am determined to see the man's body. He burnt 4 of my cowboys in the Purgatory River, and I want to be sure it's him so I can stop chasing him in my head."
"Well, the son of a bitch froze to death in a gully about 100 miles south of here,"
Hardin said.
"Call killed all but one of his men about 20 miles farther on. All of them were laying there dead, except that quick Cherokee boy. Him and Mox made a run for it, but Mox was shot in the lights. He played out and froze. I expect the Cherokee's still running."
"Let him run," Goodnight said. "Call done a good day's work."
"No, he done a sloppy day's work," John Wesley said. "He's lucky he got the 6 men down shooting as bad as he was. He knocked them over, but they were still kicking, and if any one of them had any fight, they'd have got him. He had to finish them off with his pistol, which is a disgrace if you're in good range and have a decent rifle to shoot."
"The fact that he gave Mox a mortal wound makes it a good day's work in my opinion," Goodnight said.
Mox was just a mean bandit, Charlie," Hardin said. "I wouldn't call him a man of talent. The son of a bitch should have been a cook, since he likes fire so much. I could have killed him in a blink, and all his men, too. I wonder where that Cherokee boy has run to," he added. "That Cherokee boy is quick, and he ain't wasteful. He didn't leave Mox even so much as a match."
"I'd appreciate it if you'd direct me to that gully," Goodnight said. "I'd like to see the body before some varmint drags it off."
"Backtrack me for 2 days, and you'll run right into it, Charlie,"
Hardin replied.
"It ain't more than 25 miles south of the railroad."
Goodnight was anxious to get going. He had been thinking about his old partner, Oliver Loving, a man he had cared for greatly, and with whom he had camped on the very spot where he was conversing with John Wesley Hardin. Oliver Loving, a fine cattleman, had been dead for many years. John Wesley Hardin, a pure killer and a man who respected no one, was still alive and still brash. It was not justice, it was just life. "Well, I'll be going," Goodnight said. "Much obliged for the news. Once I've seen what's left of the man-burner, I guess I'll go home. Captain Call done the job I ought to have done 10 years ago."
"He done it, but he was lucky,"
Hardin said.
"If you see him, tell him that for me."
"It might have been luck, and it might have been preparation," Goodnight said. "Call was always known for his careful preparation." Hardin laughed his whinny of a laugh again.
"He can prepare till doomsday. What he needs to do is shoot a little better,"
Hardin said.
"He was just fighting louts. If he thinks he can saunter up to the Garza boy and be that lucky, then he ought to retire. The Garza boy will pick him off before Call even knows he's there."
"Have you met this boy?" Goodnight asked. He didn't necessarily believe what Hardin was saying. On the other hand, what he was saying couldn't be lightly disregarded. Wesley Hardin had been in several penitentiaries and undoubtedly knew something about killers.
"Why, yes, he showed up in Crowtown,"
Hardin said.
"That was before the horrors left. I found him rather standoffish. I started to kill him, but then I decided it was the wrong day for hostilities."
"Why?" Goodnight asked.
"Well, it just was,"
Hardin replied.
"I've got to the age where I don't tempt fate. At least I don't if I'm drunk, and I was drunk."
He cackled, lit a cheap cigar, and left. Goodnight looked around. Hardin was the kind of fellow who prompted you to watch your back, but all he saw was a quick arc of red. Hardin had thrown the cheap cigar away. 2 days later, Goodnight found the gully and inspected the remains, which were a little scattered by that time. The buzzards had helped him locate the correct gully in a country where there were many. Hardin had been right. The man-burner was dead. There was also a dead horse a few hundred yards from where Mox lay. Run to death, Goodnight felt sure. Mox wore a noticeable belt. The belt buckle had a red stone of some kind set in it. Goodnight took the belt and put it in his saddlebags. When he next ran into Call, he planned to give him the belt. If Mox had run far enough to ride a horse to death, Call might not even know that he had killed him. The belt ought to convince him. Then, since he had ridden that far to see one body, he rode another 20 miles to the camp where the battle had taken place. He didn't have to search, either. He could see buzzards the whole way. Goodnight had surveyed many battle sites. He could usually figure out what had gone on and what mistakes had been made from looking at the scattered cartridges, the lost hats, and the dead bodies. In this case, he dismounted and inspected the area carefully. He was forced to conclude that John Wesley Hardin had been correct in his assessment. Woodrow Call had been lucky. Probably only his willingness to keep pumping in bullets while his opponents were confused had saved him. There was cover within a few steps of the campsite. If one or two of the men had had any presence of mind, they could have quickly dug in and made a fight of it. They had horses, too. A couple of them could have flanked Call and cut him off. They hadn't, though, and that was that. Looking around, Goodnight found something surprising. A small rag doll, such as a little girl might have. Mox must have had captives and was probably going to indulge in his favorite pastime. But Call had killed him in time and had probably taken the children to safety. Goodnight debated going to look for Captain Call. What John Wesley Hardin had to say about the abilities of the Garza boy weighed on his mind. But after a time, he decided to let it be. Mox, not Joey Garza, had burned his cowhands. He himself was not a man-hunter, and he had a ranch to run. Woodrow Call was the man-hunter. He had accepted the job. Let him do it. If he couldn't, some posse would eventually. Besides, Goodnight had been brooding during the whole ride about the insolence of Muley, his ranch cook. He had decided to go home and fire the man, even if it did mean a trip to Amarillo and an irksome search. Goodnight didn't like leaving men unburied. That had never been his practice unless the fight was so hot that he couldn't afford to stop and attend to the civilities. He buried the scraps of Mox. The meanness was gone now, and just bones and flesh remained. Goodnight unstrapped his little shovel and did the same for the 6 dead men. Then he turned back north, toward the Kittikay. It was time to hang up the rifle. The man-burner was dead. Chapter 4. In the fight with Mox, Call had somehow wrenched his neck. It began to pain him badly as he rode south with Lorena. At times it was as if his nerves were on fire and he had to grit his teeth against the pain as they rode. He could hardly turn his head to the right at all, and he had to be cautious about turning it to the left, or a streak of fire shot up from his shoulder blade almost to his ear. "It's just a nuisance," Call said when Lorena asked whether he was well. She could see the strain in his face. "We should have bought some liniment when we had the chance," Lorena said. "P.I.'s always getting sore in his back. He can't lift hay like he once could." Call could not rid himself of the conviction that they were being followed. He had no evidence, but he could not relax. Every time he turned his head to scan the horizon behind them, the pain shot up his neck. On the evening of the 3rd day, they met a small horse herd being driven north by 2 cowboys. One of the cowboys, a tall fellow named Roy Malone, had a drooping mustache that reminded Call of Dish Boggett, the excellent Hat Creek cowboy who was now selling hardware in Lincoln, New Mexico. By coincidence, the horse herd was bound for the Chisholm Ranch, not far from Lincoln. "You're welcome to stop the night with us," Call told Roy Malone, but the cowboy shook his head. "Oh, you don't stop for the whole night if you work for Mr. Chisholm," Roy said. "He likes things to happen prompt, if not a little sooner." Call would have been relieved to have some help. As it was, he stood watch himself most of the night. Lorena proved a competent traveling companion. They had bacon and coffee, acquired in Fort Stockton, and she had coffee made and bacon fried not long after they made camp. In the morning, she cooked them a bite of breakfast before first light. "That cowboy reminded me an awful lot of Dish," Call said as they ate. "I'd like to see Dish sometime. I never expected him to go in the hardware business." "I wonder if he married," Lorena said. Dish had been in love with her once. He had stayed in love for several years. It was a love she couldn't return, though. She just couldn't. Some traveler told her that Dish had taken a sledgehammer and used it to smash a heavy barrel of horseshoe nails in his surprise and disappointment when the news reached him that she had married P.I. The traveler said that people in Lincoln were worried that Dish would lose his mind from disappointment, even though by that time she hadn't so much as seen him in over 3 years. Lorena didn't know what had kept her so stiff with Dish. She had just got stiff. For a time in Nebraska he had brought her flowers and given her little presents, but it hadn't changed anything. Then she fell in love with P.I., who would never have ventured to choose a present for her or pick her a flower either. "I guess I should have left P.I. at home," Call said after they ate. "Then you wouldn't have had to make this long trip." "It won't matter once I get him back," Lorena said. The way she said it made Call wish they could hurry along a little faster, or that P.I. would get wind that his wife was coming and ride to meet them. He felt he had run a miserable expedition so far. It was the most ineffective of his life. 3 families had been inconvenienced with as yet no progress at all in the matter of Joey Garza. Rumor in Fort Stockton had it that Joey had gone back to Coahuila, but no one really had the details, and Call didn't know how much credit to give the rumor. Now he regretted that he had taken Brookshire with him, or Deputy Plunkett either. Colonel Terry would rightly be incensed at the long wait and the absence of results. Brookshire had lost his wife while on the trip, and P.I. had lost time from his farming. Lorena had to take leave from her school teaching. When they got to Presidio, he meant to send everyone home. From that point on, he would hunt Joey Garza alone. Call wished his neck would ease up. He had rarely felt a pain more intense than the fire that shot up his neck if he moved his head a little too quickly. He also wished the cold would abate. In the morning, his hands were so swollen that he had increasing trouble doing the packing. Lorena saddled her mount and was ready to go before he could complete his chores. When they got ready to start, Call noticed 2 horses standing a fair distance to the northwest of their camp. "Wonder if those cowboys lost some horses," he said. "If they did, there'll be trouble when they get to John Chisholm's. He's the kind of man who counts his horses, and he expects a full count." He finished his coffee. Lorena was about done with her packing. Their breaths made clouds of steam. It was hard to see the knots they had to tie to secure their duffel. "I think I'll just ride out and check the brands on those horses," Call said. "I don't know why those men would let those horses stray. They seemed like competent men." He put his horse into a short lope. Before going a quarter of a mile, he surprised 2 mule deer, a doe with a fawn. They had been bedded down, but jumped up and scampered off. In the clear air, he had misjudged the distance to the horses a bit. They were farther from camp than he thought. While Call was watching the mule deer, his horse shied at a badger that waddled out from behind a sagebrush, practically at the horse's feet. The horse crow-hopped a time or two, just enough to cause Call to lose a stirrup. He had the horse almost calmed down and was searching for the stirrup with his foot when the first bullet struck him low in the chest. Careless, he thought, too careless, and now I'm shot. He whirled his mount and yanked his rifle from the saddle scabbard, but his hands were so stiff with the cold that he dropped the weapon. Just as he did, a second bullet smashed his knee and evidently went through and wounded his horse, for the horse squealed and began to buck. A third shot hit his arm. Call was trying to hang on. He couldn't afford to be thrown, not with the bullets coming so fast and so accurately. They seemed to him to be coming from under one of the stray horses. Careless, he thought again. He's shooting from under the horse, and I rode right out to him. Then he lost his seat and was thrown hard in the direction of the rifle he had dropped. Fortunately, he was able to reach the rifle. He had to work the lever with one hand, but as soon as he could sit up, he began to fire in the direction of the horses. One of them raced away, but the other stood exactly where it had been, hobbled, probably so the rifleman could shoot from underneath it, hidden by the sage. There was a final shot. It brought down Call's horse. All he could do then was wait, in the hope that the killer would be foolhardy enough to come and try and finish him off. After the shot that killed his horse, there was not a sound from the northwest. Call knew he would have to try and staunch his bleeding soon. He had been hit 3 times, and the bullets were heavy caliber. His left arm and right leg were smashed for good. The arm was practically shot off. When he looked at his knee, he saw bone fragments through the hole in his pants. The first wound, the one in the chest, was bleeding more than it should. If he didn't staunch it soon, he might faint, and if he fainted, he was lost, and probably Lorena, too. Call raked up a little sand and covered the chest wound with it, pulling aside his shirt. The sandy poultice quickly grew muddy with blood, but it was the only way he had of staunching the blood flow. He kept raking sand and patting it onto his chest. He raised up only high enough to see that the hobbled horse was still there. Any higher he couldn't risk. He felt a deep shame when he thought of Lorena, back at the camp alone. She would have heard the shots, and he hoped that she would run. There were ranches to the south. Perhaps she could survive long enough to reach one of them if the killer didn't strike her, too. He had brought her with him and then failed to protect her, the very thing he had mentioned and the very thing he had feared. Now he himself might be dying. The chest wound probably involved a lung. He could feel the bullet like a nut inside him when he coughed. Call knew he should not have let the killer know that he'd got his rifle. That was another mistake. Now there was little hope that the killer, Joey Garza probably, would expose himself at all. And even if he was reckless and let himself be seen, Call knew it would only be luck if he could hit him, shooting one-handed. He had botched the matter completely. Everything was his fault. He had known in his gut that someone was following them, someone so clever that unending vigilance was essential. But the fact that the cowboys had apparently lost 2 horses, a normal thing, had distracted him to such an extent that he had just ridden out casually, as he would have under normal circumstances, to have a look. Now a clever boy, shooting from under a hobbled horse, had done what all the fighters he had engaged with over 4 decades, Kicking Bird, the Comanche, the Kiowa, Pedro Flores, and outlaws of all description, both Mexican and American, had failed to do. He was hit, and hit soundly. Probably only the fact that his horse was restive caused the first bullet to miss his heart. It hadn't missed it by much at that, if it had missed it. Perhaps it was his heart's blood he was pumping out. Once before, he had been hit by a bullet. That bullet was fired by an Apache, as Call was about to cross the Pecos River with Gus McCrae's body on the long trek back from Miles City, Montana, where Gus had died. But that bullet had merely lodged in his side and had touched no vital organs. It was a nuisance, mainly. It pained him at times, but Call didn't regard it as a serious wound and had never bothered to have it cut out. The Apache had shot from a considerable distance, too. The bullet had been almost spent when it hit him. It didn't stop him from crossing the river or from burying Gus McCrae where he had wanted to be buried. Now Call knew he was so badly hit that he would be lucky to live. He didn't expect that he would live and didn't care, really, if he could only kill Joey Garza before he died. He felt that he had to kill him. It was the only way to provide any measure of safety for Lorena, and not just Lorena either. There was P.I. and Brookshire and Deputy Plunkett to think of. The ease with which Joey Garza, if it was the young bandit, had drawn him in range and the consistency of the shooting was a shock. Shooting from under a horse was an old trick. The Indians had done it routinely. Call reproached himself bitterly for carelessness, for assuming the horses were strays. But he knew that he could reproach himself for a year and not alter the truth, which was that someone, Joey Garza most likely, had outsmarted him easily and shot him, probably mortally. What made the failure worse was that the burden of his error would be visited upon people who had depended on him. It would be visited on Lorena, and probably on P.I. and Brookshire and Deputy Plunkett, too. Call remembered Mox and the Cherokee killer Jimmy Kumsa. He considered the possibility that they had lured him out of camp. Perhaps it was Jimmy Kumsa who had shot from under the tethered horse. But Call didn't think so. Mox was like most outlaws, careless and lazy. He had made camp in a place that laid him open to easy ambush. He had posted no guard. Nothing he had done had been smart or well planned. Crouched behind a sage bush, one arm and one leg useless, Call felt a desperate need to slay his murderer before he died. He felt the wound in his chest. It seemed to him the bleeding was slowing. He might have an hour. He might have more. But he doubted he had much more. He didn't think his opponent was Mox or the Cherokee either. They ran, and he imagined they would keep running. But someone had followed him and waited while he was in Fort Stockton and then had picked up the trail when he and Lorena left town. It was the sense that he was being followed that caused the terrible ache in his neck. Call was sure of that. Never before in his life had he been unable to backtrack and surprise a pursuer. Rarely had he encountered an outlaw with the patience to wait outside of town for 3 days in bitter cold until his prey took to the trail. Most outlaws acted on impulse. They rarely planned, and when they did plan, the slightest hitch was likely to cause them to abandon their plans. Many an innocent citizen had fallen because some bank robber saw a deputy sheriff approaching as the robbery was in progress. Usually the robber started shooting. Rarely was the deputy the one killed. Old ladies chatting with a teller got killed, or merchants who picked a bad time to make a deposit got killed. Call knew that successful bandits had their reputations inflated by rumor. The press helped bandits get names for themselves. People in small towns who were bored most of their lives thought bandits were colorful. The newspapers printed the gossip, and pretty soon everyone on the frontier would get the notion that a certain bandit was invincible, when in fact few of them were particularly able or more than moderately smart. But the person who had put 3 bullets in him in less than 5 seconds was exceptional. Call knew his first mistake had been a reluctance to believe that the Garza boy actually might be exceptional. He had assumed that his was just another case of inflated reputation. He had only begun to suspect differently when he hadn't been able to catch Joey Garza following him. Call had known it when the boy had ridden up almost before he was out of sight and killed Roy Bean. Yet he hadn't acted on his knowledge. He had eaten Lorena's bacon, drunk her coffee, and loped out to check the brands on 2 horses, as if Joey Garza was any other killer. He had failed in vigilance, and now he was paying for his failure. That had always been the way of the frontier. If you failed in vigilance, you usually died. Rarely would the frontier permit a lapse as serious as the one he had just made. Call considered that he had always been able to draw on more will than most men possessed. He could keep riding longer and keep fighting harder than any man he had worked with. He had never considered himself brilliant, and as a rider or a shot he was only average. But he could keep going in situations where others had to stop. He had never quit a fight, and the fight he was in now demanded just that persistence of him. He might be dying, but he couldn't quit until he had killed his killer. If he failed, all his effort would have been futile, and the lives of people who trusted him deeply would, in all likelihood, be forfeit. Call risked sitting up for a second to see if he could catch a glimpse of the rifleman. The hobbled horse was exactly where it had been. But Call saw no one, not a movement, not a hat, not a glint of sun on a rifle barrel. He flattened himself on his belly and began to push the rifle ahead of him. He wished he could simply cut off the useless arm and the useless leg. The leg was the worst. He didn't look at his knee, but he knew it must be nothing but bone fragments. The pain was beginning, and when he moved, sharp points of bone tore at what flesh was left. The arm he didn't feel. He pulled himself along on his one good elbow. For a while he pushed the rifle ahead of him, but he soon abandoned the rifle and took out his pistol instead. If he got a shot at Joey Garza, it would likely be at close range. If it wasn't at close range, he would probably miss anyway, particularly if he tried to shoot a rifle with one hand. Every few minutes, Call raised up. His vision annoyed him. He couldn't see sharply. He could see the horse, but not the shooter. It angered him. His eyesight was no longer adequate to the work he had tried to do. No doubt Gus McCrae or Charles Goodnight, men renowned for the sharpness of their vision, would have seen the boy under the horse while still safely out of rifle range. Either one of them could have seen that the horse was hobbled and have avoided the bullets. He had tried spectacles but found them irritating, and he had not provided himself with any for the trip. That little neglect was another reason he was shot and dying. Call kept on crawling. The hobbled horse had been some 200 yards away when the shots came. Call wiggled for nearly half the distance, the pain in his leg growing more terrible with every movement. He left a trail of blood on the sand and on the sage bushes as he crawled. But he began to grow weak, and he began to feel lightheaded. He saw that he wasn't going to make it to the hobbled horse. He wouldn't last that long. Besides, the boy might not even be there. He might have been so confident of the wounds he had given that he had simply slipped away. Call felt his strength failing. He had crawled a long way, but he was still just half the distance to the horse and had still not caught one glimpse of human movement. He decided to tempt the boy, if the boy was there. He would show himself. Maybe the boy would want to laugh at him, taunt him, shoot him again. If so, Call might be lucky enough to get off 2 or 3 pistol shots. If he was very lucky, he might put the boy down. It was a gamble, of course. He had never shot especially well with the pistol, and the Garza boy would not likely be such a fool as to come close. So far, the Garza boy had been no sort of fool at all. But it was a chance, his only chance. In another few minutes he might pass out. Already he had lost so much blood that his hand was unsteady. Carl wished he had kept pushing the rifle. It would make a fair crutch, something to support him when he stood up. But he had foolishly left it. He would just have to teeter as best he could and hope the Garza boy would be amused enough to expose himself. Very carefully, Call got into a sitting position. He had his pistol on cock. He got his good leg under him and rested a minute. When he tried to take a deep breath to steady himself, he coughed. Again, he felt the first bullet like a nut in his chest. But he gathered himself, wiped the sweat out of his eyes with his good arm, wiped the blood off the gun with his shirt tail, and slowly eased up. The hobbled horse was still hobbled. Call could see nothing beneath it. Then he heard a movement to his left and shot 3 times at the sound. It had sounded like a human footstep. Joey Garza had probably been sneaking up to finish him. But to his immediate, bitter disappointment, Call saw that it was only the mule deer he had scared earlier. He had shot the big doe. She bucked a few times and ran off, the fawn bounding after her through the sage. Call knew it was no good. It was a failure, a botch. Joey Garza had left. He might have already found Lorena and killed her. Perhaps Joey wouldn't bother with her. After all, he had killed the bounty hunter, and there would be no one to interfere with his robbing for a while. Perhaps the clever boy would just ride away. But it was clear that all the options belonged to Joey Garza. Call couldn't see him, couldn't find him, couldn't affect his actions. He eased back down. He had begun to feel the dangling arm as well as the shattered leg. He lay flat, concealing the pistol under his bloody shirt tail. If the boy did happen to ride by to inspect the body, Call might yet get off a shot. But he didn't expect this to happen. His head was swimming. He was so light in the head that he felt he was off the ground. He seemed to be somewhere between the sagebrush and the moving clouds. He tried to keep his eyes open. He felt dreamy and tried to fight the feeling. He kept telling himself that any moment he might look up and see the Garza boy standing over him or looking down at him from horseback. He had to try to stay alert. But his eyelids wouldn't obey. They kept closing, at first for only a fraction of a second. But then it seemed to Call that, despite himself, he was floating away into the world behind his eyelids. They wouldn't stay open. They wouldn't. In the world behind his eyelids, everything was white. Chapter 5. When Lorena heard the shooting, she quickly took her pistol out of her bag. In Presidio, Captain Call had given her one of his rifles. She took that, too. "If we get separated, you'd have a gun you might kill an antelope or a deer with," he had said. "I've never killed a big animal," Lorena had replied. "I'd rather we didn't get separated." And now they were separated. Lorena had trouble getting the heavy rifle out of its scabbard. She finally had to take the scabbard off the saddle to do it. She took the pistol and the rifle and crawled quickly into a thick clump of chaparral near the camp. The thorns were sharp and she got scratched in several places, but she didn't care. She clutched the guns and pushed on into the very center of the chaparral. If the shooter was Mox and he had killed Captain Call, she meant to kill herself, or else fight so hard that Mox would have to kill her to get her out of the brush. She didn't intend to be Mox's prisoner again, not even if it meant losing the life she wanted to devote to her children. Clara and P.I. would have to raise the children. She would not live to let Mox smear grease in her eyes again. Lorena crouched in the brush, listening, the pistol in her hand. After the first several rifle shots, there was a long silence. She could only endure it. She didn't dare come out of her hiding place, although she knew it would be no hiding place at all to the killers if they came for her. Then she heard 3 smaller reports, pistol shots, she supposed. Crouching, she remembered the night Gus had rescued her from Blue Duck and Ermoke. She remembered the shooting and how she had hoped she would die somehow if Gus was killed. She felt that terrible feeling again. If Captain Call had fallen and left her to Mox, she wanted to die. She wanted to have it over. Her hope was that she would have the strength to shoot herself. She would have to not think too much of her children. She would have to let them pass in her mind to Clara and P. But the cold hours passed, and Lorena heard nothing and saw nothing. There was not a movement anywhere. She twisted around and around in the thorny chaparral, hoping to catch a glimpse of the men who might be coming so she could prepare. But no men came. Lorena waited hours, 4 or more, judging by the weak sun. Finally, she began to be a little less frightened. The terror that had tightened her chest and made it hard even to breathe began to loosen. It might be that no one was coming. It might be that Captain Call had killed Mox or the Garza boy, or whoever had been there. If he hadn't, someone would have come. She kept looking in the direction Captain Call had taken. She knew he must be injured or dead, otherwise he would have returned. She began to feel that she should go look for him, but it was mid-afternoon and the sun was dropping in its arc before she could conquer her fears sufficiently to crawl out of the chaparral. The thorns had made her feel at least a little bit safe. She was reluctant to leave them, but she knew she had to. If Captain Call was dead, it was time to know it. Then she would have to try and go on alone. She knew where the Rio Grande was. That morning, Captain Call had said they would be there in 2 more days. She thought she could survive 2 days and find her way if no one caught her. When she stood up, she could see one of the stray horses. It had not moved from where it had been that morning, though the other horse was gone. She mounted and rode toward the horse, her pistol in her hand. It took her only a few minutes to cover the distance to the stray horse. The first thing she saw as she came near the stray was a dead horse. It was Captain Call's. Lying not far from it was a dead mule deer. As Lorena approached, a fawn bounded away. Then she saw the captain's rifle. There was blood on the sand near it and a bloody trail leading toward the stray horse. Lorena dismounted and followed the trail of blood, pistol in hand. When she found the captain lying flat on his back behind a sagebrush, a pistol lying near, she thought he was dead. Blood had pooled beneath him, some of it seeping out of a wound in his chest. The rest was from a smashed arm and smashed leg. She thought he was dead. She had better leave him and try to get to the river and find P.I. But when she knelt by the captain, she saw his eyelids flutter. He opened his eyes, and his hand came up as if he were about to fire a gun at her. Only he had no gun in his hand. The pistol lay not a foot away, beside his mangled leg. Call saw that it was the woman, P.I.'s wife. Her face had collected itself out of the whiteness he lay in. She had a horse behind her. He had almost shot at her, thinking she was Joey Garza. It was lucky he had lost hold of his gun. "He got me. You go on," he whispered. "Who got you? Was it Mox? "No," Call said. Mox would have come to burn me. It was the boy. I never saw a trace of him." Then he fainted. His voice had been a feeble whisper, yet he wasn't dead. How he had lived with such wounds and such a loss of blood was a mystery, though Lorena knew that people did survive the most terrible wounds all the time. Gus McCrae could have survived if only he would have allowed his legs to be taken off. Lorena had felt angry for years that Gus would not allow that, as if she would have stopped loving him because he had no legs. Now the same violence or worse had been done to the captain. If he lived at all, he would probably have to lose the leg and the arm. Lorena didn't know how she could move him without killing him. Yet she had to move him, or else build a fire where he was. When night came, he would freeze in his own blood if he had no fire. Also, his horse was dead, and they had brought no pack animals. He would have to ride her horse if he lived. Then she remembered the stray horse still standing 100 yards or so away. Maybe the stray was tame enough that she could ride him. Then the captain could have her horse if she could get him on it. She took the bridle off Call's dead horse and walked out to the stray. The horse, a buckskin, whinnied when she approached. She saw that he was hobbled. No wonder he had stood there all day. She slipped the bridle on, and the horse let her lead him back to where the captain lay. Then Lorena went back to their camp and moved it. She had been mostly packed anyway. There was just the coffee pot and the skillet and a few other things. She had waited in the chaparral too long, and now it was too late to move the captain. The best thing she could do for him was to build a big fire and try to get a little coffee in him. If she kept him warm, he might live through the night. Lorena spent the last hour of sunlight gathering wood. She wanted to keep the fire hot until morning. The captain whispered now and then, but so low that Lorena couldn't hear what he was saying. He was still bleeding. She didn't expect him to live. His hands twitched, but otherwise he scarcely moved. At times, the captain lay so still that Lorena thought he was gone. She would have to put her hand on his breast to determine that he was still breathing. The only water she had was in the 4 canteens, and there was no creek or river near where they had camped. Lorena knew she ought to wash the captain's wounds, but she was fearful of using up the water. If she couldn't move him for several days, they would need it. If she left him to go look for water, she might be unable to find her way back. She might only make their situation worse. She decided finally to sacrifice 1 canteen. She boiled water in the coffee pot and very carefully opened the captain's shirt and cleaned the wound in his chest. The arm and the leg were more difficult, for she had to cut his shirt sleeve and pants leg away. Every time she moved the wounded limbs, even a little, the captain moaned. Once, when she was a little too rough with the leg, he cried out. It was no wonder, either. His knee was nothing but splinters of bone, and the arm was not much better. Still, Lorena knew that it was the wound in his chest that threatened his life. The wound leaked only a little blood now, but a large bullet was somewhere in the captain, near his heart, and that was bad. Once in the night, Call woke. He had supposed Lorena was gone, but then he saw her putting sticks on the fire. "You ought to go on," he said again. "You can make the river. P.I. ain't far from the river. Just follow the Rio Concho into Mexico for half a day. You'll find him." "Captain, I can't ride off and leave you to die," Lorena said. "If you die, I'll go, but not until then." "Foolish," Call whispered. "I might linger for a week. I can't get well. I'd be obliged if you'd go." "Am I such poor company?" Lorena said, trying to josh a little. His breathing was labored, and she didn't expect he would live. "You've got a family. I don't," Call whispered. "You need to quit talking and rest," Lorena said. That was easy advice to take. Call found that just lifting his tongue to make words was heavy work. It was as hard as lifting the side of a wagon to fix a busted wheel. A few words, just whispers, and he had to rest. In the night, the sky cleared and the cold grew more bitter. Just before first light, Lorena used the last of her wood. She could hear the captain breathing. There was a rasp in his breath. She had to walk a long way to find an armful of frozen sticks. For a moment, she thought she was lost, but luckily it was still dark enough that she caught a flash of her own fire. She made it back to camp and fed the fire, holding her cold hands over it. Despite the good fire, the captain was shivering. Lorena managed to pull and tug until she got the saddle free of his dead mount. She wanted a saddle blanket. They had only 3 blankets, and she put all of them on the captain, placing the heavy saddle blanket over them. She had to keep arranging the blankets because the captain became restive. When he shifted, he cried out from the pain in his arm and leg. Lorena knew she had to choose from between lesser evils. She could try to get the captain on a horse and take him with her, or she had to leave and hope she could find a town and get back with help before he died. Probably he would die in either event, from moving or from staying. He was not a large man. In the years since she had last seen him, he had become older and smaller. She was sure he hadn't been so small when she had known him before her marriage. She felt sure she could lift him onto a horse, but whether the movement would kill him, she didn't know. When it warmed a little, she would have to make her choice. She tried to feed Call a little coffee with a spoon, but he was shivering so that most of the coffee spilled onto his shirt. "You need to take a little. It'll warm you," she said. But Call was unconscious. He didn't respond. Lorena decided then to take him with her. If she could get him on a horse while he was unconscious, the pain might not be so sharp. A few buzzards were circling in the cold sky, attracted by the dead horse and the dead deer. Lorena's horse was an old black plug named Blackie. The captain had chosen a solid mount for her, one that would not act up and throw her some cold morning. She saddled Blackie and walked him over to the dead horse. The frost was so intense that the dead horse didn't smell, not yet. The corpse would make a good stepladder, she decided. It was the only one available to her. She didn't want to give herself time to think about the task too much. She didn't want to waver. When she lifted the captain, she was shocked by how little he weighed. Clary, her 15-year-old, far outweighed him. She had been tussling with Clary not long before they left home and had tried to lift her off the ground. It was all she could do to lift her daughter and carry her a few steps. Captain Call wasn't as heavy as Clary, not nearly. It seemed absurd to her that this man, old and small, was still the man they sent after the meanest killers. They should have found a younger manhunter long since, and Captain Call should have been living a safer life. That was wisdom come too late, though. As she was carrying him to the horse, the captain woke. He looked at the ground as if surprised that a woman was carrying him. But his eyes were not focusing, for he was in great pain. "Captain, do you think you can ride?" Lorena asked. "I caught that other horse. I'll put you on Blackie." Call blinked. The world was hazy. He saw the black horse standing by the dead horse. Lorena was carrying him as if he weighed nothing. The fact was, his weight had dropped in the last few years, but not being on his own feet startled him. It made him wonder if he was still himself. He had always had his own feet on the ground. To be carried, even the few steps to the horse, was like floating. He felt he was floating into another life, a life so different from his old one that he wondered if he would even have the same name. "I ain't been carried since my ma carried me, I guess," he whispered. Lorena got his good foot in the stirrup. Call pulled up with her help, but when he swung his bad leg over the saddle, he yelled out. Then he vomited and fainted. At least he was on the horse, Lorena thought. He was unconscious. She cut his lariat into sections with the big bowie knife he kept in his saddlebags, and then she tied him on. The buckskin stray was jumpy when she first mounted, but she walked him until he settled down. Captain Call was alive, but only just. She didn't want any jumpy horses causing his death. She led Blackie and led him slowly. She hoped Call would come to from time to time to direct her if she strayed off course. Call did awaken several times during the day, but he was too weak to speak. The pain in his leg was so intense that he could not hang on to consciousness for more than a few minutes. Lorena checked on him frequently. She was hoping for directions, but Call's whispers were incoherent. He muttered a name, but she didn't catch it. Lorena stopped well before dark. She wanted plenty of time to gather firewood. They stopped by a little creek with a trickle of water in it. She wanted to heat water and try again to wash the captain's wounds. He had wet himself during the long day horseback. She knew she could never manage to change his pants with the shattered knee, but she could at least put him by the fire and dry him. The wound in his chest was still leaking blood. She cleaned that and then cleaned off the saddle. It was a bloody, smelly mess. Lorena gathered an abundance of firewood and drank several cups of strong coffee. She gave the captain some, and he came awake enough to drink it gratefully. All they had was bacon. Lorena fried some, but the captain only ate 2 bites. "Dillard," he whispered. It was the name he had been muttering all day, but it meant nothing to Lorena. "Dillard Brawley," Call said. "He was the barber in Lonesome Dove." "Well, I never used the barber in Lonesome Dove," Lorena said. "I guess I never met him." "A centipede got in his pants and ruined his leg," Call whispered. "Gus and me tied him to a table and cut his leg off. We had to. He would have died of blood poisoning if we hadn't. You have to do the same. You have to cut my leg off." "No," Lorena said. "That town can't be more than 2 more days. There'll be a doctor there to tend to your leg." In his haze during the ride, Call remembered Gus McCrae's wounded legs and how they looked before he had died. Both Gus's legs had turned black, and Gus's wound had been nowhere near as bad as his. During the day, a great clot of blood had formed on Call's splintered knee. The bullet had hit just below the knee, but had gone upward and wrecked the kneecap. Lorena had tried to wash the clot, but it looked so bad that she had concentrated on doing the other wounds first. The bone fragments were like needles. Then she remembered the one-legged man in Lonesome Dove. He had come in the bar sometimes. He had a hoarse voice. "Was Dillard the man with the hoarse voice?" she asked. Call nodded. "He ruined his voice, screaming when we took the leg off," Call whispered. "We thought he'd faint, but he never fainted. He just screamed his voice away." Lorena concentrated on washing the wounded arm. She hoped the captain would forget about the leg, though she knew the pain must be too great to allow for forgetfulness. She was not squeamish. Clara had sometimes been in demand as a midwife, and Lorena had gone with her to help. She had also helped castrate horses when the ranch was short-handed, and she had helped birth foals as well as babies. She had felt the pains of childbirth 5 times herself, and she didn't faint at the sight of blood, even a lot of blood. She had seen injuries, some of them horrible. She had once bandaged the arm of a farmer who had been mangled in a haying machine, and she had several times cut fish hooks out of her own children. But she didn't want to have to be the one to remove Captain Call's leg. Better to travel night and day until they reached a settlement where there was a qualified doctor. The knee looked so bad that she was even indecisive about cleaning it. Still, there was Gus and his death to remember. The clot on the captain's knee was black. Lorena thought about it until her mind went numb. She tipped over by the hot fire and slept a little. In the morning, when she awoke, the captain was looking at her out of feverish eyes. Lorena looked at the leg and then looked away. "You might bleed to death," she said. "I didn't yet," Call whispered. "I ain't handsome like Gus. I got no women to lose. If I have to be one-legged, I will. I want to live to kill that boy." Lorena felt a flush of disgust. The man was all but dead and might be dead before a day passed or even an hour. He could barely whisper, and his arm was ruined. He had a bullet in his chest that made his breath sound like a snore, yet he still wanted to kill. The sympathy Lorena had felt for him and his pain went away. Not all of it, but much of it. "You ought to think of a better reason to live than killing a boy," Lorena said. "If killing is the only reason you can think of to live, then you might as well die." Call was surprised by the anger in Lorena's voice. Lorena was surprised by it herself. It came from memories and from times long past, from things she had felt about Gus and things she had felt about Jake Spoon. The very man before her, Captain Call, the man with the ruined arm and leg and the deep chest wound, had himself hung Jake Spoon, his friend. If Gus McCrae hadn't killed to save her, she would have died alone at the hands of cruel men long years before. She would have had no husband, no children, no pupils. Killing was part of the life they had all lived on the frontier. Gus's killings had saved her, but Lorena still felt a bitterness and an anger. Not so much at the old hurt man laying by the campfire as at the brutal way of life in the place they lived. She and Clara sometimes daydreamed of making a trip to England together to see civilization. They meant to visit Shakespeare's birthplace and to see a play. They had amused themselves in the Nebraska evenings by imagining what they would say if they happened to meet Mr. Browning on the street or Mr. Carlyle. Yet here she was, not with Clara in a theater or a nice hotel in London, but on a bleak prairie with not even one house within 100 miles, caring for an old killer who wanted her to cut his ruined leg off so he could get well and kill again. She had studied and educated herself, but she had not escaped. When she looked around and saw where she was and remembered why she was there, because this man had taken her kind husband to help him kill a train robber, she felt a deeper anger still. "I'm tired of it," Lorena said. "I'm tired of it, Captain. You oughtn't to have taken my husband. He's not a killer. You and Gus were the killers. I loved Gus McCrae, but not like I love my husband. Our children love him and need him. You oughtn't to have taken him from us." Call was sorry he had said anything. Better to have stayed quiet until he died. Lorena was risking her life to help him, and P.I. was risking his life too. And yet he had angered her. There was justice in what she said, too. He shouldn't have taken her husband. He had taken him and wasted weeks of his time and put his life in jeopardy, and for nothing. "The Garza boy is a killer," he whispered. "I don't care," Lorena said. "There's killers and killers and killers out here. My husband's got nothing to do with that. You should have let him be." Call remembered the fury Clara Allen had directed at him in Nebraska as he was leaving her ranch with Augustus's body to bring it back to Texas. Now another woman, and one who was putting herself to great trouble to save him, was just as angry, if not angrier. He didn't know what the flaw was in his speech or in himself that brought up such anger in women. But the fury was up in Lorena. He saw it in her eyes, in the way her nostrils flared, in the stiff way she held herself. "You remember what I was, Captain," Lorena said. "I was a whore. $2 was all I cost, $1 on Sunday. I don't know how many men bought me. I expect if you brought them all here, they'd about fill this desert. I expect they'd nearly make an army." Call remembered well enough. Gus and Jake and Dish and many men in Lonesome Dove had visited Lorena. In those days, cowboys rode 50 miles out of their way to visit Lorena. "But I'm not a whore now," Lorena said. "I'm a married woman. I'm a mother. I teach school. I didn't stay what I was. Can you understand that? I didn't stay what I was. Clara cared for me, and she showed me a better way." Call didn't know what was wrong. Lorena had clenched her fist, and if he had been well, she might have hit him. But the Garza boy was a killer, and a deadly one. He killed frequently and without pity, so far as Call knew. He had been hired to stop the boy's killing. That was his job. Getting well in order to do what he had been hired to do seemed a reason to live. Though when he took stock of his actual condition, he knew it was unlikely that he would ever go on the hunt for a killer again. He probably wouldn't live anyway. Why was the woman so angry? "I'll cut your leg off," Lorena said. "I'll cut it off now. If you die, then you'll have been killed by a killer like yourself. But if you live, you oughtn't to stay a killer. I didn't stay a whore." In her anger, she thought she could just take the big knife and cut the ruined leg off. But when she actually prepared for the task, she cooled quickly. Call was feverish and barely conscious. When he saw Lorena take the knife, he wondered, in a dim, faraway state of mind, if he should have made the request. He and Gus together had a time getting Dillard Brawley's leg off, and they'd had a saw. A knife wouldn't cut bone. If the joint was shattered, as it seemed to be, she might cut there. But she would have to nick the knife blade first to make a kind of saw. "Hit the knife on a rock, hit hard," Call said weakly. "You need to nick it a little so it'll saw. And once you've nicked it, sharpen it," he added in a whisper. "There's a whetstone in my saddlebags." Lorena found the whetstone. She hit the knife blade hard against the rock again and again. Finally, she made a few small nicks along the blade. Then she sharpened the big knife for several minutes. Captain Call had his eyes closed. Lorena hoped he was unconscious. She filled the coffee pot with water and heated it. Then she poured the water over his knee until most of the black clot was gone. She knew she had to cut at the joint, and she wanted to see as clearly as she could. "Captain, I oughtn't to do this," Lorena said. "I don't know how to take a leg off." "If I die, it'll be the bullet that killed me, not the knife," Call whispered. "It won't be none of your fault." "Well, that's how you feel, maybe," Lorena replied. "I'm the one that will be doing the cutting. If this don't work, I'll be questioning my judgment for a long time." Time and again in her marriage, Lorena had watched P.I. put off decisions. He would hem and haw and lean one way and then another and try to weigh the pros of a given matter against the cons. Usually he would keep on weighing the pros and cons for several weeks or even months, until one day Lorena would have had enough of his procrastination. She would whirl and make the decision herself, annoyed that she hadn't gone on and made it weeks before. She was at such a point with the captain. He was only just barely alive. His leg was ruined. Either she had to carry him on and hope she found a doctor before he died, or she had to cut. Without speaking to Call again, she made her decision. She cut. She grasped his thigh with her left hand to hold it steady, and she cut. Call moaned. He was too weak to manage a scream. He was in a hazy, hot state. He moaned twice, and then boiling red water seemed to settle over him. Lorena was glad he was unconscious. She didn't want him looking at her with his feverish eyes while she labored to remove his leg. It was labor, too, the hardest, apart from childbirth, that she had ever done. In no time it seemed she had blood to her elbows. The knife became slippery, so slippery that Lorena had to wipe off the handle several times. The flesh cut, but the bone was unyielding. She sawed and sawed, but it seemed that she was only scraping the bone. The captain was bleeding heavily again, and it seemed to Lorena that he must be almost drained. He might be bleeding to death even as she cut. Lorena became desperate. She began to saw with both hands, bearing down on the knife as hard as she could. Blood ran so thick that she couldn't see the groove where she had the knife. Her arms were weary up to the shoulders from pressing and sawing. Once when she paused just a moment, the captain rolled over. She had to turn him back and then wash the blood out and find the cut in the bone. She began to hate the blood. It was everywhere, on her, on her dress, on the captain's shirt. It made the knife so slippery she couldn't hold it in the groove. She wanted to take a rock and smash the leg off somehow. Her shoulders ached and a pain shot down her back from the effort of bearing down on the knife. She remembered Clara and how she had worked when they were pulling a foal out of a young mare. Clara's arms would be red to the shoulder from reaching into the mare to turn the foal. She would go home bloody from her shoulders down, but she never quit, and she rarely lost the foal. Lorena knew she couldn't quit either. She had started, and she had to finish. She sawed on and on, though she had little hope that she would succeed or that the captain would live. Then Lorena realized she was sawing dirt. It was dirt as soaked with blood as she and the captain were, but it was dirt. The leg was off. Lorena was so exhausted that she couldn't move. She knew she would have to tear up a dress to make a bandage, for it was all she had, but she was too weak to move. She didn't know what to do with the severed leg. She had cut it off, but she didn't want to touch it or even look at it. She didn't want to bury it or be near it. What she had done had been too hard. It had brought her so close to death that the thought of death was comforting. She had known that feeling before. Life could be so harsh that the thought of death seemed to offer the only comfort. It wasn't good to be so close to death, because death might suck you in. She got to her feet finally and walked away a few steps to be farther from the captain. She felt she wanted to be away from him and away from what she had done. She walked some distance from the fire and sat down on a large rock. She was covered with the captain's blood. She didn't know if he was even alive, and she would soon have to go find out. But for a moment she needed to stay apart, for if she didn't, she might lose her mind. She had come so close to death that she had forgotten everything else, forgotten that she was a married woman with children to raise. She had to stay apart to remember who she was and what her life was. She had to remember her children and her husband. She had to pull back from the place of blood and killing. Lorena sat for nearly an hour, feeling empty. She knew the captain might be dying, bleeding to death as she sat, but she could not do a thing about it. She had done what the man had asked. Most of her life she had struggled to do what some man asked, but she was through with that. She could do no more. Only P.I., her husband, didn't ask her for things she had to strain to do. P.I. never asked for anything. Sometimes it irritated her that he asked for so little. But when she calmed down some, what she felt was a great longing to see P., her husband. She needed to see him. Once she found him, then she could rest. When Lorena stood up again, she found that she had hardly any strength in her legs. It was hard even to walk back to the campfire, but she did. Captain Call was still alive and still unconscious. She didn't want to touch the severed leg. She pushed it away with a stick, tore up her spare dress, and bandaged Call's wound as best she could. Then she saddled the horses and packed the few things there were to pack. She went to the little creek and filled all the canteens, moving very slowly. She seemed to have no strength. Getting the captain on the horse was going to be hard. She began to wish he would just die, so she wouldn't have to bother. Lifting him was very hard, but the captain roused a little once he was in the saddle. He steadied himself, though he didn't speak and didn't seem to know where he was. Lorena was not sure he even realized she had cut off his leg. The leg lay by the smoldering campfire where Lorena had pushed it. Captain Call's boot was still on it. Lorena started to mention the boot, but what good was a boot if he didn't have the leg? She felt wrong. Probably she should bury the leg, but she was too tired to bury it, or even to mention it. She barely had the strength to tie the duffel to her saddle. Pulling herself into the saddle was hard. When she reached over to take Blackie's reins, she felt a great urge just to put her head down on her horse's neck and go to sleep. "We go south," Call barely whispered. He saw that Lorena was exhausted. He felt a throbbing pain, but it was less sharp than it had been. "Captain, I left your leg," Lorena said as they were starting. Captain Call didn't hear and didn't answer. Chapter 6. The morning after Deputy Plunkett ran away in his grief, Famous Shoes, who had been squatting by the fire napping a little, heard the approach of a stumbling horse. Olin Roy had risen early and departed. Olin had never been one to stay in camp very long. Brookshire was already awake. Even though he was very tired, the cold was so intense that he generally huddled by the fire in the hours before dawn. Sitting up was more restful than laying on the cold ground. "P.I. is a good sleeper," Famous Shoes observed. "I don't think he would hear a bear if one came along." "Why? There ain't bears here, are there?" Brookshire asked. "The captain didn't mention bears when we came through here before." "In the Madre, where I live, there are many bears," Famous Shoes said. There are not too many bears left along the river, but there are still enough that a bear could come along. If one came along, it would eat P.I. before he woke up, he added. Brookshire was glad he had several guns with him. If a bear came into camp, he supposed he could hit it. The range would not be a problem. I think that horse I hear has something wrong with it, Famous Shoes said. It's just stumbling along. He got up and disappeared into the darkness. Brookshire had heard one or two faint sounds, but he couldn't identify them. If the old Indian thought they were made by a stumbling horse, he was probably right. Famous Shoes was back almost immediately, leading Deputy Plunkert's horse, which was indeed crippled and without its saddle and bridle. Its right shoulder seemed to be broken, and a rear leg was injured as well. When Famous Shoes tried to inspect its rear leg, the horse squealed in pain. The squeal woke up P.I., who had been dreaming that it was Saturday afternoon at home. Lorena had been giving the boys their haircuts. All the boys hated having their hair cut. They considered it unfair that they should have to have their hair cut so often, since Clary, their big sister, could let her hair grow as long as she liked. Nonetheless, Lorena insisted on cutting the boys' hair every other Saturday afternoon. She had ordered special hair clippers from a catalog and had a special pair of scissors that she used to give haircuts with. The boys all complained that the clippers pinched them cruelly, but Lorena ignored their complaints. After she finished with the boys, Lorena would cut his hair. Although the clippers did occasionally pinch a little, P.I. didn't mind Lorena's haircuts at all. He liked the touch of his wife's cool hands as she smoothed his hair and brushed it. He had a tendency to cowlicks. Lorena could never correct them, but she would often take several minutes at the end of each haircut, smoothing the remains of the cowlicks with her cool hands, trying to make him look presentable, or at least acceptable, in case they felt like making the 15-mile trip to church on Sunday morning. P.I. would go into a happy reverie while Lorena cut his hair. He knew he was very lucky to have such a considerate and affectionate wife, one who would take time from her many chores to cut his hair and try to make it look good. He knew he didn't really look very good. He never had. It was all that much more a miracle that Lorena chose to give him such loving attention. He didn't know why she did, and he never allowed himself to expect it to continue. Yet through the years, as the children grew, it seemed that it did continue. It was so nice to see Lorena and the boys, even in a dream, that P.I. was reluctant to wake up and face the day. It was very pleasant to be with his family in his dream of Saturday afternoon. He could even see the clippings of brown hair, the boys had brown hair, all over the kitchen floor. Lorena would sweep up the hair cuttings as soon as she finished the haircuts. If she saw a particularly fetching lock from one of her sons, though, she might keep it and put it in her album of family memories. "Why, it ain't too different from taking scalps," P.I. had observed once when he noticed Lori saving a lock of Georgie's hair. "It is too different," Lorena said. Then, to his horror, she burst into tears. "I just want a few curls of hair from my menfolks," she said in a shaking voice. "I'd have it to remember you all by in case something happened to any of you." She cried hard, and P.I. felt miserable. Then she stopped crying. At least that was over, he thought. He regretted his careless remark about the scalps. "Things happen to people, don't you understand that?" Lorena said, and began crying again, harder than ever. Still, despite that painful memory, one of the many that had been caused by his slips of the tongue, it was hard to leave the peaceful dream of home and hair-cutting to come back to the cold world of Mexico. Deputy Plunkert's horse was back in camp badly crippled, But where was Deputy Plunkett? "I think his horse fell," Famous Shoes said. "It has blood on its head. I think it fell and hit a rock." Sure enough, the horse had a cut place on its head. "Could you backtrack this horse?" P.I. asked. "Ted Plunkett might be hurt." "I think you should kill this horse. It can't walk any further," Famous Shoes said. "We can eat him." Then he left. He was gone several hours. His absence made Brookshire nervous. Morning became noon and then mid-afternoon. They were just sitting and waiting, and Brookshire hated waiting. At least when they were moving, he could convince himself that they were following a plan. It was the captain's plan. On a day-to-day and hour-to-hour basis, it might seem pointless, but there was always at least the hope that the captain might know what he was doing. He might yet catch Joey Garza, or kill him, thus ending the threat. After all, Brookshire had seen with his own eyes how quickly Captain Call had ended the threat of Sheriff Joe Donovan. It had only taken him a few seconds once he got to it. The few seconds that it would take him to end the career of Joey Garza might arrive just as unexpectedly. The hands of the clock would keep turning, and one day the captain and Joey Garza would finally be in the same place. Then, when that moment arrived, Joey Garza would be dead or captured, and Colonel Terry could get a good night's sleep, or at least start worrying about something else. Brookshire had never witnessed anything as violent as what Captain Call had done to the sheriff. He had seen the results of such violence during the war, but he had not actually seen the violence happen. "I wish Famous Shoes would get back," P.I. said. He had already shot the crippled horse, but he didn't butcher it. They still had bacon and a little venison from a small buck he had shot. He didn't feel he had to be reduced to eating horse meat, not yet. There were only 2 hours of sunlight left when Famous Shoes returned. Though he rarely seemed to show the effects of travel, this time he did. When he returned, he wasn't trotting, he was walking. He had a belt in his hand, which he handed to P.I. It was Deputy Plunkett's belt. "That horse ran off a bluff," he said. "If the moon had been shining, he might have seen where he was going, but it was dark." "How about Ted?" P.I. asked. "He is dead," Famous Shoes said. "I buried him. I only had my knife to dig with, or I would have been back sooner." "Good Lord, he fell that far?" P.I. said. "It must have been a high bluff." "No, the fall only broke his hip," Famous Shoes said. "Some vaqueros came along and shot him and took his clothes. I found this belt, though. I think they dropped it." Though the fire was blazing, Brookshire felt cold. A man who had been with them for weeks, who had been sitting around this very campfire on the night before, was now dead. He had run off in grief over the cruel death of his wife, and now was dead himself of a circumstance almost as cruel. "Had a broken hip, and yet they shot him?" Brookshire said. "Who would shoot a man with a broken hip?" "I think they were just vaqueros," Famous Shoes said again. "They were probably poor. Their horses weren't shod. There were 4 of them. I didn't recognize their tracks. I think they were just vaqueros from the south. They probably wanted his guns and his saddle. I don't know if he was willing to give them up. He shot 1 time with his rifle. Here is the empty cartridge. They killed him and took his clothes. Then they went south." "All his clothes?" Brookshire asked. Both Famous Shoes and P.I. looked at him as if he had asked a very foolish question. "We ought to get a ways along tonight," P.I. said. "Those vaqueros might decide they want some more horses and guns. They might come back." Famous Shoes was annoyed by his friend's ignorance. Hadn't he just said that the vaqueros had gone south? He had tracked them for 2 miles to make sure. "We can camp anywhere," he said. "Those vaqueros are gone." Brookshire didn't mention the deputy's clothes again, but he had his own view, and his view was that he preferred to imagine the deputy's dead body fully clothed. The man had come on a trip for nothing, lost his wife in cruel circumstances, and then had been murdered himself in circumstances just as cruel. Deputy Plunkett had been a skinny fellow, and it was cold. Of course, a dead man would not feel the cold, but Brookshire still didn't like to think of that skinny white body laying naked in the cold night. In his mind, he dressed Deputy Plunkett in the clothes he had been wearing when he rode sobbing out of the camp. P.I. and Famous Shoes were men of the West, and no doubt they were used to such harsh sights. But Brookshire, an accountant from Brooklyn, was not. Chapter 7. Joey was surprised and a little disappointed at how easily Captain Call had let himself be shot. He was still testing the range of the German rifle, and he had thought the captain might be a man he should try to kill from the limits of the rifle's range. He had followed Call from the day he left Old Beans. Within an hour of hanging the judge, Joey was on Call's trail and never lost it. He didn't come too close to the man, though. He held about 10 miles back. Even so, it was soon apparent that Call knew he was being followed. From tracks, Joey saw that he doubled back several times, both day and night, hoping to surprise him, or at least pick up his tracks. If Call had doubled back a few miles farther, he would have picked up Joey's tracks, of course. No one could travel and leave no tracks at all. The captain only doubled back some 5 or 6 miles. He was after Mox and his 7 men, and evidently felt that he had no more time to spare for the one man who was following him, if it was one man. Joey thought it impressive that the old man sensed he was being followed. Call had tried 4 times to pick up signs of his pursuer. It showed that he wasn't a fool. Joey was hanging far back on the day Call attacked Mox. Joey heard the shooting, but from very far away and faint. It could have been hunters shooting. But he followed and then inspected the little battle site. It was evident that Captain Call was not an especially good shot. On the other hand, he had attacked 8 men and killed 6 of them. Also, he had wounded at least one of the men who had escaped. He was not a particularly good shot, but he was willing to fight, and he fought successfully. When he left the scene of the fight, Joey decided to follow Mox rather than Call. It was evident that Call was going to Fort Stockton. His trail could be picked up a little later. But Joey only had to track Mox about 3 hours before he came upon his corpse, laying in a gully not far from a dead horse. Probably old Call didn't even know he had killed the man-burner, but he had killed him. Mox would not be burning Raphael and Teresa. Joey would have to find another way to dispose of his brother and sister. If he couldn't find a rich man who would buy them for slaves, a rich man might consider them too damaged to make good slaves. He could take them to the mountains near his cave and leave them for the bears or the big gray lobo wolves. Or he could simply push them off a cliff. He meant to kill them, one way or another. Then his mother would know what he thought of her whoring. She would have to give him all her attention. She would wash his clothes and make them soft, and cook him tasty meals when he was in Ojinaga. First, though, Captain Call had to be killed. He was old, but he could fight. He was to be respected, as John Wesley Hardin was to be respected. The captain and the gunman were both men who didn't hesitate to kill. Before Joey hung Old Bean, he had run into a vaquero from Chihuahua who told him that Call had beaten the hard sheriff Donovan almost to death with a rifle. All the vaqueros on both sides of the river had lived in fear of the hard sheriff. He had been severe with every one he ever caught. Yet Call had easily beaten Donovan. Call was a man to be approached with attention and skill. Joey lingered outside Fort Stockton for 3 days, waiting for the captain to leave. He was afraid Call might take the train and escape. He didn't know whether he should risk robbing a train with Captain Call on it. He would not be able to keep the man in sight, but to lose sight of him would mean taking a large risk. With most lawmen, Joey thought, he could rob the train anyway and depend upon his own quickness. But with Captain Call, quickness might not be the most important thing. Then Captain Call had left town with the woman. It surprised Joey greatly that old Call would need a woman. When people talked about Captain Call, women were never mentioned. Joey had supposed Call was a man like himself, one who didn't need women and who didn't like whores. That the woman was a whore like his mother, Joey had no doubt. He would have liked it better if Captain Call had continued to travel alone. Then he would have felt that he was stalking an equal. But no man who went with whores could be his equal. Then the cowboys with the herd of horses appeared, and Joey changed his plans. He had been thinking of shooting the captain from a very long range, but he thought the horses might help him get a little closer. He stole 2 horses from the cowboys in the night and hobbled one of them near the captain's camp. The Apache had often fired from beneath horses. He had heard that there were Comanches so skillful in approach they could even fire from beneath the bellies of antelope or deer. He didn't believe that anyone, even a Comanche, could get close enough to an antelope to fire from beneath its belly. Even if an Apache wore the skin of an antelope and imitated its movements, the antelope would smell the man beneath the skin and run off. Some deer, though, were stupid. With deer, it might be possible. Joey had expected much more caution from Captain Call than the old man had exercised. He had been willing to risk a long shot. He was afraid if he waited too long, one of the cowboys might come back looking for the missing horses and muddle his plan. But the captain merely rode out carelessly, not noticing that one of the horses didn't move. A man who had hunted men all his life should know the difference between a hobbled horse and one that was loose. But the captain had loped out within easy range. Perhaps his eyesight was failing him. It had been annoying that the lawman's horse was high-stepping and trying to pitch. Joey thought that his first shot was a little off because of the jumpy horse. It was not off much, though. Probably it would be mortal. Then he shot Call in the leg and in the arm and killed his horse. The big bullets would ruin the arm and the leg. Even if the chest shot didn't kill the old man outright, he would bleed to death or starve. Joey had no interest in the woman. He watched with the spyglass as she crawled into the chaparral, carrying the pistol and the rifle. Probably she thought he would come and try to whore with her. Or she may have thought that the captain had been shot by a gang of men, in which case she had good reason to be cautious. Joey didn't think much about the woman. She could stay in the chaparral until she starved for all he cared. His only concern was Call. He moved around with his spyglass until he could see the body, and he saw at once that the ranger wasn't quite dead. His foot moved from time to time. Once he raised his good arm. Joey saw he had a pistol in his good hand, and that made Joey feel good. The old man was still wanting to kill him. He hoped Joey would come to rob his body so he could shoot at close range, but Joey had no intention of coming any closer than he was. The captain looked poor, and there was little likelihood that he owned anything worth taking to the cave. Joey could easily have come in closer and shot at him again. He would not have needed to come into pistol range or even close to pistol range to end the captain's life. But he didn't want to shoot again. He wanted the man to die from the first bullet. Almost all his kills had been made with one shot. Still, if the old man somehow managed to live, it might be better. It might only enhance Joey's reputation. After all, the captain had hunted him for more than a month and had never even seen him. If Call survived, he would be a cripple. His leg would probably have to be cut off, and his arm, too. Everyone who saw him would know what it meant. Joey Garza had beaten the most famous manhunter in the West, beaten him and left him a cripple. It would be obvious to all who saw the old man that it was Joey's choice that Call lived. A man so injured would be easily killed. Better to let him live as a warning to other men who might be tempted to hunt him for bounty. He had destroyed Call as easily as Call had destroyed Sheriff Donovan. 4 shots, 1 for the horse, and the old king of the border had been cut down and made a cripple. Captain Call would no longer be a threat to even the most ignorant, careless outlaw. He would never again be thought capable of challenging anyone as able as Joey Garza. Joey decided to wait through the night to see if Call lived until morning. He saw the woman come out of the chaparral and go to the place where Call lay. He watched her move camp. He watched her gather firewood. She was blonde. Her hair came loose as she was bending to gather firewood, and she let it stay loose. Joey watched her closely through the spyglass. At one point, she squatted to relieve herself. Joey felt a disgust and stopped looking. She was just like his mother. She was only a beast, a whore. The next morning, he watched the woman lift the captain onto the black horse. She was a strong woman. When she came to catch the hobbled horse, Joey was only 100 yards away. But the woman didn't sense him. He followed them all day, expecting Call to die at any moment. But when afternoon came and the woman made camp, the old man was still alive. In the morning, Joey watched the woman cut off Call's leg. He was surprised that a woman would attempt such a bloody task with only a big bowie knife. Of course, his mother had always butchered the sheep and the goats they ate, and she even butchered pigs when they had pigs. She didn't mind being bloody, and neither did the blonde woman who was cutting off Call's leg. Joey watched it all through his spyglass. Old Call was tough. He lost blood and then more blood, and yet he didn't die. When Joey had hacked off Benito's arms and legs, he had been unprepared for the spurting blood. He had turned his face away and struck with the heavy machete. Later he had thrown away all his clothes and snuck naked into his house. He didn't want to wear clothes that had blood on them. He couldn't let his mother wash the clothes. She might understand then that the blood had come from her husband. Joey didn't think the blonde woman was going to be able to take Call's leg off. She was tiring, and he could see her chest heaving. She stopped at times to rest, but she always returned to the task. Finally, when Joey had concluded that she wasn't going to succeed, she got through the bone, and the leg came off. Then the woman walked away from the camp and sat on a rock to rest. For a second, Joey was tempted to shoot her. It would be a test for Captain Call to see if he could survive with only one leg and no one to help him. But Joey didn't shoot her. He watched her mount the buckskin horse and saw her ride away, leading the horse that Captain Call was slumped on. It was a strange thing to see, a whore strong enough to cut a man's leg off. Joey watched them go and then put his spyglass back in its leather case. He imagined Captain Call would die somewhere on the trail to the south. Now he had to go to Mexico and kill Call's men. They had come after him in his own country, and he meant to see that such effrontery cost them their lives. After he killed them, he thought he might go to Ojinaga, though he didn't intend to let anyone in the village see him when he got there. Once he got home, it would be Raphael's and Teresa's turns to die. He thought he might steal a horse and then tie them on the horse. He could take them to his cave for a while to tease them. The idea of throwing his brother and sister off a cliff had begun to appeal to him. He would take them to his cave and see how he felt about it then. Chapter 8. The day after Lorena amputated his leg, Captain Call developed a fever so high that Lorena felt sure he would die. She had nursed 5 children through many fevers, but in the very young, fevers came and went like clouds in the skies. As the children grew older, high fevers were more serious. Captain Call was an old man, and he was burning up. Even Lorena couldn't remember Georgie having fevers that felt as hot to the touch as Call's, and Georgie was prone to blazing fevers. Call soon became incoherent. He mumbled, slumped over Blackie's neck. The leg bled, but not much. Lorena had used the last of her extra clothing for bandages, and she had no more cloth to make bandages with. She had no medicines with which to treat the fever. If Call died, he died. All she could do was keep pressing on, hoping to come to the river. Lorena knew she was going in the right direction. She could tell that from the sun. But she was in a big country where she had never been before, and she didn't know how to aim for the town. It could not be a very large town. The country rolled so that she knew she might not be able to see Presidio unless she spotted it from the top of a ridge. Captain Call had said it was on the Rio Grande. That was all she knew. She stopped twice and tried to get the captain to wake up and look around. If he could only glance around, he would probably figure out where they were and correct her if she was off course. He had mentioned that he had been over the country many times. But Captain Call was lost in fever, more lost even than Lorena was in the vast country. She would have to keep going as she was going and hope to know which direction to turn when she came to the river. They endured another cold night. Lorena was too tired to gather enough wood to see them through the night. The fire died well before dawn. She piled the heavy saddle blanket and all but one of the smaller blankets on the captain, but it was not enough to keep him from shivering and shivering. Looking at him, so old and frail and sick, caused Lorena to feel pity but also puzzlement. What kept the man alive? Why didn't he just die? The big bullet was still in him, close to his heart. His leg was gone, and the wound had not been treated. If it got infected, he would surely die. His arm was also terrible. She wasn't going to try to cut it off. She wasn't up to another amputation. Any of the 3 wounds might prove mortal. Yet the man still breathed. He burned with fever, he couldn't talk and couldn't see, yet he breathed. Even if she wrestled him onto his horse and got him to Presidio and they found a doctor, what could the doctor do? And what would there be left for him if he did live? He couldn't hunt men anymore. He wasn't a rancher. He didn't farm. He had lived all his life by the gun, and now no one would ever want him for his fighting abilities again. Better that he died. He wouldn't have this suffering, and he wouldn't have to live as an old cripple. Call had done what Gus McCrae wouldn't do. He had given up his leg in order to keep his life. For years, Lorena had wished Gus had chosen to live anyhow, and she had been angry with him because he hadn't. But now, seeing Call, she wasn't so sure. Riding over the barren ridges, leading the horse with the sick, feverish, diminished man on it toward a destination she didn't know if she could even locate, made Lorena feel doubtful. Gus might have taken the sensible option after all. He was the smartest man she had ever known, Gus McCrae. He had a fine, soaring imagination. Gus had not been able to put his imaginings in writing as Mr. Dickens and Mr. Browning could, but he could speak them, and he had spoken them to Lorena in the months they had been together. Gus had been himself, a full man. He'd had his flaws, and Lorena knew them. He was selfish at times past believing, as selfish as P.I. was unselfish. Gus knew himself. He knew how he wanted to be, and he had chosen in the critical hour not to accept being less. Perhaps, after all, Augustus McCrae had been right. But that was something Lorena could never know, not for herself and not for Gus. If Gus had lived, he would probably have married Clara, and if he had married Clara, Lorena would have had to take her heartbreak and go away with it. She could not have lived around their happiness. She might never have taken up her studies and never have been friends with Clara's girls. She would have left with her sorrow. She would have never married P.I. and would not have had her children. She would have drifted off, been an unhappy woman, and gone back to whoring, probably. By now she would be dead of discouragement. She would not have killed herself, but she would have found her way out of an existence that, without Gus, Clara, Clara's girls, or P.I., would have become too heavy to carry. The next morning she saw the ribbon of river shining far ahead, but she saw no town. She had found the Rio Grande, but where was she, north or south of the town and the Rio Concho? She didn't know. When she tried to nudge Call out of his delirium, she failed again. He couldn't see, for his eyes were hot with fever. Lorena crossed the river. She remembered that Call had said P.I. was half a day to the south. He had mentioned an old scout named Billy Williams who was staying in a little village in Mexico. The old scout might tell her the way or even lead her. Call had told her about Billy Williams before she cut his leg off. He must have known that he would be useless to her, even if he lived. Lorena crossed the river and looked both ways. There was nothing to see in either direction but the gray land. She had hoped for a spiral of smoke or an adobe hut, but there was nothing. The choice was a coin toss. Lorena had to choose between two emptinesses. She chose to go north for no better reason than that she was right-handed. For 6 hours she led the captain's horse north, feeling more and more despairing, more and more convinced that she had made the wrong choice. She became seriously frightened. She had eaten the last of the bacon that morning and had only enough coffee for 2 more camps. If she didn't find a settlement or a dwelling soon, she would wear out and give up. Her nerves had not recovered from the amputation, and she was exhausted but unable to sleep. She could not get warm no matter how close to the fire she slept, and she had troubling dreams about her children when she did sleep. They were vague dreams, and she could not remember them clearly, but in all of them her children were under threat. Laurie was sick, or a horse was running away with Clary, or Georgie had fallen down a well. Lorena stuck close to the riverbank. If she wandered off and lost the river, it would probably be the end. Toward evening, as the weak sun began to sink, she thought she saw a movement near the river. There was a little rapid, and just above it she thought she saw a brown rock move. She had been nodding in her fatigue, perhaps even dreaming. Brown rocks didn't move. When Lorena rode a little closer, she saw that an old Mexican woman sat by the river, just above the little rapid. She was wrapped in a brown serape and looked from a distance like a rock, but she was a woman. Call was slumped over his horse's neck, unconscious.
"I have seen that man before," the old woman said. "He was in our village. Who cut off his leg?"
"I did," Lorena said. "I had to."
"He is the famous Texas Ranger. He killed Maria's father, the old woman said. He killed her brother, too. That was a long time ago when my children lived with me.
He was a lawman, Lorena said. I need food, and I need a doctor. He has a bullet in him. I need to find a doctor who will take it out.
There is no doctor in our village, the old woman told her. The butcher might take the bullet out. His name is Gordo, but he is lazy. I don't know if he would want to help a gringo. Maria can do many things. She might take the bullet out. But this lawman killed her father and killed her brother. Maria may not be willing to help him.
I'll have to take the chance, Lorena said. I'm out of food. Where is your village?
Go on the way you are going. It isn't far, the old woman replied.
Lorena wondered why the old woman had chosen to sit by the river. The dark was coming, but she was making no move to go home. Lorena thought she might be sick, and she felt she should offer to help her. If you're tired, you can ride my horse, Lorena said to her. I can walk if the village isn't too far.
No, I want to stay here tonight, the old woman said. My children live here. If you listen, you will hear their voices.
Lorena did listen, but all she heard was the splashing of the water in the little rapid. She decided the old woman must be crazy. She rode on another mile and soon saw the village. The setting sun shone on it. There were only some 8 or 10 small buildings, but after days of seeing nothing but the gray land, the sight of even one building would have been welcome. It was welcome to the horses, too. They were hungry. Both of them tried to speed up, but Lorena held them back. She was afraid that a faster pace might jar the captain and cause worse bleeding. As she rode into the village, a few goats walked out to meet her, bleating. She saw a large boy and a small, slight girl standing with the goats. Both children were barefooted, despite the cold. The little girl was very pretty, but she moved oddly, holding her head to the side like a bird. Lorena was only a few feet away from them when she realized that the little girl was listening, not looking. She was blind. Behind the children, in the doorway of a small house, Lorena saw a woman with a butcher knife in one hand. Probably she had been cutting meat for supper. A tall, older man with a slight limp came out and stood beside the woman. He looked American. Perhaps he was the scout Call had mentioned, the one who might take her to find her husband. She stopped, and the woman and the tall man came out to greet her. I have a wounded man, Lorena said to them. I need help. If there's a doctor here, I'd appreciate it if someone would find him. This man has a bullet in him that needs to come out. Billy Williams took the reins of Call's horse. He was shocked at how the man looked. He had seen many wounded men, but could not recall seeing anyone still breathing who was in worse shape than Call was in. It's Woodrow Call, Billy said to Maria. Somebody's about finished him. Maria had the knife in her hand. She walked up to the horse and looked at Call. For years, when she was younger and the sting of her father's and her brother's deaths had been sharper, Maria had promised herself that she would kill Captain Call if she ever got the opportunity. Now the opportunity was an arm's length away. They were planning to kill a goat, and Billy Williams had just sharpened the butcher knife. Maria hadn't spoken. Billy always grew nervous when Maria didn't speak. Her angers matured in silence. Then they came boiling up. But Maria didn't raise the knife, and she didn't strike. She looked at the blonde woman on the other horse. It was easy to see that the woman had come a long way, for she looked cold and she looked tired. She looked as exhausted as Maria had felt when she got back from Crowtown. Get down, she said to the woman. Come into my house and eat. Maria looked only briefly at the man tied to the black horse. He was an old man, and so wounded that he was only just barely alive. Though he bore the name of the man who had killed her father and her brother, Maria knew he was no longer that man. the one she had wanted to kill. She had wanted to kill him in his power because he had used his power wrongly. She wanted him to know that he could not simply kill people, good people, and be excused. But the man who had wielded the power and done the killing was not the old, sick man on the black horse. To stab him now would be pointless, for she would not be stabbing the Captain Call she had hated for so long, but only the clothes and the fleshy wrappings of that man. She began to untie the knots that held him to the horse. The knots were slick with his blood. "Take him in," she said to Billy. "Put a blanket down by the fire and put him on it. I want to look at his wounds." Billy cut the bloody knots and lifted Call off the horse. Call moaned when his wounded arm bumped against the saddle horn. Teresa came over and stood beside Billy as he lifted Call. "Is that the man who was here before?" Teresa asked. "I hear him breathe. Is he sick?" "Yes, he's sick," Maria said. She was unsaddling Call's horse. "Tell Raphael to drive the goats to the pen. We don't want the wolves getting them." Lorena was stiff. She hadn't yet dismounted. She was trying to adjust to the fact that she had actually found the village. She had stopped believing that she would find any settlement, any place with people in it. "Get down," Maria told her. "Billy will take care of your horse. You need to wash and you need to eat." Lorena eased off the horse. "I've come a long distance," she said. "I'm tired." "Who cut his leg off?" Maria asked. Not until Billy lifted Call down did she notice the missing leg. "I did," Lorena responded. "It was that or let him die." "No wonder you are tired," Maria said. "Come into my house and rest." It was a small house. There was a table with a lamp on it, 2 plain chairs, and some blankets spread on the dirt floor. But it was a house, so warm inside that before Lorena had been there 5 minutes, she began to nod. The large boy brought in a bowl full of cold water for her from the well. Lorena splashed it on her face, trying to wake up. She saw Maria bending over Call. The old scout was there, too. They cut his shirt off and examined the wound in his chest. Then they looked at his arm. "You should have cut the arm off, too," Maria told her when Lorena squatted beside her. "I was just too tired," Lorena answered. "It was just too much cutting." "You have a pretty daughter," she added. The little blind girl was ladling food out of a pot. The girl moved around the house lightly, like a moth. "Thank you," Maria said.
"Well, I ain't going in after that bullet," Billy Williams said. "That bullet's lodged in a bad place. Whoever takes it out needs to know what he's doing, and I don't."
"There's no doctor here?" Lorena asked. "Just the butcher, and he's a butcher," Maria said. "Who shot this man?" "Joey Garza, I guess," Lorena said. "Neither of us ever saw who it was. The man shot from under a horse. Captain Call said he thought it was Joey Garza, though." Maria was silent. Her son would be very famous now. He had brought down the great manhunter. All the girls on the border would want him, though that would make little difference to Joey. He didn't like girls. But Joey had avenged her father and her brother. He had crippled their killer, and there was no need for her to do more. She could even help the old man a little, though she knew she was not skillful enough to remove the bullet from his chest. She could probably cut off his arm if the butcher couldn't be persuaded to do it. Or they could send across the river for the doctor in Presidio. He didn't like coming to Mexico. The people were too poor to pay him. But he might come to treat Captain Call. He was a famous ranger, not a poor Mexican. "Do you know Joey Garza?" Lorena asked. She had seen the woman stiffen a little when she said the name. "He is my son," Maria said. Lorena thought she must have misheard. Surely she hadn't carried Captain Call for 3 days across the wastes, only to bring him to the house of the boy who had tried to kill him. "I am Joy's mother, but I am not like him," Maria said. She saw that Lorena was frightened. "You need to rest," she added. "There is a bed in the other room. You can sleep without worrying. We will take care of your friend. We are not going to kill him. If I had meant to kill him, I would not have brought him into my house." Lorena was so tired that she wasn't thinking or even hearing very well. She had to sleep soon, no matter what happened to Captain Call. "Teresa, take her," Maria said. Lorena followed the little blind girl into the other room. "I cleaned your bed," the little girl said. "When you wake up, I will tell you a story." "Why, thank you," Lorena said. "I like stories." Then she stretched out on the low bed. "Do you have any children?" Teresa asked as Lorena stretched her stiff limbs. "5. I have 5, Lorena said. Then, in a blink, she went to sleep. Teresa sat on the bed beside her for a few minutes. She had ladled up some pozole, but she knew the woman hadn't eaten any. "You didn't eat your pozole. Wake up," she said, touching the woman. But the woman didn't wake up. Teresa sat on the bed, listening to the woman breathe. She was thinking about the story she would tell her when she woke up. It would be a story about the big spider that lived by their well. Sometimes she would put her hand on the ground and let the spider crawl over it. The spider never bit her, though a scorpion had bitten her once. She could hardly wait for the woman to wake up so she could tell her the story about the spider. Chapter 9. When he robbed the train outside San Angelo, Joey made a discovery. What he discovered was that it was more interesting to him to frighten people than to kill them. He had made the passengers stand outside for an hour after he robbed them. He told them he would be watching through his spyglass, and he assured them he would kill the first one who moved before the hour was up. The people stood in terror for a long time. He had taken their watches, and he told them to look at the sun and mark the hour by its movements. But the people stood in the cold for almost 3 hours before any of them dared to move. They were afraid of being shot. In the end, Joey didn't shoot any of them. Through the spyglass he could see that the people were shivering from fear, not from cold. 2 of the men wet themselves. They were too afraid of his bullets even to move behind a bush. Watching the passengers tremble was more satisfying than killing them. None of them were people of importance, and there was no distinction to be gained from killing people of no importance. Making people dead was easy, but it was no longer interesting to him. Wounding Captain Call so badly and so easily was a triumph Joey knew he would never be likely to equal. But he would never need to equal it. So potent was the reputation of the man he had wounded. Even if he never shot another person or robbed another train, his reputation would grow and grow along the border and all through the West. He had ended the career of the most famous manhunter of all. People would still be talking about Joey Garza when he was an old man, even if he never killed or robbed again. He planned to kill again, though, and quickly. He wanted to shoot Captain Call's 3 deputies. They were probably too inept to be a nuisance, but Joey wanted it known that he had wiped out Captain Call's whole party. That would build his reputation even higher. Joey followed the blonde woman all the way to Ojinaga. From time to time he took out his spyglass and trained it on the horse carrying Captain Call. He expected to see that the old man had died, but every time he looked he saw movement. Somehow the old man still lived. When he saw the woman lead the horse upriver toward the village, He let her go and rode off a few miles into Mexico, where he made camp. He meant to travel up the Rio Concho and locate the deputies. The next morning, a little before midday, he found their camp. They were almost a day's ride inside Mexico, and they seemed simply to be waiting. They were probably waiting for Captain Call. They didn't know what had befallen him. Joy was surprised to see that there were now only 2 deputies and old Famous Shoes. He saw no reason to kill the old man. Probably the 3rd deputy had met with an accident of some sort. Joy studied the camp for a while with his spyglass, trying to decide on a method of attack that would provoke the utmost fear. After giving it some thought, he decided to shoot the horses and the 2 pack animals first. Maybe he could scare the men out into the desert. If he frightened them badly enough, he might not even have to shoot them. He could simply chase them into the desert, shooting now and then to scare them farther away from the river. When he had them exposed and lost, he could simply go away and leave them to freeze or starve to death. Joy decided to wait until the next morning. Captain Call would not be coming to their rescue. Unless Famous Shoes happened to be wandering around tracking some animal, no one would know he was there. His shots would come as a complete surprise. The next morning, Joy's first shot killed a pack mule just as Brookshire was trying to extract some coffee from one of the saddlebags. The mule fell in Brookshire's direction, knocking him back several feet and causing him to spill the coffee. Before he could scramble to his feet, a second shot killed the other pack mule. P.I. had been frying bacon. A third shot kicked the frying pan into the air, causing sizzling grease to burn his hands and wrists. He got to his feet and began to run to his horse, only to have a 4th shot kill the horse before he could even grasp the bridle reins. Brookshire's big horse was the only mount left, but before P.I. could step over his own horse, which was down but still kicking, Brookshire's mount was knocked to its knees. It scrambled up and was shot again. P.I. was in agony from the pain of the sizzling bacon grease, but he knew he had to run for cover or he would be dead and past worrying about a little thing like burned hands. "Run!" he yelled to Brookshire, who sat amid the spilled coffee, looking dazed. "Get a gun and run to cover!" As he said it, P.I. realized he didn't have a gun himself. He had taken his pistol off because the scabbard was rubbing his hip raw, and his rifle was propped against his saddle. The pistol was closer, so he turned and grabbed it. Brookshire had picked up the big shotgun and was stuffing shells into his pocket. "No, get a rifle! We need rifles!" P.I. yelled. Brookshire just looked addled. P.I. decided to try for his own rifle, so he ran back and grabbed it. Then he turned and headed down into the riverbed. Soon he heard Brookshire stumbling after him. P.I. ran for 100 yards or more, then stopped and waited for Brookshire to catch up. He listened, but he could hear nothing other than Brookshire as he stumbled on the rocky ground. "Reckon it's him?" P.I. asked when Brookshire caught up. "Reckon it's the Garza boy?" "I don't know who it is," Brookshire said. The dying mule had slammed into him, knocking the breath out of him. He had somehow grabbed the shotgun and made it into the riverbed without having quite regained his breath. He stopped by P.I. and gasped for air. He realized he had not made a good choice in taking the shotgun. Carrying it was like carrying a small cannon. But he couldn't immediately spot his rifle or his pistols, and he didn't want to just stand there with a killer shooting mules and horses to death on either side of him. A little creek cut into the Rio Concho not far from where they stood. It, too, was dry, but its steep walls were pocked, offering better cover than they had in the riverbed. As P.I. led Brookshire into the narrow creek, a memory flashed back to him of the time long ago in Montana when he and the wounded Gus McCrae had hidden in a creek while they attempted to fight off the Blood Indians. Of course, this creek was dry, and that creek had water in it. and he'd had to eventually swim out at night past the Indians and walk a long way naked to find the herd and bring the captain back to where Gus was. Without the deep-walled creek, the Indians would have had them. A creek had saved him once, and perhaps the dry little Mexican creek would save him this time. P.I. took off his hat and crawled up the creek bank to a spot that allowed him to look over the plain. He saw nothing. The only movement on the whole vast plain was a hawk dipping to strike a quail. Then P.I. remembered Famous Shoes. The old man hadn't been around when the shooting started. There was nothing unusual about that, though. Famous Shoes was rarely there in the mornings. He went off in the darkness to take a walk or track bobcats or badgers or anything else whose track he struck. He would just show up again later on in the morning. If they were traveling, Famous Shoes would just step out from behind a bush or appear out of a gully and fall in with them. Sometimes he would mention interesting tracks he had seen. Other times he wouldn't say a word all day. Now, though, they needed him. P.I. himself had never been in that part of Mexico before, and though Brookshire had come down the Rio Concha with Captain Call, he had no eye for landmarks and would be lost without expert help. "All I know is that if we follow this river to the Rio Grande, we'll come to the village where Joey Guards' mother lives," Brookshire said. He had caught his breath, and his big shotgun was loaded. He had only managed to collect 4 shells. He had no idea what he and P.I. were going to do. "I wish the captain would show up," P.I. said. Often in the past, when he and some of the men found themselves in a predicament, the captain had showed up and had taken matters in hand. Now, though, it was just himself and Brookshire, and an Indian who might appear again or might not. Their horses were dead, and likewise their pack animals. If they survived, they would have to walk out. On foot, the Rio Grande was at least 3 days away, probably more. They could go back to camp when it grew too dark for the killer to shoot, and provision themselves from the packs. They possessed adequate food and lots of ammunition. Also, they were right in the Rio Concha. Unless the killer forced them out of the river, there was not much danger that they would get lost and starve. Still, P.I. felt nervous, but more than that, he felt scared. When the shooting had started, he'd done what he always did when shooting started. He had taken cover. Being shot at was always a shock, and it was not something he had ever gotten used to. It took a while for the shock to subside sufficiently to allow him to think. Sometimes it took a week or more for the shock to subside, but in this instance he wasn't with a troop of rangers, and he didn't have a week in which to calm his nerves and take stock of the situation. Why did he shoot the horses and the mules? He asked Brookshire. That was a question that had nagged him even as he was running up the riverbed. "Why didn't he just shoot us?" he asked. "We was standing in plain sight. Except for that big nag of yours, he killed all the animals with 1 bullet apiece. He could have shot us just as easy as he could shoot a mule. It don't make sense." "Nothing makes any sense," Brookshire said. "This whole trip hasn't made any sense. The captain ought to have caught this boy by now. He's taking too much time. If it's the Garza boy shooting at us, then the captain ought to be here." "Maybe it ain't the Garza boy, though," he added. "Maybe it's the vaqueros who killed Ted Plunkett. Maybe they came back to get more plunder." "No," P.I. said. "It was just 1 gun and 1 shooter, and I never caught a glimpse of him. If it was vaqueros, there would have been 3 or 4 of them, and they would have just rode in blazing away. They wouldn't have shot the horses either. They would have tried to shoot us. Then they'd have been 2 horses and 2 mules richer." "Maybe he was trying to shoot us," Brookshire suggested. "Maybe he just missed and hit the horses." "Nope, he hit what he aimed at," P.I. said. "He wanted to put us afoot, and he done it. What I don't know is why." Brookshire felt dull. He had felt dreadfully frightened when the bullets started hitting the horses, and while he was running, he had felt scared. He had expected a bullet to strike him at every step. But no bullet had struck him down, and now he just felt dull. Over the course of the trip, he had gradually stopped being interested in his own fate. He knew he had made a great error in coming to Texas. He understood little enough of life as it was lived in Brooklyn, but he could make nothing at all of life as it was lived in Texas, or at least as it was lived by Captain Call and those associated with him. They had gone from somewhere to nowhere, accomplishing nothing along the way except the loss of Deputy Plunkard. All he had expected of the morning was a piece of bacon and a big cup of coffee. Why some maniac would suddenly shoot the very mule that carried the coffee and the other mule and the 2 horses as well was beyond him. It made no sense at all. But it was in keeping with everything else that had happened since his arrival in Texas. Captain Call, who seemed the most rational and most methodical of men and who was the most experienced manhunter in the West, had done nothing that made clear sense from the time they had left Amarillo together. The Garza boy was still free to do whatever he chose to do, including shooting mules and horses, if indeed he was the shooter. The only exceptional thing Call had done on the whole trip was beat a sheriff nearly to death. Admittedly, catching one quick boy in a vast country was a difficult task, but then that was the captain's work. His life's work, really. If he couldn't accomplish it in this instance, then he should have resigned. Brookshire no longer believed, as P.I. seemed to, that the captain was still in control of events. He didn't believe that he would simply show up in the right place at the right time and end the career of Joey Garza. While the captain had been looking for him in Mexico, Joey had robbed a train in Texas. Now that the captain was in Texas somewhere, Joey was in Mexico, shooting the mule that carried the coffee. It was a botch. When Colonel Terry heard about it, he would be angry, and in this instance, justifiably so. Brookshire had almost stopped caring whether he lived or died. The cold had frozen the will to live right out of him. Katie, his excellent wife, was dead. In the past weeks, he'd had time to remember all the ways in which Katie had been an excellent wife. He was losing his ability to imagine Brooklyn and the office and the good chops Katie had cooked him, and the cat and the cozy house. What he had feared that first morning on the windy station platform in Amarillo had actually happened. He had blown away into a dry creek in Mexico, cold every night, cold every day, wind all the time, sand in the food, sand in the coffee, no houses and no coziness of any kind. He had blown away. Now he was so tired that the long struggle upwind back to where he had once been, back to who he had once been, no longer seemed worth it. Let the young killer walk up and finish him. Maybe he would get off a shot with his 8-gauge, but he didn't expect to eliminate Joey Garza as easily as old Bolivar had eliminated their unfortunate mule. "What do we do next?" he asked P.I., though he didn't really expect P.I. to know. But they had to do something next, or were they just going to stand in a drafty creek bed all day? "We'll wait for dark and go back and get our supplies," P.I. said. So they did. They stood in the dry, drafty creek bed all day. When they weren't standing, they squatted. P.I. wanted to wait until full dark to go back to camp and secure food and ammunition. It was the longest, dullest, coldest wait of Brookshire's entire life. It was cloudy, and he did not even have the distraction of watching the sun move across the sky. There was no distraction at all, and Famous Shoes hadn't come back from wherever he had gone. "That's a little worrisome," P.I. said. "I'd hate to be out here in Mexico without our tracker, even if we have the river to show us the way." "Ain't the river enough?" Brookshire asked. "It's enough unless he flushes us out of it," P.I. said. "I just got the feeling that he wants us to run. I don't know why, though." When full dark came, they went to the camp where they found nothing. Only the 4 dead animals. Everything had been removed. The extra guns, the frying pan and coffee pot, the saddles, the packs, the blankets, everything. There were no matches, no knives, nothing. Brookshire stepped on a spoon that had been dropped in the ashes of the fire. The horse killer apparently hadn't noticed it, but it was the only thing he hadn't noticed. Brookshire gave it to P.I., who stuck it in his shirt pocket, though they had no food that could be eaten with a spoon. No food that could be eaten, period, with or without utensils. When P.I. saw that the camp had been cleaned out, his fear came back more strongly. Any bandit would loot a camp and take what appealed to him. Some would take guns, and some would take provisions, and some might take a saddle or a nice blanket. But in his experience, bandits rarely took everything. Bandits had to keep on the move. They didn't want to be burdened with things they didn't need or want. This bandit had taken everything, though, and not because he wanted it. Their gear was unexceptional. He had taken it because he didn't want them to have it. He wanted to be sure that they were cold and hungry. "Don't you even have a match?" P.I. asked. Brookshire occasionally smoked a pipe. Brookshire thought he might have a match or two in his shirt pocket, but in fact he didn't. "I guess I used the last one this morning," he said. "I had already smoked the pipe before the man shot the mule." "It's going to be cold," P.I. said. "All we can do is get out of the wind and hunker down." "We could walk," Brookshire suggested. "We're going to have to walk anyway. Why not start tonight? At least it'll keep us warm." "Well, we could," P.I. said. "I never liked traveling at night, but I guess it would warm us up." They had scarcely left the edge of the camp before a shot rang out. It hit a rock not far from Brookshire's foot and whined away into the darkness. Another shot followed. P.I. heard it clip a bush near his elbow. He stopped, as did Brookshire. They were too startled and frightened to say a word. Their assailant was watching them, or listening, or both. The slaps of the shots had been fairly close. The horse killer was probably within 50 yards of them. "We'd best go back to the riverbed," P.I. said. "No, let him come and kill us," Brookshire said. "He's going to anyway. He knows right where we are. I guess he's listening. He's got our ammunition and food. He's just playing with us now. We don't have a chance, and he knows it. I've spent nothing but cold nights since I got to Texas. I'll be damned if I want to spend another cold night squatting on my heels just to get shot in the morning. He can shoot me now and spare me the shivering." "No, Brookshire, don't give up," P.I. said. "Come back to the riverbed with me. We're armed still. While we're alive, there's a chance. There's 2 of us and just 1 of him. We might beat him yet, or the captain might show up in the morning and scare him off." "Well, what if he's already killed the captain?" Brookshire asked. "I expect he has, myself. The captain's 5 days late, and you said he was never late." "He ain't, usually," P.I. admitted. The thought that the captain might be dead had occurred to him, too, but he did his best to push that thought away. People had thought the captain was most likely dead many times during the Indian Wars. He himself had feared it on a number of occasions. And yet the captain had always appeared. If they didn't give up, the captain might yet appear again. "Let's go to the creek," P.I. said. "Try it one more night, Brookshire. If we go to him, he'll shoot us, but if we go back, he might let us go." "Go back where?" Brookshire asked. "There's nothing back that way except Chihuahua City, and we'd starve long before we got to Chihuahua City. I'd rather be shot than starve, and I'd even rather be shot than shiver all night. I'm tired of this shivering, and I'll tell Joey Garza so if I see him. I'll tell Colonel Terry something, too, if I make it back to the office. Joey Garza can rob all the trains he wants to. Ned Brookshire is resigning. I may never hold another job with the railroad, but I'll be damned if I'll wander around Mexico any longer freezing to death." Brookshire meant it, too. He had blown away, but he wasn't a hat. He could try to walk back. If he didn't make it, so be it. The whole adventure had been a terrible mistake. Katie had died while he was on it. Captain Call, the manhunter everyone said was infallible, had been plenty fallible in this instance. Brookshire saw no reason to suffer passively anymore. He felt sure he could walk 3 days, even without food. He could make it to the village by the river. Then he was going to rent a buggy and drive somewhere and catch a train, one that would take him to New Orleans or Chicago, and then home. He had seen the Great West, and he didn't like it. There were plenty of accountants in New York. Colonel Terry would have no trouble finding a man to replace him. Perhaps next time the colonel would know to keep accountants where they belonged, in the office with the ledgers. P.I. knew he ought to knock Brookshire out with a gun barrel and make an effort to save him. The captain might show up at any time. Joey Garza might lose interest in the game and ride off. "Brookshire, just wait one more night," P.I. said. "There's 2 of us. We might beat him. The captain might come. One of us might get off a lucky shot. We'd do better sticking together. Just wait one more night." "I appreciate the thought," Brookshire said, "but I have waited, and now I am going, killer or no killer. I can follow this river as well as the next man, I guess. Maybe I'll get through. If I don't get through, all I ask is that you send my love to my sister." On impulse, he grasped P.I.'s hand and shook it hard. "Well, I don't know your sister," P.I. said. "I wouldn't know how to get word to her." "Her name's Matilda Morris, and she lives in Avon, Connecticut," Brookshire said. "I regret that I had no time to write her before I left. Colonel Terry wanted me on the next train, and that was that." He cocked both barrels of the big shotgun and walked past P.I. out of the camp. P.I. didn't hit him. Knocking men out was a tricky business. He might misjudge the lick and hit too hard, in which case he would just cause unnecessary suffering. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Brookshire went boldly out of camp. He walked along at a good pace, trying to maintain a staunch attitude. Sometimes in Brooklyn, if he was on the streets late and had to walk past bullies or louts, he found that the best method was just to walk along boldly and not give the bullies or louts the time of day. Perhaps the same method would work with this Garza boy, if it was the Garza boy who had killed their animals. He did wish he were walking along the orderly streets of Brooklyn with solid brick houses on either side of him. Just thinking of the solid brick houses of Brooklyn caused him to be seized by a moment of almost overwhelming longing to be back in his own place once more. If he could be in his own place, he felt that life would swing into firm shape in no time, even without his dear Katie. Brookshire had to choke down his longing, though. He was in Mexico, not Brooklyn. He kept walking at a fast clip. If attacked, he planned to give a good account of himself and try to at least injure his assailant. But when Brookshire, walking smartly along, heard the click of a hammer, it was just behind his head, close enough that whoever held the pistol could have stuck it in his hip pocket. "One more mistake on my part," Brookshire thought. He whirled and saw the boy standing an arm's length away, his pistol pointed at Brookshire's face. Brookshire knew he had no chance to swing up the big shotgun, and he was so numbed by his own folly that he didn't even try. "At least I've seen your face," he said. Joey Garza didn't answer. He pulled the trigger instead. One shot did it. He liked to be economical. When P.I. heard the pistol shot, he knew the battle was over for Mr. Brookshire. He turned and hurried back to the little creek with the steep walls. The little creek was the only place that offered him any protection. There had been no blast from the big shotgun. The Garza boy was unscratched. P.I. knew he would have to fight him alone. He stayed in the creek for an hour, then snuck back to camp and with his pocket knife began to cut strips of horse meat off the haunch of Brookshire's horse. He knew he might be in for a long siege. In Montana, he had walked nearly 100 miles with only a few berries to eat. He didn't intend to get that hungry again. There was no need to, either, with 4 dead animals right there. He sliced and sliced with his little knife. Before he went back to the creek, he had almost a week's supply of horse meat stuffed into his shirt. If he had to walk out and make a long detour, at least he would have food. P.I. wanted to last, and he meant to last. He had Lorena and his 5 young children to think of. He could not just hand himself up for slaughter as Brookshire had. His chances might be slim, but for the sake of his family, he had to fight the deadly boy as hard as he could. As the cold hours passed, P.I. had a terrible longing to be with Lorena and his children one more time. He wished they could all be together in their kitchen, talking. He imagined Lorena with her coffee cup and himself with his. Clary would have brought in the milk. The boys would be in their chairs, a little sleepy, probably. And Laurie would be in her cradle, which he could rock with his foot. P.I. wanted badly to tell them all how sorry he was that he had left them. He wanted them to know how much he regretted putting Captain Call first and not them. It had been a terrible wrong. He wanted them to know that never again would he put any duty before his duty to them, to Lorena and his children. He felt a great sadness at not being able to let his family know what he was feeling. If he was killed, they would never know how much he loved them and missed them. They would never know what he was feeling at this moment. In his sadness at not being able to say to his family what he so badly needed to say to them, P.I. began to cry. He didn't know how he could have persuaded himself to leave them, and yet he had. If only it was himself having to pay for his mistake, he could have lived with it and died with it. But the bitterest knowledge was that his wife and children would be the ones having to pay for his error. No doubt they were paying already, and had been paying since the day he left the farm. The thought he found hardest to bear was that they might never know how much he loved them, or how keenly, how terribly he missed them. He had left them, though, and he could not undo that fact. All he could do was clutch his rifle and hope that somehow he could prevail when the killer came. He had never risen higher than a corporal in his years with the Rangers. He knew he wasn't smart or an exceptional fighter like the captain or like Gus McRae. But in this last fight, he had to be better than he had been. He had to fight well. He had to, for his family's sake. The long night passed slowly. P.I. was shivering in a cold dawn when he saw Famous Shoes coming along the creek. "Is Brookshire dead?" he asked when Famous Shoes arrived. "Yes, Joey shot him," Famous Shoes said. "When's he coming to kill me, then?" P.I. asked. "He says if you will give him your boots, he will let you go," Famous Shoes said. "He doesn't think you will follow him without your boots." P.I. considered that a poor dodge. He didn't entirely trust Famous Shoes anyway. The old man's services had always been for sale to the highest bidder. P.I. did not intend to give up his footgear. "Why didn't he kill you?" P.I. asked Famous Shoes. "He doesn't want to kill me. I am too old," Famous Shoes said. "Captain Call is in Ojinaga, but Joey shot his leg off. He thinks the captain might die. It was your woman who brought him to Ojinaga." "Lorena?" P.I. said, severely startled. "Are you sure?" "It is your woman. She has blonde hair," Famous Shoes said. "She cut the captain's leg off. Joey saw it. Then she brought the captain to Ojinaga." "Well, I swear," P.I. said. "I wonder who's got the children." He was so surprised by the news that he almost forgot the danger of the moment. "Joey wants me to bring him your boots," Famous Shoes reminded him. "If the rascal wants my boots, let him come and get them," P.I. said. The knowledge that his wife was less than a day's ride away filled him with hope. If he could outfight the killer, he could look on Lorena's face again. It was a chance. He meant to use every ounce of fight he had in him to beat the killer and get back to his wife. Long ago, Gus McCrae had teased the Rangers by calculating how much fight each man had in him, as if fight could be measured like oats or some substance that could be placed on a scale. Call, now, he's about 98% fight, Gus had said. Take away the fight, and he'd be so weak he couldn't mount his horse. But that's unusual. I'm only about 40% fight myself. P, I expect you're about 12% or so, and old Dietz about 15. 12% didn't sound like much to P, but he resolved to use every oat of it to struggle past the killer and get to the river where Lorena was. If she was there, it was because she had come to get him and take him home. She must have traveled all that way just to bring him home. It was amazing to P.I. that Lorena would go to all that trouble just for him. But since she had, he meant to see that she hadn't wasted her traveling. "Where is Joey Garza?" he asked Famous Shoes. "He is by the Concho," Famous Shoes said. "If you go toward the village, I think he will kill you. If you go the other way, he might let you go." "I reckon I'll go where my wife is," P.I. said. "If she was home safe, I might run, but if she's here in Mexico, I guess I'll fight the rascal." "Can I borrow your knife?" Famous Shoes asked. "I want to cut myself some of that horse meat. I'm going to walk to the Madre, and I want to take some food." P.I. lent him the knife. In a few minutes, Famous Shoes returned and gave him back the knife. He had a few strips of horse meat tucked under his belt. P.I. felt the blade of his knife and saw that it was a little dull. He took a thin whetstone out of his pocket and began to sharpen the pocket knife. As he was sharpening it, a thought struck him. Brookshire had walked off with the big 8-gauge shotgun. It was an ugly weapon, and no one but an inexperienced Yankee would have considered bringing it on a long expedition. Joey Garza was known to prefer pretty guns, and the 8-gauge was anything but pretty. Maybe he had neglected to take the shotgun from Brookshire. Maybe he had just let it lay. "Did you see that big shotgun?" P.I. asked Famous Shoes. "Did Joey gather it up, or is it still there?" "Joey didn't take it. It's there," Famous Shoes said. "He only took the man's watch." P.I. wanted the shotgun. He didn't trust his rifle that much, and he knew he was inept with a pistol. But with an 8-gauge shotgun, if Joey Garza was fool enough to come in range, he ought to be able to pepper him at least. "Whose side are you on?" he asked Famous Shoes. "Mine or his?" "I am going to the Madre," Famous Shoes said. "Joey might change his mind and kill me if I stay here. I don't know what he will do." All P.I. could think of was the big shotgun. In his mind, it had become the thing that might save him. He needed to figure out a way to get it without getting shot. He couldn't forget his wife. She was not far away, and he had to get to her. Joey Garza was the one thing in his way. P.I. sat down and took his boots off. "Take my boots," he said, handing them over to Famous Shoes. "Tell him I'm going away." Famous Shoes didn't believe P.I. He took the boots, but he felt nervous. "You don't want to go away," he said. "You like your woman too much to go away." "That's right," P.I. said. "I oughtn't to have left her, and now I've got to try and get back to her." "If Joey kills you, can I have your knife?" Famous Shoes asked. P.I. gave it to him. "It's yours, one way or the other," he said. Then he dug in his pocket and came out with a gold piece. He knew Famous Shoes was greedy. It was a $5 gold piece. It might tempt him. "This is yours," he said. "When you're walking back to Joey, stop a moment where Brookshire's body is. I need to know where to run to pick up that big shotgun. Just stop a moment, look down like you're looking at a track." Famous Shoes felt a little disquieted. P.I. didn't know Joey and didn't realize how coolly and easily he killed. Famous Shoes thought that P.I. liked his woman too much, so much that he might get killed trying to return to her. No one killed as easily as Joey Garza. Probably P.I. was being foolish. But Famous Shoes could not wait around all morning discussing the matter. He had to get to the Madre. "I will take him these boots," he said. "If I come to the Rio Rojo in the spring, I will come and see you. If your woman is alive, maybe she will teach me about the tracks in books." "I expect she'll be glad to," P.I. said. "That's what she does. She teaches school." He let the old man get a 50-yard lead, and then began to follow him up the riverbed. The rocks were sharp, but P.I. kept following. Famous Shoes passed where the camp had been. Buzzards had begun to circle, and a few were watching from the dry trees. Famous Shoes went on. He thought P.I. was foolish to challenge Joey Garza. The man's liking for his wife was so strong that it had destroyed his reason. Famous Shoes expected that Joey Garza would kill P.I. long before P.I. got to the big shotgun. But he had taken the gold piece. When he came to Brookshire's body, he stopped and bent over it for a moment as if looking at a track, though there were no fresh tracks near the body. He paused and then went on, carrying the boots. Joey was not far, and Joey was watching. Before he had gone 2 more steps, he heard P.I. running behind him. Even though he was running in his stocking feet, P.I. made a lot of noise. He was running toward the dead man. A moment later, Famous Shoes saw Joey stand up. When Joey stood up, P.I. began to shoot at him with his rifle. Joey Garza looked startled. He had not expected to be charged by the old deputy. He didn't have his rifle. It was on the horse. But he had his pistol, and he leveled it at P.I. and began to shoot. Famous Shoes saw that at least 2 of Joey's bullets hit P.I., but P.I. was still running, and he was almost to Brookshire's corpse. Joey shot at P.I. again, but this time he missed. He became nervous. Why hadn't the old man fallen? He knew he had hit him solidly twice, but still he ran. Joey shot twice more, but both times he missed. P.I. ran as he had never run before. He fired as he ran. He wished he could fly so as to get to the big gun faster. He felt that he was running to Lorena and his children. He saw Joey shooting, but he didn't feel the bullets when they struck him. He ran as fast as he could. He fired the rifle, but only in hopes of distracting the young killer. Mainly he ran, his eyes fixed on the spot where Famous Shoes had paused. Only at the last moment, with P.I. still coming, did Joey remember the big shotgun. He had left it with the body, and the old ranger was almost there. The fact that he had made such a simple, stupid error unnerved Joey. He shot once more, but only hit the running man in the foot. The running man was very close, and he should not have missed him. Yet he had missed him. Joey could not understand his own error. He had left a loaded gun by a corpse. It was a big, ugly gun, not worth keeping, but he should not have left it. His pistol was empty. All he could do was flee. As he turned to run for his horse, he saw the old deputy drop his rifle and scoop up the big gun. Then the heavy shot cut his back, and he stumbled and fell. He sprang up and kept running, but he saw over his shoulder that the old man was still running toward him, holding the big shotgun. Joey was leaping for his horse when P.I. shot again. This time, the heavy bullets ripped his legs. In his pain, he almost went over his horse, but just managed to hang in the saddle. He looked back and saw that the deputy had turned and picked up his rifle. There was no time to free the Mauser. The deputy might kill his horse if he didn't flee. He ducked onto the far side of his horse and put the horse into a run. P.I.'s shot hit the cantle of the saddle. Before P.I. could aim again, Joey was racing away through the sage. Soon he was out of range. He clung to the safe side of his horse, expecting that the deputy would shoot again and that his horse would fall. But the deputy didn't shoot again. Joey was bleeding from his shoulders to his heels, but he clawed himself back into the saddle and hung on. P.I. went back and dug in Brookshire's pockets. He found the other 2 8-gauge shells. He trusted the big gun a lot more than he trusted his rifle or his pistol. He knew he had hit the Garza boy with both barrels. It might not have been at a killing range, but it had probably damaged the young killer severely. Pellet wounds worked slow, but they worked, and all the boy's wounds were on his backside. Joey would not be able to dig the pellets out himself. P.I. sat down to rest a moment. He was not far from Brookshire's corpse. As he rested, Famous Shoes approached and handed him back his boots. "Take these boots," he said. "You hit Joey pretty good. I don't think he'll need them." P.I. was experiencing a kind of disbelief in the course of events that he had just passed through. He was alive. Moreover, he had hit the Garza boy twice with blasts of 8-gauge pellets, and the boy had run. He had driven off a prominent killer. The boy had shot at him 6 times with a revolver and hadn't killed him. He might yet see his wife's face and hold his children on his lap. "Why, he was supposed to be a dead shot," P.I. said. "He missed me 3 times, and 1 shot hit my darn toes." "I don't need this knife," Famous Shoes said, handing P.I. back his pocket knife. "Joey left his knife by his blanket, and his is better." P.I. stuck his finger into the wound at his hip. It was the deepest of his wounds. It might be that his hip was broken, but the wound wasn't going to be fatal. The wound in his shoulder wasn't serious. P.I. looked at his foot and noticed that he had lost 2 toes. P.I. looked at the body of Ned Brookshire. He remembered that the sister he was supposed to send his love to was named Matilda Morris. She lived in a town called Avon, but he had forgotten the name of the state. It was one of the Yankee states, he felt sure. Lorena would help him look it up. She would have to write the letter, too, of course. He didn't imagine she'd object. Mr. Brookshire had been the wrong man for the job he had been sent to do, but he had been a very decent man, Yankee or not. It seemed sad to P.I. that Mr. Brookshire would not get to know that Joey Garza was wounded and on the run. The long job might soon be finished. His colonel would get to know, but not Brookshire himself. He should have stayed in camp. But if he had stayed, P.I. would not have been the one using the big shotgun. "I reckon I owe my life to Brookshire, mainly," P.I. said, holding his finger in the deep wound in his hip. "After all, he bought the shotgun. I may take Joey's blanket, too," Famous Shoes said. Chapter 10. The doctor from Presidio did not want to cross the river and operate on someone in a Mexican woman's house. If word got out that he was treating Mexicans, he was sure to lose business. But when Billy Williams told him that Woodrow Call was the patient, he finally agreed to make the trip. Call was in a fever of delirium when Billy and the doctor arrived. He had been in and out of the delirium for 2 days. In his dream, the little blind girl, Teresa, was leading his horse down into the Palo Duro Canyon. The drop was almost sheer, but the little blind girl picked her way down the cliff, and the horse didn't stumble. Well, the captain smashed Joe Donovan, but now he's smashed himself, the doctor said when he looked at Call. I'll take the arm first. Then, if he lives, we'll go after the bullet under his heart. The doctor looked at Maria sternly. It's too dark in this kitchen, he said. Go borrow some lanterns. Maria said nothing. She knew the doctor scorned her. When she went to borrow a lamp from Gordo the butcher looked at her with similar scorn. Why don't you just kill the old gringo? The butcher asked. Remember what he was. I remember what he was, Maria said. Joey ended that. I can't kill a sick man in my home. You should never have brought him into your house, the butcher said. He was a large man, and he had always coveted Maria. He had fathered 12 children, but his wife had died recently. The butcher kept looking at Maria, but he gave her the lamp. Maria decided that she would ask Billy Williams to return it. The butcher and 2 of his friends had tried to catch her by the river when she was younger. She had seen them coming and escaped on her horse. She did not intend to let him catch her now. While the arm was coming off, Lorena began to feel faint. She was helping hold Call down, and she was afraid for a few minutes that she would have to leave the room. But she was needed. Maria and Billy together were not strong enough for the task. In the bedroom, Teresa heard the old man moan. He moaned like the cows moaned when they were being slaughtered. Teresa hoped the old man wouldn't die. He had told her that her name was pretty and that she was pretty too. His moans woke Raphael, who began to moan too, from fear. Strange sounds frightened Raphael, but not Teresa. She knew that Lorena was helping her mother and Billy hold the old man. She had told Lorena her story about the spider, and Lorena, in turn, had told her a story about a rabbit. Teresa wanted Lorena to stay with them so they could exchange more stories. She heard her mother's hard breathing and Lorena's and Billy's. Once she heard the old man cry out, "Let me up!" But the hard breathing continued. They did not let him up. When the doctor finished, Call was unconscious and scarcely breathing. The doctor decided not to try for the bullet near the heart. He knew that if he cut any more, the old man would probably die. He's lived this long, I reckon he'll keep on living, the doctor said. If he does die, at least he killed the man-burner first. What's that? Lorena said. Captain Call killed Mox? Yep, old Charlie Goodnight seen the corpse himself, the doctor said. Didn't you know? No, Lorena said. I don't think the captain knows either. He told me he hit him, but I don't think he knows that the man died. Oh, he died as dead as anybody. Old Charlie seen the corpse, the doctor said. You keep the bandages fresh and see that they're clean, he told Maria sternly before he left. The doctor's unexpected news made Lorena feel such relief that she had to go to a chair and sit. Her legs felt weak. In her most terrible nightmares, Mox had one of her boys and was piling brush on him. That danger had passed, for her and for all the parents in the West. Her husband might be in danger still, but he wouldn't be burned. She was glad she had worked so hard to save the captain. He had not caught Maria's son, but he had stopped the man-burner. We don't hear enough news over here, Billy Williams said. We'll have to tell the captain when he comes to. I'll tell him, Lorena said. He'll want to know. It might help him get better. I wonder why a man would want to burn up people like that, Billy Williams said. Lorena remembered Mox. She had seen the excitement in his eyes when he courted someone or prepared for a burning. She knew why he liked to burn people, but she didn't tell that to Billy Williams. Lorena was sitting in the kitchen with Maria watching Teresa play with a white chick when an old Indian man she had met a time or two before came to Maria's door. "That man will be hungry," Maria said when she saw Famous Shoes at her door. "Whenever he comes to my house, he is hungry. I have to make him some food this time. He built me a fire when I was freezing on the Pecos." "Do you have any menudo?" Famous Shoes asked as soon as he came to where the women sat. "There is none today. The doctor has just been here," Maria said. "I will catch a chicken and cook it for you if you want to wait." Maria saw that Famous Shoes carried a blanket Joey had used on his horse the last time he was in Ojinaga. "That looks like Joey's blanket," Maria said. "Have you seen him?" "Yes, P.I. shot him," Famous Shoes said. "He shot him with the big shotgun. Joey ran off. I don't know if he will live. He was shot pretty good." "P.I. shot him? Where's my husband?" Lorena asked, jumping up. It was a day of two miracles. Captain Call had killed Mox Mox, and P.I. had wounded Joey Garza. Then it struck her that maybe there was only one miracle. Maybe Joey had killed P.I. before escaping. "Your husband is wounded," Famous Shoes told Lorena. "On a horse it will take you a day to go to him. I don't think he is wounded too bad, but he was shot in the hip. He can't walk good. He has the big shotgun, though. I don't think Joey will go back and bother him." "I'm going now. I'll take him a horse," Lorena said. "I'll take the buckskin and I'll lead Blackie. P.I. can ride Blackie back here." "Wait for daylight. I'll send Billy with you," Maria told Lorena. "He'll find your husband." Lorena felt awkward. It was her own husband who had wounded and maybe even killed Maria's son. But before Lorena could even thank her for offering help, Maria had gone out the door to catch the chicken she had promised Famous Shoes. Maria stood in the darkness for a while, feeling a mixture of fear, sorrow, and shame. She wondered where her son was and what condition he might be in. She had come to like Lorena, in large part because of the kind interest she had shown Teresa and Raphael. She had asked Lorena to wait and had offered Billy as a guide because she knew Joey was out there somewhere. Shotgun wounds rarely killed, and if Joey was not mortally wounded, he would just be angry. He would make short work of Lorena. Even with Billy along, it would not be a very safe trip. Only 3 mornings earlier, Maria had discovered from Teresa that Joey had been to their village. He had caught Teresa near the field and told her that he would return soon and take her and Raphael away. He told her he would take them to a high cliff in the mountains and throw them off. Teresa had no fear of the world, nor of her brother. She thought Joey was telling her a scary story merely to tease her. Maria knew that what Joey had told Teresa was not just a story. She had gone in and told Billy Williams not to let the children wander to the field again. She told him not to drink whiskey and to keep his weapons handy. She also told him why she was so concerned, for she knew her son meant what he had said. Joey had always been jealous of his brother and sister. Once he had put spiders in Teresa's bed and had also put a small rattlesnake in Raphael's blankets. But the spiders had not bitten Teresa, and the little snake had crawled away without biting anyone. If Joey said he would throw Raphael and Teresa off a cliff, then he would try to do it. Joey was clever, as evil people sometimes were. Maria knew she would have to be very watchful to forestall her son. She didn't want to kill him. She could not bear the sorrow that would fill her if she had to kill her own child. But she meant to frighten him. Joey had seen her call up her rage, and he knew her rage was no small thing. But she would have to be very watchful, always. Joey was sly. Only Teresa had known when he was near the village. He had come and gone undetected and had only revealed his presence to his blind sister. But the message he had given to Teresa was for his mother, not his sister. He wanted Maria to know that he meant to harm his brother and sister. When Maria heard that Joey had been wounded, she wondered why she could not wish him dead. Some lawman would kill him sooner or later. Why not let it end? Why was the bond so strong that it was a kind of torture? Joey hated her, though she did not know why. She had done nothing to deserve her own child's hatred. Maria had given up trying to understand the hatreds Joey felt. His hate was just there, as fire is there, as blood is there, or desire, or sorrow, or sadness, or death. For her, the fact that Joey hated her was one more painful sorrow, like Teresa's blindness, or like Raphael's poor sheep's mind. But what if Joey was mortally wounded? If he brought his wounds to her, she would try to heal them, even though the lawman who had been hired to kill him and the woman whose husband had wounded him were both in her house. Joey was still her child. In the morning, watching Lorena ride off with Billy Williams ahead of her, Maria wondered what the two travelers would find. Famous Shoes said Joey had shot the deputy 3 times. Lorena might ride up the harsh river only to find that the husband she had come so far to save was already dead. At times Maria wondered if life would be so full of sadness had she been born in some other place. Too much of the sadness of the world seemed to pass through Ojinaga, which, after all, was only a very small village. In cities there must be more sadness because there were so many more people. She wondered how the people in cities could bear the weight of all the pain around them. "I want to give him some frijoles. He needs to eat," Teresa said. "Who?" Maria asked. "Your goat?" "No," Teresa replied, annoyed. "I don't feed my goat frijoles. I mean the old man. I want to feed him." "He's very sick. I don't think he will eat," Maria said. Call had awakened only once since the operation. He was very weak and had shown no interest in food. But Maria was surprised, a little later, to see her blind daughter sitting by Captain Call's bed, feeding him tiny bites of frijoles with a spoon. Chapter 11. "I wish your husband had killed Joey on the spot," Billy Williams said as he guided Lorena up the Rio Concho. He had led a safe life for the past few years, and he had forgotten the feel of danger. But he felt it that morning as they rode through the gray country leading 2 extra horses, one for P.I. and one for Mr. Brookshire's corpse. Call had awakened as they were getting ready to leave. Lorena told him that he had killed Mox, but the captain didn't seem to be able to take in the information. "Who was it?" he asked. Most of the names in his head were vague. He knew he ought to be clearer, but he could not make his head sort out the names. His brain was a jumble of memories, and he could not sort them out, although once in a while one name would come clear. Brookshire was one name that came clear. When Lorena told him that Brookshire was dead, Call felt such sadness that tears rolled out of his eyes. In his years as a ranger, he had rarely cried at death, though he saw much of it. But he could not stop himself from weeping about Mr. Brookshire, and he whispered a request about the body. He wanted it brought back so Brookshire could be buried decently. Brookshire had died for the railroad, and the railroad ought to pay to bring him home to Brooklyn, the place he ought not to have left. "It was my mistakes that led to it," Call whispered weakly. "I let him come, but I didn't protect him. And P.I. couldn't, I guess." That P.I. and not himself had been the one to wound Joey Garza was another thing that churned in his brain and would not settle itself clearly. P.I. had always been a corporal. Now he was a hero, though he might not be alive to know it. He himself had failed, but P.I. had succeeded, or nearly. He had paid a price, but he had succeeded. It was strange knowledge. At moments he was proud of P, for he had gone a long way toward finishing the job that Call had started. P hadn't wanted to undertake it and had been sent into danger with inadequate instructions and very little support. Yet he had prevailed. Call tried to imagine the fight, but his brain wasn't working well enough. 3 or 4 times as Lorena and Billy Williams were getting ready to leave, Call forgot about P.I. entirely and asked them where they were going. Then he remembered Brookshire and he cried again. Lorena knelt by the bed where Call lay and tried patiently to explain about Mox, but the captain couldn't grasp it. She mentioned Charles Goodnight, and Call remembered him, but he could not get his mind around Mox. "The Indian said Joey was badly wounded. Maybe he died," Lorena said to Billy Williams. "No, Joey ain't dead or I wouldn't be this jumpy," Billy Williams said. "I don't get jumpy for nothing. Joey's here somewhere and he's got his rifle. We better use what cover we can find." Lorena wasn't frightened. She wanted only to find her husband. No killer was going to stop her now. P.I. wasn't far away. By the next day she would have him back in Ojinaga safe. Famous Shoes had assured her several times that P.I.'s wounds weren't mortal. Still, she wanted to hurry. She didn't want to arrive and find that the wounds had been more serious than the old Indian thought. She wanted to hurry, and she grew impatient with Billy Williams, who zigzagged from ridge to ridge and bush to bush. Billy spent too much time looking around when what they needed to do was hurry. Billy knew Lorena was impatient, and he couldn't blame her. But Maria had put her in his care, and when Maria entrusted him with something or someone, he tried to do his best to carry the task through responsibly. Maria was not a woman who trusted lightly. Billy knew she had not had reason to trust in view of the course her life had taken. Whenever she did repose trust in him, whether it involved watching her children or looking out for livestock on days when she was washing, he tried to do his best. He meant to bring Lorena back alive, and her husband, too. That meant watching as best he could for Joey Garza. Worse than his apprehensions for Lorena and himself was the fear that Joey would slip around them and strike at Maria in their absence. He would probably strike at her by taking one of her children, as he had threatened to do. One of the children, or both of them. He might even attack his mother. Joey had always been devilish, but he had not always been what he had now become. "I don't know why Joey went so bad," Billy said to Lorena as they rode. "I guess he just went bad and then got worse." When Billy Williams talked to her about Joey Garza, Lorena's only thoughts were of Maria, the mother, and how terrible the knowledge must be that her child had turned out a killer. Lorena could muster no interest in the young outlaw. He had almost killed the captain and had wounded her husband. The world was full of mean people. Trying to explain why they were mean was a waste of time. Better to accept it and guard against it. In her years as a whore, it had been brought home to her over and over again, in varied and painful ways, just how mean some men were. Some were only mean enough to hit, but plenty were mean enough to do worse things. It was not a long road from a beating to a killing, in her view. She had known several men who had taken that road. The sooner all of them were dead, the better place the world would be. But it wasn't her husband's job to bring them to justice, not anymore. P.I. was crouched in the creek when he heard the horses coming. He was nervous. It might be the vaqueros who had killed Ted Plunkett, in which case he would be easy pickings. His hip was paining him terribly, and he couldn't walk. Running him to ground would be an easy thing. He cocked the big shotgun, got out his pistol, and put his rifle near at hand. Of course, the horses had been rather far away. Perhaps they would pass him by, but he had to be ready in case they didn't. Famous Shoes had promised to go tell Lorena where he was, but Famous Shoes was not entirely to be counted on. When he drove off Joey Garza, P.I. had felt elated. The odds looked good that he would live to see his wife and children again. But in the long nights and long days, his confidence had slowly ebbed. He could scarcely move, and he had lost considerable blood. He had nothing to bandage himself with, and no way to go toward Lorena. He could only wait and hope, and as he waited, feeling weaker by the hour, his hope began to fail. He tried to hold up. After all, he was alive, and he had driven off the young bandit. But despite himself, deep fears assailed him. It might be that in leaving home to come with the captain, he had made a mistake that was too serious to correct. He had left his family, and the penalty for that might be a bitter end. He might have to die without speaking to them again. His deepest wish was to be able to make his feelings into words that could travel across the distances into the minds of his wife and his children. He wanted them to know his regret. If there was some way they could know how he felt, then dying would not be as bad. But he couldn't do that. The regret was with him, and the distances were real, and they were great. P.I. pulled a piece of horse meat out of his shirt and began to gnaw on it. Several times in the days since Famous Shoes left, he had begun to give up and then had pulled himself back from giving up. He must not give up. Lorena would expect better of him than that. It was hard to choke the dry horse meat down, but he had to try. He had to take what nourishment he could to give himself the best chance if there was another fight. P put the strip of horse meat down for a moment in order to ease himself a little farther back against the creek bank. His hip pained him so that he dreaded any movement. The horses had come quite near. He only heard two. Their slow hoofbeats gave him the feeling that he was being hunted. He had the shotgun tilted upward. When he tried to sit up straighter, his hip hurt so badly that he passed out for a few seconds. He had done that once before on his long walk in Montana. He had passed out from hunger and fatigue, even as he kept walking. As he walked, he had the sense that Dietz, the black cowboy, had come back from the dead to guide him. This time, though, he was not walking. He was only hoping to sit up straighter so as to get off a good shot at whoever approached in case they were enemies. He took one hand off the gun for a second to pick up the piece of horse meat and put it back in his shirt. It was no time to be eating, but he didn't want to waste the food either. Listening hard, P determined that there were 4 horses coming, not 2. That was a bad sign, and it frightened him. He got the strong sense that the horsemen were hunters, and that he was the hunted. Then, before he could even stick the meat back inside his shirt, he saw Lorena, his wife, standing not 10 feet from him. It was a miracle. It was as if the sky had opened up and dropped her into the little creek. It was Lorena, not a ghost. It was his wife. "Well, honey, you found me," he said. He rarely called Lorena by such sweet names, only on her birthday sometimes, or maybe Christmas. Lorena walked over and took the heavy gun from P.I.'s hand. "Would you take this?" she said, handing the gun to Billy Williams, who was only a step behind her. "You came all this way and found me. And it's winter, too," P said to her, astonished, as he always was, that Lorena cared to bother with him. Lorena had paused in the creek a moment, watching P.I., before he saw her. The big gun was cocked, and she was afraid that if she startled him, he might accidentally shoot her. P looked bad. One side of his face was caked with blood, though probably he had just scratched himself with a bloody hand. He looked very thin, and his face was twisted in pain. The bad hip wound hurt him with every movement she could see. But here was her husband, and he was alive. "Why wouldn't I? We're married," Lorena replied. Then she took the awful piece of meat out of his hand, knelt close to him, being careful not to bump his bad hip, and took him into her arms. It was the luckiest thing in her life that she found him in time. The children would not be without him, and neither would she. "We're taking you home, P," Lorena said. "There won't be no more of this fighting, not for you." "No, I'm done with it. Somebody else will have to do it," P.I. replied. Chapter 12. Joey rode back almost to Ojinaga before he stopped to hide. His wounds had begun to hurt, and he knew they would only hurt worse unless he could find someone to dig out the shot. He could not do it himself, for all his wounds were on his back and legs. He had pellets in his neck and pellets all the way to his calves. He had carefully cleaned out the deputy's camp. There might be medicine in the saddlebags, but he had had to abandon it all when the old deputy came running at him with a big shotgun. Joey hated the old deputy. It was absurd that a man so old would attack him. He should have shot him and the other deputy long before with his rifle, when they had been traveling on the plain. He could have done it easily, and he should have. Killing their animals, scaring them, and trying to drive them into the desert to starve had all been foolish actions. He should have just killed them. But he had never supposed that one of them would be crazy enough to charge him. Even the great Captain Call himself had not charged him. Neither had he supposed that he himself would be so stupid as to overlook a loaded gun. During all his months as a robber, he had been careful and had made no mistakes. The fact that he made no mistakes added to his reputation. It terrified people. They thought of Joey Garza as the bandit who made no mistakes. But then he had made one, and a bad one. The old deputy had looked a fool, and he had looked incompetent. But he had not been a fool or incompetent. The shotgun had been the deputy's only chance, and he had remembered it and used it. The pellets making poison in his blood were his payment for being foolish. He had underestimated the old man. The Apache rarely underestimated anyone. They knew that any living man might be dangerous if desperate enough. Joey felt rage at the deputy, but he also felt rage at himself. 3 or 4 more steps and the lawman would have killed him outright. He might still die if his wounds were not treated and cleaned. But he was alive, and if he lived, he meant to return and kill the old deputy and Famous Shoes, too. Thinking over the battle, he remembered that Famous Shoes had stopped right by the body where the gun lay. He had shown the old man right where to run. Otherwise, Joey would have had ample time to get his rifle and kill the old fool. Probably the deputy had paid him well, for everyone knew that Famous Shoes liked money. Before he went back to finish the old lawman, Joey had to get his wounds cleaned. He wanted his mother to do it. When she had done it and he was safe from infection, he would show her what she was worth by taking his brother and sister. He would not have time to take them to the cave and throw them off the cliff. They would receive a quicker death. He might drown them or kill them with rocks. Then he would go back and finish off the old deputy and Famous Shoes as well. Joy was watching his mother's house when Billy Williams and the blonde woman rode away. It surprised him that the blonde woman had come to his mother's house and that she was still there. She must have brought the old ranger to his mother. Joy saw Billy lead the blonde woman and 2 extra horses up the river he had just ridden down. They were going to get the old deputy, no doubt of that. Famous Shoes had already told him that the blonde woman belonged to the deputy. He didn't know why they were taking an extra horse, though. The old deputy might be dead. Joy knew he had hit him at least twice. But if he was alive, he could only ride 1 horse. He watched through his spyglass. Joey could have followed Billy Williams and the woman and killed them, but he didn't. His wounds hurt too much. His back and legs felt as if they had been skinned. He knew his mother would have to cut his clothes off, for they were stuck to him from all the bleeding. Joey saw his mother come out of the house to watch Billy and the blonde woman leave. He watched it all through his spyglass from a mile away. He saw that Famous Shoes was there as well, for he came out of the house carrying a blanket that Joey had left in his camp. When Joey saw the blanket, he grew angrier and angrier. He had never liked it when people took his things, and he had certainly not made Famous Shoes a gift of his blanket. The old Indian had simply taken it. Perhaps he believed that Joey would soon die from the shotgun wounds. Joey had known the old man all his life and had neither liked him nor disliked him. The old Indian was crazy. He came and went, walking all over the place for no reason. Often he disappeared into the madre. When Joey had been a prisoner of the Apache, Famous Shoes had sometimes come to their camp. The Apache thought he was crazy, too. Otherwise, they would have killed him. They didn't like Kickapoo. Famous Shoes had finally decided to hurry home to the madre. He had told Billy Williams just where to find the wounded man. He had no more business in Ojinaga, or any town for that matter. He wanted to go to the high mountains where he could track the great eagles with his eyes. Once, when he was young, he had trapped an eagle, killed it, and eaten its eyes, hoping the vision of the eagles would be his. In tracking, he needed to see things so small that his human eyes couldn't find them. He thought the eagle's eyes might help, but the effort was a disappointment. His eyes did not improve, and worse, the meal made him sick. But he forgave the eagles. It was not their fault that he had been foolish enough to hope that he could see with their eyes. He liked to sit on rocks and watch the eagles swoop far down, out of sight, into the shadows of the deep valleys to catch what they wanted to eat. Famous Shoes left Ojinaga at a good trot, for he wanted to hurry home to the madre. But he had not gone far before he saw a familiar track in front of him. It was the track of Joey Garza's horse. Famous Shoes immediately turned north. He wanted to go as far around Joey Garza as possible. Joey might have changed his mind, and he might be in the mood to kill him now. He had gone only a few miles north when, to his dismay, the track of Joey's horse appeared in front of him again. Joey, too, was going north. Famous Shoes thought he had made a mistake in leaving Ojinaga so soon. He immediately turned and started back for the village. Joey was evidently not as badly wounded as he had supposed. It would be better to stay in the village for a few days until Joey left or died. But he had gone only a mile back toward the village when he saw the track of Joey's horse in front of him once more. Famous Shoes didn't think the horse was wandering loose and just appearing in front of him every time he turned. Once Joey had let him look briefly through the great eye he carried with him, the spyglass. The great eye was even stronger than the eyes of eagles. With it, Famous Shoes could see all the signs he had been hoping to see when he trapped the eagle. But Joey had only let him look for a moment, and then he tied the great eye back on his saddle. If P.I. had managed to kill Joey, Famous Shoes meant to ask him if he could have the great eye. It would help him in his work. That hadn't happened, though. Now Joey was angry, and the young killer was stalking him. Famous Shoes saw no point in walking any farther. If he was going to be killed, he might as well rest. He had done a great deal of walking since he had left for the Rio Rojo. There was no point in turning again, since Joey would just turn to and appear ahead of him. It had been a mistake to take his blanket, for Joey might resent it. But Famous Shoes had seen the blast from the big shotgun knock Joey off his feet, and he had seen the second blast hit him when he jumped for his horse. Famous Shoes didn't think a man could live long with so much lead in him. Lead was bad for the blood. Joey was young and strong, and he might yet die, but so far he was lasting. Famous Shoes was sitting on Joey's blanket, singing the Kickapoo death song, when Joey appeared on his horse. From the front, Joey looked well, but when he dismounted, Famous Shoes saw that the boy's whole back was raw. Much of his shirt had been driven into his body from the impact of the pellets. P.I. had shot him pretty good, just as Famous Shoes had thought. The lead would soon poison Joey's blood unless he got it out. It might already be too late. But Joey had his pistol in his hand, and Famous Shoes kept singing. It was his bad luck that the pellets were not killing Joey more quickly. It meant that he himself would have to die. He saw no point in holding a conversation with the young Mexican. It was better just to sing. He thought an eagle might come and take his song to the madre for him. Famous Shoes sang loudly, for he wanted the eagles to hear him if there were any around. Joey walked close to him and held his pistol to the old Indian's head. "Get off my blanket," he said, "and give me back my knife." Famous Shoes moved off the blanket, but he kept singing. He took Joey's knife from his belt and handed it to him. He looked to the sky to see if any eagles were coming, but he saw no eagles. He thought of asking Joey if he could look through the great eye one more time. He thought if he looked through it, he might see where his spirit would be going when Joey shot him. But Joey did not like to lend his things, and he was not in any mood to allow Famous Shoes a few minutes with the great eye. Famous Shoes sang his death song loudly. He wanted to send his spirit far away on the sound. He had been in the Valley of Echoes once in the country of the Utes, and he knew that sound could travel far and live on in echoes, even after the person or the animal who made the sound was dead. He had once seen Ben Lilly shoot a bear. The bear had not been shot well, and its cries traveled far away as it was dying. Famous Shoes wanted his spirit to float high on his song. Perhaps an eagle would pass and hear it and take it to the madre. As Famous Shoes was waiting for the bullet, singing proudly, Joey Garza turned away and got back on his horse. He had come to Famous Shoes with a cold face, the face of a boy who could kill and not think about it. But once he got his blanket and his knife, Joey's face changed. He tied the blanket back on his saddle and got on his horse. He turned his horse toward Ojinaga and didn't speak again. Famous Shoes was so startled that he went on singing. He sang until Joey was out of sight. He found it hard to stop singing his death song, for he had already turned loose of his spirit and sent it away. It was hard to have to recall it and go on living. His spirit was far above him, and it was reluctant to come back. Joey had been about to pull the trigger, but he had changed his mind. It was quite puzzling. Joey killed as easily as he himself walked. Yet in this case, he had changed his mind and had simply ridden off. Famous Shoes stopped singing finally, but he did not get up for a while. They had to wait for his spirit to come back. It came slowly, like a bird fluttering down. When his spirit was back with him, Famous Shoes stood up, but he did not turn toward the madre. He followed Joey's track, which went toward Ojinaga. He knew it was not safe. After all, Joey might change his mind again. His cold mood might return when he remembered that Famous Shoes had signaled P.I. where the big shotgun was, the shotgun that had driven lead and cloth into Joey's body, sickening his blood. But Famous Shoes was curious. He wanted to know what Joey was doing, and he wanted another look through the great eye. If he followed and waited, he might get to see through the great eye again. Chapter 13. Joey headed toward Ojinaga and his mother, for he wanted to make her take the pellets out of his body. He felt sick, so sick that he had lost interest in killing the old Indian. The wounds were like fire. They were making him feel so bad that he had lost his pride in killing. Joey had never expected to be injured himself, certainly not by an old man who could scarcely shoot a rifle. He felt such weakness in his body that he had difficulty mounting his horse. He could not waste his strength killing crazy old men. Once his mother had cleaned his wounds and he was well again, he would dispose of Raphael and Teresa. Then he would have his pride back. No more would he overlook loaded guns. He would no longer make mistakes. He thought he might go back near the city of Mexico and rob more trains. It would be nice to take some silver and some jewels back to his cave. Soon after Lorena and Billy Williams left the village, the shoemaker came for Maria. His name was Jorge, and he had a very young wife. Too young, Maria thought. Her name was Negra. Her parents were rough people. They had married Negra to Jorge when she was only 12. Now, barely 13, she was with child, and her time had come. Jorge urged Maria to come to his wife quickly. Negra had already been in labor for more than a day. Maria had been to their home 6 times to check on her already. It was her practice to check often when a child was coming. She did not like surprises, although she often got them. There was no way of knowing how a birth would go until it happened. Birth and death were alike in that way. It was not a day when Maria wanted to leave her children. With luck, Billy Williams would be back that night or the next morning with the wounded man. Maria wanted to stay near Raphael and Teresa in case Joey came. The shoemaker's house was not far, but it was not her house, and Joey was quick in his evil. There was no one in the village that Maria could trust, now that Billy was gone. Captain Call was feverish, and he mumbled words that made no sense. Sometimes he was conscious, but he was too weak to even lift his head. When he had to relieve himself, Maria and Lorena had taken turns assisting him. He tried to fight them off with his one hand, but they helped him anyway, directing his water into a jug. Maria would have to do it herself now that Lorena was gone, and Call would accept all other attentions only from Teresa. But Call could not help her guard against Joey, for he was too weak and in too much pain. If Joey came while she was helping Negra in her labor, Joey would probably finish off the captain, with a knife, with a rifle butt, with anything handy. "Maria, she is screaming. I'm scared," Jorge said. Maria got ready to go. Negra was only 1 year older than Teresa, and she was small in the hips. It would not be an easy birth, and if Maria was not skillful, both Negra and her child might die. Maria felt a deep uneasiness. She could not refuse to help a child have a child just because she was worried about Joey. Negra's baby was there, and Joey was not. She had to go, but she was very worried. She took her sharp knife with her when she went, and she made Raphael and Teresa go with her. Raphael drove his goats the short distance to the shoemaker's little house. Teresa was very reluctant to leave Call. "I want to stay with the old man," she said to her mother. She had taken a great liking to Captain Call, and he to her. Teresa was the only one who could get him to eat in his few moments of lucidity. Teresa would sit by him for hours, whispering stories in his ear and bathing his face with a wet rag to cool his fever. "You can't stay with him, not now," Maria said. "You have to stay near me. We will be back this afternoon, I hope. Then you can be with the old man." "But he might die if I leave," Teresa said. "I am his nurse." "But I am Negra's nurse, and we have to go now," Maria said. "Bring your chickens. Don't worry about the old man. He will be here when we get back." Before she left, Maria took a cowbell. Their cow had died, and she had not been able to afford to replace her. When they all got to the shoemaker's house, Maria put the bell around Raphael's neck. It was a little awkward. The bell was for a cow, not for a boy. But Maria didn't know what else to do. "Stay where I can hear the bell," she told them both. "If your brother Joey comes, ring the bell and run to me. Do not let him catch you, whatever you do." Raphael took a few steps amid the goats, and the bell tinkled. He began to moan. Raphael was easily frightened, for anything out of the ordinary upset him. A bell around his neck was out of the ordinary, and it made him feel anxious. "I don't want you to be too long," Teresa told her mother. "I want to go back to see Senor Call. He is my friend." "He was not your grandfather's friend," Maria told her, but right away she regretted saying it. Teresa knew nothing of those troubles, and besides, bringing Call into the house had been Maria's decision. She had not expected Teresa or anyone to make friends with him, but Teresa often did things Maria would not have expected her to do. Teresa found a little storybook of Joey's and pretended to read it, although she could not see. She made up her own story while holding the book. "I like Senor Call. Do not talk bad about him," Teresa warned. "I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Joey," Maria said. She caught her daughter's face in her hands and brought it close to hers. Often that was the only way to get Teresa's attention when she was being willful. Only when she felt her mother's breath on her face would Teresa heed her. "I have to help Negra have her baby," Maria said. "I want you to be careful, and if Joey comes, you run. Your brother doesn't make jokes. I'm afraid he will hurt you if he comes." "I will run away from him if he comes," Teresa told her mother casually, as if she could not imagine such a thing happening to her. "Run, but make Raphael ring the bell," Maria told her daughter. "Make it ring loud, and I will come. Don't forget." But she was afraid that Teresa would forget. Teresa wasn't afraid of her big brother. Raphael was afraid, but Raphael might not be able to remember to ring the bell if he became frightened. Some days Raphael could not remember anything at all. While Maria was talking to Teresa, Negra screamed. The scream poured out of the little hut into the empty streets of the quiet town. Gordo, the butcher, heard it. He had just butchered a pig and was hauling it up so he could gut it. The pig had screamed, too, when he hit it in the head to kill it. The butcher had been drunk the night before, for with his wife dead he was lonely. He drank often, and in the mornings his work was not always precise. Gordo had not struck well, and the pig screamed when he hit it and when he cut its throat. He had not noticed before that the wild scream of a dying pig was so much like that of a woman in labor. "Maria, can't you come?" Jorge begged. "Negra is dying." He came out of the little house shaking. His face was tortured with worry. Maria had seen many husbands in such pain. They did not know that their wives were not really dying, though sometimes the husbands were right. The wives did die, and their babies too. Maria knew she could not delay any longer. She had to do her work, but she could not make her worry go away. It was 6 hours before the baby came. Negra had been in labor a long time, and Maria's fear was that the young girl would become too weak to help. The girl's small, unprepared body would have to force the baby out without help from the mother's will. Already, Negra's will was almost exhausted. Maria had to sit with her patiently, soothing her and coaxing her to rest between pains. Negra was terrified of the pain. She thought she must be dying. Maria soothed her and explained to her that it was the necessary pain of childbirth. "Soon you will have a fine baby," Maria told her. The water finally broke, and Maria became hopeful. The baby was turned properly and did not seem to be too large. She had sent Jorge away. She did the work with 2 women, old sisters who had made their lives together. They were crafty old women and greedy. Each wanted to outlive the other so as to get the other's possessions. They had seen many children born and were indifferent to Negra's pain. From time to time they smoked tobacco in little cigarettes they rolled themselves. Soon the floor of the little room was littered with cigarette papers the old women had dropped. But they knew the business of birth and helped efficiently when the pains came. Their names were Juana and Hosea. Some people thought they were twins, for they looked very much alike. But each denied being the other's twin, and each claimed to be the younger sister.
"She was 2 when I was born,"
Juana claimed.
"She is a liar. She will go to hell,"
Hosea said.
"She was already 3 when I was born."
Maria didn't particularly like the old sisters. They were rude to one another, often having loud, harsh arguments just when the young mothers needed quiet. But they were the only ones she could find who knew what to do during difficult births, and so she called them in. They looked at life with skeptical eyes, which sometimes irritated Maria. She felt she knew as well as any woman that life was a thing of sadness. But it was not all sadness, and there were times for hope. And one time for hope was when a baby was being born. Maria herself always began to have hopes for the babies she birthed as soon as she saw them. Perhaps as they grew they would be lucky, have health, find good women or men to marry, rise above poverty and be spared disease and loss. Few were spared. But each time when the baby was in her arms and the moment of peace came, Maria let her hopes rise. She smiled at the little child and bathed it in warm water. She wanted to welcome it to life. Perhaps it would be one of the lucky ones. So it was when Negra's baby finally came. It was a boy. Maria was tired, but she liked the look of the little male child. He cried with spirit, the spirit of life. Maria smiled at him and whispered to him. He was to be named Jorge, too, after his father. He was a fine boy, and Maria could not help smiling at him. The mother was asleep, too tired to need her smiles. The little boy wiggled and cried, and Maria took him outside to show him to his father. The tortured look left Jorge's face, and he looked at his son with surprise, the surprise men so often showed when they saw that a living human had been created from the actions of love, actions they had taken long before and perhaps had forgotten. "This is a good boy. I like the way he wiggles. He will give you lots of trouble when he grows up and can walk," Maria told him. Then, as she was about to take the baby back inside so the old women could cleanse him of the birthing blood, Maria looked around for her children. Several times during lulls in the labor she had gone out to speak to them briefly. They sat with the goats between the shoemaker's house and the butcher's shed. While the butcher was butchering the pig, Maria's children were just sitting. "It's cold. I want to go back to Senor Call," Teresa said each time. She was sullen, as she often was if her mother denied her her way. "You can come in where I am, only sit in the kitchen," Maria told her. "No, I don't want to sit in that kitchen. I would rather be cold," Teresa replied. Then the crisis arrived, and Maria forgot about the children. Once, when Negra was screaming, she heard the cowbell and was reassured. She had to concentrate on what she was doing, and she could not listen every moment for a cowbell when the little room rang with the full screams that came with a birth. Now, though, with little Jorge safely born, she turned to look for Teresa and Raphael and didn't see them. The goats were still there, but not her children. She ran to where the goats were, scattering them in her fear. Then she saw the cowbell lying in the dirt. Joey had taken it off Raphael. Why hadn't she known he would? Fear chilled Maria so that she almost dropped the baby. She ran with him to Jorge and thrust the baby into his hands. "Take him to the sisters," she said. "Did you see Joey?" "No. How do I hold him?" Jorge asked. Maria had no time to instruct the new father. He would have to figure out for himself how to hold his son. She ran to the butcher, who had taken the pig's hooves and ears and was putting them in a sack. Most of the pig had been cut up. Parts were heaped on a bloody table, and other parts were piled on strips of sacking. "Did you see Joey?" Maria asked. "You are bloodier than I am, and I butchered a pig," Gordo told her. He was a little disgusted with the woman, for she had blood all over her arms. Still, she was shapely, and she was his neighbor. Once she cleaned herself up, he thought he might go visit her, perhaps taking her a little sausage. He might ask her to make him menudo or some other tasty dish. "No, Joey wasn't here," he told her. Maria knew better. Joey had been there. She had to have help, and there was only Gordo the butcher. "He was here. He's taken my children," Maria said to him. "Come and bring a gun. Don't wait." In the desperate hope that Teresa had disobeyed her and taken Raphael home, Maria ran to her house. She had her knife in her hand. Call was laying outside the back door when she got there. He had hobbled out using a chair for a crutch, and he had a pistol near him. But the chair was too short to be a good crutch, and he had fallen again. He was laying on his back. His leg was bleeding, and his eyes were open. "Did he come?" Maria asked. "He came. I can't do anything," Call said. "I can't do anything," he said again. He was so weak that she could barely hear him whisper, and it was surprising that he could even have hobbled the few steps he had. Maria felt fear shaking her, more powerful than any fear she had felt in her life. She did not have time to move Captain Call back to bed. She grabbed his pistol. "What did he say, Senor?" Maria asked. "Did he say anything?" "No," Call said. "He came in and looked at me and left. He's wounded." "Not wounded enough. I have to take your gun," Maria told him. Call lay in helplessness. He had wanted to kill the boy, but he had no strength and no way. The boy had simply looked at him insolently for a moment and left. He was not a large boy, but he had a cold look. Call had rolled off the bed, pulled himself up with the chair, and found his pistol. But it was no good. He was too weak, and he soon fell. The world was swimming, and he couldn't see well. He could not make himself rise, and even if he had risen, it would have done no good. Joey Garza was gone. Call was helpless, and he had failed again. Maria felt helpless, too, because she didn't know where to look for her children. Joey could not have gone too far, since it had only been a short time that she last looked out and had seen Raphael sitting amid his goats. But where had he gone? If he had put the children on a horse, she would have no chance of catching them. She could not track a horse, and no one in the village could either. Joey might take her children far away where she could never follow or find them. She ran to the cantina. 2 vaqueros were there drinking. Perhaps one of them had seen something. But the 2 vaqueros were very drunk. They looked at Maria with disgust, as Gordo the butcher had. "Go wash yourself, you stink," one vaquero said. Maria raised the gun at him. It was the wrong moment for a man to tell her she was not clean enough. When they wanted her, she was always clean enough, even if it was the time of the month when she was bleeding. She didn't shoot the vaquero, though. She didn't have time. She just pointed the gun at him and saw his eyes widen at the thought that he might be shot by a filthy, dirty woman. Then she ran outside. As she ran, she heard a high, moaning bleat from the direction of the river. It was a sound like a sheep makes when it is dying. She had heard it many times when the butcher was killing sheep. But it was not a sheep she heard this time. It was Raphael, who had lived with the sheep and made the cries they made. The boys in the village often taunted him for it. They called him Sheep Boy, and they told him his father had been a ram. When too much fear seized Raphael, his moan became the screaming bleat that Maria now heard. Maria ran toward the sound. She remembered that long ago Joey had sometimes tricked Raphael into playing a drowning game. He would persuade Raphael to put his head underwater to watch the fish. Then Joey would jump on his head and try to drown him. Only the fact that Raphael was strong had kept Joey from succeeding. Maybe that was what he was trying to do, drown his brother and sister. Maybe he was too weak from his wounds to take them all the way to the cliff where he had said he would kill them. Maria fired the pistol in the air, for she wanted to make Joey think men were coming. She wanted to do anything to get him to stop so that she could get there before he killed Raphael. She heard the bleating again and kept running toward the sound, feeling a terrible fear. Teresa was the weaker child and might already be dead, killed by her brother Joey. Joey might realize that Raphael was too strong to drown, and he might stab him or shoot him before she could find them. Maria had 2 fears. One, that she might not arrive in time to save her children, and 2, that the warp of her life might have forced her to the moment when she would have to kill her evil son. Her sweetest, most beguiling dreams were dreams in which Joey was good again, as he had been when he was just a little boy. But then she would awaken to heartache and discouragement so profound that it made her limbs heavy, for Joey was no longer a little boy, and he was no longer good. Even in her discouragement, she had the wish that it would be someone else, not her, who met Joey in battle and defeated him. Now the 2 fears came together in her, and she carried them both as she ran. She had the gun and the knife. If only someone else would come, the butcher, Jorge, the drunken vaqueros, anyone. But Maria looked behind her as she ran, and there was no one coming. Guided by Raphael's high, bleating call, Maria ran through the thin mesquite until she came to the river, near the spot where old Estela sat to listen to her dead children. Joey had pulled Raphael and Teresa into the deepest part of the river. Raphael was soaked, but he was alive. When Maria got to the river, Joey was holding Teresa's head under in the deep water. But Teresa was not dead. Joey had tied her thin legs with a rawhide rope, but Teresa's legs were still thrashing. Raphael's head was bleeding. Joey had beaten him, trying to knock him out so he could drown him, but Raphael had been too strong. Maria shot the gun again, twice. She did not shoot at Joey, she just wanted him to stop. His back was to her when she came up, and she saw that his wounds were bad. When he turned to confront her, he looked pale. But he did not release his sister. He held her as if she were a large, slick fish. Maria saw Teresa get her head up and gulp at the air, and felt a moment of pride at how hard her girl was struggling for her life. Then Joey shoved her under again, but Teresa only wiggled harder. Her body looked like that of a struggling fish under the water. Maria saw old Estela sitting on the other bank watching. She was listening for her own children and did not seem to care that 2 of Maria's children were being drowned before her eyes. Maria went into the water and shot again. The bullet hit a rock and whined away. "Let her go!" Maria yelled at her son. "Who are you to be killing your own sister?" Joey turned his head toward Maria briefly and gave her that cold look he had, the look that made her feel she was not there. Maria had always hated that look. She was his mother, and she was there, but not to Joey's eyes. He kept trying to get a better grip on his wiggling sister. Drowning Teresa was what interested him, not the fact that his mother was threatening him with a gun. Joey was glad his mother had come. He wanted her to see what he was doing. Catching Raphael and Teresa had been easy. He had tied them up and thrown them on his horse while the shoemaker's wife was screaming. It was irritating that Raphael's skull was so thick that even 3 blows with a rock had not weakened him enough that Joey could drown him. Joey had hobbled Raphael's feet. He could finish him later. He was annoyed with his sister, too. He had not supposed that she was so strong or could struggle so hard. Despite all he could do, she kept getting her head up, gulping air. He could not get a good enough grip on her neck to keep her under. Because of his wounds, he was not strong enough for the task he was trying to do. Joey was not at all surprised that his mother had come. She had been working with the woman in childbirth, and she was as bloody as a wounded animal. The fact that she had old Call's pistol didn't worry him. His mother wouldn't shoot him, and even if she tried, she would miss. When the drowning was over, he would make her take the pellets out. Once that was done, he would get his strength and his pride back and would go near the city of Mexico and rob some trains with rich people on them. His mother had doctored old Call, for he had seen the old ranger in bed in her house. Joey had started to kill him, but it felt the same indifference he felt when he let famous shoes live. It would be wasting a death to kill such a worthless old person. Who could take pride in killing such old, half-dead people? It was better to do what he was doing, avenge himself on the bloody woman who stood there pointing a pistol at him. Maria shot one more time. It hit the water near Joey, but he didn't even look up. She had stopped expecting to scare her son. She shot in hopes that someone would hear and come to see what the shooting was about. Even if the drunken vaqueros came, it might be enough. Then Joey might stop. But Joey didn't stop. He had managed to get Teresa's body between his legs, and he tightened his legs and used both hands to shove his sister's head under the water. Maria waded into the water and struck Joey high on the shoulder with her knife. Joey screamed. The wounds on his back were sore. He turned to his mother with a look of hatred. Maria struck again, high on his other shoulder. She only wanted to cut Joey enough so he would let Teresa go. When Joey turned again, Teresa wiggled free and sucked in air. She kept wiggling until she was out of reach. Joey grabbed for her, but Teresa was quicker. Even with her feet tied, she was as quick as a fish. Joey took a few steps toward her, but Teresa was already yards away. In the water, she was quicker than he was. In fury, Joey turned on Maria and drew his own knife. He would kill Raphael with the knife and then chase down Teresa. Maria saw where her son's eyes were pointed. She put herself between Joey and Raphael. She still held her knife, but she didn't want to stab her son again. The wounds she had given him were light and were meant to distract him, not hurt him. She could help him recover and live. She would do it, take out the pellets of heavy shot, wash his wounds, nurse him, if only he would relent. He must relent, though. She would not give him her other children, his brother and sister. "Stop this," Maria cried. "You're hurt. You're weak. Stop this killing. Come home with me and let me wash you. I'll feed you, and I'll hide you until you are well." "Wash yourself, whore," Joey said in his cold tone. His eyes were like sleet. Maria held her knife high. Joey would not stop. He would not become her good son again. All she could do now was protect Raphael. Joey's cold look made Maria want to give up. Her son should not look at her with his look of sleet. It was a poor return for the care she had given and the love she had borne. But it was Joey's look, and she could not change him. She had to give up. That way she could protect Raphael and Teresa, and she would protect them, no matter what she had to do. When Joey came close, Maria raised the knife and tried to cut his arm, any place to slow him but not kill him. She saw Joey's knife, but didn't feel it strike. Not the first time, not the second, not the third. "Leave your brother alone," she screamed. "Leave him alone. Don't hurt your brother." Joey was trying to push his mother out of the way so he could grab his brother's hair when the bullet struck him. He turned his head at the shot. Maria turned too. They saw Gordo, the butcher, standing on the riverbank with his old carbine.
"Don't kill her, you rascal!"
Gordo yelled.
"Don't kill her! I might want to marry her!"
Across the river, Teresa crawled into the shallows, and old Estela hobbled over and helped her out of the water. Teresa was very frightened. Her mother had been right. Joey was bad. She was worried, for she heard shots and she could not see. "Where is my mother?" she asked the old woman. Old Estela's eyes were dim and she couldn't see the far bank of the river. "She is over there," old Estela said. "I think I hear her talking to my children." Joey fell backward into the water. Maria cut Raphael free, and the two of them began to drag Joey to the bank where the butcher stood with his gun. Before Maria could get out of the river, she fell too. She fell across her son's legs, and the river began to swirl her blood away. Chapter 14. Gordo carried Maria home. She was awake, but he saw where she had been stabbed and knew she would not live. It angered him, for he had already begun to think of her as his wife and was looking forward to laying with her. She had eluded him when she was a girl, and now she was going to elude him again by dying. It was an aggravation, such an aggravation that he refused to bring her devil of a son's body to her. "He's dead, Gordo," Maria said. "Bring him home." The butcher ignored her. He also refused to lift Captain Call and bring him back inside the house. He put Maria on the bed, and as he went out, he spat on Call. Later, the two drunken vaqueros came to Maria's house, and they, too, spat on him. One wanted to put a rope around the old man's neck and drag him to death, but the other vaquero argued that it would be better just to let the old man die. He was too famous. If they put a rope on him, the Texans might find out about it and hunt them down. Teresa picked her way back across the cold river in fear. She was afraid her brother might catch her again and put her head in the cold, swirling river and let it suck her breath away. Twice, when he held her, Teresa had feared that the river was going to suck all her breath away. But her brother didn't take her. She waded through the cold water, stepping on slick rocks. Teresa knew the path through the mesquites and was soon home. Raphael was inside, moaning. When Teresa felt his head, she found that it was wet and sticky. Her mother lay on the bed where Senor Call had been. "Where is he? Did he leave?" Teresa asked, concerned. Her mother had promised that Senor Call would be there when she returned home. "He is outside," her mother told her in a voice that was very weak. "Joey hurt me, and Gordo would not help me. Go find Jorge and ask him to come. He can move Senor Call back inside. Ask the old sisters if they would come to me." The old sisters and Jorge came. Jorge put Call inside on a blanket. Teresa fixed some frijoles, but only Raphael ate a little. Her mother didn't want any, and Senor Call was not speaking. His mind had gone to sleep, as it often did. Teresa began to be afraid for her mother. She heard her mother's breath, and it was as weak as Senor Call's. She was worried that they might both die. She was also afraid that Joey might come back and get her and Raphael. She knew now that Joey was bad, and she was very afraid. Having the water suck her breath had left her with a deep fear. Maria felt her daughter's fear in the trembling of her small hands. "Don't be afraid," she said. "Joy's dead. You are safe. Billy will come soon and take care of us. The old sisters will stay until he comes to help." When the vaqueros realized that Joey Garza was dead and that Gordo, a stupid butcher, had killed him, they became bitter. They had had the chance to kill him too, but the bloody woman had pointed a gun at them and prevented them from having the glory of killing the young bandit. In their bitterness, they drank a lot of tequila and convinced themselves that they had shot Joey Garza. The butcher had only assisted. They found Joey's body in the river and shot it a few more times, then put a rope on it and dragged it through the village streets. In other places, one would believe that a greasy butcher had killed the famous young killer with a rusty carbine. But in Mexico and Texas, the people would think it was two fearless vaqueros who had risked their lives to rid the country of a scourge. Their fame would grow. There would be songs about them. Only in Ojinaga would anyone even suppose that a village butcher had anything to do with it. The vaqueros left Joey's body outside the cantina and went to Presidio to spread the news. They wanted to find someone to take their picture with the corpse. Jorge and his brother brought Joey's body to his mother. His body was filthy and dirty and coated with dust from being dragged by the two vaqueros. Maria begged the old sisters to heat water and help her clean her son. She wanted his body to be clean, and she wanted him dressed in clean clothes that she had washed herself. "He's my good boy again. Please make him nice," she asked the old sisters. But the old sisters smoked and sulked and ignored her. They knew the dead boy was of the devil. To touch him might be to catch corruption. Maria was weak, but she was determined that her son's body would be clean. "Get out," she cried at the old sisters. "Go roll your cigarette someplace else." She made Teresa heat water. When it was hot, she bathed the wounds on Raphael's scalp, working very slowly. Then she had Teresa and Raphael help her move to where Joey lay. Teresa brought her a knife, and with it Maria cut off Joey's clothes. She was very weak, and she had to stop often to rest. Jorge came in for a minute and helped Maria clean Joey's body. He was very grateful to Maria, for his wife was alive and he had a fine son. He didn't know why Maria was still alive. She had 3 deep wounds in her chest, and the blood seeped through her dress. "Mama, you're bleeding," Teresa said. "I feel it on my hands." "Maria, you're hurt," Jorge said, thinking she might not realize how badly she was wounded. "I want to put clean clothes on my son," Maria said. "I want to do it now." She ignored their fears, the fears of her child and of the shoemaker. She felt very weak, but she wanted her son's body to be clean. She was not strong enough to dress him, though, and Jorge did not like to touch dead bodies. Jorge began to shake and tremble at the thought of what he was doing. He wanted to be home, looking at his fine son. He didn't like moving Joey's stiffening limbs in order to get him into clothes. They got the shirt on him, but that was the best they could do. "Maria, just cover him," Jorge told her before he left. Maria had to stop with the shirt, for she was too weak to do more. She asked Teresa to get a blanket, and they covered Joey. Maria wept and wept for her son's lost life. Teresa felt her mother's tears with her fingers and tried to comfort her, but for Maria there was no comfort. She had tried to be a good mother, but she had not been able to make her son a good person. Joey had been killed while trying to murder his own brother and sister. That he had killed her didn't matter so much. His life had killed her already, his life and her life. Her mistakes had been too many and too profound, though she didn't know exactly when the mistakes had been made or what they were. She had gotten up every morning and made food and washed clothes and seen that her children were clean. She had tried to teach them good behavior, but still it had led to Teresa's blindness and Raphael's poor mind, and the moment in the river when she had had to turn the knife on her own child. It was too hard. Maria wanted peace. She wanted to have all the pains and worries bleed quickly away, and to go into a sleep beyond dreams, beyond the need to be awake and wash and cook, while knowing every day that so much was wrong. When Joey was covered, Maria crawled back to her blanket, stopping several times to rest. She saw old Call watching her. That was another strange trick of life, that she should be dying in her own house, in a room with the man who had killed her father and her brother. The children had run outside for a moment. They couldn't stand to hear the weakness in her voice, and they wanted to be away from the fear that their mother might die. They hid among the goats, while Raphael tried to find the nanny goat he sometimes suckled, but he was too confused. He could not find her. Call saw Maria crawling on the floor, dragging herself back to her blanket. He didn't know what had occurred, but he saw that the woman was badly injured. He remembered that the cold boy had come into the room and had looked at him insolently. Maria did not like having the old man in her house. Taking him in had been another mistake. If she met her father and her brother on the other side, they would be stern and unforgiving. But Call was kind to Teresa, and perhaps if he lived, he would be a friend to her. Several townspeople came to see Joey's body. Maria lay in her blanket and did not speak. She could not afford to waste what strength she had left. Teresa and Raphael came back and sat with her, one child on either side. They were silent and afraid. Maria hoped that Billy would return soon this time. She needed him to hurry back with Lorena. It was for Lorena that she waited, in pain and in life. Maria was a mother. She had 2 children alive, 2 damaged children. She hoped Lorena would be kind enough to take them. There was no one in the village to take them, for the village was too poor. No one would want to feed them or keep them clean or wash their clothes. Teresa was pretty. Men would soon find her and degrade her. Raphael would be teased and tormented. He would go hungry, for his blind sister would not be strong enough to protect him. For them, Maria held herself in life. Teresa brought her pozole, but she could not eat. She saw Teresa feeding old Call and heard her whispering to him. Long hours passed. Maria grew more and more tired until she was so weak she despaired. She was about to ask old Call if he would make the request to Lorena for her. Would he ask Lorena if she would take her children? She knew it was a serious request to ask another woman to raise her children. Lorena had 5 of her own, and it might be that her husband was dead. But Maria had no one else to ask. She was about to tell Raphael to pull her over nearer to Call when she heard the horses coming to the house. Then Billy Williams stood in the doorway. Lorena stood behind him. He came and knelt by Maria. Maria felt grateful to fortune that she had Billy Williams to assist her. He had come back when he promised. He had many failings, but he also had fidelity. Now he had brought her the person she most needed, the woman who might help her children after her death, when she could not mother them any more. It was important that he had come back when he said he would. It was the best thing a man had ever done for her.
"Why, Mary, you ain't dying, are you?"
Billy asked. He was stricken in the heart. He touched Maria's face. It was cold. He had only left for a little more than a day, and now this.
"Go get drunk now, Billy,"
Maria whispered to him.
"But don't forget my children. Please talk about me when you see them. Give them your memories. Tell them how I danced and laughed when I was young and pretty. Mary, you're still young and pretty,"
Billy Williams told her. It took his breath away to think that after all these years, Maria was going. He would be lost. He wouldn't know what to do. Maria raised up and gave him a little kiss and tugged at his hair for a moment. He still had the long hair of the mountain man.
"Go on, Billy. Go get drunk,"
Maria whispered again.
"Oh, Mary,"
Billy sighed. He wanted to talk more. He wanted to say things he had never said to her. But Maria's eyes were tired and sad.
"You go on. Obey me,"
Maria told him quietly, but in a tone that he knew better than to argue with.
"Well, didn't I always?"
he asked. Lorena wanted the old man to go. She saw the dying woman looking at her, and she knew what Maria wanted to ask. She wanted the old man to go. Yet maybe he had been to Maria what P.I. was to her. It was not her place to rush him in his last moments with his love. Billy Williams rose, looked at Maria once more, and stumbled outside. Lorena knelt and felt Maria's pulse. It was barely there. That the woman was alive at all was a wonder. But then it was a wonder that Call still lived. P.I. was outside, tied to his horse and in great pain. She wanted to lift him down and bring him in, but she had to hear Maria's request first.
"Would you take them?"
Maria asked with a movement of her head, first toward Raphael and then toward Teresa.
"Yes, I'll take them,"
Lorena said firmly. She wanted to relieve the woman's deep doubt. Maria had made the request she herself would have had to make to Clara if things had gone differently. And she might not have even gotten to speak it. She might have had to trust that Clara would receive it in her heart and respond. "I've got my husband back now, and I'll take them. I expect we can take care of all the children that come along," Lorena told her. She meant it, too. She was firm. She had P.I. back, and together they could take care of all the children that came along. Maria smiled. She looked at Raphael and put her trembling hand on Teresa's face. "I've got to get my husband in. He's hurt. I'll be right back," Lorena said softly. She found Billy Williams outside crying.
"I just went off for 2 days," he choked. "And now this."
"It was the wrong 2 days, but you couldn't know that," Lorena said. "Help me get P off, will you? He's hurting." They lifted P.I. down, carried him into the small house, and put him down beside Call.
"There's not too many more places left to lay sick people or dead people in this house,"
Billy Williams mumbled. There were Joey and Maria, Call, and now P.I. Lorena went to Maria and saw that she was gone. "The count's even now," she said quietly to Billy. "It's 2 that's sick and 2 that's dead."
"Oh, Mary,"
Billy said when he looked at her. He sat down on the floor and put his head in his arms. Lorena made P.I. as comfortable as she could. He was unconscious, but he would live. On the ride back, despite his pain, P talked and talked, asking questions about their children. The fact that his children were in Nebraska kept slipping from his tired mind. Finally, to satisfy him, Lorena made up little stories about the children and what they were doing. Then, when she had made her husband as comfortable as she could make him, Lorena went back across the small room, covered Maria, and sat with her two new children, the little girl who had no sight and the large boy with the empty mind. Chapter 15. In the morning, the vaqueros came back with a photographer they had found in Presidio. They wanted to have their pictures taken with the famous bandit they had killed. They had drunk tequila all night, telling stories about the great battle they'd had with a young killer. They had forgotten the butcher and the mother entirely. In their minds, there had been a great gun battle by the Rio Grande, and the famous bandit had finally fallen to their guns. Billy Williams had obeyed Maria's last order. He drank all night, sitting outside the room where Maria lay. But the whiskey hadn't touched him, and when the vaqueros came straggling up from the river with the photographer and his heavy camera loaded on a donkey, he planned to take many pictures and sell them to the Yankee magazines and make his fortune. Billy Williams went into a deadly rage.
"You goddamn goat ropers had better leave,"
he yelled, grabbing his rifle. The vaqueros were startled into immediate sobriety by the wild look in the old mountain man's eyes. Billy Williams began to fire his rifle, and the vaqueros felt the bullets whiz past them like angry bees, causing them to flee. The photographer, a small man from Missouri named Mullins, fled too, but he could not persuade the donkey to flee. George Mullins stopped 50 yards away and watched Billy Williams cut the cameras off the donkey and hack them to kindling with an axe. George Mullins had invested every cent he had in the world in those cameras. He had even borrowed money to buy the latest equipment, but in a moment he was bankrupt. There would be no sales to Yankee magazines, and there would be no fortune. George Mullins had ridden across the river feeling like a coming man. He walked back to Texas owning nothing but a donkey. All day, people filed out of the countryside like ants from Mexico and from Texas, hoping for a look at Joey Garza's body. But Billy Williams drove them all off. He fired his gun over their heads or skipped bullets off the dust at their feet.
"Go away, you goddamn buzzards,"
he growled at the few who dared to come within hearing distance. The people feared to challenge him, but they were frustrated. The body of the famous young killer lay almost in sight, and they wanted to see it. They wanted to tell their children that they had seen the corpse of Joey Garza. They hated the old mountain man. He was crazy. What right did he have to turn them away when they had come long distances to look at a famous corpse? He didn't own the body.
"They ought to lock up the old bastard,"
one disgruntled spectator complained. He expressed the general view. But no one came to lock up Billy. Olin Roy arrived out of deep Mexico in time to help Billy dig the two graves. Olin was silent and sad, for he too had loved Maria. The old sisters came and dressed Maria's body, but they would not touch Joey. Lorena finished the cleaning that Maria, in her weakness, had begun. P.I. watched with Famous Shoes, who had arrived in the night while Billy Williams sat drinking. The wounds in Joey's back were terrible, and Olin and Billy both believed they would have killed Joey in time. "Why, he was just a young boy," P.I. remarked. It always surprised him how ordinary famous outlaws turned out to be once you saw them dead. People talked about them so much that you came to expect them to be giants, but they weren't. They were just men of ordinary size, if not smaller. "Why, Clary's bigger than he was," P.I. said. All that chasing and all that pain and death, and the boy who caused it hadn't been as big as his own 15-year-old. He had pretty hands, didn't he? Lorena said. She felt sad and low. All Billy Williams' yelling and shooting made her nervous. She could not forget Maria's anguished eyes. What a terrible grief to have a child go bad and never be able to correct it or even know why it happened. She wondered how she would live if one of her sons came to hate her as Joey had seemed to hate Maria. It was not a direction Lorena wanted to allow her mind to go. She didn't want such darkness in her thoughts, for she had the living to tend to. She busied herself caring for P.I., Captain Call, and the 2 children. She thought of Maria and her bad son as little as possible. There was no knowing why such things happened. Lorena had good sons, and she knew now how very lucky she was. To have an evil child come from her own womb would be too hard to bear. Lorena didn't want to think about it. When P.I.'s mind cleared and he had a good look at the captain, he was shocked. Call was almost helpless. He let the little blind girl feed him, but otherwise he simply lay on his pallet, barely moving. Of course, he could barely move without assistance. He only had one leg and one arm and could not button or unbutton himself. "You have to help him make water," Lorena told P.I. "He hates for me to do it, but if somebody don't help him, he'll wet his palate. Watch him and help him. We don't have any bedding to spare." "Why, Captain, if there was many more people as bunged up as you and me, they'd have to build a crutch factory in the Panhandle, I guess," P.I. said. He was trying to make conversation with the silent man. He thought of the part about the crutch factory as a little joke, but Lorena glared at him when he said it, and Captain Call did not reply. He just stared upward. Later, P.I. felt bad about having made the remark. He didn't know why he had even made it. It just popped out. Though his hip pained him a good deal, P.I. could not help but feel good. His wife had found him, and they were together again. He wouldn't have to lose her, and he would see his children soon. Lorena was going to wire Clara to send them home when the time came for them all to go north. The sullen doctor from Presidio had been persuaded to come and set P.I.'s hip, but only because Lorena had gone to Presidio herself and refused to take no for an answer. She had waited sternly in the doctor's office until he saddled a horse and came back with her. He said P would be walking without a crutch in 2 months, just in time for planting. His shoulder was already almost healed, and the 2 toes Joey shot off he could do without. Mox and Joey Garza were dead, but he himself had survived. He had also learned his lesson, and learned it well. He would never leave his family again. "Why'd you have to say that about the crutch factory?" Lorena whispered to him that night. The remark had startled her. P.I. had never made a joke in his life. Why that one at that time? "He'll never forgive you for saying it, and I don't blame him," she went on. "You're just hurt, P. In 2 months you'll be as good as new. But the captain is crippled for life. He's crippled for life." "You better just shut up about crutch factories," she whispered later with unusual vehemence. P.I. came to feel that his chance remark was the worst thing he had ever said in his life. His main hope was that the captain would just forget it. But the captain said so little to anyone that it was hard to know what he was remembering or forgetting. The captain just lay there. He only fought when P.I. tried to help him relieve himself, struggling with his one weak hand. His struggles unnerved P.I. so much that he did a poor job the first time, and he made a mess. This incompetence annoyed Lorena to the point that she ignored the captain's objections and helped him herself after that. "You'll have to learn to do things for him, P," Lorena said. "He's helpless. He'll have to live with us for a while, I guess. I told Maria I'd take her children, and we've got them to think about, too. We're both going to have all we can do. You better make up your mind to start helping Captain Call." You have to help him now, whether he likes it or not. You know the man. You worked for him most of your life. He don't like it when I help him. I don't know whether he just don't like me or whether it's because I'm a woman or because I was what I was once. I don't know. But we're going to have all we can do, both of us, and the captain ought to be your responsibility." "Why, that little blind girl takes care of him pretty well herself," P said. Indeed, Teresa's attentiveness and the captain's acceptance of it surprised him. He had never known the captain to cotton to a child. He had never even come to visit their children, and he and Lorena had 5. Teresa brought the captain his food and sat by him and fed him. She brought a rag and washed his face when he finished. If he wanted to turn on his side, he let Teresa help him. Often she whispered to him, and the captain responded, though in a voice so low that P.I. could not pick up the words. The little girl was quick as a lizard. She could be across the room and out the door in a flash, and P.I. never saw her bump into anything. Maria and Joey were buried in the 2 graves Billy and Olin had dug. Many people came, not for Maria, but so they could say they had seen Joey Garza buried. Billy and Lorena went across the river and got the coffins, plain pine boxes. They tried to find Mullins, the photographer, and return his donkey, but Mullins was drunk somewhere and could not be located. The collapse of his prospects proved too much for him. Billy Williams was a little abashed. It had all been the vaqueros' fault, not the photographer's. But they could not spend all day looking for a drunken photographer, so they took the donkey back to Mexico. The old sisters and a few local women came to the burial, but very few men showed up. Gordo, the butcher, walked by sullenly and went home. He was still angry with Maria for being dead and thus unavailable for marriage. "There ought to be singing," Lorena said. She knew P.I. couldn't sing, and Billy and Olin were unknown quantities when it came to hymn singing. She remembered the songs in Laredo during the burial of the deputy's young wife. She had learned from P that the deputy was dead now, too. It made her want to go live in a country where not so much blood was spilled. She remembered how the whore with the curly hair had poured her heart into the song for the young woman, as if she had known how the deputy's wife must have felt to want to take her own life. Though not confident of her own voice, Lorena resolved to sing alone if necessary. She began, "There's a Home Beyond the River." After all, the river was right there in sight. And to her surprise, Olin Roy joined her. He had a fine baritone voice. He sang so well that a few of the gawkers from Presidio were moved to join in. That night, dark feelings burdened Lorena. She could not get Maria's horrible end to leave her mind. She tried to sleep but could not. She lay beside P.I. on the pallet and began to shake. The feeling came over her that had made her want to die when Blue Duck took her and when Mox Mox prepared to burn her. Evil men or evil circumstances would come and prove stronger than all the good in her life. She had her husband back and would soon have her children with her, but in her fear she could not help feeling that the reprieve was only temporary. Clara Allen herself had watched all 3 of her sons die. 2 of Maria's children had afflictions, and the one who had been whole and beautiful was evil. He had murdered many men, and in the end had even murdered the woman who had carried him in her womb. Lorena couldn't control her fear, for it came from places too deep and too real, from what she had known and what she had seen. She and her family were safe, but only for a time. Her children were still young, and disease could take them. Her boys were still small. One of them could be a Joey. She didn't expect it, but Maria probably hadn't expected it either when Joey had been the age of Georgie or Ben. The fear made Lorena restless. She got up, then lay down again. The room was too small to walk in. She could hear P.I.'s breathing and the captain's and Raphael's. The large boy snored in his sleep. Billy Williams and Olin Roy were outside, drinking and smoking. In her restlessness, Lorena went out. She had never drunk much whiskey, but she wanted something that would dull her feeling, the feeling that there was no safety and that nothing could prevent things happening to her or her loved ones, things that were even worse than what had already happened. She knew she was lucky, for she was healthy, she wasn't dead, none of her children were sick, and her husband's wounds would heal. But it was only temporary, her luck. The next mox might find her, or the next plague, or a storm, or a fire, or a war. Maria had been a kind woman, but her fate had been far from kind. Her fate had been hard, and her end terrible. It was a warning, but a warning for a condition which had no cure, or of a threat that there was no guarding against. Lorena put on P.I.'s coat and stepped out into the cold night. The two men sat a little distance from the house. They had made a small campfire and were staring into it, passing a bottle back and forth. Lorena walked out to the fire. Both men saw Lorena coming and felt uneasy. She had been courteous to both of them and had made Billy Williams an ally forever because of her kindness to Maria. Maria would have died even harder had she not known that Lorena would take care of her children. Billy and Olin had roamed the border country for most of their lives, and both of them remembered Lorena from other days when she had been a beautiful young whore in Lonesome Dove. Both had visited her. Olin Roy remembered the Frenchman, Xavier Wantz, who had loved Lorena so feverishly that he burned his own saloon and himself with it in his grief when Lorena went north with the Hat Creek outfit. Neither had supposed they would encounter the woman so much later in life, married to the gangly P.I. She was heavier, and her fresh beauty had been worn away by life, but she was the same woman. She was respectable and competent by any standard. She had amputated Woodrow Call's leg and brought him to safety across more than 100 miles of desert. Few men would have been equal to that task. Now she was walking toward their campfire in her husband's big coat. In the heat of action and the sadness of the last days, neither man had thought much about their earlier, brief connection with Lorena. But now they wondered, separately, if she would remember that they had been among her many customers long ago. "Could you spare me a little of your liquor, gentlemen?" Lorena asked. "I'm feeling chill."
"Here, ma'am, we got a fresh bottle," Billy said, handing it to her. "This one ain't been slobbered on."
Lorena took the full bottle and drank. The whiskey burned her throat, but she sat down by the campfire, tucked the coat around her, and drank anyway. P.I.'s coat was a heavy gray capote with a hood for rough weather. Lorena pulled the hood over her head and drank. The men had fallen silent, which annoyed her a little. It irritated her that men were so uneasy in her company most of the time. She had been courteous to these men. Why had they immediately stopped talking when she arrived? Even P.I. was sometimes ill at ease in her company, for no reason she could understand. She was doing exactly the same thing as the men, sitting by a campfire drinking whiskey. Why wouldn't they talk? "I don't mean to impose," Lorena said to them. "You don't have to choke off your conversation just because I'm here."
"We wasn't saying much anyway," Billy Williams told her. "We was just chatting about Mary."
"Tell me about her," Lorena said. "I didn't have time to get to know her very well."
"She was married 4 times, Billy Williams said. 3 of her husbands got killed, and the other one run off. I never cared much for any of them myself, but it was Mary who took them as husbands, not me. Then Joey went bad," he added.
"Was she ever happy?" Lorena asked.
"Mary? Yes, we used to dance a lot," Billy Williams remembered.
I guess you both cared for her, Lorena said. Seems like you did, or you wouldn't be here. Didn't either one of you want to marry her?
Oh, I did,
Billy Williams said.
She wouldn't have me, but we got along anyway.
Olin Roy remained silent. His disappointments in regard to Maria were too deep to voice. Were any of her husbands good to her? Lorena wondered. The two men were silent. They had known little of what went on in Maria's marriages. When she was with Roberto Sanchez, her face had often been bruised. Apparently he was rough, though Maria had never mentioned it to either of them. Carlos Garza had been a vaquero off in the cow camps with other vaqueros. Juan Castro had been cheap. Besides her midwifing, Maria had done cleaning for white people across the river when she was married to him. Benito had merely been lazy. He seemed to have no malice in him. But was Maria ever happy? Both could remember her smile and the sound of her laughter and the look on her face when she was pleased as well as when she was displeased. But was Maria ever happy? It was a hard question.
She had her children, Billy replied. She was good to her children.
Lorena asked no more questions. She felt she had been foolish to inquire. The two men were probably decent as men went. Both had clearly been devoted to Maria, else why would they be here, reluctant to leave her grave? But how the woman had felt when she closed the doors of her house at night and was alone with one of her husbands and her children was not something that men could be expected to know. What Maria had felt in the years of her womanhood was lost. Who would know what feelings she had struggled with as she lost 4 husbands and raised her children? How could men, decent or not, know what made a woman happy or unhappy? She herself had known little happiness until she had persuaded P.I. to accept her. Why she felt she might be happy with P instead of with any of the other men who had sought her hand in the years after Gus McCrae's death was elusive, too. Lorena had thought she'd known what drew her to P.I. once, but now, sitting by the campfire in Mexico, she found she couldn't recover her own reckonings in the matter. She had been right, though, for she had known great happiness with P.I. and their children. Probably there was no explaining any of it. Probably it had been mostly luck. The night grew colder, and the stars shone even more sharply in the deep, inky sky. Lorena drank most of the bottle of whiskey. She knew that she would feel like her head was cracking in the morning, but she didn't care. The restlessness she felt had to be conquered. The deep fear inside her had to be dulled. She needed the fire of the whiskey and the numbness that finally came. Even with the whiskey in her, Lorena could not stop thinking of Maria. She wished she'd had more time with her, time not so filled with violence and pain. There had been no time for the talk of women when there had been so many injured to attend to. Then Maria had become one of the injured herself. She'd had to save her strength for her final request. Maria's eyes at the end haunted Lorena. She wanted to forget Maria's eyes, but she also wanted to know what Maria knew and what she had felt. She wished the two of them could have had even one talk about their lives. She wished it very much, but that wish could not be granted. The white line of dawn began to show in the east across the river. Soon, Lorena knew, she would have to go in, drunk or not, rested or not, and start tending to the injured and the children. It was too late for the knowledge she craved. She would never know much about Maria. That chance, an important one, had been lost forever. The line of white to the east widened, and the lower stars began to fade. In that direction, only a few steps beyond where the goats were sleeping, Maria Sanchez lay buried, not far from the Rio Grande, in a narrow grave. Epilogue. Chapter 1. Call's greatest embarrassment was that he could not stand up and walk outside to relieve himself. For a time he had no crutch and would have been too weak to use one, even if one had been available. He had to make water in a jug, and often was too weak even to do that properly. He had only his left hand, and his finger joints were still swollen so badly with arthritis that he couldn't work his own buttons. Mostly, P.I. helped him. But if P.I. was sleeping or had hobbled outside with Maria's children, Lorena came and assisted him, matter-of-factly, ignoring his embarrassment and shame. She did it quickly, as she might have dipped water out of a bucket. "We don't have the bedding to spare, Captain," she said once. It was her only comment on the matter. At such times, Call wanted to take out his pocket knife and cut his own throat. But someone had taken his pocket knife, and even if he had had it, he doubted he could have made a clean job of it with only his left hand to use. Chapter 2. Call spoke only to the little blind girl, Teresa. She insisted on caring for him, and he accepted her help, although sometimes her girlish chatter tired him. She was very helpful to him. Also, she was a young child and blind. She could not see his stumps or the black bruise that covered most of his chest where the bullet was that the doctor had not been bold enough to remove. Call wished the man had made an attempt. Perhaps then he would have died. At least Teresa couldn't see him, and she hadn't known him as he had been. She sat by him and fed him, and while she fed him, told him little stories about spiders and rabbits. Her speech was like a bird song, quick and light. Hearing her voice was Call's only pleasure. He never reproached Teresa or sent her away, even when he was weary or hot with pain. In the mornings, he waited patiently for her. As soon as she awoke, Teresa would come over and put her cool hand on Call's forehead to see how bad his fever was. Chapter 3. From the moment Joey Garza's 3 bullets struck, Call's only escape from pain had been unconsciousness. He clung to sleep, but his dozings became shorter and shorter. On the day he was wounded, he had wanted to live. He wanted to finish the job he had been hired to do. He had never left a job unfinished in his life. Remaining himself, remaining who he was, meant finishing the job he had undertaken. But as Captain Call floated in and out of fever and hallucination, the first thought that filtered into his consciousness each time he awoke was a sense of irrevocable failure, a failure that could never be redeemed. He could not finish the job, would never finish or even undertake such a job again. He had failed and was beyond making the failure good. He deeply regretted not doing exactly what Gus McCrae had done, letting the wounds finish him. His wounds had finished him as a man he had been. He clung to a form of life, but a worthless form. He had never enjoyed letting people wait on him. He had always saddled his own horse and unsaddled it too. But now people waited on him all day. Teresa brought him food and spooned it into his mouth. Lorena changed his bandages. P.I., crippled himself, nonetheless had 2 hands and helped him into a clean shirt and fresh pants when the time came to change. Call could not clear his mind sufficiently to bring what had happened into a clear sequence, or even to remember it all. He inquired about Brookshire and was told that his body had been taken to the undertaker's in Presidio the day Lorena and Billy had gone to procure the coffins for Maria Sanchez and her son. It was still there, awaiting instructions. No one had had time to inform Colonel Terry of all that had occurred. Some days, Call understood that he had killed Mox. At other times, he thought Charles Goodnight had killed him. At least, Goodnight had been mentioned in connection with the death. He could not get the facts of Deputy Plunkert's demise straight in his mind, nor was it quite clear to him how Brookshire had died. The confusion only made his sense of failure worse. Two men who should never have been with him in the first place, who had been cajoled into coming by Call's own misjudgments, were now dead. It was a sorry thing. Call's one consolation was that P.I. had wounded Joey Garza and had finished the job he had been hired to do. He didn't understand about Maria or the butcher, though. What did the butcher have to do with anything? But he did grasp that Joey had killed his mother, and that the feeble-minded boy and the little blind girl would be going with them to the Panhandle when he was able to travel. When that would be, no one seemed to know. Call continued to be very weak. It was a long trip to the railroad, and the trip would have to be made in a wagon. The doctor didn't think Call was up to it yet. Lorena didn't either. "I carried him this far and kept him alive," Lorena said. "I want him to survive the trip back. We'll just have to wait until he's stronger." Chapter 4. One day, Lorena went to Presidio and came back with 3 crutches. One was for P.I., the other 2 were for Call. Call could only look at the crutches. He was just at the point where he could sit up without growing faint. Sitting up made it easier for Teresa to feed him. He couldn't use a crutch, not yet. P.I. used his immediately. He pulled himself up and crutched his way around the room. P.I. seemed to be feeling fine. It was known throughout the border country that P.I. had fired the shots that stopped Joey Garza. The doctor had let it be known that the shotgun wounds would have killed Joey in time. The butcher had happened to finish him, but P.I. had made possible what the butcher had done. P.I. was a hero on both sides of the river. Lorena saw Captain Call looking sadly at the crutches. The old man scarcely spoke all day, except to the little blind girl. Lorena had ceased to be certain that she had done the old man any favor by working so hard to save him. She'd only saved him for grief, it seemed. He was an old man with no prospects. It was clear that he would prefer to be dead. He just didn't know how to be. "You get stronger, Captain," Lorena said. "You'll be using these crutches as good as P.I. one of these days." "I doubt it," Call said. He didn't want the crutches. How could a man on crutches mount a horse? Later, though, Call realized that he had no need to mount a horse and nowhere to go on one if he did mount it. Teresa was telling him one of her spider stories when the realization struck him. Sometimes, for a minute or two, Teresa would draw Call into one of her stories. He would begin to be interested in the spider or the lizard or the rabbit Teresa was talking about. It was only a brief relief from thinking about his failure, but even a brief relief was welcome. He lived, or at least he breathed. Yet he had no idea what his life would be. Listening to Teresa's stories was better than thinking about the disgrace of his failed attempt to catch Joey Garza, or about the 2 pointless deaths, or about the indignity of the future. P.I. had said he could come and live on the farm with himself and Lorena and their children. Call didn't want it, yet he had to live somewhere. "I doubt I could be much help," he said when P.I. made the offer. P.I. doubted it too, but he didn't voice his doubts. "You don't have to be, Captain. Not for a while," P.I. told him. Chapter 5. Famous Shoes stayed in Ojinaga for a week. He wanted the great eye, which was still tied to Joey Garza's saddle. The saddle was in a small shed behind Maria's house. Billy Williams kept an eye on the shed, for he was afraid that people would try to steal anything they could find that had belonged to Joey. Joey was a famous bandit. People would be looking for souvenirs. Famous Shoes wanted the great eye badly. He knew that such an instrument, which allowed one to study the plains on the moon, must be very valuable. Yet he had done considerable tracking for the white men and had only been paid the $5 that P.I. gave him. That came under a different account in Famous Shoe's reckoning. P.I. had given him the $5 to show him where the big shotgun lay. The wages they owed him for tracking had not been paid. Captain Call was sick. His mind was not on the debt. No one's mind was on the debt except his own. Billy Williams was grieving for Maria, and he drank too much whiskey. Olin Roy had left. Billy Williams' eyesight was failing. Probably he would want to keep the great eye for himself if it was called to his attention. The old Indian waited several days, trying to decide who he should approach about the great eye. He was tempted to steal it, but white men sometimes became crazy when things they weren't using were stolen from them. They might follow him and shoot him. The saddle had belonged to Joey, Maria's son, and both of them were dead. The great eye belonged to no one, as far as Famous Shoes could see. Taking it would not be stealing. Still, he did not want to do anything that would make the white men crazy. Captain Call did not want to talk to anyone except the little blind girl. He had never liked Famous Shoes anyway, and would find reasons to deny him the great eye if he was asked. He would say it was worth too much, or that Famous Shoes didn't have that much wages coming. One day, Famous Shoes decided to approach P.I., who was outside mending a stirrup. "I want to go to the Madre and visit the eagles," Famous Shoes told him. "If you don't want to pay me my wages in money, I will take the great eye instead." "The great what?" P.I. asked. "The great eye that Joey used," Famous Shoes replied. "It is tied to his saddle." "Oh, that old spyglass," P.I. said. "Nobody's using it. I sure don't want to drag that thing around. I guess you can just have it if that's what you want." Famous Shoes could scarcely believe his good fortune. Billy Williams was at the cantina. Lorena had gone to the river with Raphael and Teresa to wash clothes. He went at once to the little shed and took the great eye. Captain Call had his eyes shut, and he breathed hard like a sick calf. White men had the habit of staying alive too long, in Famous Shoes' opinion. Captain Call ought to send his spirit on now. It was time for him to visit the other place. He might find his leg and his arm if he went there. Without delay, Famous Shoes left for the Madre, carrying the great eye. Now he would be able to see as well as the eagles. Now he could track them through the sky. Chapter 6. P.I. was through with his crutch before the captain attempted to use his for the first time. Call was so sad that it was hard to be around him. Lorena finally cleaned out the little room that had been Maria's and made him a bed in there. Too much had to be done in the other room. She had to cook and clean, tend to the 2 children, feed Billy and P and the captain when the captain would eat. Having to walk around the silent, suffering old man every time she needed to do something was beginning to get on Lorena's nerves. When they got him home to the farm, P would have to build him a room of some kind away from the house. With 2 more children in their home, there would have to be some expansion anyway. Lorena accepted that they would have to care for Call. He had no one else. But she didn't want him sitting in her kitchen hour after hour every day, looking as if he hated life. It would be bad for her children, and her own nerves couldn't take it. She ran a happy household, usually. She was not going to dampen her children's liveliness because of Captain Call's grief. Once she installed him in Maria's bedroom, things were better. Teresa became his sole attendant. She didn't like for anyone but herself to go into Call's room, and Call didn't welcome others either. P.I. would come in once in a while and attempt to talk to him, but Call scarcely responded. The events of the past weeks were twisted in his mind like a rope that had not been coiled properly. He wanted to remember things clearly, to backtrack through the pursuit of Joey Garza until he located the moment of failure. But the effort was discouraging. He had followed up the available clues and deployed his resources in what seemed like an intelligent way. Perhaps he should not have let himself be distracted by Mox. If he hadn't, though, Jasper Fant's 2 children would have died, and others as well, very likely. By most reckonings, Mox was worse than Joey Garza had been. What it came down to, Call concluded, was this. On the morning when he was injured, his eyesight had failed him. He hadn't once suspected that the buckskin horse was hobbled. He ought to have been alert to that possibility, but all he had seen were 2 horses grazing. His eyes had simply failed him. Horses moved differently when they were hobbled. Earlier in his life, his eyes would have detected the difference. As it was, they hadn't. He should have had spectacles, but it had never occurred to him that his vision had fallen off so. He had always trusted his senses and had not expected any of them to fail him. To reflect that a cheap pair of spectacles might have prevented the loss of his arm and his leg was bitter knowledge, and he could not stop himself from brooding about it. His eyes had cost him himself. That was how he came to view it. Because of his untrustworthy eyes, he had been reduced to what he was now, a man with 2 crutches, a man who could not mount a horse. Some days all the captain did was wait for Teresa. When she was with him, he sometimes stopped thinking about his mistakes. Teresa would be outside with the goats and the chickens and would come back to him with news of their activities. The old hen with the broken beak had caught a large lizard. One of the little goats had stepped in a hole and a snake had bitten it. Now they were waiting to see if the kid would live or die. Raphael was upset, and they listened to his moaning through Call's little window. "Do you think it will die?" Teresa asked him. She had brought him his coffee. "Probably it will if it was small," Call said. "If it dies, I hope it will see my mother," Teresa said. "She is with the dead. My mother will take care of Raphael's goat." "I expect she will," Call replied. Chapter 7. It was almost another month before Captain Call became strong enough to travel the rough wagon road to Fort Stockton. P.I. was in a fever of impatience to get home to his children. In all his years with the captain, he had never known him to be sick. Of course, he realized that being shot 3 times with a high-powered rifle would set a person back considerably. He had been shot himself and knew what it was to feel poorly. But he was so accustomed to seeing the captain well and hearty that it was difficult for him to accept the fact that Call simply would not become hearty again. P.I. asked Lorena so often when she thought the captain would be ready to travel that she finally lost her temper. "Stop asking me that," she snapped. "You ask me that 5 or 6 times a day, and I've been telling you 5 or 6 times a day that I don't know. I don't have any idea when he can travel. All you have to do is look at him to know he's not able yet. When that will change, I don't know." "Well, I won't ask no more if I can help it, honey," P.I. replied meekly. "You better help it," Lorena told him. The thought of taking the old ruined man into her household worried her more and more. Teresa cared for him almost entirely. Call made it clear that he didn't welcome anyone else's help. Her boys were no respecters of others' wishes, though. They had always been curious about Captain Call, and they were not likely to be easily shut out. They would have to build Call a room of his own, but where the money would come from, Lorena didn't know. Raphael had been more affected by Maria's death than the little girl seemed to be. Lorena had taken a liking to Raphael, and he to her. Every morning he would milk his goats and bring the milk in a little pot for Lorena. Often she noticed Raphael peeking into Maria's old room, looking for his mother. She would see him searching for her outside amid the goats and chickens and the few sheep. Sometimes he would search by the river where Maria had gone to wash their clothes. It made Lorena sad to see the boy looking so forlornly for his mother. He was a large boy, but sweet. His main problem was that he could not attend to himself very well. He was always spilling things on his clothes, or sitting down in puddles, or forgetting to button his buttons in the mornings. "My mother isn't by the river," Teresa told Lorena. "She is among the dead. Raphael doesn't understand where the dead live." "I don't understand that too well myself," Lorena said. "I know there's somewhere you can't see them." Later, she felt bad about the remark. She had made it to a little girl who had never seen her mother. "I dream of my mother," Teresa said. "I dream she is with me and my rooster." Chapter 8. Billy Williams drove them to Fort Stockton when Call was finally strong enough to make the trip. Billy knew a bartender in Presidio who owned a wagon he didn't need. He persuaded the bartender to lend it for the journey, promising to bring it back loaded with cases of whiskey. "You ought to come with us to the Panhandle," P.I. told him. He and Billy had become fast friends during the period of Call's convalescence. "Come to the Panhandle. I'll make a farmer out of you," P.I. said. "Nope, I imagine I'd miss old Mex," Billy replied. Gordo, the butcher, was annoyed when the wagon pulled away. Lorena had allowed Raphael to bring 2 goats. Teresa had a rooster and 3 hens. Gordo didn't care how many goats and chickens the gringos took away. He was annoyed because they took the little blind girl. She was almost as pretty as her mother had been, and soon she would be old enough to marry. Of course, she was blind. She might be a poor housekeeper, and she might not cook well. But he could cook for himself, and cooking and housekeeping were not the only things to consider. The butcher thought he might have liked to marry the girl if the gringos hadn't taken her away. Chapter 9. Call hardly spoke during the wagon ride to Fort Stockton. He held onto the side of the wagon with his one hand. The bullet in his chest still pained him, and it pained him even more when he was jostled, as he was when they crossed the many gullies along the way. Now and then they met travelers, cowboys mostly. Call dreaded such meetings. He dreaded being seen at all. Fortunately, though, the travelers weren't much interested in him. They were far more interested in P.I. His victory over Joey Garza was the biggest thing to happen on the border since the Mexican War, and none of the cowboys were old enough to remember the Mexican War. P.I. felt embarrassed by all the attention he was getting. What made his embarrassment even worse was that he was getting that attention right in front of the captain. P.I. had always been just a corporal. It was the captain who had killed Mox and 6 of his men. He didn't feel right being a hero, not with the captain sitting right there in the same wagon. The captain didn't seem to mind, though. He didn't even appear to be listening most of the time. But P.I. was still embarrassed. Mox was worse than Joey, P.I. told Lorena. Yes, he was worse, Lorena agreed. She started to tell her husband that she had been Mox's captive, but she caught herself. That had happened before P.I. was her husband. He didn't need to know about it. Chapter 10. They rolled into Fort Stockton beside the railroad. When they came to the dusty one-room station, they saw a private car sitting by itself on the track. I wonder what swell came in that, Lorena said. They soon found out. The station master emerged from the little building with a short, white-haired man with a curling mustache and a quick, restless walk. The two came right out to meet the wagon, though by the time they got there, the white-haired man was 20 yards in front of the station master.
"I'm Colonel Terry. I've come to look for Brookshire. Why ain't he with you?"
The white-haired man said to P.I.
"He started with you, I know that much, because I ordered him to,"
Colonel Terry said, before P.I. could think of a nice way to inform him that Mr. Brookshire was dead.
"It was a foolish order,"
Call said. The colonel's manner irritated him. Lately, Call had used his voice so seldom that what he said came out raspy.
"What's that? Who are you, sir?"
the colonel asked.
"I'm Woodrow Call,"
the captain replied.
"Your man's dead. Mrs. Parker brought the body out at considerable risk to herself. Mr. Brookshire's at an undertaker's in Presidio. Well, his sister's been raising hell trying to get us to find him. So much hell that I came here myself," the colonel said. "Did the man do his duty?"
"I reckon he did," P.I. said. "I wouldn't be here driving this wagon if he hadn't bought that big shotgun."
"If he did his duty, then his sister will get the pension," the colonel told them.
"It was a foolish order," Call repeated.
"Brookshire was no fighting man, and he should not have been sent to chase bandits."
He looked at the colonel and noticed a detail that had escaped him at first. The colonel's empty right sleeve was pinned neatly to his coat.
"Now, hold on, Call. I sent Brookshire to keep the accounts," Colonel Terry said. "You were the man sent to catch the bandit, and from the looks of you, you made a botch of it."
P.I. nearly dropped the reins. Never in his life had he heard anyone speak so bluntly to the captain. To his amazement, Captain Call smiled.
"That's accurate," Call said. "I made a botch of it. But Mr. Parker is an able man, and he finished the job for you."
"Grateful," Colonel Terry said, glancing up at P.I. briefly. His custom did not run to extended compliments.
"If Brookshire did his job, where's the ledgers?" he asked.
Call didn't answer, and P.I. wasn't too sure what the colonel was referring to. "Oh, them big account books," he said finally. "We used them to start fires back when it was so cold. We was in a country where there wasn't no kindling and very little brush." Call looked over the side of the wagon at Colonel Terry. He recalled that after Brookshire's first little panic at the Amarillo station, the man had been an uncomplaining companion. He did not intend to let the colonel abuse him.
"Where'd you lose your arm?" Call asked him.
"First Manassas," Colonel Terry said. He looked into the wagon and saw that Call had lost not only an arm, but a leg as well. He had been about to rethink the matter of the pension. An accountant who burned the account books because of a little weather was not doing his job in the colonel's view. At least he wasn't doing it well enough that his family could simply expect to get his pension. But Captain Call was a frosty sort. It was known that he had killed the man-burner Mox, another sizable threat to the security of paying customers. Colonel Terry seldom paused for anyone. But Captain Call had a distinguished record, and it seemed he felt strongly about Brookshire. It was not the moment to harp on pensions, paid or unpaid, the colonel decided.
"Brookshire's sister lives in Avon, Connecticut," the colonel told them.
He remembered that the Garza menace had been ended, and the primary goal had been accomplished. Perhaps Brookshire had been some help. The pension was a modest one, anyway, enough to keep a widow or an old maid sister, if the widow or the old maid was frugal.
"Well, without those ledgers, it will be damn hard to get the books to balance,"
he said, annoyed as he always was by irregularities in regard to the accounting. He surveyed the group in the wagon. There was Call, minus an arm and a leg. There was Mr. Parker and a handsome blonde woman. Very handsome, he decided upon taking a second look. Then there was a greasy old fellow in buckskins and a Mexican boy with shaggy hair and eyes somewhat like a sheep's. There was a pretty little girl who appeared to be blind, plus a bit of a menagerie, 2 goats, 3 hens, and a rooster. Colonel Sheridan Terry, Sherry Terry as he was known in the military because of his thirst for sherries and ports, had an abrupt shift of mood. It seemed to him that the people in the wagon had had too much hard travel, and all of them looked dirty, and all of them looked tired. He gave the blonde woman the smile that had won Miss Cora's heart, and the hearts of not a few others, too. The blonde woman was a beauty. If she had a wash, she might look better than Cora. The truth was, he had begun to grow a little tired of Cora. "You people look like you need a wash," he said. "I expect you've come a fair ways in that old wagon. I'll make my bath available. Of course, you're welcome to go first, ma'am, you and the young lady." Lorena had not been paying much attention to the palaver. She was too tired. She ached from her heels to her ears, for the jolting had been continuous for almost 200 miles. The colonel's speech was brusque, but then most men's speech was brusque. She had been half asleep when she heard the colonel offer his bath. Every time the wagon stopped jolting for even 5 minutes, Lorena was apt to go into a doze. She had never been in a private railroad car before, much less had a bath in one. From the outside, the car looked pretty fancy. She wished Tessie could see it. P.I. had taken to calling Teresa Tessie, and soon they were all doing it, the captain too. At least Teresa could feel the warm water and enjoy the bath, though. "My name is Lorena Parker, and the young lady's name is Teresa," Lorena said. "I can't think of anything we'd be more grateful for than a bath." "Come along, then. It's just a step," Colonel Terry said. He reached up a hand, the left one, the one that had been spared. Lorena took it and stepped down. Then she helped Teresa out of the wagon, and the two of them followed the colonel. His manner had changed, but not his gait. He was soon 20 yards ahead of Lorena and Teresa. The station master walked with the womenfolk at a more moderate pace. "You reckon all Yankees walk that fast?" he asked. Chapter 11. Billy Williams loaded the wagon with whiskey and started back for Ojinaga the next day. "I ain't been gone but a week, and I already miss old Mex," he said. "I still wish you'd come home with us and try farming," P.I. said. "Why?" Lorena asked. "You don't even like farming yourself. If you don't like it, why would you think other people ought to do it?" P.I. didn't know what had prompted his invitation. He thought it might have had something to do with the fact that Billy Williams was a bachelor. "He's by himself," he told his wife. "We'd be company for him." "You'd be a bachelor yourself if I wasn't bold," Lorena reminded him. Chapter 12. Colonel Terry's generous mood lasted several days. He insisted that they all ride back to San Antonio as his guests. He arranged a separate passenger car just for them and the goats and the chickens. The more he saw of Lorena, the more he realized how tired he was of Cora. Just as they were leaving for San Antonio, the colonel changed his mind and took them to Laredo instead. He needed to see the governor of Coahuila, and the errand couldn't wait. "I think Mexico's the coming place," he told Call. "They've got minerals. All they need is railroads." "Did it take you long to learn to get by without your arm?" Call asked. He didn't have much patience with Terry, but he did have some curiosity about the lost arm. The colonel seemed to function briskly without it. Of course, he owned a railroad and kept a servant with him to help him dress. Still, Call suspected the colonel was the sort who would function briskly, servant or no servant. "It took me 5 years," Colonel Terry said. "Fortunately, the war was on, and the war took my mind off it. My orderly did most of the work, but I did all the thinking." You can't worry too much about one arm when there's a war going on." Call said nothing. He didn't feel brisk and didn't expect to. The detour to Laredo didn't bother him, though it did bother P.I. and Lorena. They wanted to get home to their children, but he himself had a little business to attend to in Laredo. He wanted to find Bolivar and see if he was well enough to come with them to the Panhandle. He could not simply leave the old man with the Mexican family. They were too poor, and he had promised them he would come back and get Bolivar when he could. In Laredo, he asked P.I. to hire a buggy. P. lifted him into it, and they crossed the river into Mexico. Call had some difficulty remembering just where he had left Bolivar, but by making inquiries they finally found the little house. The woman he had left Bolivar with could not conceal her shock when she saw how the captain looked. He was gray, and he seemed so old.
"Oh, Senor Call," she said. "Bolivar died. He died the day you brought him, the day you left to go up the river."
"Well, I'll swear," Call said. He had brought some money. He paid the woman well, but he didn't say a word as P.I. drove him back across the Rio Grande. He seemed to sink into himself so deeply that P.I. didn't even try to make conversation. He concentrated on driving the buggy. "That's about the last of them," Call said in a whisper as they were driving through Laredo. "The last, Captain?" P.I. asked. "The last of the Hat Creek boys," Call said. "Well, Captain, there's me," P.I. mumbled. Chapter 13. As soon as Colonel Terry left for Saltillo to pay his business call on the governor of Coahuila, Lorena went directly to the telegraph office and sent 2 wires, one to Clara Allen in Nebraska and the other to Charles Goodnight. She asked Clara to send her children home when it was convenient, and she asked Charles Goodnight if he would loan her enough money for rail passage for 3 adults and 2 children from Laredo to Quanah. She wanted to ask Mr. Goodnight if he could possibly send a wagon and a cowhand to get them home from Quanah, but in the end she didn't make that request. If they could just get to Quanah, they could scare up a wagon for themselves. Someone would get them home. It was the money for the tickets she needed most. She hadn't a cent, and neither did P.I. The captain had given most of his money to a Mexican woman, the one who had kept Bolivar. In any case, Lorena didn't want to borrow from Call. She was willing to take care of him, but she didn't want to be dependent on him for money. She didn't intend to be in Laredo when Colonel Terry returned from Mexico, either. When the colonel had offered to let Lorena and Teresa use his big brass bathtub, he had been courteous and had visited a saloon while they took their baths. But on the long trip to Laredo, the colonel had begun to find reasons to invite Lorena into his private car. He had discovered that she was a teacher and no doubt liked to read. He had quite a few books in his private car. He had a man in New York who kept them supplied for occasions when he traveled with lady guests. Now and then he even liked to leaf through a book himself. He had the latest novels and such, and he felt sure he had some that Lorena might enjoy. Lorena would have liked a book, but she didn't want to go back to the colonel's private car. The colonel visited them in their car several times a day, and he never missed an opportunity to compliment her, to pat her, to lean too close, to breathe on her neck or look her hard in the eye. Lorena surrounded herself with children. She sat between Teresa and Raphael, but the colonel still patted her, leaned over her, looked at her. Lorena put her arm around Teresa when the colonel was in the car. The one advantage to being blind is that she'll never see men's looks, Lorena thought. P.I. found it surprising that the colonel would be so friendly. From hearing Brookshire talk about him, he would not have supposed that the colonel would be friendly at all. He even had his servant bring them food from time to time. Giving them a whole car to themselves was plenty generous, P.I. thought. He mentioned it to Lorena, but Lorena didn't say a word. Just before they got to Laredo, Lorena was walking back to the dining car. She was on her way to beg a little stale bread for Teresa's chickens when Colonel Terry suddenly popped out of a sleeping compartment. He didn't say a word. He just grabbed Lorena's arm and tried to pull her into the compartment. Lorena dropped the bread plate, and it broke. The colonel was strong. If he had had two hands, Lorena would have had a hard struggle. The colonel wasn't expecting a struggle of any sort, though he supposed Lorena might fuss a little, as Cora sometimes did. But what did that amount to? Women would fuss a little. It was part of the game. "Now, missy," he said, but the next moment his hand was pouring blood. Lorena had picked up a piece of the broken plate and had slashed him with it across the top of his hand. The colonel let go his hold. Blood was streaming from the wound. She had cut him deep, and from the way she was holding the shard of plate, she would be capable of cutting him again. "Why, you hellion," he barked. "You cut my hand." "You see that one-legged man in the next car?" Lorena asked him. "You see Captain Call? I cut his leg off myself with a Bowie knife. I'll be glad to do the same for your one hand if you ever try to be familiar with me again, Colonel." The colonel looked scared. Men usually did if you hurt them a little. "I've got to go see the governor of Coahuila tomorrow," the colonel said in a shocked voice. "What am I going to do about this hand? Can't you bandage me, ma'am? I'm pouring blood all over the floor." "You're lucky it wasn't your throat," Lorena said. "One of these days, if I'm not left alone, I'm going to cut a man's throat, I expect." Colonel Terry felt a little faint. Cora might fuss, but she never cut him. When Lorena went past him, he drew back, which was wise. If he had touched her again, Lorena felt she might have cut him worse, far worse than she had done already. Chapter 14. Charles Goodnight wired the money, and Clara Allen telegraphed that she was bringing the children home herself as soon as she could get a train. Lorena felt relieved. She hoped Clara would stay for a while. Clara was the one person she could let herself rest with. When Lorena came back with the tickets, P.I. was startled. The colonel had assured him that everything would be arranged. He himself would be taking them home to the Panhandle. Captain Call hadn't spoken since coming back from Nuevo Laredo. He seemed to have taken the news of Bolivar's death very hard. P.I. was surprised at just how hard the captain took the news. When Bolivar had worked for them, the captain had usually been mad at him, the way P.I. remembered it. Bolivar was given to clanging the dinner bell with his broken crowbar, whether it was mealtime or not. The captain hadn't liked it either. But now he was so sunken that even Tessie couldn't get him to speak. "The colonel's due back tomorrow," P.I. reminded Lorena. "He's going to be right surprised when he finds out we left ahead of him." "We're going today. Don't lose the tickets," Lorena said, handing them to him. Chapter 15. Colonel Terry turned red with anger when he returned from Coahuila and discovered that Lorena and her party had left ahead of him. What was a little cut on the hand? It was only a start. Women's anger sometimes led to better things. "Who let them go? Was it you, goddamn you?" the colonel said, glaring at the elderly station master. "What, Colonel, they had tickets," the station master told him. "People with tickets can get on the train. It's just a matter of having tickets." "Damn the tickets and goddamn you, you're fired. Get off my railroad," Colonel Terry ordered. Chapter 16. In San Antonio, Lorena stopped for a day to take Teresa to an eye doctor. The station master in Laredo had noticed that the little girl was blind and told Lorena the name of a doctor in San Antonio who could help people with poor vision. His wife's sister was short-sighted and had gone to him and got some fine spectacles. Before that, she had been prone to mixing up the sugar and the salt. Her husband, his brother-in-law, had been about to leave her for it. The eye doctor was a very old man. His name was Lee. "No kin to the general," he told Lorena. He boiled his instruments for a long time before examining Teresa. "People think I'm kin to the general, but I'm no kin to the general," he said again, while waiting for the instruments to cool. Teresa held her rooster. The old doctor had allowed it. "Why, sure, what's the harm in a rooster, unless he pecks?" he said. When he was through, Dr. Lee took Lorena aside and told her that Teresa was incurably blind. Lorena went back to the train with a heavy heart. But Teresa had a rooster, and she seemed happy. Chapter 17. North of Fort Worth, there was a delay. An old man had been crossing the tracks with a wagon full of pigs. The old man was deaf, and he didn't hear the train coming. The wreck killed the old man and scattered pigs everywhere. One of the wagon wheels jammed under the locomotive, along with a dead sow. It took a long time to clear it. In the railroad station in San Antonio, Lorena had used a little of Mr. Goodnight's money to buy a book by Mr. Hardy. She read it while the train was stopped. "It's about a girl called Tess," she told P.I. when he inquired. "I hope she wasn't blind, like our Tessie," P.I. replied. Chapter 18. Call looked out the window at the grasslands as the plains opened around them. Teresa whispered to him, trying to get him to talk, but he could not bring himself to speak, at least not often. There must have been a lot of rain that winter, for the cover was abundant. It would be a good year for the cattle herds. The captain could not imagine what he was going to do in the years ahead. He would have to live, but without himself. He felt he had left himself far away back down the Weeks in the spot west of Fort Stockton where he had been wounded. He had saddled up as he would have on any morning. He had ridden off to check 2 horses as he would have on any morning, as he had ridden on thousands of mornings throughout his life. He had been himself, a little stiff, maybe his finger joints swollen, but himself. He scarcely heard the gunshots or felt the first bullet. That bullet and the others hadn't killed him, but they had removed him. Now there was a crack, a kind of canyon between the Woodrow Call sitting with Teresa on the train and the Woodrow Call who had made the campfire that morning and saddled his horse. The crack was permanent, the canyon deep. He could not get across it, back to himself. His last moments as himself had been spent casually, making a campfire, drinking coffee, saddling a horse. Then the wounds split him off from that self, that call. He could remember the person he had been, but he could not become that person again. He could never be that call again. Even if he had kept his arm and his leg, he knew it would be much the same. Of course, having the arm and the leg would have been a great convenience, for he could earn a living if he had them. He could be far less of a burden. But even if he had kept the arm and leg, he could not have returned to being the call who had made the campfire and saddled the horse. The first bullet had removed him from that person. That person, that call, was back down the Weeks on the other side of the canyon of time. There was no rejoining him, and there never would be. Chapter 19. The train reached the little station at Quanah after midnight. Teresa slept. Raphael had been moaning. He was having bad dreams. Call could manage his crutches a little, but he was very stiff from the long ride on the hard bench. P.I. had to help him up. Charles Goodnight stood on the platform. Clara Allen stood there, too. When Lorena looked out the window and saw Clara, her heart leapt. "Clara's here," she said to P.I. we'll get to see our children." "Oh, my Lord," P.I. exclaimed. Lorena picked up Teresa and kept Raphael close to her side. She didn't want to scare him. He had the smaller of the goats in his arms. "Hello! We've got 2 more children now," Lorena said as she eased Raphael down the steps. "What a pretty child," Clara said, coming closer to look at Teresa in the light from the station window. "Well, you must have traveled hard. You got here quicker than us, and we was in Texas to begin with," Lorena said. She freed an arm and hugged Clara. To her eye, Clara looked older and too thin. Even with P.I.'s help, Captain Call had difficulty getting down the steps with his crutches. He was embarrassed that he had to be met, and particularly by Clara Allen, who had never liked him. But she had traveled from Nebraska to bring P.I. and Lorena their children. That was doing them a considerable favor, he recognized. "P, you've got to go back and get the other goat and Teresa's chickens," Lorena said. "I don't know what Tessie would do if we left that rooster on the train."
"I'll fetch the goat,"
Goodnight said. He was glad to have something to help with. The sight of Woodrow Call was a shock to him, though he was no stranger to wounded men. It was not so much the missing limbs as the look on the man's face that bothered him. But it was shadowy on the platform. Perhaps in the daylight he wouldn't look so ruined.
"I'm not much of a hand with fowl," he said. "Hello, Woodrow."
"Yes, hello, Captain," Clara said. "I'll get the chickens, Charlie." "Why didn't he just die?" she asked Goodnight when they were on the train. Goodnight had already picked up the goat, but looked as if he didn't quite know what to do about the chickens.
"I was never much of a hand with fowl," he remarked again.
"I told you I'd get the chickens," Clara said, annoyed that he had simply ignored her question about Call. Goodnight had happened to be in the station in Amarillo when she and the children arrived from Omaha. Clara remembered Goodnight from her childhood, for he had known her father well. He had been in Nebraska once and had bought 10 horses from her. She went over and said hello. Since they were going to be on the same train, she thought he might be some help with the little ones, but that proved a false hope. Not only was Goodnight hard to make conversation with, he was as scared of the children as if they had been wildcats. Clara picked up the chickens by their legs and carried them off the train. The hens and the rooster were outraged. Teresa had never carried them upside down. The hens began to squawk and the rooster to protest. "What's wrong with my chickens? Don't carry them that way. Give them to me," Teresa said. She had realized from the sound that the chickens were upside down. It was only when Teresa reached for her chickens that Clara realized the little girl was blind. Chapter 20. The 5 children were asleep in a heap on the floor in a corner of the station. Clary had her arms around them all. At the sight of his daughter holding her brothers and her sister, P.I. broke down. In his time of danger, he had almost given up hope of seeing his children again. Yet there they were, all alive, all sleeping on the floor of a railroad station. His big daughter was looking after them. It was more than he deserved, more even than he had hoped for, and he began to cry. Teresa's hens were still squawking, even though she had set them down. They were running around the station. One brown hen jumped up on the station master's desk and scattered his papers. "Here, scat, who are you?" he said. He was not used to such commotion at that hour. Usually no more than a cowboy or 2 got off the Fort Worth train. "Oh, Pa," Clary said when she awoke and saw her father. Ben got awake and hugged his father, but waking up proved too much for Georgie and August. Both yawned heavily and went back to sleep. Laurie, the baby, opened her eyes and started to cry. She didn't know who the strange man was hugging Clary. Then her mother reached down and took her. There was an old man standing near who had only sticks for legs. Laurie looked at him curiously as her mother hugged her. Chapter 21. Goodnight had arranged for a cowboy to bring a wagon. The cowboy arrived at sunup, driving the wagon and leading 2 horses. The boys were awake by then. They chased the hens and played with the goats. They took to Raphael right away, but were a little shy with Teresa, who held her rooster in her arms. "There must be a doctor somewhere who could help that girl see," Clara told Lorena. Although she had just arrived in Texas, she was already beginning to dread the trip home by herself. She had grown used to Lorena's children and to having laughter and fusses in her house. There had been life in her house again. Since her daughters left, it seemed to her there had been no life in her house. It was hard for her, one aging woman, to bring life to a home, yet how she missed it. Goodnight mounted one of the horses, the cowboy mounted the other. P.I. took the reins of the team. It was still all he could do to keep from bawling at the sight of his children in the familiar country. "Many thanks for the loan of the wagon," he said to Mr. Goodnight. "You're welcome," Goodnight replied. He had not quite mastered his shock at the change in Woodrow Call. "I'll soon repay that loan," Lorena told him. She had not told P.I. she had borrowed money. She intended to discuss it with Mr. Goodnight privately, but there had not been a moment when she could speak to him alone. She was a little worried about P.I.'s reaction, but P.I. let Georgie sit on his lap and pretend to drive the team. He didn't hear the remark about the loan. "We're branding today," Goodnight said. "In fact, we're branding all this week. When we're done, I'll trot over and check on the bunch of you." He tipped his hat to the 2 ladies and turned his horse. He rode a few steps and then turned back to Lorena. "Mrs. Parker, I hope you'll be opening the school again," he said. "I'll be opening the school again, Mr. Goodnight," Lorena said to him. "I'll be opening it again soon." "Well, I've got to get," Goodnight said. He had not gotten around to firing Muley, the cook. It was a matter that preyed on his mind as he and the cowboy loped away. Chapter 22. At first, they put Captain Call in a little granary in the barn. There was no other place for him. The granary was fairly clean. There had never been any grain in it because they had never been able to afford any and had so far failed to raise enough to store. The house itself was so crowded that Clara had to sleep in a hallway during her visit. "This hall is fine," Clara said. "I won't have these boys evicted from their bedroom for an old lady." "I bet they didn't sleep in a hall at your house," Lorena said. "My house is bigger," Clara admitted. Everyone was surprised at how quickly Teresa learned her way around the farm. She went to the barn every morning to take Call coffee and bacon, and she learned all the farm animals by sound. She rarely stumbled. Ben fought with her. He wasn't prepared for another girl to be living with him. It hadn't been in his plans. Teresa more than held her own in the fights, though. She was quicker in the head than Ben, and she confounded him with her retorts. "The doctor in San Antonio said she'd never see," Lorena told Clara. "He's just one doctor," Clara said. Chapter 23. Call didn't mind bunking in the granary. Excepting Teresa, who came to him often to bring him food or tell him her stories, he didn't want to see people or be around them. He had a kerosene lamp, but rarely lit it. There was hay in the barn. He didn't want to take a chance at falling asleep, knocking the lamp over and burning the barn down. 3 old cowboys, one of them a former ranger, stopped by to see him in the first week. They wanted to congratulate him on having rid the country of mox-mox. Mainly, though, they just wanted to see him, to talk about old times. Call was uncomfortable with the men, and he let them do the talking. He felt like an imposter. He was no longer the man who had lived the old times. He was no longer even the man who had killed Mox-Mox. That man was not the cripple who lived in a granary in a barn on the Kittikay. That man lived back somewhere in memory, across a canyon, across the Pecos. That man had been blown away, as Brookshire feared he would be, on the plains of time. The cowboys felt awkward. The captain clearly did not want to see them. They regretted coming, and they left, disquieted by what had happened to a man they had once regarded as invincible. Chapter 24. His branding done, Goodnight came. He took a look at Call in the granary and left. 3 days later, 2 wagons full of lumber arrived, accompanied by 6 cowboys. Between sunup and sundown of the next day, they built Call a shack. They had brought with them the few possessions he had left in the little line cabin on the Palo Duro. It was just a shack, but it was better than an oat bin. P.I. helped with the work, although he was a poor carpenter. He soon hit himself with a hammer, raising a blood blister that was so large and painful, Lorena had to eventually cut off the nail. She was grateful to Goodnight for the shack, for she had felt bad about putting the captain in the barn. But she worried about the debt. "I'll pay you back, Mr. Goodnight," she told him. "I expect it'll be a while, though, but we're good for it eventually. I just don't know when." "I'd take up a collection for Call, but I suppose it would embarrass him," Goodnight said. "He's ruined now, but there are plenty of people in this part of the country who would have been shot or scalped or robbed if not for him, or their folks would have been if not them." Lorena's mind was on the debt. In the back of her mind was the knowledge, which she had not yet shared with P., that she was pregnant. "We intend to pay you back, Mr. Goodnight," she said again, firmly. "If Mrs. Allen needs a ride to the depot, and if you'll get word to me, I'll send a cowboy with a buggy," Goodnight said. Chapter 25. Sometimes, if Teresa urged him, Call would hobble to the house for his meals. He and Clara rarely spoke. When the meal was finished, it was Teresa who got Call his crutches and helped him from his chair. If Teresa was out of the room for 5 minutes, Call grew visibly anxious. He would look around for her. "Where's Tessie?" he would ask if Teresa was absent too long. "Ain't Tessie here?" Teresa always walked with him, holding him lightly by the arm as he went back to his shack. "He's formed an attachment," Clara said, watching. "It's an attachment to a female, too." "Yes," Lorena said. "He wouldn't last long without Tessie." Clara sighed. She knew she ought to be going home soon. It was time to geld the foals and put the mares with stud. Yet she hated to leave Lorena's loud, lively household. Sleeping in a hall was better than sleeping in an empty house. Laurie would toddle out in the morning and cuddle with her. Sometimes little August would come asking for a story. If August came, Georgie soon followed. She would lay in a heap of children, sometimes for an hour. In Nebraska, August and Georgie had slept in her bed. The little girl usually slept with Clary. In the hallway, holding the bright little boy and the babbling girl, Clara daydreamed about changing her life. She realized she had lost touch just from not touching. Her daughters had produced no grandchildren for her to hold or carry to bed. It didn't seem to her that her own life had ever been entirely normal, but at least during her years of child-raising, she had had people with her, in her house and in her bed, people to touch. Now that was lost. Lorena's children were the first humans she had held in her arms in years. It was not good, for from being lonely too long, she had become resigned. "No beau?" Lorena asked one morning when they were sitting in the kitchen talking. The children had all run outside with Raphael to look for his goats. One of them had strayed during the night. Lorena's children had become protective of Raphael, all of them. She didn't harbor much hope for that particular goat, though. The coyotes were too numerous and too hungry. "No beau," Clara admitted. "I expect it's just as well. I'm too set in my ways now. I doubt there's a man alive who could put up with me. Even if there is such a man alive, he probably doesn't live in Nebraska," Clara added a little later. Lorena thought her old friend looked sad. "You probably run all the boys off," she said. "You have to be gentle with menfolk, you know. They aren't tough like us." "Well, I did scatter a few, I guess," Clara said. "But that was years ago." Raphael stumbled back in, crying. The remains of the goat had been found. The boys all wore long faces. Lorena hugged Raphael and shushed him. They were planning to acquire a few goats soon, and Raphael could look after them. Chapter 26. The day she was to leave for Nebraska, Clara walked down to say farewell to Call. He was sitting with Teresa outside his shack, whittling a stick. Teresa liked to feel the smoothness of the wood of the sticks once Call had whittled all the knots away. He had smoothed her a number of little sticks to play with. Teresa touched them with her fingers, and sometimes she held one to her cheek. "Well, I'm off to the depot, I guess," Clara said. "I wanted to say goodbye, Woodrow." Call had been hoping Clara would come by before she left. There was something he wanted to ask her, but he didn't want Teresa to hear his question. "Tessie, would you go to the house and ask Mrs. Parker if I could have some coffee?" he asked Teresa. "I woke up with a headache. Coffee usually helps." Teresa handed him back the little smoothed stick and started up the path to the house. She was barefooted. The day was warm. She stepped on a grass burr and had to pause for a moment, standing on one leg in order to remove it from her foot. "I've heard there were schools for the blind," Call said to Clara. "Do you know anything about them?" "Why, no," Clara replied. "Tessie's the first blind person I've ever had in my life. But I can inquire for you, Woodrow." "I'd appreciate it," Call said. "I've got a little money saved. If there's a way Teresa can get her education, I'd like to help. I believe she's bright." "You're right about that. She's bright," Clara told him. "If she goes away, I'm sure we'll all miss her," Call said. "You most of all, Woodrow," Clara said. Call didn't answer, but the look on his face said more than Clara wanted to hear or see or know about one human missing another. She shook his hand and turned toward the house. A moment later, she grew irritated, unreasonably irritated. She turned back on the path. "Call Lorena, Lorena," she said loudly. "You don't have to call her Mrs. Parker now." "The man's trying, but he just rubs me the wrong way," Clara said when she marched into the kitchen. Lorena was washing a cut on Georgie's hand. She wasn't paying much attention. Later, though, she remembered the remark. She wondered what Clara had meant by it, and why she looked so angry when she came in. Chapter 27. The bounty on Joey Garza was never collected. Colonel Terry sent a detective to look into the circumstances of his death, and the detective's research revealed that the fatal shot, the one that finished Joey Garza, had been fired by a Mexican butcher in Ojinaga, Mexico. Besides that, the butcher then claimed that Joey Garza's own mother had stabbed the young bandit, and that Joey had turned the knife on her and killed her, depriving the village of its best midwife. Citing the careless loss of the ledger books, which made it impossible to compute the costs of the expedition accurately, the railroad halved Brookshire's pension. What was left was sent to his widowed sister in Avon, Connecticut. The same sister received a long letter from a Mrs. P.E. Parker of Kittikay, Texas. Mrs. Parker assured the grieving sister that the last words Mr. Parker had heard Brookshire say were to remember his sister and send her his love. Chapter 28. Call discovered that he had a gift for sharpening tools. Even with one hand, it was a skill he more than mastered. One day, watching P.I. futilely trying to cut a piece of rawhide with a dull knife, Call reached out and took it from P. He had a whetstone, and he soon had a good edge on the blade. From then on, P.I. and Lorena brought whatever needed sharpening to the captain. He sharpened scissors and shovel blades. He sharpened axes and rasps and scythes and awls and planing blades. He even improved the slicing edge on the plows. In time, the neighbors heard of Call's skill and began to ride over with bushel baskets full of knives and hatchets for him to work on. Lorena insisted that he order a wooden leg. They rode off for catalogs. Finally, Call ordered one. To sharpen some of the larger tools properly, he needed to be able to stand. When the leg came, Call found that he had to whittle it a bit to secure a smooth fit. He was shy about it at first. No one but Teresa could be with him when he put on his leg or took it off. She learned to tuck his pants leg expertly. She laughed at him if he stumbled, but Call did not mind. The truth was, the leg made a big difference. Now he could stand up and work all day. Clara Allen promptly sent him some literature on schools for the blind. The best ones seemed to be in Cincinnati. Call hadn't mentioned school to Teresa yet. The thought of sending her away was too sharp a pain. But he did discuss the matter with Lorena. Privately, Lorena was torn. She had had another boy, Tommy, and was pregnant yet again. The house was over full. She and P.I. had paid Mr. Goodnight back for the train fare. She was still running the school by herself, except for Clary's help with the math. Clary was engaged to Roy Benson and would be leaving soon. The farm was doing a little better, but they still had almost no cash money. Lorena's concern when the school came up wasn't for Teresa, who had not only Maria's look, but Maria's strength. Lorena wanted Tessie to have an education, and she wanted her to have a chance to support herself. But Captain Call had no one but the girl. He scarcely knew Lorena's children. He scarcely knew her, or P.I. even. He worked all day at his sharpening, but except for Teresa, he had no one. Even looking at the captain, unless he was with Teresa, was painful. Often when he was looking at Teresa, Call had tears in his eyes. But otherwise there was nothing in his eyes. He was an absence. Lorena feared he would die if Teresa left. "Let's wait one more year, Captain," Lorena told him. "Let's wait one more year." "I expect that's best," Call said. Chapter 29. Charles Goodnight and a young cowboy named J.D. Brown were out looking for a stray bull one day. They finally found the bull on the Kittikay, dead. It had managed to strangle itself with a coil of barbed wire. Now and again, if he was in the vicinity, Goodnight stopped by to pay his respects to Call and the Parkers. They found Call standing in his workroom in the barn, sharpening a sickle that a farmer from Silverton had nicked badly while cutting hay. The blind girl was rounding up her chickens. There must have been 50 chickens at least, and there were also more goats than Goodnight was accustomed to seeing anywhere. They visited a minute, or tried to. Call scarcely looked up from his work. He had several hatchets and an axe in a bucket beside him that he needed to sharpen once he finished with the sickle. P.I. was out plowing, but Goodnight and J.D. Brown took a glass of buttermilk with Lorena before they left. Lorena was heavy with child. She paid Goodnight $20 against her debt on the shack he had built for Call. On the ride back across the gray plains, the young cowboy, he was just 20, looked rather despondent. Goodnight ignored his despondence for a while, then got tired of it. What did a healthy sprout of 20 have to be despondent about? "What's made you look so peaked, J.D.?" Goodnight inquired. "What? It's Captain Call, I guess," the young cowboy said. He was glad to talk about it, to get his dark feelings out. "What about Captain Call?" Goodnight asked. "What? Wasn't he a great ranger?" the boy asked. "I've always heard he was the greatest ranger of all." "Yes, he had exceptional determination," Goodnight told him. "Well, but now look, what's he doing? Sharpening sickles in a darn barn!" J.D. exclaimed. Goodnight was silent for a bit. He wished his young cowboys would keep their minds on the stock and not be worrying so about things they couldn't change. "Woodrow Call had his time," he said finally. "It was a long time, too. Life's but a knife edge anyway. Sooner or later, people slip and get cut." "Well, you ain't slipped," J.D. Brown said. "How would you know, son?" Goodnight said. Chapter 30. In the fall of the following year, Clara Allen was pawed to death by a piebald stallion named Marbles. Everyone was scared of the stallion except Clara. Marbles, a beautiful animal, was her special pride. On the morning of the attack, 3 cowboys, including Choyo, her old vaquero, the most experienced man on the ranch, had urged her not to go into the pen with the stud. "He's mad today. Wait," Choyo told her. "He's my horse. He won't hurt me," Clara said, shutting the gate behind her. The stallion attacked her at once. 4 men leapt into the corral but could not drive him off. They didn't want to shoot the stallion, for Clara would never forgive them for it if she lived. Finally, they shot the horse anyway, but Clara Allen was dead before they could carry her out of the pen. Chapter 31. "It's risky raising studs," Call said. "She must have been good with horses, or she wouldn't have lasted this long." Lorena shut herself in her room when she heard the news. She didn't come out all day. But then the day passed and dusk fell. Lorena still wouldn't come out. P.I. knocked on the door, just a little knock. "Leave me alone," Lorena said in a raw voice. Sadly, P.I. turned back down the hall. "P?" Lorena said through the door. "What, honey?" P.I. asked, feeling a little hopeful. "Feed the children," Lorena said. Later, when it was bedtime, P.I. knocked his little knock on the bedroom door again. "Leave me alone, P," Lorena said. "Just leave me alone." "But where'll I sleep?" P.I. asked. "I don't know. Wherever you drop, I guess," Lorena told him. At a loss and worried, P.I. put the children to bed and walked down to the captain's little shack. Tessie was sitting in the captain's rocking chair, asleep. The captain sat on his bed, his leg off, sharpening his pocket knife on a small whetstone. "Lori's taking it hard about Clara," P. said. "Well, that's to be expected. Clara took her in," Call said. There was only one rocking chair. After a minute, P.I. sat on the floor. He thought he might go sleep in the oat bin, since the captain was no longer using it. He thought he might go after a while. But he was used to his wife and his bed. He wasn't ready for the oat bin, not quite. "Do you ever think of Brookshire, Captain?" P.I. asked. "I rarely do," Call said. "Well, it's funny, I got to liking him just before he was killed," P. said. "He wasn't a bad fella, you know." Teresa woke up, gave the captain a good night kiss on the cheek, and went to the house to go to bed. When she left, the captain made it clear that it was time for him to retire, so P.I. picked himself up and went off to the barn. There were several mice in the oat bin and a small snake, but P.I. soon chased them out. He had nothing to sleep on, so he went to the saddle shed and pulled out a couple of old saddle blankets, which he wrapped up in as best he could. Sometime deep in the night, he heard the door to the oat bin creak. Lorena came in and bent over him. She held a lantern. "I'm better. Come on back, honey," she said. P.I. felt itchy. The saddle blankets had been covered with horsehair, as was only natural. Now he was covered with horsehair, too, which wasn't so natural. At least Lorena wouldn't be likely to think it was natural, particularly on a day when she was in a bad mood anyway. He had horsehair absolutely all over him, a fact which made him more than a little nervous. Lorena was picky about their bed. Once she had lifted both her feet and kicked him straight off onto the floor because he had been cutting his toenails and had neglected to clean the clippings off the sheets to her satisfaction. Horsehair might offend her even worse than toenail clippings had. But Lorena was going. He saw the lantern swinging as she left the barn. P.I. got up rather stiffly and tried to brush as much of the horsehair off himself as he could. In the dark, he knew he was probably making a poor job of it. But Lorena was going. He wanted to catch up. P.I. shut the door of the oat bin to keep out mice and snakes. And at moments nervous, at moments relieved, at least she had called him honey, he followed his wife back to their house.